Everybody, it's Thursday. I'm Jesse Cofield, and you are watching a little program we call The Sweat. 55 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice before we kick off a full slate of 6 Madden Sims here on the Dream Stream. What a day. We're starting on the hardwood here on this lovely Friday Eve. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Guys, we're going to chase or fade some bets available on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's Pacers-Wizards play-in tournament matchup. So, Jules, Pacers looking for another win after beating Charlotte on Tuesday, but are you chasing or fading that the Wizards covered -3 against Indiana?
This is a tough game. Indy couldn't have looked better in their play-in game. Washington couldn't have looked worse in the second half of that game versus Boston. I don't want to overreact too much here. The Wizards have been, the hottest team in the NBA over the last 20 to 25 games. I am going to say that the talent wins out here. I lean to Washington. They're going to have a really tough time on the interior with Sabonis, I would imagine. We can talk about that rebounding prop, but I think that Washington is going to find a way to scrap this one together. But you can tell, we've had some spots that I've really liked this week. This is not one of them. No strong take on this game. I will be watching. I will enjoy it. I don't know if it's the best one to take a side on.
What do you think, Kenny?
Yeah, so this is one where I think we're using a little bit of the eye test and a little bit of what the numbers are telling us. At least that's what I'm doing here anyway. Look, that last game for the Wizards on Tuesday, Russell Westbrook didn't look like himself, and Bradley Beal, most importantly, looked like he was really hampered by that hamstring injury. So I'm not convinced that the Wizards can cover the 3. I love the Pacers spread tonight. I'm taking the points here. Look, the Pacers, they shot over 45% from 3 on Tuesday, which a lot of people would say, well, that's unsustainable. Great fade spot on the Pacers. The Pacers were the 5th best three-point shooting team over the last 9 games of the season. So they came in hot to this tournament shooting the ball, and most importantly, they were able to sustain a high level of offense without Karis LeVert. I do think that what Julian said about the boards here, the play up front is absolutely true. The Celtics killed the Wizards on the glass and with post defense, and I think that that's what the Indiana Pacers can do here to the Wizards. The Wizards were a bottom 10 team in rebounding this year. I think they get demolished on the glass by the Pacers and O'Shea Brissett, who's looked great. They don't even need Goga Bitadze and Jakar Sampson. They've been going with the 2-man rotation really up front. Daniel Gafford gave the Wizards good minutes, but he got in foul trouble. I'm just not convinced they have anything up front there that can bother Sabonis and Brissett, and I really like the Pacers here as the upset victors.
All right, guys, Pacers are averaging 115 per game. Wizards are averaging 116. The over is 10-3 in the Pacers' last 13 overall. Kenny, are you chasing that this game goes over 238 points?
I'm not really looking at the total here, but I am. I mean, why not, right? I have to take it. It's down to 237.5 now. And look, you can just keep betting this down. We said it about the Pacers on Tuesday. We thought this Pacers game was going to go under because, things slow down during the postseason. But what did the Pacers do? They scored 144 points. Like, these two teams, when they get together, it's explosive. They're 2 top 4 teams in pace over the season. And you look at the 2 times they played last month, or I guess the last 2 weeks really, the total was much higher than this. It was 245 and then 248.5 is where they closed at. So you're getting 8 points lower. And yes, it's because it's the playoffs. And again, the stakes are higher. You'd think that the tempo isn't pushed as much, but we saw Washington get out on the fast break so much against Boston. I just don't see any reason why I wouldn't take the over here. Pretty blindly, frankly, but I am really a believer in this Pacers offense, too. I think that the Pacers can score the basketball. They can fill it up. I know that the Hornets' defense is bad, but the Wizards don't exactly have the best defense either. And the Pacers, with Malcolm Brogdon playing in spurts, that defense might be a little weak as well. I think this total definitely is right for the picking.
Jules, do you like the over here as well?
We're definitely going to see a lot of points, but it's set there, 237.5. I don't know if I really see much of an edge. I guess I lean to the over with Kenny. It's a lot of points, but we've been seeing a lot of points. Look at how the Pacers played in that first one. I wouldn't be surprised. Like we said, things tighten up in the postseason, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 130 to 125 type of game. It could certainly get there. Again, I feel boring talking about this game. It's going to be an enjoyable game to watch. I don't have much of a take on the actual game. I lean to the Wizards to win. I think that they bounce back from that other, the game where they just didn't look like themselves in Boston, even though the Beal side of things might be real. And that worries me about backing the over, too. You know, if Kenny's right and the Wizards are out of sorts and Westbrook and Beal don't play well, well, then we're probably not getting over. So it's a stay away for me. I could see it going either way.
Yeah, talking about Bradley Beal in that loss to Boston, he shot just 10 of 25 from the floor. He had 3 turnovers. Jules, you mentioned you're like worried about him. So would you fade that he goes over 31.5 points?
I do feel a little better about this. I would probably go to the under on Beal, but I've answered questions the last 2 days, and those 2 questions were Jason Tatum, 33.5 points. Where are you going? Well, he only scored 32.5 points. Where are you going? Well, he only scored 33 or more in 20% of his games this season, so you play the under. 50 burger. Steph Curry, where are you going? 36.5 points. It's going to be a tight game against the Lakers. Low scoring. The under hit easily. He had like 6 points in the middle of the second quarter. What does he do? He sneaks over at the end of the game. Big players play well in big games, but Beal's banged up. I'm going to do it again. 3rd day in a row. Like, best player on the floor. Take the under. Eventually, I'm going to be right.
Kenny, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jules. I have to take the under here. Look, I know that there is a fear here. If you're playing a lot of star player props and you're taking the under on points, it hasn't been great, but I did hammer this Bradley Beal under. I said take the under on the 31.5 on Tuesday, and I'll say it again here, and it's simply because he does not look like himself. He's hampered by this hamstring injury. He said it himself before the postseason. He said, this hamstring is not 100%, so I don't want to bet on a guy to score more than 31.5 points with not 100% health. And you look at how he looked on Tuesday. He was holding that hamstring. He wasn't getting it on the floor pretty well. And he didn't shoot the ball well either. So, yeah, this Pacers defense, look, they're not the best, but they've shown some signs of life lately. And Bradley Beal has not shown signs of life lately. He is just not shooting the ball well at all. He's 4 of his last 17 from 3, dating back 2 games. And I don't have any confidence that he's going to soar above this total here tonight. I know that big players, big games, but I mean, if they're going to have to score the basketball here, I think that they're going to go to some different perimeter shooters because Bradley Beal, clearly not himself. So I think this is a pretty easy under once again.
All right, a guy you guys have both mentioned, you know, that they're going to have their hands full with, Domantas Sabonis. Do you think he goes over 48.5 combined points, rebounds, and assists, Jules?
Yeah, I'm going to lean to the yes here. Maybe I want to play rebounds more, but yeah, I'll just take it all. You look at the game logs for some of these guys in the regular season matchups, and this is probably one of the reasons why Kenny likes the game over in general so much. Sabonis, 3 games against the Wizards, he averaged 70 DraftKings points. If we want to talk showdown slate eventually, 32.3 points, 14.3 rebounds, 9.3 assists. He was right there in Russell Westbrook territory. Close to averaging the triple-double. I think that you have to go over here. He didn't even play well against Charlotte and still wound up with a ridiculous triple-double stat line. So, yeah, give me the over here on Sabonis.
Kenny, you got to take the over here?
I do. I mean, yeah, he had that monster triple-double last time these 2 teams met. The time before that, he was just an assist shy of a triple-double, and that is really what I'm looking to more. I mean, I would like to look at the last month or so of games. I'm not really too interested in the game before that. So most recently, yes, he's been fantastic against this team. I think that even there's a lot of value on taking just him to have a triple-double in this game. But the Wizards are 19th in rebounding rate. They have no one down there that's going to be able to compete with Sabonis and Brissett, specifically Sabonis in this question. Robin Lopez did not look very good except for a couple of great post hooks that threw us back 40 years. And you have Daniel Gafford, who played some decent minutes for the Wizards, but he only played 21 because he was in foul trouble. And let's be real, if we're really relying on Daniel Gafford to keep Domantas Sabonis under this total, what are we doing? Yes, he's going to go over this total, 43.5. I love it.
All right, finally, slate approved pick time. What is your favorite bet tonight, Kenny?
I like the Pacers money line. I really do. When you look at both of these teams, they're trending in opposite directions. I think that no one is going to give the Pacers a really fair shot in this game because, as Julian said earlier, the Wizards have the talent. But when you look at how the Wizards have looked, they look like a team that's out of gas right now. And what happened on Tuesday? They were suffocated by a good defense and a really, really good rebounding attack. The Celtics, one of the best rebounding teams in the NBA this season. The Pacers are right up there as well lately. I think that they will run them off the court on the glass. I think that they'll get a clear advantage there. And when you look at the way that the Wizards have played on offense lately, it's just not up to par with the way the Pacers have done it And again, we saw very quickly in that Hornets game what happens when you have a hot three-point shooting team. They just get up on you early, they get that big lead, and they don't let it go. I think that's what happened with the Pacers. And also, they're going to have Malcolm Brogdon maybe a little healthier in this game. He is questionable, so I'm not really willing to take this yet. But as long as Malcolm Brogdon's in there, I think the Pacers have a really good shot. I'd give them a much better chance, maybe a pick 'em in this game. So I really like the plus odds here.
Okie dokie. Jules, did I already get yours? No.
You didn't. I don't know. Kenny took a while there.
I'll let you go.
I feel bad. I don't like that many bets tonight. I think my favorite bet in this game is the Sabonis points, rebounds, assists over. I think he's just got a lot that he can do against this Washington defense. But I don't want to leave the people with nothing here. And you guys know I have no problem cheating on these questions and just giving a different answer. And I'm not on the show tomorrow. Warriors Friday night money line against Memphis. They're not losing that game. Nets game 1 money line hosting the Celtics. They're not losing that game. Put them together, plus 116. That is the bet for the weekend. That is the spot you mash. There you go. Go make money.
What? How many games do you have parlayed with the Nets game 1 money line right now?
This will be the second, and
Okay.
I have no problem with that. Maybe open up a third. Who knows? Maybe Clippers game 1.
Wow, Julian's not on the show tomorrow, so he's just breaking all the rules. All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate it. As always, going to be talking today's 11-game MLB slate in just a few, so please stay tuned. I'm Jesse Cofield. You're watching The Sweat, a program we do every Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And right now, I've got DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan, Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman with me for MLB Cover the Bases. So getting your favorite plays in each of these categories on today's MLB slate. So 11 games starting at 12:35 today. So we're kind of going crazy. Choose any game, any slate. First, getting your DFS hitter. Who are you going to be going with, Steve?
Yeah, so the Nationals and Cubs game is expected to be one of the highest scoring games on the slate on the entire day. DraftKings Sportsbook says the over-under on this one at 10. So I'm just going to be kind of boring and go with Juan Soto going against Trevor Williams. Against lefties, Williams is allowing a 435 WOBA, 5.60 FIP, and a 1.2 home run over 9. Haven't seen a ton of power out of Soto thus far, but it's like, what? He's not going to hit from power again? Like, give me a break. We all know what's coming. 369 WOBA, 132 WRC plus on the year for him so far. So Soto's my guy.
All right, who is your guy going to be, Nick?
Well, I get the feeling that we're going to go 2 for 3 on Soto today, just a hunch before Eric goes. But I'm going to go with Brian Anderson, save you guys a little bit of money. He's at 3K going against Vince Velasquez. Of course, he homered last night. But the big thing is, against Velasquez, he's got 2 home runs, 3 doubles, and 20 career plate appearances. So that's a 1.279 OPS. I know he started off slow, and if you look at his overall numbers, they're not that great, but he's been starting to pick it up over the last 6 games or so. I think he has 2 doubles along with that home run in that stretch. And Velasquez, as much as he's getting guys to swing and miss a little bit more pitches out of the zone, they're not chasing at those pitches out of the zone a ton. So I feel like he'll have an easier time laying off on those pitches, and he's still it's not at a high rate on those pitches out of the zone.
Eric, you going with Juan Soto for 5,500?
I do have a tendency to pick Juan Soto, but I'm actually going to go with another perhaps underperforming NL East lefty, and that's Freddie Freeman at 5,200. His season-long numbers are not what you want from him, but there's a lot of bad luck there, and a lot of that came early. He's hitting like he should at this point. On the season, 227 batting average, but a 303 expected batting average says he's hitting the ball just fine. Same story with his 481 slugging versus a 619 expected slugging. If you look at his game log, over his first 31 games, he had a 733 OPS, and over the last 11, he has a very pleasing 1111 OPS. So he's hitting like Freddie Freeman lately. He should keep hitting like Freddie Freeman against Will Crowe, who was a fringe prospect and has looked like one through his 29 major league innings. ERA in the mid sixes with supporting numbers that more or less back that up. Doesn't really strike people out, walks a ton of guys, can't keep the ball on the ground. So this seems like a great chance for Freeman to keep his hot streak going.
All right, let's talk about which DFS pitcher you're going to be going with. Nick, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Sandy Alcantara over on the later slate tonight. And look, the Phillies are 10th in K rate against right-handed pitching, 10th worst K rate against right-handed pitching. And they're middle of the pack in WOBA and OPS, but their ISO is not that great. So there's some reason to believe he's going to be able to keep them in the ballpark. And his Alcantara's swing and strike rate has been good this season, and he is getting guys to chase pitches out of the zone, and they're making contact less. So he should be able to rack up some Ks. So I also like his K prop. It's at 5.5 on DK Sportsbook. So I like the over there. It's a little bit pricey, but still, I feel very confident that he's going to hit the over on that tonight too. So for DFS purposes, also I'm very confident in Alcantara at 9.3K.
Eric, which DFS pitcher are you confident in?
Yeah, I'm going to go with another guy from that same late slate, another guy from the same game, actually. I think the best value here is Vince Velasquez at 7,500. If you're looking for a guy who's going to have our nightly no-hitter, it's not going to be Velasquez because he's not going to pitch more than 6 innings. He just doesn't have the control to last that long. He is a shaky pitcher throughout his career, which is why he's pretty inexpensive. But when he's on his good runs, he's pretty good. He's always been able to strike guys out. This year, his strikeout rate is 28.9%, is quite strong. Of course, it comes with a walk rate of nearly 15%. But for fantasy purposes, I'd rather have a high strikeout, high walk guy because, you get points for strikeouts. And he's had 3 straight starts with 6 or more strikeouts and just 1 earned run. And he's facing a Marlins team that's just 24th in WRC+. So I like him probably more in tournaments where you need, one of the best possible outcomes to do well. But his good outcomes are quite good. It's just many of his outcomes are pretty shaky. But if you're playing in a tournament, I think that's the kind of guy you have to go for.
Steve, who are you going for?
Yeah, I'm going with Domingo Germán going against the Rangers, not because they just got no hit last night. Everybody gets no hit, so it's really not a big deal anymore. But I mean, after a really tough start to the season, Germán's really kind of turned it around lately. He has only allowed no more than 2 runs in 4 of his last 5 starts, and somehow he's been a magician and has struck out exactly 6 batters in 5 straight starts. The DraftKings Sportsbook wants to play with your emotions and set the over/under on his K prop tonight at 6.5. So good luck figuring out that one. Can he actually go over or not? That you got to figure that out on your own. I'm not going to deal with that. But from a daily fantasy perspective, Domingo Germán going against a Rangers team that has been struggling hitting and strike out a lot, that's a good spot tonight. So I like Germán going against the Rangers.
All right, guys, let's talk money line or run line bet that you're looking at. Eric, which are you targeting?
Yeah, I like the Rays over the Orioles here. It's at -162 last I checked, or you can make it basically even if you spot the Orioles a 1.5. And that's because I think Rich Hill is actually good again. I think everybody was down on him early in the year. No surprise at all to see a guy in his 40s really struggling. He had an 8.82 ERA over his first 4 starts. But over his last 4 starts, it's a 0.83 ERA and 3 straight scoreless outings. So he's seemingly still got it when he's on. His strikeout rate is way up from 19.9% last year all the way up to 26.6, with basically close to league average ground ball and walk rate. So he's still a perfectly fine pitcher, which is all you need to be against the Orioles, especially when it's Dean Kramer on the mound. Sort of a back-end starter type prospect, and he's looked like that. 5.81 ERA this year. Some of the ERA estimators have him a little better, but still a guy who doesn't strike out many guys and has a well below average ground ball rate. So I think pretty big gap between these pitchers, and the Rays have a significantly better offense. So I think this should be a pretty easy win.
Steve, money line or run line bet that you like?
How about there's two that I like, and it's all in the same game, so you can pick your poison here. The Red Sox are plus 115 on the money line. They're minus 155 on the run line. They have exceeded all expectations in both of categories. The Red Sox are 10-4 on the money line as underdogs this season. On the run line, when they're underdogs, even better at 12-2. And not only that, they cover by an average of 3.4 runs. So when they're underdogs, they're not only winning the games, they're winning the games handedly. Going up against Steven Matz tonight, I don't know what everybody's worried about. Steven Matz is like doing like this fake thing where he's kind of a good pitcher again. He's not. The Red Sox are a very good hitting team against lefties. They should not be underdogs in this one. I get it. Nick Pivetta is taking the mound, and the Toronto offense has been red hot. But let me tell you something. If the Red Sox are underdogs, at least is what they've shown this season, that's been the play to make. 10-4 on the money line, 12-2 on the run line. Pick your poison. Do you want to pay the juice or not? And that's the play tonight.
Okay, Nick, where are you going?
I'm going to go Twins run line in game 2 today against the Angels from minus 1.5. You got Berrios on the mound. And look, anytime that he's taking the bump, I got to get in on this action. I love that guy. And going up against Griff Canning now with the Angels. Throughout the start of the season, they were doing well against right-handed pitching, and then we started to see the K rates crept up. Now they're in the middle of the pack in the league, and they were at the bottom of the barrel before. They were not striking out at all. So then we're also seeing their WOBA and their OPS kind of dip down a little bit against right-handed pitching. So I think Berrios is in for a big game, and then we have Griff Canning, who, he's been. Look, his FIP and his ERA are like right in the same ballpark, so we're not. I think what we're seeing is what we're going to get. And then with that Angels bullpen too, I don't trust them at all. So I feel confident the Twins, who are still doing well in OPS and WOBA against right-handed pitching, despite not having Byron Buxton right now, I feel confident that they're going to cover this game minus 1.5.
All right, guys, let's talk about a game total that you're liking. Steve, where?
Give me over 9 runs with the Pirates and the Braves. Atlanta is one of the top teams in the league at hitting the over so far this season. 23, 19, and 1, which means they're hitting the over on 54% of the games that they've played so far this season. The Pirates are no offensive juggernaut, I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you who is a juggernaut of giving up offense. It is Drew Smyly, who has taken the mound for the Braves. So, look, I'm not saying that the Pirates are going to go out there and get 6 runs off of him or whatever, but they should be able to do enough to hit the game total on this one. Atlanta does their part all the time, which I've already mentioned, hitting the total on 54% of their games. So with that, with Will Crow going and Drew Smyly, there should be some offense. In this one, give me the over 9 runs.
Nick, a game total you're targeting.
So I'm going to cheat a little bit here and just go with the Astros over 4.5 runs against the A's. And I'm surprised I saw this one at plus money. The Astros are in the top 6 in OPS and WOBA against left-handed pitching, and they're going up against Cole Irvin today. And for those who don't know, they scored 4 runs against him alone in his first 2 matchups against them this season. So I feel this is an easy over 4.5 runs. He's already come close to it twice on his own. Never mind the A's bullpen, which has like a 4 ERA this season. So this should be an easy 5 runs for the Astros, if not more.
Eric, game total. Which one do you like?
I like the under in the Yankees-Rangers game that's set at 8.5. The two teams are averaging 8.1 runs, so all it takes is an average game to hit this one. And I think that's what we're going to get. I think these two pitchers, Domingo Germán and Dane Dunning, are fine to pretty good, and they're pitching in a pitcher-friendly park in Texas. That new park is way more pitcher-friendly than the old one. The Yankees are also without Giancarlo Stanton. Their offense has actually been pretty middle of the pack, even with him. So I think that helps hit this under. Germán's got an ERA 3.68. ERA estimators maybe a little bit higher, but on the whole is a league average strikeouts and ground balls with good control. And Dane Dunning, also ERA a little bit higher, 4.34, but the estimators actually love him. FIP in particular has him down at 2.63. He's striking out better than league average, walking guys at a better than league average clip, and his ground ball rate of 55.6% is well above league average. So he's better than league average all around. So two pretty good pitchers against 2 mediocre offenses. I think they'll not score more than 8 here.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, you 3. Talking hockey next. Stay tuned to The Sweat. We'll be right back. I've got a dynamic duo joining me right now, RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. They're here to preview tonight's NHL playoff slate. 4 games to choose from, locking at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time with the Panthers and Lightning. Guys, Austin Matthews scored 41 goals in 52 games in the regular season, won the Rocket Richard. Now he takes his talents into the playoffs against Montreal tonight as the most expensive player on this slate. He's going to cost you $9,200 to roster. Paul, are you paying up for Matthews, or is there someone else you'd rather spend your money on?
Well, while Matthews has scored at least a point in each of his 10 games against Montreal this year, that's 14 points over 10 games. That price point's pretty high when I see a ton of attractive, cheaper value plays on the board in tonight's sked. I think I'd rather retain some roster flexibility by looking a little lower on the price scale, where I see a couple of other first-line centers that will cost a little more than the total sum. Consider that the Islanders are taking their home ice with Matthew Barzal being blanked in the first 2 games of that series. He had 6 points over his 6 previous outings and will break out at home tonight, I think. You grab him for $5,800. You compare him with Braden Point of Tampa, who had a big hand in breaking the Panthers' spirit by winning 2 games on the road in that series. You get him for only $6,600.
AJ, what do you think? You got to pay up $9,200, or are you looking somewhere else?
Well, I can't believe we didn't have 20 minutes of Paul going off on why Austin Matthews is the greatest player of all time. But having said that, I agree with him. I think the price tag is just a little bit too high for me. If you want to stick with the Leafs, you can look at John Tavares at $6,400. He's got 5 multi-point efforts in his last 15 games, combining for 7 goals and 10 assists over that stretch. You can also look to the Lightning and get Nikita Kucherov center Braden Point at $6,600. He's sitting with 2 goals on 5 shots, 1 assist in the first 2 playoff games. So those are some guys that I'm targeting instead of paying up for Austin Matthews tonight.
Okay, well, we have some high price plays. Now give us a value option on tonight's slate. AJ, who's saving you even more salary?
Well, stick with the Leafs first and mention Zach Hyman returning from injury tonight in a first-line role with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews here. So taking him at $5,500 is a tremendous value there. I also like Andre Palat at $4,700 on the heels of his 2-point effort in Game 2. He also dished out 5 hits, blocked 3 shots there. Yeah, it's the number 2 power play unit for him, so not a ton of minutes with the man advantage. We are talking about a top 6 contributor for a Lightning team that I would expect will continue to rack up points throughout the postseason here.
All right, Paul, where are you finding some value?
Well, I agree with both calls that AJ made. Let me expand on them. AJ knows that I like to fill up my roster with more unheralded players who are playing on lines with the big name guys. I call it my sidekick theory. So the 2 guys that he mentioned certainly fit that role. Zach Hyman playing with Marner and Matthews. You get him for $5,500. You go lower and grab Palat, who might be the best value play on the board for only $4,700. I swear we didn't collaborate on this before we came on the show today. But I'll also throw in a guy that I think even AJ might have overlooked from his favorite team. The Penguins fans know all about Sidney Crosby, and I expect him to show up tonight in this key game. But that's why I look at his winger, Brian Rust, who scored 23 goals and 43 points on the year and will cost me only $5,900 tonight. Shame on you, AJ, for not pointing him out.
Shame on you, AJ. Okay, guys, let's move over to the sportsbook. So on the sportsbook, all of these games opened at 5.5 total goals. Can you give us an over or an under that you like tonight, Paul?
I like the under in the Vegas-Minnesota game. In large part, this call is linked to the great run that Marc-Andre Fleury is on. I wonder if even the president of his fan club, my colleague AJ, realized that Fleury has allowed 2 goals or less in 11 straight games now, starting for the Knights. They are a team that will lean on the Wild and draw them into a close checking affair this evening on Minnesota ice that'll keep a lid on the offensive flow, trying to negate the Wild's recently sudden, potent offense and sucking the life out of this game, I think.
AJ, love that you're the president of a fan club. Why don't you go ahead and give us an over or under you like tonight?
I do like the under in that game, but I want to try and find some value on the totals here. So I'm looking at Penguins Islanders to hit the over at plus 112 here. Game one saw these teams rack up 7 goals in an overtime contest. Look, in team history, the Penguins are allowing 3.79 goals per game in the Nassau Coliseum over the course of 121 appearances. I will mention for his part, Jari has gotten the better of the Islanders in his career with a 9-2 record in 11 regular season and these 2 playoff contests. But that is just a house of horrors for the Penguins, and it could be a good opportunity to take the over in this one.
All right, guys, some fairly tight games on the money line tonight as well. AJ, can you give us your favorite pick just to win tonight?
Yeah, I'll stick with getting some value here. On the season, the Panthers went 25-3 at home. They're going to be getting Sam Bennett back from that 1-game suspension. So I'm looking, again, value here, plus 122 on the money line. Look, if you don't love any of these money line bets, though, and you want to take a look at the puck line to get some value, then I'd look to Toronto at minus a goal and a half for plus 128. Yes, the Habs have Carey Price back, but he hasn't played at the NHL level in a while. He got into an AHL game on a conditioning stint. It didn't really go great, all things considered. So I look for the Leafs to maybe roll in this one and in the series in general.
Paul, where are you going?
Bless you for that call, AJ. I really like Tampa at home tonight. I think I said they've already broken the Panthers' spirit, causing them to use 2 goalies in this series to no avail in 2 losses already. What's next, the Zamboni driver? I had to say that before you did, AJ. He's trying to rattle me on and offline, just so you know, for my allegiance for the Maple Leafs. This is now a series most likely to end up in 4 games for me. Teams that go a long way in the postseason usually have at least one short playoff series along the way. A Tampa win tonight all but puts the final nails in the Panthers' coffin, I believe.
All right, guys, slate approved pick time. Paul, what is your favorite bet or DFS play tonight?
Well, I look way down the board and find a top 6 forward for $3,000 on a team that is playing big minutes. He's got 8 points in 10 games played. The fact that it's Josh Bailey of the Islanders has absolutely nothing to do with a barb aimed at AJ and his Pens fandom. If I find another guy in that price range, I will, in fact, put Austin Matthews in my DK lineup tonight.
AJ, where are you going for your slate approved pick?
Well, I'm going to look for player props as I usually do here. I mentioned Tavares as my preferred DFS center tonight, so I'm looking his way for those player props. You can get him at plus 185 to score a goal tonight, plus 275 for 2 points overall in the game. Look, comparatively to Austin Matthews, you're giving up some pretty decent juice at minus 136 as the anytime goal scorer. And while that likely could happen, you're talking about the Rocket Trophy winner. I think getting the value out of Tavares for that anytime goal scoring spot is where I'm looking.
All right, thanks you two. Always entertaining. Love you guys. All right, after this break, we're going to go back to the hardwood to get showdown picks for Wizards Pacers. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Our NBA panel is here for one final go-around. That'd be DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Let's talk about your favorite picks for tonight's showdown contest between the Wizards and Pacers. So let's talk about your captain spot. Jules, if you go with Westbrook, it's going to do a real number on your budget, $20,100 if you want him. Because he's so expensive, are you looking at like Sabonis or Beal, just looking somewhere else?
We can figure the rest out later. I think that the only two options here are captaining Westbrook or Sabonis. We talked to the betting segment first. I kind of lean to the Wizards. Kenny has a more strong take on the Pacers. Maybe if you're a Pacers person in this game, you want to captain Sabonis. I think that's fine. I think he arguably has the better matchup. I'll lean to Westbrook just like I leaned to the Wizards. We talked about Sabonis's game log in this matchup on the earlier segment. We didn't mention Westbrook's 3 matchups, 88 DraftKings points per game against the Pacers, 27.3 points, 20 assists, 18 rebounds. Those are his 3-game averages. So it's very tough not to justify going with Russ, but Sabonis was right there with 70 DraftKings points per game too. This is up to you, whatever fits better in your lineup, but I will find a way to roster both of these guys, and one will be my captain.
All right, Kenny, Westbrook, 20,100 in the captain spot. Sabonis, 16,800. Do you like those savings?
I do like the savings on Sabonis here. I am either going to go with Sabonis at 16.K in my captain spot or O'Shea Brissett at 11.1K, which is like cheaper than Sabonis and Westbrook if you just have them in the flex. But I do like Sabonis quite a bit here in this game. You look at the last time these two teams hooked up, he played 43 minutes. He had 30 points, 13 rebounds, and 13 assists. And the game before that, he played another 43 minutes, 32, 19, and 9. He has been a monster the last 2 times that these teams have played, and that's no coincidence because the front court here for Washington really not very strong. They are 19th in rebounding rate for the season. They have been shredded on the glass and down low by some talented bigs and Sabonis. Yet another one here. I think he steps up in a big game just like he did against Charlotte and just posts a monster stat line. I think that the Pacers here should be scoring a lot of points and arguably right now have the hotter offense of the two. So, yeah, I think that in a game where you're going to see a lot of points, you want to pay up here and get the guy who might, lead the way in points and rebounds. He didn't lead the way in points against Charlotte, and he might not here, but I think he'll lead the way in fantasy points at least for both sides. I think that he could be the top performer. So I do like getting him in my captain spot at a price that's not too difficult to pay.
Yeah, Kenny, you'll still need some value, so where are you looking for that?
Yeah, so I kind of touched on it, and I like Daniel Gafford at $4,400. I know that the Wizards here don't have a good matchup with the Pacers in terms of the glass, but Daniel Gafford by far was the most effective center that the Wizards played against the Celtics. So I think that Daniel Gafford's going to get more than 21 minutes. He did have 4 fouls in that game, and I think that that's what drove down his minutes. He had 4 fouls the game before that, and he only played 16. It's not like he's been playing monster minutes here, but I think in the postseason when so much is on the line, the Wizards are going to run Daniel Gafford out for much more than just 21 minutes. I think he could play more minutes than we've seen. I think he could play 30 minutes in this game just simply because they're going to need something to combat Sabonis on the glass. They're going to need someone to defend him, and I think that Gafford is that guy. He was by far the best center. And, he basically is good for around 20 DK fantasy points a game, despite the fact that he only plays 20 or so minutes. So if he sees an uptick in playing time, which I think he will, I think he could easily return you 6 or 7 times what you paid for, which is really valuable in a showdown slate. So I think that he's a very, very good value here.
4,400 for him. All right, Julian, you're going to need some value if you're putting Westbrook and Sabonis in your lineup and captaining one. So where are you going?
Yeah, I'm with Kenny. Washington has to get some size on the floor. Gafford is a good call. He's solid value. I think you can play him. I think if you need even more value, let's say you're me, you're captaining Westbrook, you're playing Sabonis, I think you can look at Alex Len for $2,400. The minutes aren't always there. It's inconsistent, but like we said, we're going to have to combat some size with size here. And Len, the last time these two teams played 20 minutes and scored 27 DraftKings points on May 8th. So if the matchup is going to be anything similar to that one, that was obviously the 133 to 132 barn burner. If we get anything close to that with that high total tonight, I think that Alex Len has a chance to get those 20 to 24 minutes in this game and get you over 20 DraftKings points for half the salary of Daniel Gafford. I definitely like the outlook for Gafford more, but at half the price, Alex Len makes a lot of sense.
All right, thanks, guys. Kenny, you're sticking around for the final block. We're getting Kenny's favorite bets for the Jets 2021 season. Kenny and the Jets is next.
The Jets stink.
I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich, and Gary Thorne. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Kenny and the Jets. Here's how it works. Kenny gives out his favorite DK Sportsbook bets for the Jets 2021 season, and the rest of the panel agrees or disagrees. So, first take, week 1, Jets at Panthers. 4.5-point road dogs. Will they cover?
I mean, of course they will. I would make the Jets the favorite in this game because, look, I think that this line, and you know, rightly so to the odds makers out there, is set based on what happened last year. What happened last year was the Jets had a non-competitive roster. They were the second worst team in the league. And the Panthers had, you know, some good games, but, you know, weren't really that good of a team. So I would make them marginally better than the Jets if this were 2020. But the fact of the matter is that the Panthers, they did add a couple, you know, decent defenders. I do like AJ Boye. I think that was a good signing. Hassan Reddick as well. But this offense still stinks. It really does. I do still think Sam Darnold is a good quarterback. Everyone knows that about me. And I do think that this is a good fit for him. And I think that this is a rebuilding team that eventually will be pretty good. But I still don't think that they're there yet. I still don't think that they are far enough along to be 4.5-point favorites over the Jets, who are just as far along in their rebuild and frankly have some better pieces than the Carolina Panthers do so far in terms of who they're rebuilding around. Also, one thing that you can say for certain is the Jets last year had a very good rushing defense. Quinnen Williams leading the charge, CJ Mosley coming back, who we'll talk about in this segment plenty. And the Jets should be able to shut down the rushing attack, forcing Sam Darnold to make the throws and beat this team. And I just don't think it's going to happen against a Jets defense that has just gotten stronger and stronger over the last couple of years and is going to continue to get stronger. And now you've got a decent offense, a decent coaching staff. I think that the Jets could pull an upset here in week 1. I think that that's absolutely not a hot take at all. The coldest of the takes I'm going to have.
Okay, Jeff, Kenny would make the Jets the favorites in this game, but he doesn't set the lines. So do you think the Jets can cover?
No, I'm actually really glad we brought this game up on the slate. I wasn't really looking into it. I actually really like the Panthers here now that we've kind of dived into it. I don't know where Kenny is getting these facts. They're not really facts. They're just kind of things he's saying. Here's where the two Jets starting cornerbacks ranked in terms of PFF grades last year. 67th and 96th, a guy named Blesson Austin with the last name for a first name.
That's
and a
Bless
first name for a
Austin
last
to
name.
you. Rutgers
Hey, just
finest.
no one cares, Kenny. I'm talking now. Look, they're going up against Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore, and then you've got the Jets defense, which gave up the second most receptions to running backs last year. I don't care. Their run defense is okay. It's good. It doesn't matter because Christian McCaffrey is going to catch 15 passes in this game, and Sam Darnold's just going to dump it off to him. The Carolina offense, not that good. I mean, I think they still have the best offensive player in this game. So all things considered, the Panthers went deep in defense. They shouldered up their back end here with A.J. Boyd. They drafted a cornerback in the first round. I actually really like this matchup for them, if I'm being dead honest here. You also got Zach Wilson in his first NFL game. Give me the Panthers to cover this and perhaps win by 2 touchdowns.
Oh, wow. Garion, you going with the Panthers?
I mean, I was ready to at least admit that maybe this game should be just like a true 3 points for the home team. Maybe 4.5 is a little much for a Panthers squad we haven't exactly seen be amazing in the recent past. But at the same time, like Jeff was talking about, this is a team that directly this offseason went out and shored up its biggest hole, which was secondary play, whether that be through free agency or with J.C. Horn in the first round of the NFL draft. And for Kenny to say that the Jets are farther along in their rebuild than the Panthers, dude, your rebuild just started. You haven't had a game yet.
2.5 years ago.
It's a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback.
But they started the rebuild 2.5 years ago. That they've been rebuilding for years.
Okay, sure. Okay, I guess by semantics,
also,
the
this
Jets
isn't,
are
by the
always
way,
in a
now
rebuild.
I'm talking.
So
they're
since
1967 against the Rush last year.
No. Since Kenny's right. Since 1967, the Jets have been in a rebuild.
That's very true.
So technically, they've been in the rebuild longer than the Panthers. I think one of the biggest storylines of the offseason in terms of something that didn't happen was Joe Brady is still with the Panthers. That's a huge deal. I mean, we all just assumed last season that Joe Brady would find himself a head coaching gig. It didn't happen. Sam Darnold's his quarterback now. I don't feel as strongly about him as Kenny does, but I just think Carolina's the better team, and I'm willing. I don't know if I'm willing to lay 4.5 points. Maybe the Jets can pull out and cover here, but I think the Panthers win this game.
So we agree, Garion. They cover.
Okay, Jets win total over under 6.5. What do we think here, Kenny?
Yeah, this is another easy one for me to say that the Jets are going to cover this win total, and for the simple fact that their schedule is bad. I don't think the Jets are a 9 or 10 win team, but I do think that
they're a 10-win team. You said on the Madden stream.
No. That's if you wanted to set the Jets against the league average team like the Raiders or something. They're below average, but if you wanted to set the Jets against the league average team, I don't think they would win 9 or 10 games. But I do think
went
they
through
win
their schedule game by game and gave them 10 wins. And
That's
7
right.
losses.
No, you're not letting me actually talk. I'm getting there. If you put the Jets against the league average team and they had to play 17 games, they would not win 9 or 10 times. But they play some terrible teams this year and absolutely should be able to shatter their win total. You look at teams, Carolina, Denver, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Miami, Houston is an auto win for everybody. Jacksonville, these are 7 games to me that the Jets should at least win 4. And I don't think that's even unrealistic. And then you saw even teams like the Raiders and the Chiefs and the Chargers and you know how divisional rivalries work. The Jets should, to me, split with the Patriots at the very least. I think they'll split with the Bills. The Bills beat the Jets by 8 points last year and 10 points last year. You laugh, but this is the truth. This is a team that people thought had the MVP and a Super Bowl pedigree, and they beat the Jets by 8 points and 10 points. Those were very close games. And the Jets had the second worst roster in football last year, maybe the worst roster and the worst head coach. So they got better from last year to this year. So mathematically, you'd say that those games should be a little bit closer, right? And the Jets, they can't pull an upset there after only losing by 8 points with Luke Falk or something at quarterback. Come on, man. They could definitely take one of the 2 games against the Bills or against the Dolphins in that defense. Look, I just think that this is a little low for the Jets, and then they could, at the very least, win 8 games. Look at the teams they're playing, folks. They are not playing that many good teams. Cincinnati and Jacksonville, get real.
All right, Gary and you were just laughing your head off. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to come off as big a homer as Kenny is, although that might be impossible. But the Dolphins and that defense, you mean
the good
defense, better defensive units in 2020?
I didn't say I didn't mean it like they were a bad defense. I'm saying they can get through that defense. I know I'm giving them credit with that defense. Not a dismissive that defense.
Let's see how that works. Okay, let's see if we can name teams that are definitively worse in the AFC than the Jets.
I just did.
Houston is definitively worse. You could make a case the Raiders are worse.
Jacksonville.
That is the end of the list.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's a better quarterback than you. So
Yeah, and a worse team and a worse coach.
I don't know. I mean, they've been in a rebuild for a long time, so apparently
they're using Travis Etienne as their third down back. You trust, and they signed Tim Tebow.
Which means they have so many good running backs that they can afford to use him as a third down back.
How is that a bad thing?
Look, the Jets are the worst team in the AFC East by a wide margin. There's not like I don't think they're so far away from the Dolphins and the Patriots that finishing like 7-10 is an impossibility, but I think it's way more likely they finish with 5 or 6 wins. Again, I actually like what the Jets are doing. I think they had a really good draft. I think they picked a very good head coach. I trust Joe Douglas, but this is not the year they turn into a good team. This is the first year of this rebuild.
Jeff, what do you think?
As usual, Gary and bringing all the common sense here. Maybe 2023 we can get on the Jets bandwagon. Not here. Look at their schedule. They're going to be lucky to be favored in 2 of these games.
Look at their
against
schedule.
The Texans and home against the Eagles. Those are probably the 2. Maybe home against the Jaguars. So 3. There's 3 games that they even have a chance to be favored at here. And you want to give them 7.
How is Atlanta beating anybody this year?
They're not going to be favored on the road at Atlanta, Kenny. Let me talk.
On the road, they're in London.
Look,
both on the road.
There's no chance here. They're also, like Gary alluded to, they're in a bad division. There's 3 quality teams in that division that they have to play 6 times.
And they almost beat the Bills twice last year with that bad roster.
Of Blaine Gabbert. Buffalo almost went to the Super Bowl last year. They're a good team. The under here is a very solid play if you get 6.5.
Okay, Zach Wilson, total passing yards. Kenny, over or under 3,850.5?
Yeah, this is an easy under for me. I really don't think that I've been very unreasonable, but I think Zach Wilson, first of all, I mean, the way that Jets quarterbacks have gone and the way that, he plays, and he's just not very built right now. He could get hurt during the season, but look, I mean, you look at Justin Herbert last year, he had probably the best season, everyone said, for a rookie quarterback ever, which I got so tired of hearing. But he only had 4,300 yards. So you're saying that Zach Wilson's not going to be that far off from Justin Herbert? I think that he's going to be a little further off here.
Herbert played 15 games.
Yeah,
and he went over this prop by 500 yards.
There's an extra game next year, buddy.
17 games.
Zach Wilson's not going over this prop. I'm just trying to say that he's not.
Then
even
how
gonna
are
hit
they
4,000
winning 8
yards.
games?
They're gonna have. I'm saying Zach Wilson's going. Do you think Zach Wilson's going to go over this total?
Yes, I thought this was the one thing we could agree on.
No way. The Jets here are going to be led by their defense. That's the biggest thing for me. I don't think their offense is going to be very explosive. I think that there's a lot of upside here, and I think Wilson's going to look good, but I don't think he's going to go over this total. I think that the Jets defense is going to put the offense in positions to win, and I don't think that he's going to be leaned on for 350 yards a game. Okay,
Gary, and you seemed very shocked.
Okay, so this is the one bit of prep I did for this illustrious segment, which is I divided 3,850 by 17, and it comes to 226 yards. If he starts all 17 games, if he stays healthy, and look, that might not happen.
I don't think it's going to.
He needs 226 yards a game. And I would say that without question, the 2 best units on this New York Jets offense are the offensive line and the receiving corps. He has weapons to get there. And I also think they're going to be losing a lot of games and having to pass a lot in the second half. So just through sheer volume.
I don't.
Well, I know that, Kenny. But guess what? Jeff is going to agree with me because we're logical.
Jeff, do you agree?
I just want to get this straight. Kenny thinks that Zach Wilson isn't going to make it through the year and get injured, yet the Jets are going to win 8 games. So who is playing quarterback for 6 of the 8 of the game? Anyways. Let's just talk about this.
Baby.
Mike LaFleur, passing coordinator in San Francisco. He pushed Nick Mullins to over 4,000 yards last year in 16 games. If Zach Wilson is even remotely healthy, he's got at least a puncher's chance to hit the over here. I wouldn't take the under with the extra game. There's enough weak teams on the schedule too. Atlanta, we've already alluded to. So, yeah, I think you take the over here. I like the fact that, like Gary said, they've added some real depth at wide receiver. Jameson Crowder there. I mean, you're really just I think this one just comes down to whether Zach Wilson stays on the field, which he's probably going to, because what else are the Jets going to do?
All right, we could do this all day, but we don't have time. Thanks, guys. That's going to be a show. Appreciate it as always. 6 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. Bengals at Chargers, Emerson and Christian. The Sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. See you then.
years coming up, 8-year anniversary coming up on Tuesday. Okay, we're live.
Yeah, but I mean, we're in the middle of a good story. I think the DK Sim fan, if anything, cares more about your anniversary, your loving family, more so the Simverse. And besides, what are we going to do right now? We're going to give you our rosters, which are the equivalent of a dysfunctional marriage, just a train wreck all around, nothing compatible. Yeah. Whereas you and the roommate, true love. It's like watching a Disney movie, except everyone's happy all the time and no evil witches are trying to murder you. There is no wildebeest stampede in your life, Emerson Latzia.
I was having a great day yesterday because I was not on a Wild Weather Wednesday game. And so I said, all right, I'm going to get my wife some fantastic gifts for our anniversary coming up on Tuesday. And that I did. 8 years on Tuesday. This kind of all popped up because unfortunately, I exposed myself with Christian DeAndrea and producer Drew, TP Thomas on the ones and twos, Kyle from the ops team. I said, we're talking about Chick-fil-A sauce. And Chick-fil-A sauce, and I have some packets of Chick-fil-A sauce, other sauces, and ketchup like in the glove compartment of my car. And there have been times, and you can judge me, where I've been so hungry, like in the car, that I'll just take a packet of sauce and just squirt it in my mouth while I'm driving. When I'm driving like alone, I don't do it with Meg because that would be super disgusting. Like she would.
In front of the dogs, or do you want them to respect you?
Oh, I would do it in front of the dogs. Yeah, I would. And you know what? If I had any sauce like in the corner of my mouth, like afterwards, I'd let them tongue punch my mouth for sure and get it all off.
I feel so much worse having had this conversation.
I can't believe this is like how we've opened it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a Wild Weather Wednesday, but in my heart it is right now because my soul is aching.
Even producer Drew's like, yeah, graphic content. Like we should have thrown up like a graphic content like warning. We should always do that actually when the best friends squad is together. How about Joe Burrow picking up a first down, his first throw of the day, 7 yards? Is that Mr. John Ross III? Indeed, it is. It's good to have everybody here today. Hope everyone hung out for the sweat earlier with Jesse. It was good to see her back in studio as nature is healing. We'll slowly get back in there a little more often, host some more shows from there. I see the numbers, the viewers increasing on YouTube and Twitch. Happy Thirsty Thursday. You got a couple thirsty dudes on your screen calling this one. Whatever you guys want to talk about today, it's on the table as always. DeAndrea, I slacked you early this morning. You never slacked me back, so I wanted to give you a heads up. The contest I made it exclusive, just 100 members. I really enjoy that sometimes. And it's like, the velvet rope. You let people in. What did you do? Did you get one in? Did you get a lineup in?
I did. I'm currently sitting 93rd out of the 100 people. Yes, we filled that piece right there. And I think it's the exclusivity that people want in, They're trying to get in the club. They see the bouncer outside. When they are granted access, they feel important. So I was happy to be one of the last ones in. It was like an hour before this sim I filled out a lineup too. So we might have been able to go 200, but impressive turnout from the DK Sim fan. I was looking at these rosters. I was like, we're in LA. The Bengals are the Bengals. I'm going to go Charger heavy in this one.
Okay.
It kept me from not rostering that man right there. CJ Uzama is absolutely in the lineup for me, but not captained. My captain today, Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, Mike Williams, and Hunter Henry on a 4-deep Charger stack. And then my two Bengals, Uzama and Joey Mixon, which was not a pick I love, but you know what? This could be one of those days he breaks out like an 80-yard touchdown run. He's done that before. Oh, no.
Oh.
Burrow could have run for the first down. Instead, he throws an illegal pass, and he's going to lose yardage on this play.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Currently 90th out of the 100 Incredible Human Being contest, the Christian D. Tebow Century Club contest. I got Tyler Boyd in the captain spot. I go Eckler. I go Burrow. I go Herbert. I go A.J. Green. I go Badgley. And on 3rd and 8, they pick up the first down. Burrow's 4 for 4. Is that 67 or 47? I can't tell. I can't see. My eyes are garbage.
67 seems high.
Well, maybe. Hey, pal. All right. Sure, Jan. Bernard there on the reception.
current Tampa Bay Buccaneer, Gio Bernard, going to fill that James White role in Florida.
And you know what? That James White role was a great role when James White was with Tom Brady. Tom Brady now down in Tampa Bay. I mean, absolutely perfect stuff, bro.
I mean, that's how you get like 16 targets in a playoff game. You go show up next to Tom Brady. They have an absolute wealth of tailbacks right now. You have playoff Lenny, of course. You got Ronald Jones coming back, rejuvenated after that terrible rookie season. You got Gio. You got CJ Prosise. And you got my guy, Keyshawn Vaughn, former Vanderbilt star, one of the best running backs in school history, even though he only played 2 years there. He started off at Illinois, and then Lovie Smith decided, hey, this guy is awesome. I'm not going to play him because I'm Lovie Smith, and we are destined to go 4-8. So we went down to Vandy, helped get us to the Texas Bowl. And if you ever want to just watch some insane college football, that like 2018 Texas Bowl, Baylor, Vandy, Matt Rule, Derek Mason. One of those guys is an NFL head coach right now, and the other is decidedly not. But very fun bowl game. I actually watched it here in lovely Fort Worth with the in-laws not too long ago.
Thomas Perez in YouTube says, we want Ducey. LOL, DraftKings should make the We Want Ducey shirts. I want everyone to know here as we have the first 3 points of the day delivered by the leg of Randy Bullock that you saw Ducey on the 11 o'clock edition of The Sweat, which we have here on the Dream Stream every day, 11 o'clock Eastern time, Monday through Friday. And you know, Christian is a boss. Christian, producer Drew reaches out to you, say, yeah, hey, first off, I love doing Sims with Emerson. I like money. It's all good. But Kenny was originally on the noon slot and gave up on the DK Sim fam, gave up on calling this game. Part of me kind of doesn't blame him because it is a Bengals sim. But he should have been here. He should have been here, Thomas.
He turned it off, the idea. He said, no, I hate the DK Sim fam, and then he spit while he was saying it, like we were actually in the room with him, and he just kind of covered his new laptop with Expectorant. It was bizarre, but it was a very Kenny Ducey move.
It's true.
Not only does he hate you, but his hate boils up so much inside him that is negatively affecting him in his life, which...
Absolutely. And then I saw him take a dump in a brown paper bag and light it on fire on right in front of Brendan Glasheen's apartment, matter of fact. That's why... he's had all those like fire alarm issues in the building. He's always outside. It's always going off. This time it was because of Ducey lighting a crap in a bag on fire.
I've heard that's like the cause of most of the fires in the Boston area. Kenny coming around and dump sacking all the fine DK Sim fam hosts. That's why I am blessed to be in Madison, Wisconsin, because I'm never, I'm going to see the fire. I'm going to panic, and I'm always going to put it out with my boots. Don't put it out with your boots, Ted.
Shut up, woman. He called the ish hoop. Oh, baby, tossing it up. Mikey Williams. Let's go. 52 yards, DeAndrea.
Oh, and look at the Throwback Thursday, man. Look at these crisp uniforms right now. They're not the powdered blues, but the Navy's working out for them. They look crisp. They look clean. And Justin Herbert doing what he did all last season, throwing downfield, putting it on the money. Let's go.
Kenny, oh my God! I don't know if this is a new like tribute account or whatever, but I'm already laughing my ass off here. Kenny Ducey's bad takes is in YouTube. It's already my favorite account. This is the truth. I do really bad things like Emerson is talking about, and I have really horrible takes to boot. I'm a disgrace. Oh man, 2nd and 6. Austin Eckler, couple carries, 9 yards in this one. 1st and 10 from the 10. So if you get to like the 1-inch line, they can still pick up a first down there.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I felt bad about my Chargers stack early on when the Bengals were moving the ball, but no. LA moving through that Bengals defense, taking advantage of their depleted secondary, and Justin Herbert looking like maybe not the guy, but definitely a guy right now. Oh, no.
Herbert!
Crashing but this is going to be a hold. So Justin Herbert just trucked a guy. I think it was Jesse Bates, too, that he absolutely ran over, but it's not going to count. And they're going to go all the way back to the 20-yard line, which is a true bummer here. You know what? Decline the penalty, Bengals. Play this game on hard mode. Come on.
Oh, yeah, no, they're not going to do it because they're soft. But 1st and 20 now. They're going to hand the ball off this time. What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't go back inside Eckler. Some of us need you. I need you. Yeah, okay. I had to double check that I rostered him. Glass just texted me balls, just the word balls.
Sure.
But it also takes me back to our text conversation yesterday. He sent me a picture of his Chick-fil-A meal. He was eating Chick-fil-A yesterday. A little pregame meal before he called the Connecticut Sun game last night. We ran some highlights on our late night show on Nesson. The Connecticut Sun, here's your WNBA fix for the day. 3-0 for the first time in franchise history. And I just want it to be known that they are 3-0 for the first time in franchise history. And Glash is the play-by-play guy. So I think it goes hand in hand together. Glash obviously bringing good juju to the Sun.
Yeah. Wearing his dad's suits on broadcast.
Did you guys talk about that after like our game the other day? Oh, Herbert's just going to try to run it again? Okay.
Most. Interesting call here. 4th and 1 from the 2.
Go for it.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? You have Austin Eckler. You have Justin Herbert who can run forward. We did talk about it briefly. The problem was, he lost all that weight. Like he went on that 2-month purge where like he dropped like 20 pounds. He looks great, but like obviously his suits are still like fat guy Glash vintage. So like, and he's got to have the Connecticut Sun people put like the clips on the back, like they do for like the Vanity Fair shoots, because I'm not saying you need to go out and get a tailored suit. Those are expensive, and you maybe get one of those in your life, maybe 2.
Yeah.
It depends on whether or not you're a member of the mafia. Then things change. But you're like, I have like one tailored suit in my lineup, and the rest are all just like off the rack, and they look fine. But like, if you're going to be on screen, maybe you get the clips in the back. Maybe you blast those pecs a little bit. I want to know, like, do they have like the rubber bands there? Is Glash just like in between like quarters, like pumping up, getting a little swole there?
Yeah. Staying pliable. I don't know if he's like huge into the weightlifting thing, which, clearly you can see that I am, but I don't know. Glash, it appears like if you follow him on Instagram, good follow if you want to see someone like posting their fitness progress, like on the Stairmaster and stuff like that.
Right.
But
at the time, he gets in that thing like at his apartment. I don't know why they have it, but that thing from the 50s that just jiggles you. He stays in that for like hours.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh, I wish they would have faked this. They went for like a 1-yard field goal.
I mean, that would have rewarded all the Tyrod Taylor owners out there. Instead, he just holds it there instead of running it in, and a chip shot for the Money Badger, Michael Badgley. Money Badger and Fat Randy, a battle of 2 kickers in this one. Badgley good, Fat Randy, the cheeseburger walrus, much less so. But hey, does he still have a job? I gotta look up Randy Bullock if he's still.
Well, Andrew Varley over on YouTube says, have Glash call Washington Capitals games with his 3-0 record. We need that luck. I'll tell you right now, Glash, a Bees guy, black and gold faithful. He will respectfully decline that, Andrew. As Bruins last night winning in double overtime. First 3 games of this series against Washington, this opening round series, have gone to overtime. It's been absolutely insane. So the energy was really flowing throughout the Nesson newsroom and content center last night.
That was an awesome game. It
really was.
Family stuff. I had it like on the phone, on YouTube TV, in the corner of my eye, on mute, just kind of slow, like looking down. So I missed the game winner. Like I looked back down and they'd already gone to the post game. I was like, oh, who was it? So it was a tense moment there. Dude, hockey's tough for me because I've lived in so many places with like good hockey cultures. Like I grew up a Bruins fan, but we'd spend summers and we had family in Pittsburgh, so I was a Bruins fan and a Pens fan. And going to school in Pittsburgh when the Penguins were garbage. If you showed up with a student ID and $20, they'd give you the best unsold seat they had. So watch Mario Lemieux from like 5 rows off the ice. They'd go out and they'd lose to like the Hurricanes 5-2, but Lemieux would have a goal and an assist and be like, hell yeah, this is rules. This is awesome. And then living in Nashville, the cheapest place you could get beer in downtown Nashville was at Predators games. You'd get in for $10 and then it would be dollar beers in the concourse and be like, all right, perfect. Go watch a Preds game and drink a lot, and probably entirely too much Bud Light.
A little Bud Latte on 3rd and 1, a little aggressive, B-E aggressive. Burrows 6 of 7 now in this game. 3rd reception already and we still got around 6.5 minutes to play in the first half. Third reception already for Mr. Ross.
Yeah, Ross getting some work done. Had him in my lineup, took him out from Mike Williams. I was like, I am too Bengal dependent in this one. It's an eye-opener sim. Cincinnati can't get it done. But yet, undercover boss Tom behind the scenes, he had faith. He said that this game was gonna hit the over. We're gonna see some action, and so far, I mean, 2 nice long drives, no touchdowns, which is a bit of a killer. But Uzama, my guy, the tight end, I'm pretty excited about watching next year. I thought he would be a great tight end tandem if they got him and Kyle Pitts. Of course, didn't work out that way. Pitts didn't fall to 5. The Falcons were like, yup, we're going to make our offense truly incredible to watch, at least in the passing game. Instead, this Bengals team goes out, gets Jamar Chase, as Uzama again.
Oh, let's go,
get
dude.
off me, stiff arm, and into the red zone we go. Burrow up over 100 yards now. Uzama probably up over 40. That's his 4th catch of the day. Yeah, 4 for 48. So already.
Uh-oh. Is that my internet or yours? You okay? Did he freeze? Is everything... What's wrong? Christian! Sister Christian! Oh, there he is. There he is. You're done. You're back. You're back. You're back. Oh, my God. Wait. So was that a fumble? Or was that like an interception? I was kind of confused there. All right. It kind of looks like he ripped it out of his hand.
Yeah.
I got to watch this again. And... Okay, no, he doesn't. The ball hits the turf. Little fumble, little scoop. Dude.
What? My back?
Dude. Okay, yeah, okay. Man.
All right.
I mean, don't make me go Kaufman on you and just host this thing solo. No, I'm going to give him a run for his money there, trying to become the second best solo host here on the Dream Stream. 2nd and 7, though, dude.
Yep.
Bengals were knocking on the door.
I saw the fumble. I saw AJ Green just absolutely ruining people's hopes there, and now a tough day if you're waiting on that over. I mean, still sitting at 6 points despite lots of good offense. I mean, these defenses doing that bend don't break thing, the old Matt Patricia, if you will.
You were diving into a lot of in-depth and delicious tight end talk right before you froze, and I panicked, but thank God I was cool, calm, and collected on the surface, which kind of brings me to my next topic of conversation here. Christian de Tebow, the contest that we have, the exclusive 100-member contest. Tebow officially signing his contract with the Jaguars, and I'm emotional about it. I really am. I just don't think in the end I'm a fan at all. I'm really not. And I like Tebow, and obviously I like the Jaguars. I just don't know if this is it. Like, it's a no for me, dog.
It's just so bizarre to me. I mean, it just kind of reeks of Urban Meyer being in over his head and not being ready to be a pro coach. Like, we already saw him go out and kind of botch free agency, and he admitted he wasn't really ready for it. And then the draft was, I mean, they had the no-brainer at number 1, and then things got a little bit weird. Or, okay, you kind of reached for Travis Etienne, and when you already had it was just a weird offseason for the Jags, and this is just the icing on the cake right now. Dude is 34 years old. I don't think there's a chance in hell he makes the opening week roster. I feel like he is eligible to be practice squatted with the new rules. I'm not certain, but I feel like that's where he's destined to end up. And Urban wants to keep him around as a locker room presence and whatnot. And I think ultimately he may divide the room a little bit more if there's, say, a guy who shines in training camp that the rest of the team comes to love and rally around. He gets cut, and Tim Tebow gets to stick around. That is going to be a disaster for the Jags. I mean, they are going to bless TIAA Bank Stadium with another stadium stampede match in AEW. That's coming up in 2 weeks. When is Memorial Day weekend?
Dude, it's the 30th, Sunday the 30th, because I am trying to schedule a dinner with a couple of ours that just got engaged. Yeah. We were talking about that today. So yes, I know exactly. And then May 31st. which is going to be Monday. So Memorial Day always falls on the final Monday of May. Just an FYI in case anyone forgot that. But more importantly, my 8th wedding anniversary is coming up on Tuesday. Okay.
I mean, are you going to put a P.O. box in the chat so the Sim fam knows where to send its cards and well wishes? Some checks, maybe?
Yeah. Actually, I'm just going to put
the home address. You get like the P.O. box and you'll be fine.
No, I'm just going to put Glash's address in the chat. That's all. And then Glash can deliver to me all of the incredible gifts that DK Sim fam will send our way when he delivers to me Chick-fil-A. Trenton Hayes said BRB. And I was really concerned that he wasn't going to be coming back. But then a few comments later, he says, I'm back. So, Trenton Hayes, welcome back. We have missed you.
That's good.
Noah Moon, who is always positive on YouTube, you know that. He says, you're old and washed, just retire. Assuming he's talking to about Tebow or me. Both would work.
No.
But we've talked about it before. Don't want to waste a whole lot of time on it. There's a few free agent tight ends out there I'd probably rather go to, guys who have actually received a pass in the NFL, guys who can block, guys who have scored touchdowns. And I go back to, if I'm in that locker room, I've been around for a couple of years. Why do I want to hear this dude hooting and hollering?
Yeah.
Like, you haven't been in the league in like 6 years, and he is obviously a good individual, great human being. This was any other team, like it wouldn't be, Tebow would not be pursuing. It's just it's Jacksonville. It's in his hometown. His connection to Urban Meyer. Tebow knows where the dead bodies are buried. And Urban's like, yeah, come along. I just don't think this is like the right move. Like already, as you've mentioned, some questionable decisions being made by Urban. I brought a coach on board, had like a checkered past, said some really awful things. Yeah. Didn't think that was going to be a big deal. Was like, oh my God, I didn't know. It's like BS, bro. You know? Like, just don't screw this up, dude. Don't screw it up. Effing A, man. Grow up, Urban.
It was just such a weird hire to begin with. I mean, it's like they're trying to outdo the John Gruden hire, but with a guy who's never been a pro coach. You know, it's like,
yes,
we're going to get a famous analyst out of the booth and onto the sideline, a guy who's won championships before, and be like, okay, cool. And they're like, oh, and it's also Urban Meyer. Like, they're hoping he's going to be Pete Carroll. I think he's going to be more like Nick Saban at the next level, or Bobby Petrino, you know, a guy who just kind of the style's not going to translate, I think. Urban is a good developer and a strong recruiter, but I'm not sure that's really going to work out for him the way he hopes. Because we get another money badger field goal. What is attack the kickers.
This is so dumb. Yes, I know. I don't know where Rossi is. I'm sure we're on somewhere in his like little basement office while he's looking at pictures of toes on the internet. But I get this right here would be a reason for Rossi to change his pants when he sees that we've had 3 field goals only in the first half.
Right. I mean, this is fair, and he's probably trying to hold his nose through one of this famous cat's terrible dumps. And you know what? I'm glad we keep bringing this sim back to poop, which is really what we're seeing here on the field. Nothing but field goals, turnovers. I mean, it's not even so bad. Like, I don't even think we've seen a punt yet, and yet 6-3 with 51 seconds to go. This has not been the explosive affair we'd hoped for. Ooh.
Mo says the Jaguars will be what the Texans are right now in 5 years. Dude, as much as I want to say, shut up, Mo. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me. I honestly don't know what's going to happen. And I never was like 100% on board with that Urban Meyer hire. I really hope like what's happening in the Texans now doesn't happen to the Jags with things come out about Trevor Lawrence. I think he's married. Like, I think he's good to go in like that department. But I see what you're saying when it comes to like, it's just as if the Jags can become more of a dumpster fire. Like, this was an opportunity to hit the straight up reset button, start from scratch, build it, become the next powerhouse in the NFL.
So much cash to spend in free agency, and they just didn't. I mean, they could have taken the Patriots route. They could have signed a bunch of guys that other teams couldn't afford this year because everyone else was cap crunch except for the Jaguars. And who they get? They got Shaq Griffin, who is fine, but probably not worth $40 million. Rayshon Jenkins, who is fine. they just didn't get anyone who really moves the needle. And I don't know. It's gonna be a tough team to watch next year. I think poor Trevor Lawrence. I love his receiving core, but that's about it. Is okay. Joe Burrow completes a 2-yard pass. CJ Uzomah doesn't pick up the first and stops the clock for the Chargers to maybe mount a 2-minute drill here in the final 29 seconds. That would be about 1/4 of a 2-minute drill. Anyway, yep. This is well, we're getting our first punt of the game, and Uzomah up over his season-long scoring average. I believe that gives him double digits right there. Can be close.
I would just like it on record, and everyone in the chat obviously knows, I've been saying that guy's name wrong since day one.
Yeah.
Day one.
How do you say it?
I usually say Uzomah.
Uzomah?
And wait, so what is it? I mean, it's like potato, tomato. Right. You know what I mean? Like, is what it is. But I'm sure if I ever like hung out with him, met him like in person, and we're sitting there watching like Schitt's Creek or something on the couch, he'd probably be like, "Yo, dude, can you just like call me Uzomah instead?" And I would just say, "How about Uzi? Can I call you Uzi?"
I mean, if you're not into brevity too, you can call him Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Uzomah.
Charlie, hey, I just noticed the score. What in wretched hell is this? Dude.
Yeah.
Turn it off. I got to be here another 2 quarters. If every once in a while I pop in, kind of hang. I like to kind of see what, other members of our team are doing, what they're talking about, having some fun, hang out with the DK Simp fam in the chat. If I turn this game on right now, it wouldn't last 5 seconds on my screen. I'd say, no way, dude.
A lot of passing yards, but no passing touchdowns. No one's on pace for the bonus in any way. Maybe Uzomah, maybe John Ross, who had some yards earlier. Uzomah 5 for 51, Ross 3 for 42. Mike Williams 2 for 57. Those are the only guys you need to know right now. If you stack the kickers, you're having a good day. If you stack the defenses, you're doing all right too. The Chargers have a fumble recovery, so there's that. And let's see, is this one coming through? How's the new? I'm away from home. I don't have.
What is this?
I don't have the finely tuned.
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
That sign looks like it goes perfectly with this sim. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, this is the Cincinnati Bengals of website billboard.
I am so disappointed in you right there. Although that's real. That comes from the heart. That comes from like panicking like 5 minutes before you come on here. You're like, I need my sign.
I mean, look, I had to go out and buy a single paper towel to make this happen. I'm in Texas. They're expensive here. The pen I had to borrow from – listen, you guys are picking on me right now, and that's fine. Crack your jokes. But to me, this sign is beautiful. It's like Cinderella before she gets the ball. You guys are all about those glass slippers. No, I see the beauty in the woman washing the floors for her evil stepsisters. I look beyond the superficial and into the heart. And that sign,
no way, dude.
Good heart.
No way. Weren't her stepsisters super hot too? Or no, I can't remember.
I think one was, and one was a little bit thicker, and one was kind of wretched. I feel like there were 3 stepsisters, and they were like different combinations of brutal.
Okay, and that was like their mom, right? Who was trying to get them all married to the prince, like presenting them to the prince. It's been a while since I've seen it. This is the one with the pumpkin and the turns into a horse carriage, and the mice become like Jack Thoroughbred horses, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they take some like mouse HGH and they get huge, which I mean I'm really jealous.
What about is that the one too where at the end there's like a dragon? No, that's Sleeping Beauty, right? The witch becomes that was traumatizing as a child.
Dragon at the end? I am not.
Yeah, there's like a I don't know. Someone help me out here. I thought it was Sleeping Beauty. There's a dragon at the end. You know, Prince like swoops in on his unicorn, destroys this thing, marries the chick, and then next thing you know, they've got an entire family. Are you at IHOP? I love that comment.
Yeah, man. I'm in the South. I can get to a Waffle House. I figure out how far it is. That's the problem with Wisconsin is that our closest Waffle House is like 300 miles away. So I can't cap off a great night or uplift a terrible one with a stop to late night Waffle House. I do miss some good smothered, covered in topped hash browns though. I could really go for that right now. Although what I'm gonna do after this, since I am out of Wisconsin. Zaxby's, man. Gonna go get me some tendies after this, some chicken fingers.
Oh.
Chicken fingers,
Okay.
fries, Texas toast, a little coleslaw. They got the freestyle Coke machine, so I can go get my vanilla Diet Barks root beer because I'm a dainty lady at the root of everything.
Okay. Yeah, they got the crinkle fries, right? Crinkle fries and
Fries are okay, but they get like I think it's tongue torch, or maybe it's nuclear. Like the second highest sauce is like the perfect amount of spice, and you get the giant packet of blue cheese with it. Or if you look too closely at it, you realize it's like 1,500 calories if you eat the whole thing. And you're like, hell yeah, I'm absolutely gonna do that. That is a challenge right now. This is the thickest blue cheese I've ever encountered. It spreads like applesauce, and I love it.
you know what typically spreads like applesauce, like a wildfire of applesauce, are the likes on this sim.
Oh, what?
We're at 57. We usually like hitting that century mark for the first game. Although if you don't want to do it, you don't want to touch any button, I don't blame you. It's 6-3. But if you're having some fun, if we brought a small smile to your face, Glasher's in the chat. Feel free to have a conversation with him. Maybe ask him what the latest and greatest news and notes are with the Connecticut Sun. As on 3rd and 6, complete this. Okay, whoa, what on God's green earth the hell was that? He panicked, he freaked out.
Yeah,
That was like the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it was a great improv that was completely unnecessary. If there was someone in front of Justin Herbert, I can appreciate that move, but instead he was like, no, I'm gonna try the lateral, and as Huber's punt goes into the end zone, and this painful sim continues. The under drawing closer to being locked in.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is before this game, Thomas on the 1s and 2s was like, you know what? He's one of the most positive dudes on our team.
Yeah.
So positive that sometimes when I'm just having a crappy day, I'm like, shut up, Tom. No one wants to hear it. But today, I enjoyed his positivity. I said, okay, Thomas is like, I'm feeling this because I was taking a dump on this Cincinnati game. I said, why are we doing this, guys? Please put like the Jaguars back in the noon window or something. I said, this is going to be such a brutal game. And he's like, you know what? I'm really feeling like 40 plus combined points. I'm really feeling it today. I said, okay, dude, I'm going to pick up what you're putting down. And right now, Tom, it's not looking good, buddy. I'm just going to be honest with you. Your prediction looks horrible. It may be the worst prediction ever predicted on the Dream Stream.
And I was trying to talk him down, put the over-under at 34 instead of 40, but no, it is never-ending positivity. Refused to cave to even the slightest hint that this sim would not be all he thought it could be. Which, again, we need people like that. We need someone who's not beaten down and well-weathered by the abject terribleness of the early sims.
Almost says Jags will win 6 games this year. Okay, I'd take it. 6-11, that's fine, whatever. It's five more than last year. I think the key for them and the key for a lot of these teams, and I'll throw it out to you as well, the ones with rookie quarterbacks, like maybe you don't exactly expect to blow the doors off of the NFL. You just want to see like that you're the guy, that you made the right decision. Like the Chargers, a lot of the losses last year, it's no secret, coaching decisions, but you were able to look and watch a game and watch a quarter with Justin Herbert and say, boom, the kid's got it. He's going to be our guy, our franchise quarterback. The first or second game of his career, neck and neck, going touchdown for touchdown with Tom Brady. Like that was cool. The Chargers are good.
Yeah, they are going to be just fine. Okay, sure. 3rd and inches and 2-yard pass to Uzama, who's up at like 8 catches right now for 6 for 53. So not a ton of yards, but those PPR points definitely counting. Yeah, I think ideally like Jags fans would like to see their team win like 3 or 4 games, secure that top draft spot, but also maybe ruin someone else's playoff hopes. Like maybe the Titans are struggling and trying to get in the wild card and they lose a game to the Jaguars and it derails everything. I feel like that is your expectation in Jacksonville. Like, you're not going to be good, but maybe you can ruin someone else's season, pass off a little bit of the misery of being a Jags fan onto someone else. And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate ruining someone else's day and how that is positive. That is what we call here in Simland, deducing.
The Guru, 805. What's up, homie? Good to see all the usual suspects with us today. Says PGA keeping me from the chat, hoping it's going good over here in Simland. Matter of fact, I mean, the chat, it's going great. The chat has been phenomenal. I'm actually shocked all of these people are here. The DK Sim fam still hanging out with us, almost 400 people. We typically have 500, 600 at this point, but again, I think a lot of people coming and going, looking at the garbage sim that is on our screen. But yeah, PGA Championship going on right now. Woke up this morning because Reed T. Fowler is there at Kiowa Island. Woke up this morning, he's FaceTiming me. He's in the gift shop there. And I asked him, I said, dude, just buy me a shirt. Can you give me a shirt? So yeah, FaceTiming, showing me all the shirts.
How much does shirts run at Kiowa Island right now?
Oh God, I can't imagine.
Yeah.
When I'm at the Players, when I go back home and I go to the Players and I bring people back swag here, dude, like a typical shirt that would run you like 40, 50 bucks, like a polo you get at Dick's Sporting Goods or something. It's going to be closer to like 80 or 90 bucks. And it's so stupid, but you do it because it's got like, the tournament's logo on it.
Right.
And like, I'll get a little giddy and pay a little too much money for a shirt when it's from like a major. Like when I went to the US Open a couple of years ago, I bought so much stuff that I could not afford, but I didn't care.
Yeah. It's a special occasion. You're only going to do it once, maybe twice, And then you got it. It's a conversation piece. You wear it out on the course, and people go like, "Oh my God, did he play in the PGA? Am I about to get lit up right now? I got stuck with this random dude, and he played in the PGA Championship." And they see you swing, and they're like, "Oh, okay, no, you just had $80 to buy a shirt, but still, it counts. It's nice. It's a status symbol." You know what got me was I was at the America's Cup, covering it in Bermuda, and everything there was like vineyard vines and like Sperry boat shoes. So like everything, like the cheapest thing you could get, like clothing wise, was like $120. It was just rich people everywhere. Like I was like, oh man, this is a cool polo, like Oracle Team USA polo. I was like, oh hell yeah, I want to get one of these. It was like $150. I was like, I am a freelancer right now. I am working part-time. Like if I spent $150 on a shirt right now, I'm pretty sure I would get thrown out of my own house. So I'm sadly without the Oracle Team USA sailing shirt that would have made me look like a preppy Rhode Islander I truly am on the inside.
You come across as like a sailing guy,
Yeah, I would love to.
That's a good thing, by the way. That's not a knock on you. It's like I look at you and I say, I could see you sailing.
Yeah, no, the high school girlfriend was from the sailing family. She sailed in like the Junior Olympics. She was awesome. They had boats, so we'd go out and like take the boat out to like Martha's Vineyard. And, okay, cool. Block Island. Family just had like they had boat money, so I was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do with any of this. My family, we lived 3 blocks from Narragansett Bay, but it was always like garbage. It wasn't like you'd swim down there because everything smelled like soap, and you had the Patuxent River filtering into it. It was terrible. But boat people, man, I can fake my way into boat society, but not for very long. Like the jib, stocks.
Dude, Keenan Allen right now has 0 points.
Bad. He's doing.
I see everyone in the chat wondering what the hell's going on with Keenan Allen. Clearly, neither offense is working. They're both broken. There's your tight end leading the way with 6 catches. How do you say his name again? Uzama.
Yeah, Uzama. Yeah. Oh, and so we've been putting this off. We need to get this out there because producer Drew behind the scenes wanted us to tease the announcement for the halftime, then tease it for the third quarter. But since we've ignored him on and off just continually, we are going to have a huge announcement in the post game. It's so huge. It's so surprising. I don't even know what it is. I'm not.
What is this?
Is it going to be about? Is it going to be about you dropping $80 on PGA Championship koozie? Because that's a pretty good announcement.
Oh yeah, the koozie's there or what? $45?
Unless you're getting like the Yeti ones that keep your beer cold for eternity.
Well, now I can't focus because there's nothing worse than being told in the final quarter break, producer Drew, that we have a major announcement that you haven't told the highest paid employees at DK what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's he doesn't want us to spoil it on air because we will do that. We will.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second.
Oh.
I had to go back in our chat. I think I know what it is now. I haven't been paying attention. Announce an he's been telling us to announce an announcement. What are we? We're not Sim Patrick, like rest in peace to Statrick, but we don't do that. We don't tease the DK Sim fam like that. We're gonna make sure we have something. What is this? Is it the graphic? Is that the announcement?
Yeah, I think so. I think okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Is that like a new? Is that a new thing? Like, is this for? Is that a daily thing? I'm confused. Is this a one-time thing?
I think it's just it's going to be through the entire. So I guess we're going to.
Oh, is this like a Is this like a tournament coming up? I have so many questions.
Yeah. I'm into
Okay,
it.
I mean, I think, guys, from what I can take, from the little bit of information our producer Drew, has just handed over, I think this is going to be good. Oh, I love this. I love this idea. I said let's do this last year, guys. Finally, they have listened to me. This is good. This is good. This is great. Okay. Good announcement coming up post-game. I can't wait for the next 6.5 minutes to go by. I'm over this sim.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, we finally got a Keenan Allen sighting. Maybe
Did we really?
No. Hunter Henry there, yeah. So I believe Keenan Allen now has more fantasy points than Uncle Verge, but don't quote me on that. Oof, just churning along in this one. Still without a touchdown, 26 minutes into this sim. Chargers threatening, but we've been fooled before. First 4 drives of this game were all pretty good. They ended with 0 touchdowns, and then since then it has been a punt fest.
Bro, and the Chargers both their field goals came when they were inside the 5-yard line. They were inside, so that's frustrating because you've seen in this edition of Madden, the teams are a little more aggressive. Brian C., Emerson, would you mind if I smash that like button? Brian C., if you and 19 of your closest DK SimFam friends who have not hit the like button yet want to do so right now and get us to 100, would thoroughly enjoy that. I'd send you a virtual hug your way.
Kenny and I were on yesterday, and not only was it a Wild Weather Wednesday, but Kenny was in a great mood. He was absolutely delightful. Like he didn't yell once about the Jets, and I think the chat really appreciated it. We got up to like 125 likes on that first sim. And it was because Kenny Ducey was such an agreeable chap. So I think, if anything, SimFam, you need to at least make us feel like we're on par with Kenny Ducey and smash that like button for the Best Friends Squad. 40 more likes to 125. I don't know if we can get there, but we'll at least be able to get more likes than points scored in this game, which is truly a bummer for.
Yeah. Hey, has Joe Reed caught anything yet? Riley was asking on YouTube, and I'm now also curious.
That's a good question. He's been out there, but
Eck! Come on, baby.
Big third down conversion into the red zone we go. Touchdown here might as well clean this up for the Bengals. I don't think you're going to be able to come back as Eckler. 6 for 45 through the air now. He's got about 15 points in the flex. Not really living up to his impossibly high standards, but not a bad day, and might get the call here in the red zone. Let's see if we can't get a touchdown.
Come on, dude. Okay, hey, at least you juked the right way.
Yeah.
Uh, 3.5 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. Christian DeAndrea, Emerson Lazia with you, calling one of the worst sims in Dream Stream history. Thomas on the ones and twos. Producer Drew with us. Kyle from the ops team. So kind of a light lift for Kyle. But could he have six that? He does.
Off the milk carton and into our hearts, my captain, Keenan Allen, crashes into the end zone and likely puts the final nail in the Bengals' very luxurious coffin. About to be a 10-point lead here. And this is just a streak, man. Yesterday, shutout. We watched a shutout at the Nooner in Wild Weather Wednesday. It was absolutely garbage. The Titan, Ryan Tannehill started off like 1 for 10 passing. It was just a nightmare.
56% owned, 20% in the captain spot.
That's my guy right there. Got me up to 15th in the Century Club contest, even with my 2.3 points from Joey Mixon.
So, hey, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock will be another sim, as we always have. Cowboys at the Steelers, Kaufman and Brandon. Is Terrelin no longer part of that? Huh. Saints at the Dolphins, Kaufman and Zach at 4. The slate with Glash and Jeff at 5. No T-Sack today. We got a sweat replay coming up right after this one. What, that 5 o'clock sweat, MLB, NBA? I mean, it's Jeff, so, I mean, are we doing NFL, or is this like the day where they talk about whatever? As Joe Burrow now with his team trailing by 10. How about some garbage points? We could take that. I mean, channel your inner Blake Bortles.
Let's keep riding CJ Uzomah, Let's get him to the bonus.
Get somebody to the bonus for crying out loud.
Just give us something to believe in.
Michael Irvin.
What's killing me right now? Is that last night I was talking with my brother-in-law about going to the Rangers games. Like, he's a Yankees fan.
That guy?
Yeah. I was like, let's go. And then, like, ultimately I was like, no, we'll stick it out here. We got things going on. I've been swimming all day with the kiddo, and decided not to go. And in the process, missed the Corey Kluber no-hitter. I was one good decision away from watching a no-hitter live and screaming away from it.
Can we start juicing baseballs again? And then like the league-wide batting average is just terrible.
Yeah.
Like I don't. All right, no-hitters are like cute every now and then. We had no-hitters in back-to-back days. There have been 6. I mean 7 if you want to count like the
Bumgarner.
The Bumgarner, which I will. Yeah, but
earned it.
This is ridiculous. Pitching is not as sexy, I think, especially for the casual fan, right? I mean, baseball, that's what you want. Juice the baseballs. Give me home runs again. That's what I need. I'm over the no-hitter thing. I've seen enough. That's cool. Really good pitchers. Or do we just have really bad baseball teams? Like, it's been Seattle, right? The Rangers, and I think Cleveland. All 6 of the no-hitters have been twice, like by each of those teams, they've been no-hit twice as Burrow gets sacked.
Making things out there. Yeah, it's and they're going through the research, and like the home runs have stayed relatively the same. Like they lightened the ball, so it's like every fly ball, like on average, goes about 1 to 2 feet less. And it's like, all right, like that's not really fixing your problem though. You want to the MLB wants fewer home runs, more stolen bases, better batting average. None of those things are coming true. We're just having more no hitters and more, 3 true outcome guys who are either going to strike out, hit a home run, or walk.
Yeah, and then there's one of the there's like an independent league, right? That I think they're testing moving the mound back like a little bit.
Yeah, or maybe
But isn't that just gonna? Isn't that just? Yeah, I think wouldn't that just pitchers are gonna be throwing a little more hard or more torque? I think that could end up resulting in like more injuries.
Yeah.
Just do what we were doing the past few seasons, where you'd maybe see a no-hitter or 2, but you saw an ass ton of home runs.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ball, man. Dingers. We want to see the dingers.
Yes, chicks dig the long ball and scars. Okay? But yeah, Corey Kluber, doing his thing for the Yankees. And that AL East division, pretty sexy right now. 4 teams within a game and a half of each other. If you want to give me something like that, and especially, everyone's shuffling around all summer long, that's cool. I'm down with that.
Unfortunately, my Brewers, my Pirates, both falling off hard. The Pirates, we all knew were going to be one of the worst teams in the league. But the Brewers gave me hope early on. Like, the pitching was crisp. They were winning games. They were atop the NL Central. They plummeted back to earth, and now we're a sub-500 team, which at the very least will make the tickets more affordable come August. Great tailgating scene out there. Like, I have never been to a baseball tailgate quite like the Brewers. Every parking spot has the grill, the brats, a cooler.
I mean, Bucky says here, pitching a no-hitter is no easy task. I don't care how bad the team is. And you are very true, especially at the Major League Baseball level. They're supposed to be the best baseball players on planet Earth. I will counter with team batting average for Seattle is like 199. I'm pretty sure Glash could no-hit the Seattle Mariners right now. What are we going to get? About a 42-yard attempt by Bullock, and that's 4 points for your lineup if you rostered him.
I feel like if you're talking like greatest moments in like Mariners history, like a top 5 moment would be the fact that they were the visiting team in the first Naked Gun movie. And yeah, I think like if you're a Mariners fan, you're trying to think of all the good things that happened to you. And I would feel like if not top 5, then at least the top 10 one is being featured in a fictional movie, which is one of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest. Is Naked Gun a baseball movie? No, but does it have one of the greatest baseball scenes of all time with Leslie Nielsen umpiring and singing as Enrico Palazzo? Yes, absolutely, by far. That is a triumph of will. Have you seen The Naked Gun, Emerson Lazio?
Yes, I have. I've seen them all, dude.
Yeah, beautiful movie. Perfect. My dad still quotes it to this day. And yes, that is somehow one of the most memorable moments in Seattle Mariners franchise history because they have been just tragedy over the past 5 decades. They were briefly relevant with Griffey and Jay Buhner and Edgar Martinez and Ichiro, and then they couldn't turn that into anything. Feel bad.
Hey, question. I do have a question for you, and it's from Zach over on our Zach Morris account. Mm-hmm. Hey, Christian, you hitting any good barbecue or what is it? What? Any good barb? Yeah, what is that?
Bucky's, I believe, is it's a convenience store.
Or a buck. So is that like okay, convenience store? I didn't know. What are those like gas stations, like a Wawa? Is it something like that?
Yeah, Getco. Yeah, it's on the Wawa, Getco. What's the other one?
It's the one around the Pittsburgh area, right?
Yeah, Sheetz.
Yeah, Sheetz.
Yeah, so yeah, Wawa, Getco, Sheetz, like all you great gas stations where you can get like a sandwich at the same time for like $2.50. They're awesome. They're great. Wawa has a special place in my heart. I've never been to a Buc-ee's, unfortunately. When I'm out here, I'm never driving, so I don't get to call my own shots there. Barbecue wise, I don't know if we're gonna get any barbecue. One of the things that the family out here does, they loved going to Pat Summerall. Lived out here or in the area, and he had a favorite barbecue place. So if we do get barbecue, we go there. I don't know what the name is. I can't remember, but it was awesome. It was extremely good.
Yeah, dude, the best barbecue I've had, like in my few trips to Texas, have been just random ass hole in the wall places, like a gas station. I go into a gas station and they're just slabbing meats like on a plate. And, you got like little pickled onions and it's that kind of stuff on the side. Incredible mac and cheese. It's unbelievable. I've never had bad food in Texas.
Yeah.
Ever.
No, they know what they're doing. I mean, it's always awesome. Like even just the first stop we made off the plane, we'd been delayed like 3 hours. I was miserable. First stop, Whataburger. Yes. All right. Let me get a number one meal and let me get one of those chicken tendy sandwiches on the side too. Like double fisting sandwiches. Dipping my fries in the spicy ketchup, loved it. My heart was full. I got the Whataburger Yeti right now that I'm borrowing from my father-in-law right now. Look at that thing. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. My ice cold, my beverages cold, my hand warm. Whataburger is a revelation. I would put it up there with the Culvers, with an In-N-Out. They are they're pretty solid up there. Very good burgers. Anytime you get a good smash patty, like especially with the nice the edges, you're doing okay.
I could eat that.
Anyway, no, what wasn't okay was this game. 1 touchdown in 32 sim minutes. It belongs to Keenan Allen on about a 10-yard strike from Justin Herbert. Eckler finished with an okay day, not great, about 16 points in the flex, which is below his season average. Then you have my crusty cough player of the game, CJ Uzama, 17.8 in the flex. I believe he was your leading scorer today. And that's a guy who didn't even have 90 receiving yards. So not a great day for anyone, mind you, unless you stacked up defenses and kickers in this 13-6 contest. Let's go ahead and baby.
Okay. Yeah. Give out the awards because I know people want to go and have lunch before the 2 o'clock sim and we replay the sweat. We have that announcement, but go ahead, hand them out real quick. Let's do it.
Hang on. Let's see.
You're panicking.
I am.
There's AJ Green.
It's too much pressure. Yeah, AJ Green. Let's give it to AJ Green.
Thank you.
Yeah, not only the 1 catch for 9 yards, but also the fumble that took his team's scoring opportunity away. AJ Green came into this one. Typically a solid-ish option, 11.2 points per game, only 7K, so he was usable, and he went out there and laid an egg for you. So let's go ahead and babysitter Billy him.
Okay, fantastic. Love it. TP on the 1s and 2s. Punch up the graphic. I have the announcement, everybody. Starting on Monday, we will have a new Madden season. The Sims will match the 2021 NFL season. So, for example, we're going to see Cowboys and Bucks Monday at high noon, and we'll go all the way through because Cowboys-Bucks obviously going to be the Thursday night game to open up the year. There's a free-to-play pool up on the DK Sportsbook pools page. So go fill that out before Monday. We're going to have more information for you, but super, super easy. Really cool announcement. It's something to like spice things up until the new edition of Madden comes out later this summer and we upgrade rosters and all that kind of jazz. But again, starting Monday, new Madden Sim season is going to emulate the actual NFL season. So Cowboys-Bucks will get us started Monday at high noon. It's funny because, and yes, go to the free-to-play pool on the DK Sportsbook pools page. We'll get a lot more deets for you as they become available. I do believe we try to do something similar to this during the NFL season. Like we started really quick, but then all of a sudden people were complaining because like, say that Sunday night game was like Bucks-Ravens. We'd have like Bucks-Ravens like there as a contest, as a Madden game. And idiots out there couldn't tell the difference between the real one and Sims. So we had to stop that when I thought it was a brilliant idea. Anywho, this is back. Good time of year to do it. Hope you guys are stoked. Replay of the sweats coming up next. And then a 2 o'clock sim with Brandon and Adam Kaufman. Get your lineups filled out. This one sucks. No way around it. But we all got to hang out and spend some time together.
And hey, you and I are back tomorrow for the nooner, so we'll be right back at it. And I'll be back at
what is our game?
Flash to talk about, I don't know, the Connecticut Sun and how much Chick-fil-A he owes you at this point. So we'll be sure to touch those important topics.
So Colts at the Jets tomorrow at noon for us. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be any better than this. It has to be. Love you guys. TP Thomas on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew, Kyle on the ops team. Peace. You guys have a great rest of your Thursday.
Everybody, it's Thursday. I'm Jesse Cofield, and you are watching a little program we call The Sweat. 55 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice before we kick off a full slate of 6 Madden Sims here on the Dream Stream. What a day. We're starting on the hardwood here on this lovely Friday Eve. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Guys, we're going to chase or fade some bets available on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's Pacers-Wizards play-in tournament matchup. So, Jules, Pacers looking for another win after beating Charlotte on Tuesday, but are you chasing or fading that the Wizards covered -3 against Indiana?
This is a tough game. Indy couldn't have looked better in their playing game. Washington couldn't have looked worse in the second half of that game versus Boston. I don't want to overreact too much here. The Wizards have been, the hottest team in the NBA over the last 20 to 25 games. I am going to say that the talent wins out here. I lean to Washington. They're going to have a really tough time on the interior with Sabonis, I would imagine. We can talk about that rebounding prop, but I think that Washington is going to find a way to scrap this one together, but you can tell, we've had some spots that I've really liked this week. This is not one of them. No strong take on this game. I will be watching. I will enjoy it. I don't know if it's the best one to take a side on.
What do you think, Kenny?
Yeah, so this is one where I think we're using a little bit of the eye test and a little bit of what the numbers are telling us. At least that's what I'm doing here anyway. Look, that last game for the Wizards on Tuesday, Russell Westbrook didn't look like himself, and Bradley Beal, most importantly, looked like he was really hampered by that hamstring injury. So I'm not convinced that the Wizards can cover the 3. I love the Pacers spread tonight. I'm taking the points here. Look, the Pacers, they shot over 45% from 3 on Tuesday, which a lot of people would say, well, that's unsustainable. Great fade spot on the Pacers. The Pacers were the 5th best three-point shooting team over the last 9 games of the season. So they came in hot to this tournament shooting the ball, and most importantly, they were able to sustain a high level of offense without Karis LeVert. I do think that what Julian said about the boards here, the play up front is absolutely true. The Celtics killed the Wizards on the glass and with post defense, and I think that that's what the Indiana Pacers can do here to the Wizards. The Wizards were a bottom 10 team in rebounding this year. I think they get demolished on the glass by the Pacers and O'Shea Brissett, who's looked great, and they don't even need Goga Batadze and Jakar Sampson. They've been going with the 2-man rotation really up front. Daniel Gafford gave the Wizards good minutes, but he got in foul trouble. I'm just not convinced they have anything up front there that can bother Sabonis and Brissett, and I really like the Pacers here as the upset victors.
All right, guys, Pacers are averaging 115 per game. Wizards are averaging 116. The over is 10-3 in the Pacers' last 13 overall. Kenny, are you chasing that this game goes over 238 points?
I'm not really looking at the total here, but I am. I mean, why not, right? I have to take it. It's down to 237.5 now. And look, you can just keep betting this down. We said it about the Pacers on Tuesday. We thought this Pacers game was going to go under because, things slow down during the postseason. But what did the Pacers do? They scored 144 points. Like, these two teams, when they get together, it's explosive. They're 2 top 4 teams in pace over the season. And you look at the 2 times they played last month, or I guess the last 2 weeks really, the total was much higher than this. It was 245 and then 248.5 is where they closed at. So you're getting 8 points lower. And yes, it's because it's the playoffs. And again, the stakes are higher. You'd think that the tempo isn't pushed as much, but we saw Washington get out on the fast break so much against Boston. I just don't see any reason why I wouldn't take the over here. Pretty blindly, frankly, but I am really a believer in this Pacers offense, too. I think that the Pacers can score the basketball. They can fill it up. I know that the Hornets' defense is bad, but the Wizards don't exactly have the best defense either. And the Pacers, with Malcolm Brogdon playing in spurts, that defense might be a little weak as well. I think this total definitely is right for the picking.
Jules, do you like the over here as well?
We're definitely going to see a lot of points, but it's set there, 237.5. Like, I don't know if I really see much of an edge. I guess I lean to the over with Kenny. Like, it's a lot of points, but we've been seeing a lot of points. Like, look at how the Pacers played in that first one. I wouldn't be surprised. Like we said, things tighten up in the postseason, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 130 to 125 type of game. Like, it could certainly get there. Again, I feel boring talking about this game. Like, it's going to be an enjoyable game to watch. I don't have much of a take on the actual game. I lean to the Wizards to win. I think that they bounce back from that other, the game where they just didn't look like themselves in Boston, even though the Beal side of things might be real. And that worries me about backing the over, too. If Kenny's right and the Wizards are out of sorts and Westbrook and Beal don't play well, then we're probably not getting over. So it's a stay away for me. I could see it going either way.
Yeah, talking about Bradley Beal in that loss to Boston, he shot just 10 of 25 from the floor. He had 3 turnovers. Jules, you mentioned you're worried about him. So would you fade that he goes over 31.5 points?
I do feel a little better about this. I would probably go to the under on Beal, but I've answered questions the last 2 days, and those 2 questions were Jason Tatum, 33.5 points. Where are you going? Well, he only scored 32.5 points. Where are you going? Well, he only scored 33 or more in 20% of his games this season, so you play the under. 50 burger. Steph Curry, where are you going? 36.5 points. It's going to be a tight game against the Lakers. Low scoring. The under hit easily. He had 6 points in the middle of the second quarter. What does he do? He sneaks over at the end of the game. Big players play well in big games, but Beal's banged up. I'm going to do it again. Third day in a row. Like, best player on the floor. Take the under. Eventually, I'm going to be right.
Kenny, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jules. I have to take the under here. Look, I know that there is a fear here. If you're playing a lot of star player props and you're taking the under on points, it hasn't been great. But I did hammer this Bradley Beal under. I said take the under on the 31.5 on Tuesday, and I'll say it again here, and it's simply because he does not look like himself. He's hampered by this hamstring injury. He said it himself before the postseason. He said, this hamstring is not 100%, so I don't want to bet on a guy to score more than 31.5 points with not 100% health. And you look at how he looked on Tuesday. He was holding that hamstring. He wasn't getting it on the floor pretty well, and he didn't shoot the ball well either. So, yeah, this Pacers defense, look, they're not the best, but they've shown some signs of life lately. And Bradley Beal has not shown signs of life lately. He is just not shooting the ball well at all. He's 4 of his last 17 from 3, dating back 2 games. And I don't have any confidence that he's going to soar above this total here tonight. I know that big players, big games, but I mean, if they're going to have to score the basketball here, I think that they're going to go to some different perimeter shooters because Bradley Beal, clearly not himself. So I think this is a pretty easy under once again.
All right, a guy you guys have both mentioned, that they're going to have their hands full with, Domantas Sabonis. Do you think he goes over 48.5 combined points, rebounds, and assists, Jules?
Yeah, I'm going to lean to the yes here. Maybe I want to play rebounds more, but yeah, I'll just take it all. You look at the game logs for some of these guys in the regular season matchups, and this is probably one of the reasons why Kenny likes the game over in general so much. Sabonis, 3 games against the Wizards, he averaged 70 DraftKings points. If we want to talk showdown slate eventually, 32.3 points, 14.3 rebounds, 9.3 assists. He was right there in Russell Westbrook territory. Close to averaging the triple-double. I think that you have to go over here. He didn't even play well against Charlotte and still wound up with a ridiculous triple-double stat line. So, yeah, give me the over here on Sabonis.
Kenny, you got to take the over here?
I do. I mean, yeah, he had that monster triple-double last time these two teams met. The time before that, he was just an assist shy of a triple-double, and that is really what I'm looking to more. I mean, I would like to look at the last month or so of games. I'm not really too interested in the game before that. So most recently, yes, he's been fantastic against this team. I think that even there's a lot of value on taking just him to have a triple-double in this game. But the Wizards are 19th in rebounding rate. They have no one down there that's going to be able to compete with Sabonis and Brissett, specifically Sabonis in this question. Robin Lopez did not look very good except for a couple of great post hooks that threw us back 40 years. And you have Daniel Gafford, who played some decent minutes for the Wizards, but he only played 21 because he was in foul trouble. And let's be real, if we're really relying on Daniel Gafford to keep Domantas Sabonis under this total, what are we doing? Yes, he's going to go over this total, 43.5. I love it.
All right, finally, Slate Approved pick time. What is your favorite bet tonight, Kenny?
I like the Pacers money line. I really do. When you look at both of these teams, they're trending in opposite directions. I think that no one is going to give the Pacers a really fair shot in this game because, as Julian said earlier, the Wizards have the talent. But when you look at how the Wizards have looked, they look like a team that's out of gas right now. And what happened on Tuesday? They were suffocated by a good defense and a really, really good rebounding attack. The Celtics, one of the best rebounding teams in the NBA this season. The Pacers are right up there as well lately. I think that they will run them off the court on the glass. I think that they'll get a clear advantage there. And when you look at the way that the Wizards have played on offense lately, it's just not up to par with the way the Pacers have done it. And again, we saw very quickly in that Hornets game what happens when you have a hot 3-point shooting team. They just get up on you early. They get that big lead and they don't let it go. I think that that's what happened with the Pacers. And also, they're going to have Malcolm Brogdon maybe a little healthier in this game. He is questionable, so I'm not really willing to take this yet. But as long as Malcolm Brogdon's in there, I think the Pacers have a really good shot. I'd give them a much better chance, maybe a pick 'em in this game. So I really like the plus odds here.
Okie dokie. Jules, did I already get yours? No.
You didn't. I don't know. Kenny took a while there.
I'll let you go.
I feel bad. I don't like that many bets tonight. I think my favorite bet in this game is the Sabonis points, rebounds, assists over. I think he's just got a lot that he can do against this Washington defense. But I don't want to leave the people with nothing here. And you guys know I have no problem cheating on these questions and just giving a different answer. And I'm not on the show tomorrow. Warriors Friday night money line against Memphis. They're not losing that game. Nets game 1 money line hosting the Celtics. They're not losing that game. Put them together, plus 116. That is the bet for the weekend. That is the spot you mash. There you go. Go make money.
How many games do you have parlayed with the Nets game 1 money line right now?
This will be the second, and I
Okay.
have no problem with that. Maybe open up a third. Who knows? Maybe Clippers game 1.
Wow, Julian's not on the show tomorrow, so he's just breaking all the rules. All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate it. As always, going to be talking today's 11-game MLB slate in just a few, so please stay tuned. I'm Jesse Cofield. You're watching The Sweat, a program we do every Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And right now, I've got DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan, Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman with me for MLB Cover the Bases. So getting your favorite plays in each of these categories on today's MLB slate. So 11 games starting at 12:35 today. So we're kind of going crazy. Choose any game, any slate. First, getting your DFS hitter. Who are you going to be going with, Steve?
Yeah, so the Nationals and Cubs game is expected to be one of the highest scoring games on the slate on the entire day. DraftKings Sportsbook says the over-under on this one at 10. So I'm just going to be kind of boring and go with Juan Soto going against Trevor Williams. Against lefties, Williams is allowing a 435 WOBA, 5.60 FIP, and a 1.2 home run over 9. Haven't seen a ton of power out of Soto thus far, but it's like, what? He's not going to hit from power again? Like, give me a break. We all know what's coming. 369 WOBA, 132 WRC plus on the year for him so far. So Soto's my guy.
All right, who is your guy going to be, Nick?
Well, I get the feeling that we're going to go 2 for 3 on Soto today, just a hunch before Eric goes. But I'm going to go with Brian Anderson, save you guys a little bit of money. He's at 3K going against Vince Velasquez. Of course, he homered last night. But the big thing is, against Velasquez, he's got 2 home runs, 3 doubles, and 20 career plate appearances. So that's a 1.279 OPS. I know he started off slow, and if you look at his overall numbers, they're not that great, but he's been starting to pick it up over the last 6 games or so. I think he has 2 doubles along with that home run in that stretch. And Velasquez, as much as he's getting guys to swing and miss a little bit more pitches out of the zone, they're not chasing at those pitches out of the zone a ton. So I feel like he'll have an easier time laying off on those pitches, and he's still it's not at a high rate on those pitches out of the zone.
Eric, you going with Juan Soto for 5,500?
I do have a tendency to pick Juan Soto, and I'm actually going to go with another perhaps underperforming NL East lefty, and that's Freddie Freeman at 5,200. His season-long numbers are not what you want from him, but there's a lot of bad luck there, and it's a lot of that came early. He's hitting like he should at this point. On the season, 227 batting average, but a 303 expected batting average says he's hitting the ball just fine. Same story with his 481 slugging versus a 619 expected slugging. If you look at his game log, over his first 31 games, he had a 733 OPS, and over the last 11, he has a very pleasing 1111 OPS. So he's hitting like Freddie Freeman lately. He should keep hitting like Freddie Freeman against Will Crowe, who was a fringe prospect and has looked like one through his 29 major league innings. ERA in the mid-6s with supporting numbers that more or less back that up. Doesn't really strike people out, walks a ton of guys, can't keep the ball on the ground. So it seems like a great chance for Freeman to keep his hot streak going.
All right, let's talk about which DFS pitcher you're going to be going with. Nick, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Sandy Alcantara over on the later slate tonight. And look, the Phillies are 10th in K rate against right-handed pitching, 10th worst K rate against right-handed pitching. And they're middle of the pack in WOBA and OPS, but their ISO is not that great. So there's some reason to believe he's gonna be able to keep them in the ballpark. And his Alcantara's swing and strike rate has been good this season, and he is getting guys to chase pitches out of the zone, and they're making contact less. So he should be able to rack up some K. So I also like his K prop. It's at 5.5 on DK Sportsbook. So I like the over there. It's a little bit pricey, but still I feel very confident that he's going to hit the over on that tonight too. So for DFS purposes, also I'm very confident in Alcantara at 9.3K.
Eric, which DFS pitcher are you confident in?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with another guy from that same late slate, another guy from the same game. Actually, I think the best value here is Vince Velasquez at 7,500. If you're looking for a guy who's going to have our nightly no-hitter, it's not going to be Velasquez because he's not going to pitch more than 6 innings. He just doesn't have the control to last that long. He is a shaky pitcher throughout his career, which is why he's pretty inexpensive. But when he's on his good runs, he's pretty good. He's always been able to strike guys out. This year, his strikeout rate is 28.9%, is quite strong. Of course, it comes with a walk rate of nearly 15%. But for fantasy purposes, I'd rather have a high strikeout, high walk guy because, you get points for strikeouts. And he's had 3 straight starts with 6 or more strikeouts and just 1 earned run. And he's facing a Marlins team that's just 24th in WRC+. So I like him probably more in tournaments where you need, one of the best possible outcomes to do well. But his good outcomes are quite good. It's just many of his outcomes are pretty shaky. But if you're playing in a tournament, I think that's the kind of guy you have to go for.
Steve, who are you going for?
Yeah, I'm going with Domingo Germán going against the Rangers, not because they just got no hit last night. Everybody gets no hit, so it's really not a big deal anymore. But I mean, after a really tough start to the season, Germán's really kind of turned it around lately. He has only allowed no more than 2 runs in 4 of his last 5 starts, and somehow he's been a magician and has struck out exactly 6 batters in 5 straight starts. The DraftKings Sportsbook wants to play with your emotions and set the over/under on his K prop tonight at 6.5. So good luck figuring out that one. Can he actually go over or not? That you got to figure that out on your own. I'm not going to deal with that. But from a daily fantasy perspective, Domingo Germán going against a Rangers team that has been struggling hitting and strike out a lot, that's a good spot tonight. So I like Germán going against the Rangers.
All right, guys, let's talk money line or run line bet that you're looking at. Eric, which are you targeting?
Yeah, I like the Rays over the Orioles here. It's at -162 last I checked, or you can make it basically even if you spot the Orioles a run and a half. And that's because I think Rich Hill is actually good again. I think everybody was down on him early in the year. No surprise at all to see a guy in his 40s really struggling. He had an 8.82 ERA over his first 4 starts. But over his last 4 starts, it's a 0.83 ERA and 3 straight scoreless outings. So he's seemingly still got it when he's on. His strikeout rate is way up from 19.9% last year all the way up to 26.6%, with basically close to league average ground ball and walk rate. So he's still a perfectly fine pitcher, which is all you need to be against the Orioles, especially when it's Dean Kramer on the mound. Sort of a back-end starter type prospect, and he's looked like that. 5.81 ERA this year. Some of the ERA estimators have him a little better, but still a guy who doesn't strike out many guys and has a well below average ground ball rate. So I think pretty big gap between these pitchers, and the Rays have a significantly better offense. So I think this should be a pretty easy win.
Steve, money line or run line bet that you like?
How about there's 2 that I like, and it's all in the same game, so you can pick your poison here. The Red Sox are +115 on the money line. They're -155 on the run line. They have exceeded all expectations in both of categories. The Red Sox are 10-4 on the money line as underdogs this season. On the run line, when they're underdogs, even better at 12-2. And not only that, they cover by an average of 3.4 runs. So when they're underdogs, they're not only winning the games, they're winning the games handedly. Going up against Steven Matz tonight, I don't know what everybody's worried about. Steven Matz is doing this fake thing where he's kind of a good pitcher again. He's not. The Red Sox are a very good hitting team against lefties. They should not be underdogs in this one. I get it. Nick Pivetta is taking the mound, and the Toronto offense has been red hot. But let me tell you something. If the Red Sox are underdogs, at least is what they've shown this season, that's been the play to make 10-4 on the money line, 12-2 on the run line. Pick your poison. Do you want to pay the juice or not? And that's the play tonight.
Okay, Nick, where are you going?
I'm going to go Twins run line in game 2 today against the Angels from -1.5. We got Berrios on the mound. And look, anytime that he's taking the bump, I got to get in on this action. I love that guy. And he's going up against Griff Canning now with the Angels. Throughout the start of the season, they were doing well against right-handed pitching, and then we started to see the K rates crept up. Now they're in the middle of the pack in the league, and they were at the bottom of the barrel before. They were not striking out at all. So then we're also seeing their WOBA and their OPS kind of dip down a little bit against right-handed pitching. So I think Berrios is in for a big game, and then we have Griff Canning, who, he's been. Look, his FIP and his ERA are right in the same ballpark, so we're not. I think what we're seeing is what we're going to get. And then with that Angels bullpen too, I don't trust them at all. So I feel confident the Twins, who are still doing well in OPS and WOBA against right-handed pitching, despite not having Byron Buxton right now, I feel confident that they're going to cover this game -1.5.
All right, guys, let's talk about a game total that you're liking. Steve, where?
Give me over 9 runs with the Pirates and the Braves. Atlanta is one of the top teams in the league at hitting the over so far this season, 23-19-1, which means they're hitting the over on 54% of the games that they've played so far this season. The Pirates are no offensive juggernaut, I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you who is a juggernaut of giving up offense. It is Drew Smyly, who is taking the mound for the Braves. So, look, I'm not saying that the Pirates are going to go out there and get 6 runs off of him or whatever, but they should be able to do enough to hit the game total on this one. Atlanta does their part all the time, which I've already mentioned, hitting the total on 54% of their games. So with that, with Will Crow going and Drew Smyly, there should be some offense. In this one, give me the over 9 runs.
Nick, a game total you're targeting.
So I'm going to cheat a little bit here and just go with the Astros over 4.5 runs against the A's. And I'm surprised I saw this one at plus money. The Astros are in the top 6 in OPS and WOBA against left-handed pitching, and they're going up against Cole Irvin today. And for those who don't know, they scored 4 runs against him alone in his first 2 matchups against them this season. So I feel this is an easy over 4.5 runs. He's already come close to it twice on his own, never mind the A's bullpen, which has a 4 ERA this season. So this should be an easy 5 runs for the Astros, if not more.
Eric, game total. Which one do you like?
I like the under in the Yankees-Rangers game that's set at 8.5. The 2 teams are averaging 8.1 runs, so all it takes is an average game to hit this one. And I think that's what we're going to get. I think these 2 pitchers, Domingo Germán and Dane Dunning, are fine to pretty good, and they're pitching in a pitcher-friendly park in Texas. That new park is way more pitcher-friendly than the old one. The Yankees are also without Giancarlo Stanton. Their offense has actually been pretty middle of the pack, even with him. So I think that helps hit this under. Germán's got an ERA 3.68. ERA estimator is maybe a little bit higher, but on the whole is a league average strikeouts and ground balls with good control. And Dane Dunning, also ERA a little bit higher, 4.34, but the estimators actually love him. FIP in particular has him down at 2.63. He's striking out better than league average, walking guys at a better than league average clip, and his ground ball rate of 55.6% is well above league average. So he's better than league average all around. So two pretty good pitchers against 2 mediocre offenses. I think they'll not score more than 8 here.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, you 3. Talking hockey next. Stay tuned to The Sweat. We'll be right back. I've got a dynamic duo joining me right now, RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. They're here to preview tonight's NHL playoff slate. 4 games to choose from. Lock in at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time with the Panthers and Lightning. Guys, Austin Matthews scored 41 goals in 52 games in the regular season, won the Rocket Richard. Now he takes his talents into the playoffs against Montreal tonight as the most expensive player on this slate. He's going to cost you $9,200 to roster. Paul, are you paying up for Matthews, or is there someone else you'd rather spend your money on?
Well, while Matthews has scored at least a point in each of his 10 games against Montreal this year, that's 14 points over 10 games. That price point's pretty high when I see a ton of attractive, cheaper value plays on the board in tonight's sked. I think I'd rather retain some roster flexibility by looking a little lower on the price scale, where I see a couple of other first-line centers that will cost a little more than the total sum. Consider that the Islanders are taking a home ice with Matthew Barzal being blanked in the first 2 games of that series. He had 6 points over his 6 previous outings and will break out at home tonight, I think. You grab him for $5,800. You can pair him with Braden Point of Tampa, who had a big hand in breaking the Panther spirit by winning 2 games on the road in that series. You get him for only $6,600.
AJ, what do you think? You got to pay up $9,200, or are you looking somewhere else?
Well, I can't believe we didn't have 20 minutes of Paul going off on why Austin Matthews is the greatest player of all time. But having said that, I agree with him. I think the price tag is just a little bit too high for me. If you want to stick with the Leafs, you can look at John Tavares at 6,400. He's got 5 multi-point efforts in his last 15 games, combining for 7 goals and 10 assists over that stretch. You can also look to the Lightning and get Nikita Kucherov center Braden Point at 6,600. He's sitting with 2 goals on 5 shots, 1 assist in the first 2 playoff games. So those are some guys that I'm targeting instead of paying up for Austin Matthews tonight.
Okay, well, we have some high-priced plays. Now give us a value option on tonight's slate. AJ, who's saving you even more salary?
Well, stick with the Leafs first and mention Zach Hyman returning from injury tonight in a first-line role with Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews here. So taking him at 5,500 is a tremendous value there. I also like Andre Palat at 4,700 on the heels of his 2-point effort in Game 2. He also dished out 5 hits, blocked 3 shots there. Yeah, it's the number 2 power play unit for him, so not a ton of minutes with the man advantage. We're talking about a top 6 contributor for a Lightning team that I would expect will continue to rack up points throughout the postseason here.
All right, Paul, where are you finding some value?
Well, I agree with both calls that AJ made. Let me expand on them. AJ knows that I like to fill up my roster with more unheralded players who are playing on lines with the big name guys. I call it my sidekick theory. So the 2 guys that he mentioned certainly fit that role. Zach Hyman playing with Marner and Matthews. You get him for $5,500. You go lower and grab Palat, who might be the best value play on the board for only $4,700. I swear we didn't collaborate on this before we came on the show today. But I'll also throw in a guy that I think even AJ might have overlooked from his favorite team. The Penguins fans know all about Sidney Crosby, and I expect him to show up tonight in this key game. But that's why I look at his winger, Brian Rust, who scored 23 goals and 43 points on the year and will cost me only $5,900 tonight. Shame on you, AJ, for not pointing him out.
Shame on you, AJ. Okay, guys, let's move over to the sportsbook. So on the sportsbook, all of these games opened at 5.5 total goals. Can you give us an over or an under that you like tonight, Paul?
I like the under in the Vegas-Minnesota game. In large part, this call is linked to the great run that Marc-Andre Fleury is on. I wonder if even the president of his fan club, my colleague AJ, realized that Fleury has allowed 2 goals or less in 11 straight games now, starting for the Knights. They are a team that will lean on the Wild and draw them into a close checking affair this evening on Minnesota ice. That'll keep a lid on the offensive flow, trying to negate the Wild's recently sudden, potent offense and sucking the life out of this game, I think.
AJ, love that you're the president of a fan club. Why don't you go ahead and give us an over or under you like tonight?
I do like the under in that game, but I want to try and find some value on the totals here. So I'm looking at Penguins Islanders to hit the over at plus 112 here. Game 1 saw these teams rack up 7 goals in an overtime contest. Look, in team history, the Penguins are allowing 3.79 goals per game in the Nassau Coliseum over the course of 121 appearances. I will mention for his part, Jari has gotten the better of the Islanders in his career with a 9-2 record in 11 regular season and these 2 playoff contests. But that is just a house of horrors for the Penguins, and it could be a good opportunity to take the over in this one.
All right, guys, some fairly tight games on the money line tonight as well. AJ, can you give us your favorite pick just to win tonight?
Yeah, I'll stick with getting some value here. On the season, the Panthers went 25-3 at home. They're going to be getting Sam Bennett back from that one-game suspension. So I'm looking, again, value here, plus 122 on the money line. Look, if you don't love any of these money line bets, though, and you want to take a look at the puck line to get some value, then I'd look to Toronto at -1.5 for plus 128. Yes, the Habs have Carey Price back, but he hasn't played at the NHL level in a while. He got into an AHL game on a conditioning stint. It didn't really go great, all things considered. So I look for the Leafs to maybe roll in this one and in the series in general.
Paul, where are you going?
Bless you for that call, AJ. I really like Tampa at home tonight. I think I said they've already broken the Panthers' spirit, causing them to use 2 goalies in this series to no avail in 2 losses already. What's next, the Zamboni driver? I had to say that before you did, AJ. He's trying to rattle me on and offline, just so you know, for my allegiance for the Maple Leafs. This is now a series most likely to end up in 4 games for me. Teams that go a long way in the postseason usually have at least one short playoff series along the way. A Tampa win tonight all but puts the final nails in the Panthers' coffin, I believe.
All right, guys, slate approved pick time. Paul, what is your favorite bet or DFS play tonight?
Well, I look way down the board and find a top 6 forward for $3,000 on a team that is playing big minutes. He's got 8 points in 10 games played. The fact that it's Josh Bailey of the Islanders has absolutely nothing to do with a barb aimed at AJ and his Pens fandom. If I find another guy in that price range, I will, in fact, put Austin Matthews in my DK lineup tonight.
AJ, where are you going for your slate approved pick?
Well, I'm going to look for player props as I usually do here. I mentioned Tavares as my preferred DFS center tonight, so I'm looking his way for those player props. You can get him at plus 185 to score a goal tonight, plus 275 for 2 points overall in the game. Look, comparatively to Austin Matthews, you're giving up some pretty decent juice at minus 136 as the anytime goal scorer. And while that likely could happen, you're talking about the Rocket Trophy winner. I think getting the value out of Tavares for that anytime goal scoring spot is where I'm looking.
All right, thanks you two. Always entertaining. Love you guys. All right, after this break, we're going to go back to the hardwood to get showdown picks for Wizards Pacers. The Sweat. We'll be right back. Our NBA panel is here for one final go-around. That'd be DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Let's talk about your favorite picks for tonight's showdown contest between the Wizards and Pacers. So let's talk about your captain spot. Jules, if you go with Westbrook, it's going to do a real number on your budget. $20,100 if you want him. Because he's so expensive, are you looking at like Sabonis or Beal, just looking somewhere else?
We can figure the rest out later. I think that the only two options here are captaining Westbrook or Sabonis. We talked to the betting segment first. I kind of lean to the Wizards. Kenny has a more strong take on the Pacers. Maybe if you're a Pacers person in this game, you want to captain Sabonis. I think that's fine. I think he arguably has the better matchup. I'll lean to Westbrook just like I leaned to the Wizards. We talked about Sabonis's game log in this matchup on the earlier segment. We didn't mention Westbrook's 3 matchups, 88 DraftKings points per game against the Pacers, 27.3 points, 20 assists, 18 rebounds. Those are his 3-game averages. So it's very tough not to justify going with Russ, but Sabonis was right there with 70 DraftKings points per game too. This is up to you, whatever fits better in your lineup, but I will find a way to roster both of these guys, and one will be my captain.
All right, Kenny, Westbrook, 20,100 in the captain spot. Sabonis, 16,800. Do you like those savings?
I do like the savings on Sabonis here. I am either going to go with Sabonis at 16.K in my captain spot or O'Shea Brissett at 11.1K, which is like cheaper than Sabonis and Westbrook if you just have them in the flex. But I do like Sabonis quite a bit here in this game. You look at the last time these two teams hooked up, he played 43 minutes. He had 30 points, 13 rebounds, and 13 assists. And the game before that, he played another 43 minutes, 32, 19, and 9. He has been a monster the last 2 times that these teams have played. That's no coincidence because the front court here for Washington really not very strong. They are 19th in rebounding rate for the season. They have been shredded on the glass and down low by some talented bigs and Sabonis. Yet another one here. I think he steps up in a big game just like he did against Charlotte and just posts a monster stat line. I think that the Pacers here should be scoring a lot of points and arguably right now have the hotter offense of the two. So, yeah, I think that in a game where you're going to see a lot of points, you want to pay up here and get the guy who might, lead the way in points and rebounds. He didn't lead the way in points against Charlotte, and he might not here, but I think he'll lead the way in fantasy points at least for both sides. I think that he could be the top performer. So I do like getting him in my captain spot at a price that's not too difficult to pay.
Yeah, Kenny, you'll still need some value, so where are you looking for that?
Yeah, so I kind of touched on it, and I like Daniel Gafford at $4,400. I know that the Wizards here don't have a good matchup with the Pacers in terms of the glass, but Daniel Gafford by far was the most effective center that the Wizards played against the Celtics. So I think that Daniel Gafford's going to get more than 21 minutes. He did have 4 fouls in that game, and I think that that's what drove down his minutes. He had 4 fouls the game before that, and he only played 16. It's not like he's been playing monster minutes here, but I think in the postseason when so much is on the line, the Wizards are going to run Daniel Gafford out for much more than just 21 minutes. I think he could play more minutes than we've seen. I think he could play 30 minutes in this game just simply because they're going to need something to combat Sabonis on the glass. They're going to need someone to defend him, and I think that Gafford is that guy. He was by far the best center. And, he basically is good for around 20 DK fantasy points a game, despite the fact that he only plays 20 or so minutes. So if he sees an uptick in playing time, which I think he will, I think he could easily return you 6 or 7 times what you paid for, which is really valuable in a showdown slate. So I think that he's a very, very good value here.
4,400 for him. All right, Julian, you're going to need some value if you're putting Westbrook and Sabonis in your lineup and captaining one. So where are you going?
Yeah, I'm with Kenny. Washington has to get some size on the floor. Gafford is a good call. He's solid value. I think you can play him. I think if you need even more value, let's say you're me, you're captaining Westbrook, you're playing Sabonis. I think you can look at Alex Len for $2,400. The minutes aren't always there. It's inconsistent, but like we said, we're going to have to combat some size with size here. And Len, the last time these two teams played 20 minutes and scored 27 DraftKings points on May 8th. So if the matchup is going to be anything similar to that one, that was obviously the 133 to 132 barn burner. If we get anything close to that with that high total tonight, I think that Alex Len has a chance to get those 20 to 24 minutes in this game and get you over 20 DraftKings points for half the salary of Daniel Gafford. I definitely like the outlook for Gafford more, but at half the price, Alex Len makes a lot of sense.
All right, thanks, guys. Kenny, you're sticking around for the final block. We're getting Kenny's favorite bets for the Jets 2021 season. Kenny and the Jets is next.
The Jets stink.
I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich, and Gary and Thorne. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Kenny and the Jets. Here's how it works. Kenny gives out his favorite DK Sportsbook bets for the Jets 2021 season, and the rest of the panel agrees or disagrees. So, first take, week 1, Jets at Panthers. 4.5-point road dogs. Will they cover?
I mean, of course they will. I would make the Jets the favorite in this game because, look, I think that this line, and rightly so to the odds makers out there, is set based on what happened last year. What happened last year was the Jets had a non-competitive roster. They were the second worst team in the league. And the Panthers had, some good games, but, weren't really that good of a team. So I would make them marginally better than the Jets if this were 2020. But the fact of the matter is that the Panthers, they did add a couple, decent defenders. I do like AJ Boye. I think that was a good signing. Hassan Reddick as well. But this offense still stinks. It really does. I do still think Sam Darnold is a good quarterback. Everyone knows that about me. And I do think that this is a good fit for him. And I think that this is a rebuilding team that eventually will be pretty good. But I still don't think that they're there yet. I still don't think that they are far enough along to be 4.5-point favorites over the Jets, who are just as far along in their rebuild and frankly have some better pieces than the Carolina Panthers do so far in terms of who they're rebuilding around. Also, one thing that you can say for certain is the Jets last year had a very good rushing defense. Quinnen Williams leading the charge, CJ Mosley coming back, who we'll talk about in this segment plenty. And the Jets should be able to shut down the rushing attack, forcing Sam Darnold to make the throws and beat this team. And I just don't think it's going to happen against a Jets defense that has just gotten stronger and stronger over the last couple of years and is going to continue to get stronger. And now you've got a decent offense, a decent coaching staff. I think that the Jets could pull an upset here in week 1. I think that that's absolutely not a hot take at all. The coldest of the takes I'm going to have.
Okay, Jeff, Kenny would make the Jets the favorites in this game, but he doesn't set the lines. So do you think the Jets can cover?
No, I'm actually really glad we brought this game up on the slate. I wasn't really looking into it. I actually really like the Panthers here now that we've kind of dived into it. I don't know where Kenny is getting these facts. They're not really facts. They're just kind of things he's saying. Here's where the two Jets starting cornerbacks ranked in terms of PFF grades last year. 67th and 96th, a guy named Blesson Austin with the last name for a first name.
That's
and a first
Bless
name for a
Austin
last
to
name.
you.
Hey, just no one cares, Kenny. I'm talking now. Look, they're going up against Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore, and then you've got the Jets defense, which gave up the second most receptions to running backs last year. I don't care. Their run defense is okay. It's good. It doesn't matter because Christian McCaffrey is going to catch 15 passes in this game, and Sam Darnold's just going to dump it off to him. The Carolina offense, not that good. I mean, I think they still have the best offensive player in this game. So all things considered, the Panthers went deep in defense. They shouldered up their back end here with AJ Boye. They drafted a cornerback in the first round. I actually really like this matchup for them, if I'm being dead honest here. You also got Zach Wilson in his first NFL game. Give me the Panthers to cover this and perhaps win by 2 touchdowns.
Oh, wow. Garion, you going with the Panthers?
I mean, I was ready to at least admit that maybe this game should be just like a true 3 points for the home team. Maybe 4.5 is a little much for a Panthers squad we haven't exactly seen be amazing in the recent past. But at the same time, like Jeff was talking about, this is a team that directly this offseason went out and shored up its biggest hole, which was secondary play, whether that be through free agency or with J.C. Horn in the first round of the NFL draft. And for Kenny to say that the Jets are farther along in their rebuild than the Panthers, dude, your rebuild just started. You haven't had a game
2.5
yet
years ago.
It's a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback.
But they started the rebuild 2.5 years ago. That they've been rebuilding for years.
Okay, sure. Okay, I guess by semantics,
also,
the
this
Jets
isn't,
are
by
always
the way,
in a
now
rebuild.
I'm talking.
So
they're
since
1967 against the rush
1967
last year.
No. Since Kenny's right. Since 1967, the Jets have been in a rebuild.
That's very true.
So technically, they've been in the rebuild longer than the Panthers. I think one of the biggest storylines of the offseason in terms of something that didn't happen was Joe Brady is still with the Panthers. That's a huge deal. I mean, we all just assumed last season that Joe Brady would find himself a head coaching gig. It didn't happen. Sam Darnold's his quarterback now. I don't feel as strongly about him as Kenny does, but I just think Carolina's the better team, and I'm willing. I don't know if I'm willing to lay 4.5 points. Maybe the Jets can pull out and cover here, but I think the Panthers win this game.
So we agree, Garion. They cover.
Okay, Jets win total over under 6.5. What do we think here, Kenny?
Yeah, this is another easy one for me to say that the Jets are going to cover this win total. And for the simple fact that their schedule is bad. I don't think the Jets are a 9 or 10 win team, but I do think
they're a 10-win team. You said on the Madden stream.
No. That's if you wanted to set the Jets against the league average team like the Raiders or something. I believe they're below average. But if you wanted to set the Jets against the league average team, I don't think they would win 9 or 10 games. But I do think
you
they
went through
win
their
that
schedule game by game and gave them 10 wins. And
That's
7
right.
losses.
No, you're not letting me actually talk. I'm getting there. If you put the Jets against the league average team and they had to play 17 games, they would not win 9 or 10 times. But they play some terrible teams this year and absolutely should be able to shatter their win total. You look at teams, Carolina, Denver, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Miami, Houston is an auto win for everybody. Jacksonville, these are 7 games to me that the Jets should at least win 4. And I don't think that's even unrealistic. And then you saw even teams like the Raiders and the Chiefs and the Chargers and you know how divisional rivalries work. The Jets should, to me, split with the Patriots at the very least. I think they'll split with the Bills. The Bills beat the Jets by 8 points last year and 10 points last year. You laugh, but this is the truth. This is a team that people thought had the MVP and a Super Bowl pedigree, and they beat the Jets by 8 points and 10 points. Those were very close games. And the Jets had the second worst roster in football last year, maybe the worst roster and the worst head coach. So they got better from last year to this year. So mathematically, you'd say that those games should be a little bit closer, right? And the Jets, they can't pull an upset there after only losing by 8 points with Luke Falk or something at quarterback. Come on, man. They could definitely take one of the 2 games against the Bills or against the Dolphins in that defense. Look, I just think that this is a little low for the Jets, and then they could, at the very least, win 8 games. Look at the teams they're playing, folks. They are not playing that many good teams. Cincinnati and Jacksonville, get real.
All right, Gary and you were just laughing your head off. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to come off as big a homer as Kenny is, although that might be impossible. But the Dolphins and that defense, you mean
the good defense,
better defensive units in 2020?
I didn't mean it like they were a bad defense. I'm saying they can get through that defense. I know I'm giving them credit with that defense. That was not a dismissive that defense.
Let's see how that works. Okay, let's see if we can name teams that are definitively worse in the AFC than the Jets.
I just did.
Houston is definitively worse. You could make a case the Raiders are worse.
Jacksonville.
That is the end of the list.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's a better quarterback than you. So
yeah, and a worse team and a worse coach.
I don't know. I mean, they've been in a rebuild for a long time, so apparently
they're using Travis Etienne as their 3rd down back. You trust, and they signed Tim Tebow.
Which means they have so many good running backs that they can afford to use him as a 3rd down back.
How is that a bad thing?
Look, the Jets are the worst team in the AFC East by a wide margin. There's not I don't think they're so far away from the Dolphins and the Patriots that finishing 7-10 is an impossibility, but I think it's way more likely they finish with 5 or 6 wins. Again, I actually like what the Jets are doing. I think they had a really good draft. I think they picked a very good head coach. I trust Joe Douglas, but this is not the year they turn into a good team. This is the first year of this rebuild.
Jeff, what do you think?
As usual, Gary and bringing all the common sense here. Maybe 2023 we can get on the Jets bandwagon. Not here. Look at their schedule. They're going to be lucky to be favored in 2 of these games.
Look at their
against
schedule.
The Texans and home against the Eagles. Those are probably the 2. Maybe home against the Jaguars. So 3. There's 3 games that they even have a chance to be favored at here. And you want to give them 7.
How is Atlanta beating anybody this year?
They're not going to be favored on the road at Atlanta, Kenny. Let me talk.
On the road, they're in London.
Look,
both on the road.
There's no chance here. They're also, like Gary alluded to, they're in a bad division. There's 3 quality teams in that division that they have to play 6 times.
And they almost beat the Bills twice last year with that bad roster.
Of Blaine Gabbert. Buffalo almost went to the Super Bowl last year. They're a good team. The under here is a very solid play if you get 6.5.
Okay, Zach Wilson, total passing yards. Kenny, over or under 3,850.5?
Yeah, this is an easy under for me. I really don't think that I've been very unreasonable, but I think Zach Wilson, First of all, I mean, the way that Jets quarterbacks have gone and the way that, he plays and he's just not very built right now. He could get hurt during the season. But look, I mean, you look at Justin Herbert last year. He had probably the best season, everyone said, for a rookie quarterback ever, which I got so tired of hearing. But he only had 4,300 yards. Like, so you're saying that Zach Wilson's not going to be that far off from Justin Herbert? I think that he's going to be a little further off here.
Herbert played 15 games.
Yeah.
And he went over this prop by 500 yards.
There's an extra game next year, buddy.
17 games.
Zach Wilson's not going over this prop. I'm just trying to say that he's not.
Then
even
how
gonna
are
hit
they
4,000
winning 8
yards.
games?
They're gonna have. I'm saying Zach Wilson's going. Do you think Zach Wilson's gonna go over this total?
Yes, I thought this was the
You
one
do?
thing we could agree on.
No way. The Jets here are going to be led by their defense. That's the biggest thing for me. I don't think their offense is going to be very explosive. I think that there's a lot of upside here, and I think Wilson's going to look good, but I don't think he's going to go over this total. I think that the Jets defense is going to put the offense in positions to win, and I don't think that he's going to be leaned on for 350 yards a game.
Okay, Gary, and you seemed very shocked.
Okay, this is the one bit of prep I did for this illustrious segment,
Okay.
which is I divided 3,850 by 17, and it comes to 226 yards. If he starts all 17 games, if he stays healthy, and look, that might not happen.
I don't think it's
I
going
grant
to.
you that. He needs 226 yards a game. And I would say that without question, the two best units on this New York Jets offense are the offensive line and the receiving core. Like, he has weapons to get there. And I also think they're going to be losing a lot of games and having to pass a lot in the second half. So just through sheer volume.
I don't.
Well, I know that, Kenny. But guess what? Jeff is going to agree with me because we're logical.
Jeff, do you agree?
I just want to get this straight. Kenny thinks that Zach Wilson isn't going to make it through the year and get injured, yet the Jets are going to win 8 games. So who is playing quarterback for 6 of the 8 of the game? Anyways, let's just talk about
Morgan,
this.
baby.
Mike LaFleur, passing coordinator in San Francisco, he pushed Nick Mullins to over 4,000 yards last year in 16 games. If Zach Wilson is even remotely healthy, he's got at least a puncher's chance to hit the over here. I wouldn't take the under with the extra game. There's enough weak teams on the schedule too. Atlanta, we've already alluded to. So yeah, I think you take the over here. I like the fact that, like Garion said, they've added some real depth at wide receiver. Jameson Crowder there. I mean, you're really just – I think this one just comes down to whether Zach Wilson stays on the field, which he's probably going to, because what else are the Jets going to do?
All right, we could do this all day, but we don't have time. Thanks, guys. That's going to be a show. Appreciate it as always. 6 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. Bengals at Chargers, Emerson and Christian. The Sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. See you then.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome in. It's Thursday, folks, and you have come to the right place. The Dream Stream. You can find us YouTube, Twitch, and a host of other places. And speaking of hosts, he is Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. This is the Mad Matinee. The Hope You Came Prepared for the Quiz TL free roll, except, Tara Linnaeus actually, she didn't come prepared for the sim at all. We don't have her, unfortunately. So we're going to look forward to the next time that she joins us. We were all prepared to just grill her. She produced yesterday. We were going to hit her with a whole sorts of questions, and life gets in the way sometimes, BK.
It does indeed. Just glancing down at my golf lineup, I have not watched much coverage this morning. Not intentionally. I just went to bed so late after the hockey game last night, and I had to be up early for updates and trying to catch up on some sleep, that I've barely watched any coverage of the PGA Championship. But
here's the good news.
I'm excited about this one.
It's just day one. You got a ways to go.
Oh, no doubt. And it's funny, the panic that ensues. I remember with the Masters and how exciting it was being in all these different contests and looking at the DraftKings leaderboard. And the guy that was winning $1 million on Friday was, not that he wasn't anywhere near it, because I think he had Hideki Matsuyama, but he did not finish anywhere near the $1 million by Sunday.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's why they call it moving day on Saturday. But it's just, there's so much coverage. I wish I was watching it more. So I'll glance at it down here, while I'm keeping focused on the Cowboys and Steelers sim.
We didn't wind up doing a head-to-head for PGA as things turned out. What? How many total points do you have right now?
97. We can do it off to the side. I can just Venmo you, or rather, you can Venmo me.
That's true. We can do that.
Want to share our?
What do you have right now? Did you say 97?
What do you have?
I have 50 right now, but two of my guys
then let's bet 100
off yet.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll come up with the terms. It'll be reasonable. I'm up to 106.
There you go.
Okay, so you want my lineup or your lineup, or should we do our football lineups first?
Let's do our football lineups first, and then we can get back to that. What do you have for this one, the Steelers and your beloved, your hometown Dallas Cowboys in virtual Pittsburgh?
I captain Koopa, as I am wont to do with Cowboys sims from time to time, and Koopa got Zeke and Dak. Was going to do Big Ben, but realized I could get a little more bang for my buck by taking a couple pass catchers and not like having to roll the dice on Vance McDonald. So I'm currently in 5th out of 140. So I got James Washington and Deontay Johnson to go with the Cowboys D, and I know the Cowboys D isn't likely going to score a lot of points, but I get a pick here, maybe a couple sacks, and I'm getting more than I probably would get from Vance McDonald. Right.
One of my favorite things about calling sims with you is the early drop-in of your place in the standings when you read your lineup.
Well, I try to entertain and remind everyone, that I'm coming for them.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm right here. I'm 7th.
I'm 10th.
Game's like a play underway.
Yeah.
3rd and 4. There's a completion, and out to the 41. 10-yard pickup, Dak on his first completion. Dak Prescott, nice to see him healthy. And, of course, to Michael Gallup.
Do you mean in real life or on the game?
Yeah, but both, really.
Yeah.
Michael Gallup is just, we were talking about him with Zach Thompson yesterday. Just a must roster, it feels like, here in Simland. What do you, let's see. I didn't go.
Tell me your lineup, yeah.
Yeah, I have Eric Ebron in the captain spot. And a lot of people were thinking the same thing. 70% owned overall, 17% at captain. I have Ezekiel Elliott, who has been involved early. There's a completion out to the 40-yard line, from the 41 to the other 40, 1st and 10 on the way, and this time it was Dalton Schultz, not Blake Jarwin, Dalton Schultz, who missed basically all of last year injured. So Ebron, Zeke, Amari Cooper, Blake Jarwin, who I would have preferred that was, Deontay Johnson, and CeeDee Lamb.
I did almost have Dalton Schultz. You're looking for these value plays. Dalton Schultz at 2,200. Hard to pass up if he hits 2 catches.
Yeah, that's true. Kicking Club on YouTube. Darn it! I forgot to check if Koff was on the call so I could roster Connor. It's true. There seems to be, and Kicking Club has pointed this out, and I should, quite frankly, pay attention to it. There seems to be a correlation between me calling Steelers sims and James Conner having success. On Twitch, Germ says, I'm here for Captain Gallup. Sexy time. Second and 7 from the 36, 2+ minutes gone by. He's Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. That's Ezekiel Elliott for a first down run out to the 24. Producer Drew, along with T. Pike, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, and of course Kyle in ops, who Well, Kyle, he's got a lot on his mind. His Capitals fell down 2-1 to the Bruins after another overtime defeat. His Wizards play-in game against the Pacers tonight, a must-win to move on to.
I kind of like the Wizards in that one.
Playoffs. I do too. I like the Wiz tonight,
especially if Russell Westbrook just plays the way he
normally plays.
Playing, yeah, it's better than he played against the Celtics, I guess. I'm watching Bryson DeChambeau putt here. I don't know how far behind I am because I'm obviously using the app on my iPad, but I'm just glancing at the leaderboard for the first time in a while. And I clicked on like just some article about, top picks and sleepers for the golf.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason, like Tringale, I think that's how you say his name, is such good value. So one of like the 8 tickets I have for winners, he's one of the players I got, and he's in 5th now, a long time between now and Sunday. But the odds on that guy winning are huge. I have one on Hopeland too, I think. And Bradley.
37 for Zeke, first and goal from the 9 now, 4.5 to go in the first.
We're in here early. So what's your golf lineup look like? Because I do not have Keegan Bradley in my golf lineup.
So I'll tell you after this play here for the Cowboys. See if we
throw it to Koopa. Throw it to Koopa.
Koopa. Amari Koopa.
There he is. He just
almost rostered, gets rid of it, and way too far down to the tunnel. So I have, it must be, says, oh my God, John Daly's killing me. 5 points.
You should never roster John Daly. Did you see him on the practice screen yesterday? It's almost like who? Like
John Daly. Is
that someone's coach or cat? I mean, his belly's just hanging over his shorts. He's got the crazy beard. I love him, but I would definitely not put him in any of my lineups.
So I went with, as we have a handoff for Zeke, and he picks up 3. He stopped at the 6. I have Webb Simpson, Daniel Berger, who haven't teed off yet.
They're not doing great so far, but they also aren't doing poorly.
Yeah, no, they're doing just fine. Tony Finau, who is even through 3. Tyrell Hatton, who is his round is complete. He was 1 under. And Abraham Answer, who is even through 3. And
a lot of people like Answer to win. A lot of people like Answer to win.
Who was 1 under through 3 as well.
So that's the only
touchdown, Dallas. Who it is?
Zeke.
Cooper.
Cooper. No, that's my captain.
Yeah, the 2 were hanging out. So there you go.
Yeah, I couldn't. I looked down at my leaderboard. So the only player.
Was it Zeke?
Oh, was Zeke on the little Texas route? I thought it was.
Okay. Well, Zeke, even better.
No, he's not my.
Not for you, but for some.
Yeah, for the people that captained him. But the only similarity, and golf is probably one where we won't have the same, the way we might in other matchups. Corey Connors is the only player that both of us have.
Yep.
Then I have Xander Schauffele is one of my top dollar guys, and Victor Hovland, who's obviously paying off for me early.
Yeah.
He carded at 3 under 69. Mark Leishman at +2, not great. Gary Woodland, Jayhawks 1 under through 1. 1 under through. Oh, so he played his first hole and birdied it. Great. So Gary Woodland, who didn't he win this a couple years ago? Did he win this or did he win? Yeah,
I'm not sure.
The US Open. He definitely won a major. But Gary Woodland's Jayhawk, and then Siwoo Kim, who is also 1 under through 1. So good start with those 2 guys. If they birdie every hole, I'll definitely be in first place. But yeah, so Siwoo Kim, Woodland, Leishman, Hovland, Schauffele, and then we both have Connors. It just feels like Xander Schauffele has been playing too well in all these majors to not finally cash in. But maybe, again, he'll be the bridesmaid and not the bride.
Dougie Fresh, early lead here in our Mad Matinee free roll with 140 entries. Again, Ezekiel Elliott the touchdown.
I had a big day today, or I'm in the process of having it, because we launched officially Shell Shock, the Shelby Harris podcast, first episode.
Nice.
My dogs are barking because a couple people are coming to our house right now. But
because they're excited?
They're excited about Siwoo Kim birdieing and Gary Woodland birdieing 1.
And the Shelby Harris podcast.
Yeah, so the Shelby Harris podcast. So without getting too inside baseball, the Broncos have about 2.5 million Twitter followers. And this is being done in partnership, I shouldn't say in partnership with the Broncos. The Broncos are on board with this podcast. And eventually we will shoot it inside the Broncos facility in the radio studio that iHeart and the Broncos built together a couple of years ago. They have cameras in there. It goes right up to their video production people's desks. Right now, because of COVID restrictions, even though I'm vaccinated and Shelby had COVID in the season famously and missed 4 games and or may already be vaccinated. We just haven't talked about it. League rules say we can't be in a team building together. And this will be a lot easier to get going, having guests everywhere when we can do Zoom for now. Hopefully we can figure that out. But anyway, down the road, the Broncos are planning to use it, and they're taking our video. Like I sent, we had Mike Purcell, the nose tackle, on. I sent them the video. They might clip a few minutes and put it somewhere. That's on them to decide. But
so
we're
they'll help push some promotion to the pod.
Well, I don't know week in, week out. They made it sound like they would, and even today it was almost like pulling teeth, but they did. And so, we've been their partner, and not that they won't help from time to time, but they're, I guess, overly protective of some of their tweets, maybe even unnecessarily, right? Nonetheless, Shelby tweeted, episode 1's up after I put it from the Twitter page of the podcast, and they retweeted it. So that's 2.5 million Broncos fans that are going to, or maybe mostly Broncos fans. I guess some media might follow them that aren't Broncos fans, for breaking news. But yeah, so we'll call it 2.4900.
Did you see a big spike in followers to the account after the retweet?
It's going up. Oh, you know what? I haven't actually checked that account. It was just kind of going up throughout the day. But what's funny is I'm getting the alerts on my phone, and I'm going to take them off at some point.
Oh, you got to turn those off.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, I'm getting new. Oh no, this is it keeps it's a podcast getting it. Well, no, it's fine. I'm content with where I am. Let's see. Followers to this point.
7-0 Dallas final minute.
No, we only have 78 followers. But the retweets, including one from Jason Rossi, who told people to rate and review it.
Oh, there you go.
The reach of the podcast is almost at 70,000 impressions, and I got to think if that Broncos retweet stays up there all day, and they don't tweet much more throughout the day.
Yeah,
then we'll have a shot to hopefully grow it a little bit. And then Shelby's going to do some promotion. I think he's going to go on with our pal DA. I think he's going to go on with some folks here in town. Maybe get a couple more national things. So I did realize the McCourties do have a podcast, but they haven't done it in forever, and it's always 22 minutes because there's definitely research out there that says people on average listen to podcasts 22 minutes at a time, basically. Their podcast, which they haven't done since January, is 22 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. But again, they haven't done it since January, so I can't say they're not doing it still. And I'm not saying Shelby's the only active player. I said he's one of, and today, I guess, the only active player until the.
You know why, actually? That didn't even occur to me until just now. We'll do the stats real quick. 68 passing for Roethlisberger. His team down 7-0. Dak with the passing touchdown to Ezekiel Elliott. Zeke has 40 on the ground, which makes him far and away the leading rusher. In fact, Connor and Samuels have a combined 4 right now. 33 for Deontay Johnson on 2 catches. Only guy with multiple receptions to this point. Again, 7-0 Dallas through 1. You know why I think it is 22 minutes and so on for the McCourties is because their podcast is aired, not live, but aired on Nessun locally.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
So they make it, TV length for commercial purposes. And,
right.
So it airs within a half hour. I think that must be the origin of the.
Well, right. It's probably, but it is probably both those things. There's no lie. There was at least data early on, and this is probably a few years ago, but it was like 22 minutes is the average time. So you add that with.
I don't think it's that low now.
It may not. It's probably higher.
I think it's in the 30 to 40 window.
I would think so. Here's the thing about podcasts, unlike live radio, and this is why podcasts are going to continue to grow the way they are. Obviously, lots and lots of people have them, and more people are having them. James Conner walks in. You got him,
Of course he does. Roster
James
Conner when I'm on.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that jinx. I could have afforded him in one of the lineups.
Yeah, me too, man. I never remember.
Well, if I could get Steelers as much as I get the Panthers, I remember next time.
As T Pike says, Koff's on the call. Always roster Conner.
Does he have him? If he wins again, I'm gonna call shenanigans. I'm gonna say that he is with
He says he does.
He's playing
Undercover Boss Tom ruling the Sims.
Undercover Boss Tom's playing both controllers at the same time.
Easy.
I know, I'm kidding.
Skeptics.
I know. Sorry, skeptics. It's not a thing. It's just me making fun of you guys, basically. Mostly Noah Moon.
I would love to have my hands on the controller and play just so people could see how different it would be and how bad I am at Madden.
We should do that one time, like as a bonus sim. Me and you will play, okay? And you don't have a PS5 yet, right?
I do.
Oh, okay. So you have a PS5 and I have a PS5. So we can figure out a way. We're gonna need some help to get it to where they could broadcast it, and then
we'll just do it independently on Twitch one night. We'll just stream.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. We'll do it like we'll do a Madden After Dark, and then immediately tell everybody go to Twitch right now.
Yeah, go watch us play at midnight, and we'll talk over it, and you can see just how bad it is.
Yeah, or good, because maybe I'll be really good. Although every time I play online, and that's not very often, it doesn't go good.
I'll just keep my 8-year-old up late and have him play you, and he'll thrash you.
All right. Well, I'll take my chances. To even know what a zone blitz is.
I would love to see him play against so he plays on all Madden. He plays on the highest level.
Oh, really?
He plays on the highest level when he's playing the computer and destroys the computer. But I've never seen him play against another person who's not, like me or his brother. So I would be like, I want to have him play against like Billy. Let's have him go against Babysitter Billy and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm going against Babysitter Billy, or who's the guy that you had right around the Super Bowl, the big Madden player?
J-Dub.
Yeah, get him against J-Dub.
Yeah.
Shoot J-Dub an email, say, hey, I want you to play my 8-year-old, maybe give him some tutorials if you need to. Because let's say he is good, right? And like most 8-year-olds shouldn't be beating the computer on all Madden. Maybe you start getting him in some tournaments and get paid for by winning some Madden tournaments.
That sounds pretty good.
So I did read one thing about podcasts. They're expecting a $2 billion revenue flow, if you will, by 2023 in podcasting. And so what I was starting to say is, unlike a radio show, and if you listen to your favorite radio show, you know exactly how it goes if they're part of, especially if they're part of your morning or afternoon drive when people drove to work. You know that, if you're listening in 45 minutes, when the breaks hit, when there's going to be a guest, right? And so that's all well and good, but you still have commercials to endure, and you may be getting in the car at a different time and you miss half of an interview or whatever. The best thing about podcasts is the manage expectation and knowing exactly what I'm looking at. And if I'm listening to, say, Bill Simmons' podcast and he has Denzel Washington on, right, which is kind of a cool guest, and it's like Denzel at 48 minutes, I'm like, you know what? I don't care about him talking to his buddy House about Wizards and Celtics. I'm just going to fast forward 48 minutes. Right. And so it's that, and it's knowing, okay, I've downloaded this hour and 6-minute podcast. I've got a half hour on the treadmill today, and then I'll finish the other half hour tomorrow on the treadmill, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that has allowed the listener to really manage what they're hearing, how they're hearing it, more so than there's plenty of people that have their playlists and love Spotify and Apple Music and just go through the list, right? Amazon Music, that's great. But there's plenty of data that says they still want to be introduced to new things and like the way professionals curate music, I guess. That's why there's as much, if you look, there's as much of people clicking on a playlist on Amazon that Amazon makes of, oh, you like the Lumineers? Well, here's a bunch of bands that sound like the Lumineers, like 5, a Lumineer song every 3 or 4 songs, Red Hot Chili Peppers or Pearl Jam or whoever, right? You still want someone doing it for you. Whereas the podcast, you know exactly what you're looking for the most part. Like you're going to get surprised by whatever the people say to some degree, but if you like a host or like the guests they get or whatever, it's just different than listening to music.
Steven says by 2023 there will also be 2 billion podcasts,
give or take.
Yeah,
we don't have to listen to all of them; just listen to mine and Celtic Beat.
Yeah, there you go. 7-7, new episode recorded earlier today that'll drop this afternoon with the Hall of Famer, the future Hall of Famer, Mike Gorman. Long time.
You know what podcast I just started listening to because I was listening to Rob Lowe's podcast and heard a commercial for it.
Okay.
Lindsay Zarniak's new podcast.
Didn't know she had one.
So she has a new podcast called The Artist and the Athlete, and she shoots it on Zoom or in person when she can be in person, and she pairs an artist and an athlete. So I just listened to Anthony Rizzo and Eddie Vedder, Dale Jr. and Darius Rucker, and they were all in person together in Nashville pretty recently. I listen to one with Jimmy Johnson and the Avett Brothers. She has one with JaVale McGee and a couple of rappers.
So who's that in partnership with? Who's fronting that pod?
It's a good question because obviously if she's showing up on Rob Lowe's.
Here we go. Touchdown Zeke. Make it 2. 1 on the ground, 1 in the air. Dallas takes a touchdown lead. 3 minutes to go in the half.
So she's putting it says Sony Music. I mean,
so she was on the Rob Lowe podcast?
No, the commercial. Just a commercial.
Oh, okay.
It was just a commercial. Yeah.
I mean, say, what is she doing there?
No, I think, look, Lindsay's great. I don't know if she's getting on the Rob Lowe podcast. So, JaVale McGee, Pooh Bear, and Jared Gustat. Tennille Townsend, Sarah Fuller. Sarah Fuller's a soccer player / kicker from Vandy. Kane Brown and Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy Butler really loves all kinds of music, but definitely country music. He's from outside Houston. Not that you have to be from somewhere to like country music. Be Real from Cypress Hill and Ricky Williams. Rick Ross, the Boss, and Udonis Haslam. Casey Tucker and CJ Beathard. Becky G and Abby Wambach. Luke Combs and Luke Kuechly. Kirk Franklin and Ray Lewis. I was going to skip that one. Lannis Morissette and Danica Patrick, and then Brad Paisley and Clayton Kershaw are pals. So these are just, she's only put out 15 of them, but
is that also part of the iHeart podcast?
No, it's not. That's Sony Music. So Sony Music's putting out. That's probably how they're able to loop the artisan.
Yeah,
right? Because if I wanted to start that, or you want to start that, it would take a lot of emails and a lot of luck, I think. But I do have an idea for a podcast that I will tell you about off air, and I don't need to steal it. But Logan Swaim, who's a pal in the biz, he used to produce Gottlieb's TV show when he first went to CBS with Allie LaForce. Then he was the producer at Good Morning Football when it really took off. He's the one that was credited with helping that show find its way and take off to where it is now. Then he was running content for DAZN pretty recently.
Yeah.
And he just literally this week was named the head of Colin Cowherd's podcast network.
Oh, nice.
So I sent him a text. Listening to this Anthony Rizzo Vetter podcast got me thinking when I was driving to the game last night. I'm like, I have an idea. So I texted him. I haven't heard back, but he literally just got announced yesterday. So we'll see. This is one that will take a lot of work. It could be really cool. And it'll be like 6 or 8 episodes.
I definitely want to hear about it. You can tell me about it off air, like you said. To BK's point, though, his question to involve the chat here about podcast, because I'm sure anyone out there, especially if you're spending the hours a day that you are listening to these Madden simulations, you inevitably listen to a podcast or two, I'm guessing. 14-7 Dallas in front. I'm curious as well, especially as someone who also has a podcast and is constantly wondering these things. What is the average length podcast you guys out there listen to? And I know that's sort of a tricky question, because if you really like the subject matter, obviously you're willing to listen to a longer podcast. If something is, an hour and a half, it doesn't bother you, you'll listen to it in multiple sittings or something like that. But is that, sort of 30 to 45 minute your wheelhouse? Do you want, more of a quick hitter, something's even quicker than that? Do you like the long form stuff? Is it guest dependent versus host? I'd be really curious to know from the chat, those out there listening, what your factors are when it comes to your favorite podcast. So let us know. Twitch, wherever you're finding us.
Let me throw it at you, and then I'll answer. But how do you consider, what kind of podcast listener do you consider yourself?
I
probably didn't help that you're never in your car anymore, but
granted. I'm driven to podcasts that it's more about the people who are on than what the subject matter is. If I like the people, I'm more inclined to listen to, regardless of what they're talking about, versus something I'm really interested in, but I have no clue who the people are.
Which is why anyone that really understands local radio and talk radio will tell you, when you have a good show and good chemistry, right? You look at the long-running shows there in Boston, right? Felger and Maz being probably the top of the list, right? Or Mike and the Mad Dog all those years, or solo hosts like Colin Cowherd, probably not a good example, but Mike and Mike all those years. You're tuning in for the host because you like the host. Like, you're not tuning into Mike and Mike because they have Tim Kirkjian on every Thursday. You might like Tim Kirkjian, and you might make sure that you plan your day that he's on at 7 Eastern, so you're going to get in the car to hear Tim Kirkjian. But good programmers will tell you the best thing you can do, assuming you have good chemistry, is be there every day. because that's the expectation. I get in my car. These are my friends. Put that in quotes. I want to hear them. Sort of like the way the DK Sim Fam certainly has announcers they like more than others. And we're not on a set schedule, but you do know Emerson does a lot of early ones. You and Flash certainly do some in the middle of the day, but lots of Madden After Dark type, 8 and 10 sims. So, that's interesting because I'm kind of split where I certainly would say that I'm drawn to interview-driven podcasts because I want to hear people, whether it's someone I really like that I do know a lot about or somebody that I don't maybe hear that often. Like I've heard Eddie Vedder on a few podcasts. I heard him with Joe Buck and Oliver Hudson, and I like their podcast and I like Joe Buck and Oliver Hudson, but the couple times I haven't had any guests, I haven't listened or had any desire to listen. When they have Adam Sandler, I want to listen, right? Mark Maron is probably one of the godfathers of really good interview podcasts. I always fast forward through whatever his BS is at the beginning. It matters to him and the people that love him. I say love him, I'm saying his fans. I just want to get to the interview because he has President Obama show up in his garage. Conan O'Brien, on the other hand, I can listen to Conan O'Brien do his podcast with his assistant and the podcast producer for hours. And then when they get to the guest, it's, excuse me, they tend to do the guest like only a half hour. He keeps his guests shorter than most people that would have bigger name guests. Same with that podcast I told you about, the Smartless podcast with Jason Bateman and Will Arnett and Sean Hayes. I could, those guys, they get to their guests pretty quickly, but them all just, busting each other's balls is as good as anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm kind of driven by both, but I guess there aren't enough podcasts I listen to for just the host because I just will listen to local radio, right? Or national. I listen to Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Levitard when he was on, but I don't find myself seeking Levitard's podcast now.
Sure. Well, you should. Meadowlark is a partner of DraftKings.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm a big fan of theirs. A lot of people are partners with DraftKings. So is Ross Tucker. I don't listen to his podcast very often.
Well, you should listen to that one too.
I watch it on YouTube.
14-7, Dallas is in front in Pittsburgh because we are halfway home here on this Madden Matinee. BKAK Drew, our producer. Undercover Boss Tom is our TD, and Kyle and Ops. Zeke, 64 on the ground, pacing toward a bonus, has a touchdown. So does, of course, James Conner, who is 3 for 6. And in the air, you got Cooper, your captain, 3 for 43. Touchdown for Zeke, 2 for 8. Gallup, 2 for 19. Ebron, 3 for 13. He's my captain. 2 for 24 for Jarwin. Johnson, 2 for 33. And we will take a quick little look-see here at our leaderboard, which has RKL 56 in front by about 3.5 points. I'm in 37th. Not great. Of course, T-Pike is sitting top 15. He's in 13th right now. Where are you?
Oh, I am on his heels. I'm in 14th.
All right.
53.42. I got 53.17.
Watch out, Tom. He's coming for you.
Coming for you. I'm gunning for you. And Koopa gets in the end zone 2 more times, then I'll feel like a champion. Although I'd much rather win some of those golf pools that I'm in.
Yeah, there you go.
It just pays better. Do you have a very favorite podcast that's like you listen to as many episodes of it as possible? And the reason I ask is because Joe Rogan has maybe the biggest podcast in the world, and he basically just does a radio show.
Right.
That's timed, and he puts one out 4 or 5 days a week. It's insane.
But that's also his job. That's
no, I get it. Right. That's become his main job. Right.
Right.
He's essentially a talk show host without a
my podcast or your multiple podcasts. I'm sure it's like I'm going to fit this in when I can. My podcast. We violate the cardinal rule of podcasting,
which is put it out the same day every week.
Exactly. Typically it comes out on Thursday, but sometimes it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It drops when it drops, and that's just because we do it when we have time to do it.
That's where I am with the Broncos Daily podcast. That in the off season is more like the Broncos Every Couple Day podcast because there's just not enough going on, and even though plenty of people can do an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours on the Broncos quarterbacks, I kind of have a built-up listenership that I know is the same people, so I can't just give them the same take 2 days in a row. And there's only so many guests I can bother in the offseason. Now, during the season, I have it like where I talk to the people in my building on the same days every week, just about. So I use a color analyst, and I use Big Al Alfred Williams, and I use Benjamin Albright. So they join me every week on the same day. Susie Ward's in the sideline report, and then I'll mix in, especially in years past, sound from the locker room with talking to guys on given days, or if I can get a longer chat with a player, great.
What's the average listenership for that pod, since it is daily?
During the season, it's a few hundred a day, so it's a few thousand a week, or a little over 1,000 a week, which still isn't great, but there's zero promotion behind it other than Twitter. So I always try to get my when it first came out, we got some digital promotion, and so it's kind of a point of contention. It could probably pick up more momentum if I pushed it a little harder, but it's like you can only pat yourself on the back so much, or promote you need to be a self-promoter to whatever degree you need to. With this new Shelby Harris podcast, so I want to get Shelby on board doing it for sure, promoting it, which he has, and he's excited about it. It's his podcast, got his name on it. But I'll probably be a little more, whatever that word is. I don't use the word aggressive. I don't say annoying, but aggressive. I'll just be more enthusiastically, because it's only coming out once a week, tweeting, reminding you, hey, did you hear this yet? He said this about Tim Tebow. These guys said this about Drew Lock. Put it out there a few times. Because I think that's probably a mistake that some people make in general, unless you're so big like Joe Rogan or whatever, that you can just put it out every day. No, you don't even need to put any promotion behind it. That you put it out there once, like, hey, check out my new thing. And then you just kind of move on, hoping everybody found, especially knowing the way Twitter works, it's not static by any means. So unless people are kind of constantly retweeting it, then it kind of just gets pushed down, and you have to remind people about it.
Congo Cab says, The Sims, my favorite podcast right now. Listening to y'all's different takes is crazy. I just wish I could call in. It's okay. We got Congo Cab on the line.
That would be such a wild feature if we could add it. But
although producer Drew does note, the chat is literally the call-in line.
Yeah, right.
It's just it's a text line.
Well, and here's the thing too, and that's what I was about to say, is text lines have really changed, and I think enhanced certainly sports talk radio, but really all radio, because think about however many times you tried to call a radio station back in the day, whether it was to talk about your favorite team or just to call in and request a song.
Oh,
right?
Wait on hold.
Yeah, you're waiting on hold forever. It's always busy. Now you can get your take, especially if it's on point and hits at the right time, and the host is good about seeing their text line.
Well, not to cut you off, but that's your X factor. I don't know how it is in Denver, but having worked, done radio in Boston hosting talk shows, there are, I can promise you there are multiple shows that don't know how to log in, don't want to, don't even look at it.
For sure.
There are now, if nights and weekend is what the text line is built for. If where call volume is just not nearly as reliable as your 6 to 6, AM to PM. If you're on the weekends, you might live and die by that text line just to get you a little bit of content. But weekdays, main slots, those guys aren't even looking at it. They don't even know it exists.
And here's the problem with that, is that I think it's an antiquated way of doing it. Now in Boston, New York, Chicago, there's certain cities where there's just going to be so many callers ready to call the second you open the phone lines. The problem is they might tell your call screener, I want to talk about Jaylen Brown not being there in the Celtics. And then somebody says something while they're on hold, they come on, and not only do they change what they were going to talk about, but they have a crazy take or sound stupid or say something way out of, I don't even say out of bounds, but out of left field, and it's totally derailed the show. And sometimes that can be amusing, but other times it can just be annoying. Whereas if you're hosting and you're getting a text that's like this, you're talking Celtics, right? And it's Jaylen Brown, it's Tatum's, whatever. You can pick and choose. Oh, John in Worcester has a great point here. He says this. I hadn't even thought about that, about this Celtics bench or whatever. And so it allows you to edit what would be, the X, you said X factor, but just the variable of not knowing exactly what the callers are going to say. Now, what are people saying? Wow, what a putt.
Yeah, we got a field goal good. Pitt within 4. I was laughing at Giraffe King in the chat. I'd call in and I'd yell, "Rigged, Baba Booey," and then hang up.
Of course. What else? But what else is going on in the chat?
Right now, not a whole lot. I mean,
I want to know people's podcasts. Like, what are some of their podcast habits?
We didn't really get it. We didn't really get any there. People didn't really weigh in.
We've turned into their podcast.
I mean, some talked about the some podcasts that they listen to, but there hasn't been a lot in the chat about the amount of time they spend listening to podcasts. We did lose that, unfortunately. But if people want to weigh in, by all means. Meager, my guy, says we used to call Z100 request line in NYC. Asked them how to spell words when we were doing schoolwork in middle school. We had phones in the room. We'd do it if the teacher left. You were cheating, Meager, is what you're saying. Unbelievable. T-Pike saying, I miss the good old days where you had to actually spend 10 cents to send that text. Man, do you remember when, like before everyone had unlimited text messaging and the process of, actually like, trying to keep a mental note of how many texts you were sending and there was no unnecessary text. Like, forget about it. Never mind. I mean, if there were emojis and things like that, you did not fire off a text that did not need to be sent. In fact, you had the not only just that, the number of texts that you could send versus those that you could receive. I mean, I have so many friends that we would just we'd say whatever we'll each send one text to this guy and he'll receive like 14 texts and his bill will go through the roof. It was what a time to be alive. You just mess with people and their phone bills.
No, the standard data and messaging rates apply.
Yeah, back when that was really a thing.
When you had 50 texts a month that you're allowed.
Right.
I think iHeart might have a rule that we're not supposed to text back people on the text line, but that to me seems crazy. They've reached out as long as you're not MFing them or telling them to,
Man, there are hosts that I've seen, host their shows, but obviously I'd be in the room. I would see some people return texts like that aggressively, as if they were callers, sitting there aggressively responding to texts on the text line more so than they were even paying attention to the show.
Well, and that's kind of
you just hear the
double-edged sword. Yeah, you hear the keyboard banging. That's the double-edged sword. That's the double-edged sword of having the text line is, especially whenever a host gets into it for the first time, they go down that rabbit hole, and it's like, let me respond, and they're not listening to their co-host or co-hosts or guests sometimes, and they're just focused on that, and it can definitely lead you astray. Admittedly, that's what the YouTube and Twitch chats can be for us, too.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of listening to the Great Point, one of our co-reporters, as Carolyn used to call us.
Oh, yeah. Those were the days.
Is making. Instead of listening
he had more respect for us back then.
Instead of listening to our hot takes, you're busy reading everyone telling us how good or bad something's going. Usually how bad will get people's blood up more.
Speaking of good, though, hey, how about smash that like button? We got about 350 people watching along just on YouTube. Never mind the thousands more across all our platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. But here on YouTube, hit that like button. We're almost at 150. Let's get to 150. Hit the subscribe button as well. Greatly appreciate it. Love to see us hit 200 likes. If I'm being greedy by the end of the sim, I think we
did. We get to 225 yesterday because you laid the gauntlet down and then we didn't really follow up.
Not only did we not get to 225, or 200 or 180 or 190, something like that. Not only did we not get to 225, it was after you left, obviously. Some weird thing happened between the sims. Like some tech glitch, I don't know what it was. Didn't affect anything, this Dream Stream, the Sims themselves. But some weird thing happened between the Sims where all of a sudden we went from having like 190 likes to 50. And it wasn't just all those people pulled their likes. All the likes, the dislikes, they went away. And then really, didn't come back full force over the course of the day. Like I think they ended yesterday with still like 100 likes or something. It was really odd. I don't know what happened there.
Ghosts in the machine.
Ghosts in the machine. Final play of the third quarter. It's a handoff. Zeke, can he get in again? Not this time. Stopped at the 2. Up to 84 on the ground. 2nd and goal. He'll get an opportunity when we begin the 4th.
So after we go through the stats, I'm going to bring something in the fourth quarter that my buddy and I were talking about last night as I was on the phone with him driving home from the game.
Sure.
It's
a big market tease right there, folks.
Well, as it relates to Twitter and the nature of sports fans and those of us who cover teams and how we tweet. Okay?
There's a lot right there.
That was a big setup.
Quarter on that. Yeah.
Big
176
setup.
for Dak, a touchdown. Big Ben, 143. I don't think either of those guys get into the bonus. Zeke's your best hope. 84 on the ground with a touchdown. Connor, now a justifiable play? Sure, he has a touchdown, but just 6 rushing yards compared to 2 for Samuels. It has been a joke for Pittsburgh on the ground so far. And we'll look at the receiving numbers. So I don't think anyone's getting to the bonus unless someone breaks something off. Gallup, who I almost rostered. 6 for 62. Cooper, 4 for 48. 4 for 19 for Ebron. 3 for 46 for Johnson. That's become like a twitch for you. I say Cooper, and you just Cooper.
It's not really a twitch. I just think it sounds funny. I'm in 41st now. How's T Pike doing? Better?
Probably.
He's in first.
Third. I dropped. What the heck, man? Undercover boss Tom sitting there quietly, just I'll just hang out at the top of this thing.
This is what I do.
I mean, T-Pike must be upset these are free rolls at this point.
Yeah, you need to start entering paid contests.
Yeah, guys just out here.
Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is.
Unbelievable.
As my DraftKings commercial copy says every week.
When can we bring T-Pike on as our third analyst to advise people on how to set their lineups?
Yeah, I want to see him make it rain.
Yeah,
make it rain.
Yeah, you got to do it slowly. All right, 2nd and goal. Can we get a 3rd touchdown for the inevitable player of the game, Ezekiel Elliott? Yes, we can. Score for Dallas. About to be 21-10.
So, and I forgot to bring this point up with my buddy, but he's watching basketball and he says he's going to Twitter. He's in LA. And he's like, and I keep seeing you tweet about hockey and you're kind of doing play-by-play, but not really. But there's definitely people that do it. And so we kind of had a bigger conversation. And certainly when I'm in a Broncos game, I'll almost always tweet, Zeke Elliott off the right side and he scores. And the touchdown's not maybe the best example. Zeke or whatever. Phillip Lindsay off the right side picks up 3 yards, 2nd and 7. Like what is that tweet serving? Because anyone that's reading it could easily click on the game log, although they haven't, because a lot of people just have Twitter open. They could listen to it some way through the radio, through an app, or obviously watch it on TV, watch it through an app. So, and I'm not picking on, certainly not trying to pick on myself or the industry. It feels like that's what we've become, especially beat reporters are just tweeting play-by-play.
Correct.
And I'm not sure who that's serving. Big 3 from Tatum cuts the lead to 4.
Yeah.
Okay, if I am a Celtics fan, I'm probably watching or listening to the game. If I'm only following the game on Twitter, I guess that's the question. So it's one, what is that serving? And 2, how many fans are only consuming sports via Twitter?
Well, but here's the thing. If they're consuming the game on Twitter, then they're probably also consuming the game through whatever app they're using.
I would assume so, right? That's the hope. As much as we enjoy doing things on Twitter, like the idea that that's how I would ever find game info during a live game seems crazy, unless it's a game I'm not watching where it's like, this game's going to triple overtime, put it on ESPNU,
So what ultimately is your point, though? Just why are we doing it?
Yeah, why are we doing it? Why are we giving play-by-play, especially during a football game?
I think
reporters.
I think you're doing it for awareness. You're not necessarily doing it to add anything to the world, but you're putting your tweets out there. You'll get the occasional retweet and like, and maybe the occasional follow, and you're showing people that, hey, I cover the team.
Yeah, and that's probably the best way to characterize it, because, and I didn't bring this point up to him, but I just double checked it right now. So I sent out, we'll just call it a dozen tweets from the hockey game, including the hat trick when McKinnon had had the 3rd goal, video of the stars of the night, so a couple videos, and then photo, like a screen grab of the Zooms with the coach and a couple of players talking about the big night. Without question, and part of that is who my followers are in the first place. But the biggest tweet from the hockey game was on the Jumbotron at the end of the second period. I tweeted, "Look who's here to support the Avalanche, PFM, aka Peyton friggin' Manning," and then just tagged the Avs and the Broncos and my station. That got infinitely more impressions, engagements, retweets, all of that, likes, than anything Avs related. And the Avs won 6-3 in a playoff game. But Peyton sitting in the stands with his kiddo got more attention than anything else.
Do people call him PFM?
On the radio, they will. Who is he? He's Peyton friggin' Manning. Like, oh, when they hit PFM. It's a thing here. I don't think it's a thing coast to coast.
Steelers turn
one of the radio
downs,
stations.
by the way. 7 minutes to go. A little early for that kind of behavior for Pittsburgh. But hey, I agree. Appreciate the aggressive AI.
Yeah, one of the radio stations dubbed him that early in his tenure here, and that was that.
Yeah, I'm looking at your Twitter now. Although your videos have almost 1,000 views.
Right. Peyton's got 20 times that.
Sure.
Easily. And I get it. It's a static picture, so there's nothing else going on. No, it looks like Nazem Kadri, who
bonus for Ezekiel Elliott,
got kicked out of the game for blasting one of that Blues players in the head. He's going to miss the next game. You're not supposed to do that. How about we've gone this far and haven't talked about Tebow once, and he's officially a Jaguar.
Probably should, huh?
Maybe.
See him out there looking all swollen, the uni, walking around.
Number 85.
I think people forget, or even in relation to other football players, is
Koopa!
Touchdown, Koopa!
Coming for you, Tom.
Tebow is a big dude, man.
Yes, he is.
Cooper owned about 38% of lineups, as naturally T-Pike, T-Pike doesn't have him. He doesn't have Cooper. He's going to fall.
He did. I think. I'm still in 38th. Oh, no,
I'm still rooting for you, T-Pike.
I'm in 12th. T-Pike's third. I'm in 12th.
7 points.
Cooper can score one more. I'm golden. Or a Cowboys defensive score. Now that I've started watching the golf, just, over here on my iPad, just off to the side, I'm definitely going to pay a lot more attention. Roland says, BK, if you tweet about Roland, I can probably guarantee you one like, follow, and retweet. I got you, man. Appreciate that, Roland.
My golf is just at 52 points right now, but I have...
Does he mean Roland Bailey, a.k.a. Champ Bailey?
Many holes
that,
left.
Roland. You know that's Champ's real name?
I didn't know that.
I am currently at 120.5 points as my man Siwoo Kim's off to a good start.
How many holes you got left?
He's got...
No, you overall.
Oh, I don't know. 363.
Okay.
What do you
have? 395. I mean, you're still well ahead of me. But
32 more. All right. Well, that's how I'll make back all my money because we got to go bigger because it's a major. So everything I've lost to you in the last week, that's what we're betting. So they call double or nothing.
I'm excited for the next DK Decathlon.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think I'll be able to do it this Sunday, though, so you're off the hook.
I think we're on the air together Sunday. No, you're not anymore. I'm on with Moose.
Yeah, I just switched.
I'll be curious to see how my lineup's doing against his, since I did not solicit advice.
Yeah, we're gonna have to ask what he did. Maybe he's a multi-lineup guy too.
Yeah, I would think that if you want to give yourself the best chance, you would do that. Did you see it was on another site? So I don't want to get into it, but the guy that bet on 3 scorers to score the first bucket, a $500 bet, won $150,000.
I didn't see that.
Last Thursday, he had Ingles, Alex Len, and Joker, all 3 hit. $500 paid him $156.
Wow,
pretty wild.
Good day at the office. 28-10 Dallas.
Come
Big
on,
day here
Dallas
for
D.
Virtual Ezekiel Elliott.
I don't think producer Tom has a Dallas D, so that could be the key to my success. Pick six. Pick six. Come on. Nope.
Nope.
That's not it. But I do have Washington. I'm going to a hockey
Push
game today.
notification from CBS Sports.
Oh, that's
Brady
exciting.
Edelman, NFL reunion ? And then and that's the headline. And then it immediately shuts it down within the caption before you click on the story. It says, doesn't appear that it's in the cards, according to the retired Patriots wide receiver. He says, I'm a one-team guy. So this is going to be the thing, huh? We're just going to, there have already been, I don't even know how many articles written about this possibility, just because, Brady and Gronk joked about it, and Edelman didn't totally close the door on it, even though he's attempted kind of to say it's not going to happen. Are we going to spend the next year or two talking about this now?
I hope not. I don't want to spend the next sim talking about it. A couple sim minutes.
Spend the next 4 minutes.
I'd rather go back to the Tebow talk.
Let's talk about Tebow. Is he actually going to make the team?
No. At what position?
Tight end. Fullback.
Well, so did you hear Greg McElroy's audio from something where he talked about when they were with the Jets? They tried to play Tebow at tight end, and he couldn't run good routes. He wasn't fast, and he didn't know how to block.
It's a tough combo.
Yeah, if you want to play tight end. It's fine if you want to play guard, I guess. Although the not blocking part's not going to be great.
Right.
I mean, I just don't see a world where he is one of the 53 best players.
I just don't. I mean, you're more into roster construction than I am, but
okay.
I mean,
do you think he's one of the top?
I just think
tight
that, like
ends?
those final few roster spots of an NFL team, you got a lot of flexibility there.
You do, but here's what you have to be able to do: really contribute on special teams.
Sure.
And in theory, you'd be like, well, he's going to come down and he'll be a missile and all that. So will the linebacker from Valdosta State that runs a 4.35 that just never got a look and failed out of a junior college and this and that or whatever, failed out of Georgia, ended up, I'm just making up a fake player, but that guy runs 4.35 or 4.39. He just could fight with coaches, but he's finally on a straight and narrow, and you'd rather have him come down or be your up back on punts.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he's not your first or second tight end, and there's no world where he will be that, then he's at best your third tight end. And your third tight end has to be on every single special team. And I just see no scenario where a guy that ran a 4.71 11 years ago with more weight is going to be faster. So you're talking 4.8, 4.9. And he's going to be out there with guys that have been tight ends their whole life, or at least for a long time. And so his routes are going to look way different and probably nowhere near. And there's TJ Watt.
So what's
nowhere
the point?
near fluid.
If
I don't know. I don't know.
If he has no shot, what's the point of? I mean, I guess from his point, I get it. But like, why are the Jags? Why is Urban Meyer short of the friendship? Why are they doing it?
I don't know, because they don't. Like, jersey sales is a silly thing because Trevor Lawrence is going to dominate that if he's anywhere close to good. And you don't need him to set the culture, because Urban will do that on his own, and he'll just move guys along if they don't fit with what they want to do there. So, like, to bring Tim in, who played for Urban, again, 11, 12 years ago, that he knows what Urban wants. Just get a couple guys from Ohio State that are out there in the world, and you can do that just the same. But Trevor Lawrence is the one that needs to set the culture, not Urban Meyer. Trevor Lawrence is going to be there longer than Urban Meyer, in theory, and he's going to be the guy that is the ringleader. So it should all be focused on Trevor Lawrence. And the fact that Tim Tebow's there, unless it's designed to take pressure off Trevor Lawrence. But I'd be willing to bet that the pressure on Trevor Lawrence, I think I've said this before on here, is more national than local. The Jags have been terrible forever. So if he's terrible again, then, they're right back to where they were. But nationally, he'll never live it down, right? Is he just the next Demarcus Russell? I don't think that's what he'll be, so it's a non-issue. Or Sam Bradford, or whatever. Where it just doesn't come together, and injuries and this and that. I'm not hoping any of that. I hope the kid's awesome. I hope he's a Hall of Famer, borderline Hall of Famer. But I don't understand it because they don't need more buzz. They've got Urban Meyer in the first pick in the draft, who played his college
Scott
ball
says
up the
Tebow
road.
brings in the money.
He doesn't. I mean, he might sell some jerseys, but the Jags already play a game in London every year. Their owner's one of the 5 richest owners in football. And Trevor Lawrence jerseys are going to be a top 10 rookie jersey, especially when the games start.
Noah Moon says you can't even name a single tight end on the Jags. People are acting like there's
O'Shaughnessy.
competition for Tebow.
Our guy O'Shaughnessy.
O'Shag Hennessy. Come on, Ben. Come on.
There you go,
Ben.
Cowboys D.
Oh, he stayed up. He stayed up.
Throw a pick. Oh, that's terrible.
After all that.
That is a very Big Ben-like play that he shakes off to Marcus Lawrence. I don't know the point. But those guys are still NFL tight ends. He is not better than them. And that'll be proven out on the football field in the next 3 months.
Edward says if Tebow has a short yardage package, it would pay off. Trevor isn't that durable.
Yeah, but Tebow can't throw.
Maybe he can give you a fullback vulture, run in for a touchdown or two.
Right, he can fullback vulture a little bit. If you tell me he's going to be their fullback and they're going to use a fullback in their offense, which, by the way, if Darrell Bevel and Ryan Schottenheimer are running what they ran in Seattle, that offense doesn't have a fullback, really. It doesn't make any sense.
Ebron with the catch to the 12.
And, you know, did I bring this up with you or with Jason yesterday? Because Shelby and Mike Purcell talked about this. And these are 2 guys that I look at as guys that have 2 new big contracts here in Denver. But I forget that Purcell was cut 10 times and Shelby was cut 7 or 8 times. And all they're thinking about, and they both went in on it, they're like, all we ever wanted was a chance to be on somebody's roster so that we could get into a preseason game and get that film out to the other 31 teams. And Tim being there, on top of being a sideshow, is taking that opportunity away from a kid that is just hoping one of these GMs sees him.
Ebron touchdown. Noah Moon, you needed it. Spoken into existence, or in your case, written in. Touchdown Pitt. It's going to narrow the gap. Not going to win this game, but from a standpoint of garbage points, helping out some people. As T-Pike, once in first, says, well, there goes my top 10.
I'm in 77. 78.
Ebron's my captain, so that'll help me a little bit, but I don't have Big Ben, so it's only going to help so much.
I'm 78.
I've jumped into the 40s. I was in the hundreds, so that's
71, 31st. You're in 48. It is fun to go through here and see some people's screen names.
Oh, T-Pike's falling all the way to 56.
Oh, you're better than him all of a sudden.
My, how the mighty have fallen.
He's doing a terrible job rigging this.
Hey.
Good for you, because you slid ahead of him to 48.
RKL 56 in first. 5-point advantage.
Way to go, RKL.
28-17 for Dallas. About 20 seconds left here in this one.
God, I was in second, then I was in third, then I was in 14th. Now I'm in 90th. TJ Watt and DeMarcus Lawrence of this.
Onside kick and Dallas.
Gallup.
Easy recovery. Gallup. Hands team.
Why do you think they don't let pro golfers wear shorts? Especially because the caddies are wearing shorts. Who cares?
Warm.
What's that?
It's warm.
Right. They should let them wear shorts. The pro golf, like, if Phil Mickelson wants to wear
You're saying
shorts.
they're not allowed to?
Yes. PGA
Gotcha.
doesn't allow them. And I don't really understand why.
I don't know. I couldn't tell.
Phil's had a rough 3 holes, rough 5 holes.
Maybe they're worried about ugly legs.
Phil's bogeyed 5 of his last 6 or 7 holes.
You want to see John Daly in shorts?
I saw him in shorts yesterday. It's his belly that's distracting, not his legs.
What if they're wearing shorts?
Well, maybe
Is there
you
going to
have
be a standard short
Yeah,
length?
I think there has to be a minimum length, but I'm fine with it. It doesn't make any sense. I also think they should be allowed to use carts. Like, who cares? It's about the shots. It's not about walking to your shot.
Oh, someone had asked earlier in the chat about last-minute NBA for tonight for the showdown, the Wiz and Pacers. If I remember to do it in advance, for the showdown, it truly is last-minute NBA. It's not just, putting it out there hours beforehand like we do with Classic. So if I remember shortly before the 8, I will do it.
I'm looking at my finishes here in recent sims this week or the last
Not
few
great.
days. Well, I was 90th, so whatever that is. 29th yesterday in the snow.
Nice.
With Buffalo and whoever they played. 116th, 111th, 73rd, 44th, 56th, 112. Man, I gotta reassess.
So
maybe I should be listening to Kenny for my roster construction.
what are your awards real quick, and then we'll promote some things and get out of here.
Oh, it's got to be Zeke, even though you paid up for him, right? Is he? Well, let me double check. Is he the top player in the top lineup? RKL's got Zeke there. Yeah, 51.15. I think you over 50. You're getting the Krusty Kaufman player of the game, the Quad K or CK if you spell it correctly.
Yeah, whatever we call that thing.
Not my kid award. Huh. I'm just trying to see who is most disappointing to you.
Most disappointing.
Oh,
to
Juju.
Me, ye old babysitter Billy.
Juju over 50% owned, less than 10 points. That's kind of my other barometer.
Babysitter Billy.
Deontay Johnson's worse, maybe. Deontay 7-6.
Scrolling down to our
He's
worst
only,
lineups. That's
he's
where I
only
always
30. Yeah, that's where I am too. He's only 30% owned. Like the Steelers D, but whatever. Steelers he was 7% owned. James Washington 20% owned. I think it's Juju. When you're that heavily owned,
Juju 12% in the captain spot, 53%.
Yeah, when you're that
10 points, Juju.
Yeah, if you're under 10, if you're over 50, you're almost automatically going to get it. And if you're under 10 and you're over 50% owned, you're in contention. So there you go. There you have it.
Makes sense to me.
Go check out my podcast at Shell Shocked Pod on Twitter. Shelby Harris, Shell Shocked Podcast, out today.
So Adam in the chat here says, damn, I just got back to the office. What was Emerson's big news at the end of the last sim? Well, it's not so much Emerson news as it is sim news, and I can tell you, because it's pretty cool, actually. Starting on Monday, a few days from now, folks, we're going to have a new Madden season, okay? A new Madden season. The Sims will match the 2021 NFL season. So we will see Cowboys-Bucks Monday at noon. We will go all the way through the 2021 schedule now that we know it. There will be a free-to-play pool up on the DK Sportsbook Pools page. Remember, free-to-play, you don't need to be in an area where the DK Sportsbook is restrictive, obviously. Free to play, anybody can play. So go fill that out before Monday. More info to come in the coming days, of course, on these sims. But
same teams, right? Same 32 NFL teams. We're not relegating, not adding new teams.
Nope.
Same 32 teams. Okay.
And
great.
yes, same no roster updates.
And no roster update
that I'm aware of. So,
I brought this up the other day.
But
I think the new game is when we'll get new rosters. Is my prediction.
You guarantee that.
Right. Anything before that is bonus.
Your schedule the rest of the day, by the way. I'll be back with Zach Thompson coming up for the Early Bird Special, which is in a little less than an hour. Saints and Dolphins. Probably some more NBA talk during that. After we kind of didn't do it at all, really, during this sim. Then after the 4, right around 5:15 Eastern, you will have the slate. It is with Reed on the road and me off this week. It is Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich coming at you for the slate. Kind of an all-encompassing sports talk. Plenty of golf, I'm sure, with Moose there, though. Then you will have Giants Vikings at 6. Glash sticks around with Christian DeAndrea. He will be with Matt LaMarca at 8 for the Rams and Bears. So after the happy hour, the prime time, and then Madden After Dark, it will be Moose coming on back with LaMarca for Niners and Raiders.
What day is today? Thursday? I think I'm back tomorrow for one more. And then Sunday.
Tomorrow?
I feel like I have one tomorrow, one Sunday.
I'll tell you. You and Rossi tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
I'll be there.
You better be.
If not, I should at least make sure someone else is.
Yeah,
that would be very nice.
Don't
I'll be there tomorrow. 2 o'clock. Yeah,
random.
noon my time. Perfect.
All right.
Perfect. Just like
jump into the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby, folks, and get your lineups in for the next sim, which again starts in a little less than an hour. And subscribe to the Shelby Harris podcast featuring Brandon Cristal because it just launched. So gotta support that. Need listeners. Get the people out there paying attention, including you, Broncos.
And rate and review.
Rate and review, sub-rate review, all that good stuff.
There you
All
go.
right, thanks to Kyle and Ops, to Undercover Boss Tom, our technical director, producer Drew, he's BK, I am AK, and together, we have fun with you. I'll be back in a little bit with Zach Thompson, a little less than an hour. The amazing Ross Tucker Football Podcast coming up now.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday with Professor Greg Cosell from NFL Films University in class, presented by DraftKings. Hammer the over. You guys know what to do over at DraftKings. It's also a Winners Friday. No, it's a Winners Thursday because it's the last Ross Tucker Football Podcast of the week. But tell them what it is, Mike Singletary.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
Unfortunately, Mike Singletary, I am a loser because I forgot to pick the spread the word winner via social media. The person that either retweets or likes or quote tweets or replies or whatever on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook to either at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. I forgot to pick out somebody who took advantage of one of our sponsors this week and then emailed me, Ross at rosstucker.com. There's a sponsors page over at rosstucker.com. And I forgot to pick out one of the new subscribers on YouTube. And we got a bunch with Andrew Barry yesterday and Warren Sharp and Michael North and Matt Nagy and Micah Parsons and Greg Cosell every week. We are absolutely on fire. People watching and listening and spreading the word about the show. But I forgot all about winners this morning. That is my fault, probably because the Paxtonia Pink Puppies won again last night. And I am the head coach. But no excuses. I've got to be better. We will have winners on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And then again with the last RTFP next week as well. For right now, though, we're still kind of all winners because it's a Greg Cosell day. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
You know, it's funny because we've had a bunch of, bigger name guys or, head coaches, GMs on. Hopefully, a lot of people subscribed, either audio or video or whatever, so that they get the wisdom of one Greg Cosell every single week. You can check out Greg on social media at Greg Cosell. Obviously, people see him all the time on TV on the NFL Matchup Show. And I'm so fired up, Greg, to have you all year because in the offseason, it gives us a chance to get into some more philosophical discussions. And also, I just kind of get your take on the news, and we can extrapolate it into what it means for the trends of the league. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, it came out that at Jags minicamp, the Jags used Travis Etienne exclusively, Greg, as a wide receiver. So I guess question number one is, did you see that on his Clemson tape? Like, did you see enough there in the passing game that you think it's realistic? And I know that they're just trying to see different ways to use him. We'll get into that part of it. But did you see enough from Etienne in the passing game to think that he could handle such a role?
There were numerous shots at Clemson in which he was detached from the formation, Ross. But being detached from the formation is different than lining up exclusively at wide receiver. This was just their first minicamp or OTAs. I never know what to call them these days. We'll see as it goes forward. But he's a running back. That's what he's been up to this point in his career. And there might be a sense from a lot of people that runners in the NFL, you just give them the ball and they run. You played offensive line. You know that's not true. As a running back, there's much you need to know as far as the play call versus the defense. A running back needs to understand defensive fronts. He needs to understand second and third level defenders because the specific run play he has a read, an initial read. And think of it this way. Let's say based on the blocking scheme that there's an eighth defender who can't be blocked, which happens very often in the league. The big myth is you can't run against 8 in the box. You and I both know that's a total myth. But the point I'm trying to make is this. You don't want to cut back to the 8th defender because he can't be blocked. So you have to understand as a running back defensive fronts, in relation to the blocking schemes. You have to understand the alignment of second and third level defenders. You have to understand based on maybe linebacker alignment, if that means the safety is going to drop down to fill in a gap. These are all things you have to understand, and you have to practice that. So again, I don't know what their overall plan is for him. Maybe they're looking to transition him solely to wide receiver. I can't speak to that. But if they plan on using him at running back meaningfully, he's going to have to learn how to play running back at the NFL level.
So this is exactly, Greg, what I was hoping to do with these shows. Exactly. I would say the biggest thing that most of our listeners and fans would be surprised about when it comes to the NFL would be the level of detail and football intelligence required to be able to play it all at that level, let alone excel. Greg, I played 7 years, okay? I'm proud of that, blah, blah, blah. Most of the guys I played with in training camp, I thought probably had more physical ability than I did. A lot of them couldn't really get down the mental part of one position, let alone being able to do all 5 like I could. And there's so much of a cat and mouse game. There's so many little intricate details you can do to really set your defender up. And what you just said is exactly right. Let's say it's a stretch play to the right side, okay? You don't just try to knock the defensive end out. All right. You attack the defensive end's outside armpit like you're trying to hook him because he's going to feel that. And his number one job is to not get hooked. So as he fights you attacking his outside armpit, he's like, oh, I can't get hooked. You are trying, Greg, hook. Actually, bro, I'm not even trying to hook you. Boom. And you wipe him outside. That's how you create space. Like that's how it happens. And people you'll see guys come in. They think they can just move a guy. You can't. You know how strong these guys are. You can't just move them.
No, and
you have to bluff them.
Yeah, and getting back to the running back position, Ross, because that's where we started with Travis Etienne, is if you call, let's say, outside zone, or let's say, teams have different categories for zone runs. Some coaches might just go inside zone, outside zone. Some coaches might go inside zone, mid zone, outside zone, stretch play. It's just how you want to categorize all this, as you well know. But the point is, the running back's initial read is based on the front. So in other words, if it's an over front, which means the line is shifted to the strength of the offense, the defensive line is shifted to the offensive strength, normally the tight end, then he has one read. If it's an under front and the defensive line is shifted to the weakness of the offensive line, which is away from the tight end, then he has another read. You have to learn these things. You don't just give a back a ball and say, let's run around and see what happens. All this stuff has to be taught, and it's much more detailed and nuanced at the NFL level.
Yep, and here's the deal. A lot of times they're looking at the first defensive lineman to that side of the ball or the end defensive lineman to that side of the ball. They are watching to see, do we get him hooked? Do we get leverage on him?
Right.
Or is he going to get pushed outside and I'm going to cut it back inside of him?
Right.
To your point, they need to know exactly who is being blocked and who's not.
And how they're being blocked.
Right. To your point about the eighth guy in the box, a lot of times that down safety, he is getting blocked. The guy that isn't is the end man in the line of scrimmage. So you can't cut it all the way back because he's coming down the line hard. Let me get to the next point. which is running backs as receivers.
Yeah.
It feels like this is all the rage now, and you hear all the time, he can run every route on the route tree. He runs wide receiver routes. How many of these guys does that really apply to, Greg? Like, are we forcing it, or are there a lot of guys that really can do that?
There's not a lot, because a lot of guys don't have experience doing it. And just because a guy can run a wheel route out of the backfield doesn't mean he can run wide receiver routes. But there's not a lot of guys that can truly run wide receiver routes. You know, detaching a guy from the formation and saying run a go route does not automatically mean he runs wide receiver routes. So there's not many guys who can truly line up on the outside and run a meaningful route tree. So if you do have one of those guys, like I would say that the guy I thought who was the best in this recent draft, who the Eagles drafted in the 5th round, was Kenneth Gainwell, based on his 2019 tape, because he did not play in 2020. But just lining up a guy on the outside doesn't automatically mean he can run wide receiver routes. Now, maybe that's what the Jaguars are trying to do with ATN, is they want to really teach him how to be a receiver. But there's a compromise there. You're lessening his ability to learn how to be an NFL runner. So, but again, they had a 1,000-yard back last year. We know ATN's a highly explosive athlete. They're probably looking to maximize the explosiveness of the players they put out on the field.
Speaking of Jaguars and running backs, they released Raquel Armstead, who really had some COVID complications. Yeah. You know, the one player that was really notable. The Giants picked him up off waivers. I feel like you or somebody else, Greg, a couple years ago really kind of liked him.
I did. I think he's a certain kind of back. I mean, again, obviously, if healthy, Barkley is the guy. We know that. Armstead's not competing for the starting job. But I think that Armstead, if healthy, and he missed a whole year, and obviously his body got racked a bit, so we don't know. But if he's back to what he was at Temple, I think he's your classic sustaining grinder. I think he's a really nice complement as a runner to someone like Barkley, who obviously can do it all. But I really liked Armstead coming out of Temple for what he is. You know, backs like that, as you know, Ross, are not drafted high because they're not necessarily explosive and big play weapons. And my guess is he's not going to give you a ton in the pass game, but he's a sustaining, inside, urgent, competitive grinder. And I think there's still a place for those backs in the NFL. I think there's always a place for those backs to some degree in the NFL.
What about, you mentioned Barkley, what about his Penn State teammate, Deshaun Hamilton? What a crazy story. He was set to get traded to the 49ers, reportedly, and then he tore his ACL. What do you think the Niners saw in Hamilton?
Well, I think Hamilton at his core in the NFL is a slot receiver. I think that he's I wouldn't call him super shifty, but I think given his size and his movement ability, he's a slot. Now, again, you're dealing in an NFL where there's much more formation variation. There's more motion than ever. So a lot of these defined categories that we spoke about 5-10 years ago don't necessarily exist 100% of the time. But for the most part, that's what he is. He would have been an interesting fit on the Niners because we know Kyle Shanahan uses motion well over 70% of his offensive snaps, moves people around, does a lot with his use of personnel. So he would have been an interesting player if he in fact made the team. I mean, he's one of those guys I think that needs to be in the right situation and truly get an opportunity. But now it's likely he'll miss this season.
While we're on wide receivers, former Panthers wide receiver Kelvin Benjamin signed with the Giants, converting the tight end. It feels like, Greg, everybody and their brother is quote unquote converting the tight end. We had Logan Thomas with success, obviously other success stories, but then you see
Darren Waller.
I think just the Eagles, Tyree Jackson and Hakeem Butler. Let's start with this. What does that really mean when these guys are converting the tight end?
Well, I think people have this sense if you're converting a guy to tight end, he's going to inline block and have to block defensive ends one-on-one. I don't think that's the way the league is now for the most part. If Kelvin Benjamin truly can make the conversion and he's on the Giants roster week one as a tight end, he would be much more of a flexed player, detached player. Think of Darren Waller. Darren Waller came out of Georgia Tech, I believe. He was a wide receiver in an offense in which they ran, that was Paul Johnson, where they ran that true option. So he didn't get a lot of volume targets at Georgia Tech. And he became a tight end. And what is Waller in the NFL for the most part? Waller is a player that lines up detached or in a wing position, which is not truly detached, but it's more, he's a wing tight end. I think I remember him catching a touchdown pass last year, beating a corner, Mike Davis of the Chargers. I mean, that's the way you use these players. If Kelvin Benjamin is truly going to make this transition, he'll be a detached, split matchup player. That's what he'll be. He's not going to be an inline tight end who you're going to feature for your strong side run game. So when people say they're transitioning to tight end, you have to understand what that means, Ross. He's not going to be an inline player. He's simply going to be they'll designate him as a tight end because they'll probably still have 3 wide receivers on the field when they go 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight, 3 wide, but he'll really be a detached matchup player.
So I guess what's the difference then between a guy converting the tight, quote unquote, converting tight end or just being a big slot?
Not a ton, depending on usage. Because Kelvin Benjamin, and again, these bigger guys, obviously Darren Waller plays the large majority of the snaps. So he does line up in multiple positions. But Benjamin, this is brand new for him. More than likely, he would not be playing in your quote-unquote true base offense. He'd be playing when you go to your quote-unquote sub packages on offense, where you go with 3 wide. So, yeah, he'd line up anywhere. He could be a slot. You could line him up as the way the Chiefs do more than any team in the league with Kelsey. They line up Kelsey as the single receiver to the short side of the field on the back side of 3 wide receivers. That's the boundary X position. You could see Benjamin, if it works, line up there and then see who plays him. Obviously you're looking for matchups. It's a matchup league. You're looking for matchups.
Couple other questions I wanted to get to because they've been in the news this week, one of which Steve Fezzik, my co-host on the Even Money podcast, which we usually record on Tuesdays, went crazy. He's a fan of Pro Football Focus, but they had Tom Brady as the number 2 quarterback in the NFL going into the 2021 season. Now, I know he played very well towards the end of the year. They have some statistics that back that up. And I know you're not a list or a ranking guy, Greg, but you know who the quarterbacks are.
Yeah,
you think you can make an argument that Tom Brady is still the second best quarterback in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes?
And you know me, Ross, my question would be, why are we even making this argument? What's the point? Tom Brady played extremely well last year over the last half of the season. And for the most part through the playoffs, he did get a little lucky in the NFC Championship game where he did throw 3 picks. But for the most part, down the stretch, he threw the ball extremely well and he played very, very well. Again, Brady falls into that category now, which is a discussion you and I have had about quarterbacks. As you look at young quarterbacks coming into the league, do quarterbacks need to have the ability to make second reaction plays? And second reaction can be defined in multiple ways. Brady is a master at working the pocket, so he can make late in the down pocket throws, which you could, if you really wanted to make the argument, you could argue that those are second reaction plays. They're just pocket plays. But people think of movement when they think of they think of guys getting out of the pocket. But, I'm not going to sit here and get into, Deshaun Watson had a better year or this guy had a better year just based on numbers. And I can't speak to Pro Football Focus. Those guys do an unbelievable job, but I don't know their criteria. So I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what the tape shows. And Brady played at a very, very high level for the last 10, 12 games of the 2020 season.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it'd be hard for me to put him ahead of Aaron Rodgers or Josh Allen, what some of these guys did last year.
Rodgers Rodgers is one of those guys. I think we lose sight of how great Aaron Rodgers is. So again, I'm not a list guy, And I'm not going to get into, well, Rodgers should be there ahead of this guy or ahead of that guy. I thought Aaron Rodgers was phenomenal last year in every way. I thought he played exceptionally well within the structure of that offense. I thought he threw the ball really well. He still made second reaction plays when demanded. But, if you talk to coaches, I've talked to coaches who've been on the Green Bay staff, and they'll tell you that Aaron Rodgers is just an absolute savant, that he's just a genius. He played at an extremely high level a year ago, and I know he's in the news for reasons that are not related to football, but he's a really, really high level player.
Greg, if I asked you in your 42 years at NFL Film, who's the best deep threat wide receiver you've seen, who would you say?
Stanley Morgan.
Really?
I don't know. I just pulled that name out.
That is that's an interesting one.
He played in a little different era. I remember Grogan to Morgan. Morgan was the guy that everybody started saying when he's even, he's leaving. And that was a different era where, he would catch 40 balls for, 20 plus yards a reception, but the game was different. But, we live in a world, I know this has all been in the news. I think people forget a little bit about Deshaun Jackson. Deshaun Jackson has been a major deep threat receiver, never been a true volume receiver. The game is a little different. There's a lot more balls being thrown. So receivers today, obviously this relates to Tyreek Hill. He'll catch a lot more balls because of the nature of pass offense in today's NFL. If Tyreek Hill played 15 or 20 or 25 years ago, you might be talking about a guy that catches 40 balls for 20 yards a catch. It just would be, it was a different game. But it's a social media world. We make judgments every 5 seconds, and people forget, what happened in the past. But there's been a lot of, I go back a long way, Ross, as you know. I think of guys like Cliff Branch.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Cliff Branch, Lynn Swann.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously Randy Moss. I will say this, though. I don't think I've ever seen a faster guy on a football field than Tyreek Hill. I don't think, with my eyes, I never felt that before.
Yeah, and he's a little different kind of fast because he's not a long athlete. So, some of these guys, neither was Deshaun, obviously, but, think back to like a Willie Gault, okay? And Willie Gault played on a team that did not throw the ball very much, but he was a track guy, and you remember Willie Gault. He could run now.
Yeah, he is the man. Greg Cosell, at Greg Cosell on Twitter. Fun conversation. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate Level Select CBD, especially when I know guys like golf legend Ricky Fowler, former NFL quarterback Carson Palmer are using Level Select CBD sports cream and roll-ons to get the relief they need. And now, how about this? Level Select CBD is sponsoring a free-to-play daily fantasy golf contest. Head to DraftKings.com and make your picks in the Level Select Golf Classic for your shot at $5,000 in cash prizes. Level Select has 3 different levels of CBD, so you can find products that's right for you. Visit levelselectcbd.com. Use promo code DK30 for 30% off your entire order. That's DK30 for 30% off your order at levelselectcbd.com. Eligibility restrictions apply. See website for details.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. So let's start with Broncos wide receiver Deshaun Hamilton, unclaimed on waivers, so he reverts back to the NFI list.
Which means he's not going to get paid. They don't need to pay on the NFI list. The Broncos aren't going to pay him, just like they're not paying Jawan James. It's a shame.
Tux Takes.
Philadelphia Eagles signed tackle LaRaven Clark.
They're really not messing around this week, huh? Ryan Kerrigan to play D-end. They trade for Josiah Scott to play corner. They sign LaRaven Clark. The Eagles are making sure that they at every position. They're on the field this week for OTAs, and it seems like they realize there's some positions where they want to make sure they have some dudes.
Tux Takes.
Speaking of having some dudes, the Houston Texans have a couple at quarterback, actually more than a couple. They just signed quarterback Jeff Driscoll.
Well, it seems pretty clear at this point that they don't believe that Deshaun Watson will ever play for them again. I mean, I just don't think you'd have a trade for Ryan Finley and sign Tyrod Taylor with some guaranteed money and draft Davis Mills and sign Jeff Driscoll if you thought Deshaun Watson was going to be there. It seems pretty clear they don't think he's going to be there. I mean, they even gave Jeff Driscoll like some guaranteed money, I think like $750,000 or something.
Tux Takes.
One final note today: Antonio Brown's deal with the Bucs is on hold pending a physical after he had knee surgery.
Yeah, and he's on hold, and it seems like Tim Tebow's on hold too. I don't know why the Jags, if they're going to sign Tebow, they wouldn't have already, because they're on the field right now. And if Tebow's making this transition to tight end, he needs every single rep he can get. As for Antonio Brown, I guess he had that knee surgery, and Bruce Arians is on the Pewter Report with our guys, including John Ledyard, who comes on College Draft Podcast a lot, and said they got to wait till he can pass a physical after the knee surgery before they go ahead and sign him. Hopefully you guys sign up for @RossTuckerPod on social media, Twitter or Instagram, so you can see the highlight clips of our other shows that you may or may not watch. That way it entices you to check them out, or youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL. That way you can always see the highlight clips of all the shows, see what I'm wearing that day, whatever. Other than that, we got time for an email, Bri. I love it. Love some emails. All you ever have to do is take advantage of any of our sponsors over at RossTucker.com. Send me an email, Ross@RossTucker.com, after you do, and say, hey, Ross, I took advantage of Level Select CBD or ExpressVPN or DraftKings or whatever, and then ask me any question you'd like. I love it. What do you got, Bri?
Hey, Ross, took advantage of your code on 1-800-Flowers and sent 24 red roses to my fiance using that code football. Hoping to get a question, which is, do you change up your blocking style depending on who's the running back behind you? And also, who is your favorite running back to block for in your career? Love your show. Heard you on Damashek a couple of years ago and have been listening ever since. This is from Nathan.
Thank you, Nathan. I love it. Good question. Thank you for taking advantage of the 100 Flowers order. So the answer is not really, no. And part of that is because you're really blocking the play and you're really blocking the defensive front. If you were listening to Greg and I earlier, we talked about how you have to understand the front, understand how the defense is playing it, and be able to block it based on how they're playing it. You really don't have time to add the running back to the equation. Now, that said, I do think coordinators and play callers at times will call a play or a certain scheme based on the running back, them knowing that that running back is better or worse on certain plays. I think that's the reality. However, if you know who the running back is, there are certain guys, I guess you know, that they're better at breaking tackles. They're maybe a little bit more patient in the backfield, like a Le'Veon Bell. But I will tell you, like in Buffalo, that's a good example. I didn't always know who was in the huddle, Travis Henry or Willis McGahee, based on the nature of how we huddled. I didn't know. And they had very different styles. Willis was more patient and sort of always falling forward, really good vision. Travis Henry just hit it hard and was strong and explosive. But it didn't really change how you ended up going ahead and blocking. Good question. I like it. Keep those coming. I hope we haven't gotten a patron in a while. Patreon.com/RTmedia. Love chatting with you guys. We're probably due for another happy hour here soon. Love the I Think We're Done Here members of Patreon.com/RTmedia, like Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, humanheadnyc.com. Check out Fantasy Feast, Even Money, College Draft, Business of Sports this week. Plenty for you guys to check out over the weekend. And we will be back bright and early on Monday. I think we're done. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome back to the Dream Stream. We have got a lot going on for you here in Simland over the course of the rest of the day. Couple sims already behind us, and we bring in the professor, Zach Thompson. Adam Kaufman here with you. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? This is our time, 4 o'clock. This is when we hang.
Great day the two of us get to hang out.
I like it.
Now, I think what the people expect from us is exclusively NBA talk over the course of the next hour. That's what's happened here over the last couple of days, pretty much. And you know, I'm sure we'll obviously get into a little bit on the heels of last night and one play-in game left tonight, but didn't really do any NBA with BK on the last sim, so it's at least available to us. This is the early bird specialty, and now we wait for the Warriors to make the playoffs free roll. So tell me, what's your lineup look like?
Yeah, so I actually did a number of different builds here, and what I ended up sticking with, and I'm not sure. Whenever I do a bunch of lineups, it's usually either really good or really bad. Mm-hmm. It's extreme one way or the other. I ended up with Breida as my captain. I like the success he had in the past against the Saints. He does catch a lot of passes out of the backfield. I think he's the focus of what Miami's going to try and do. The Miami front seven has done a pretty good job of limiting Alvin Kamara, who I think is going to be a much more popular play, obviously, as a running back dual threat. So I actually don't have Kamara on my team at all. I have Breida, Breeze, and Michael Thomas, who's been pretty good in these sims lately and against Miami. And then I went with the kicker, Will Lutz, right? Three-letter Will.
Play. Yeah.
And then the wide receiver 2 and 3 from the Dolphins, because these throwbacks from Miami, right? I mean, look at these things. They're beautiful. Anyway,
they look nice.
Jakeem Grant and Albert Wilson round out my line.
Where's Dan Marino when you need him?
I know. Well, maybe Tua can beat Dan Marino, but with the wrong hand.
Yeah, the lefty instead. Yeah, as Edward knows that we both look Celtics happy. We are dressed appropriately, which is true. I do have a Celtics related T-shirt on that I can show the people at the quarter break. I think it's just a color coincidence.
Correct.
Kamara, 21-yard pickup in the air to start things off here for the Saints. So my lineup, I went Jared Cook in the captain spot.
Okay. I did consider him. Yep, that's a good play. I
also have Matt Breida, not unlike yourself. I want to make sure that I got Breida in there. You know, he is as big a threat as you will find here on this Dolphins team offensively. I don't have Drew Brees. I don't have Alvin Kamara. I do have Michael Thomas in this lineup.
Okay.
I have Devontae Parker as well. Like Parker, he's about 40% owned. I have Emmanuel Sanders and Jakeem Grant, like yourself as well. So everyone in my lineup,
a little bit different.
Everyone in my lineup is owned in at least a third of lineups and at least 40% of lineups if you exclude Grant. So quite a bit of overlap with the people. As far as my Captain Cook, though, 45% owned, 8% in the captain spot. Your Captain Breida is the chalk, 24% almost in the captain spot, about 74% owned overall.
Interesting
information
there. Yeah, my lineup is pretty chalky. My least owned is Albert Wilson at 24%. So
all I know is at some point, our man, undercover boss T Pike, is going to be sitting in first place, or at least top 5 in this sim. Maybe he finishes there, maybe he drops out, but at some point, he's going to be there.
He's just been on a run lately.
Oh, I mean, the guy is hot fire in Simland. You can't contain him. It's just automatic.
So maybe he needs to tell us who he has, or we need to find his entry here.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Let's look for the DK-T-Pike. 39th right now. So he has Breeze at captain. Well, never mind. That's not going to be a good day for him. He's got Breeze at captain.
That's not good for either of us, because I have Breeze in my lineup, but you don't have him at all.
I don't have him at all. It's a total fade on the future Hall of Famer now retired. He does have Alvin Kamara, who both of us faded, and a lot of people rostered him. 64%, 18% in the captain spot. So kind of a
and there he is with another catch
on our part, but yeah, he's racking up the points early. He also has Breida, has Traquan Smith, who I do love playing when the Saints are involved. I just don't have him in there today. Also has Jakeem Grant, so we're 100%, the three of us, on Grant and Breida. And like you, he has Will Lutz, who is owned in about a quarter of lineups.
And here comes Will the Thrill right now.
On 4th and 2 from the 29. End over end and still rising as it gets there.
That would have been
Field
good
goal's
from
good
70.
for the Saints. That thing might have left the whole stadium. 46-yard field goal. Not bad.
Give the man 4 points.
Yep.
Very nice way to start things off for Will Lutz.
We thank you all for hanging out here.
Won me a kicker league.
T-Bike, I think it was going to Tampa Bay.
Maybe.
Smash that like, folks. Let's get to 200 here by the end of the sim. Josh says we playing the same guy, Cough.
All right.
Could be any number of guys.
If it's Cook, quiet start for Cook.
Let's do a little bit of NBA. Why not?
All right, let's do it.
Is Dean Murray here? Let's do a little NBA. Dean, if you are here, say hello.
Who you got tonight, Dean?
Well, last night, we'll get to tonight, but last night, obviously the Lakers-Warriors game, I mean, it lived up to the hype and then some. You know, LeBron went all Steph at the end and turned out to be a three-point win with his long three-pointer to put the Lakers ahead. It was a back-and-forth game. I really did think the Warriors were going to win it. I felt that way going in. I felt that way really all the way through. It just, Lakers snuck back at the end. LeBron was LeBron. And
I was going to say LeBron went LeBron. And
LeBron went LeBron with the triple-double. Steph, really kind of characteristic of what we said. Like, Steph had a great night. He just didn't have hardly anything around him. And it
was just like all the rest of the season.
Yeah, just fell a tad short there. And as I said, for the free roll contest, now we just wait for them to knock off the Grizzlies and get to the playoffs anyway. But
you think
all
so,
the people,
right?
Like all over Twitter last night, it was just, long live the play-in and how amazing and where are you going to find this drama and what a game. Like, it's like we'd already forgotten the first 3 games of the play-in tournament were kind of crap. And, that one was more than made up for everything.
Yeah.
And now people were already all in on the play-in tournament, but now they're just all sorts of excited, just because, I guess we got the early glimpse, right? I mean, maybe those teams will match up down the line in the postseason for a full series, but if nothing else, we got the one game and it was exciting.
That would be something, huh? If the Warriors get the 8th seed and then we get a rematch of 7 and 8 in the
fun. It's possible.
Western I mean, it is.
It's possible with those two teams.
Yep.
I mean, 7 and 8 is,
I just
rare, but
right. I don't think Steph can do that for a long series. Carry them. I mean that would be very impressive if he's able to carry that group through multiple long series. That would be insane.
What'd you think of the game, though? Did you have a chance to watch?
Yes, I did. It was a good game. It was entertaining. I'm obviously, as a Celtics fan, I was hoping the Lakers would not win, but LeBron is LeBron, and I always had the feeling, and on the sim, I actually picked the Lakers. I said I wish the Warriors would win, but I think the Lakers are going to win because of LeBron, and he was enough of LeBron for that one game. They did play him enough, and I was very interested to see how they played it, and they played it like a must-win. And when it's a must-win situation, LeBron makes the difference, which is exactly what he did. And it was a lot of fun. Now, I think the play-in tournament is good, but not because that game was good. I just think it's good because it made the race for the seeds so much better. Sure. Not that it fixed tanking, because it didn't. But the race for where people finished was a lot more interesting to me the last couple weeks of the season, because of the play-in tournament being there. And then now you've got the chance that a team that finished in the top 8 isn't going to make the playoffs. Do you think that is likely, though? Do you think there's any chance, or is it ultimately going to make no difference whatsoever?
As Jordan Lindenbaum says in the chat, silver lining, they will smoke Memphis tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be a smoke show, but I do think Golden State is going to win. And I do think that Washington is going to beat Indy. I think that your 1 through 8 is going to be your 1 through 8 regardless.
Is oh boy, there's my captain right there. Valanciunas is a bad matchup for the Warriors. You don't think Memphis can focus on him like they did a little bit early on when they built the big lead?
Sure. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be a Steph domination. I just think ultimately Golden State's going to prevail. I mean, Memphis has a good team and a deep roster and very well balanced.
They're much deeper.
No one is
much
top heavy
deeper.
as Steph.
Yeah, exactly. If you were to make a list of like the top
Touchdown,
6 players,
Devontae Parker. My lineup,
there's your
boys.
boy.
My lineup.
Not mine. Boom. Nice. First touchdown of the day in this sim goes to the Dolphins. Virtual Sean Payton. Not very happy about that.
What you were saying on Memphis.
If you made a list of the top players in that game, how many? So I mean, Steph's
Like, what's
number
your
one.
top 5 look like? How
That's what
many
I'm saying.
are actually Warriors?
Like, how low on the list do you have to go before you get to? I mean, Draymond would have to be second, right? I mean, unless Wiggins, maybe the second Warrior. I mean, because you got Steph, obviously number 1.
I'd put Draymond over Wiggins.
Okay.
What I'm trying to think of is how many of them would be in the top 5.
I think just the 2, right?
I would.
Or
think.
is it? Yeah. The depth. My point was the depth is definitely on Memphis's side, which makes me think they've got a chance if Steph struggles. He just doesn't do that very often, especially not lately. He just has taken it to another level. I kind of miss the hair too. Like it just doesn't look like Steph.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if he has a bad shooting night, sure, they're toast. But
when has that ever happened?
Exactly.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
at
No,
least
I hear
not
you.
reliably. I mean, all-star, superstar players, which he most certainly is, tend to rise to the occasion, especially in a one-game situation, which is
Right, in a lose and go home, which is
Right.
now what this is.
Right. So,
And you said you think you said in passing, and we can talk about it a little more. You think Wizards tonight?
Yeah, we can go to that. Obviously, you got that playing game. That's till 8 o'clock Eastern tonight, by the way. So you're about 4 hours away from that one still. And I will, as people asked earlier, if I remember, create a showdown contest for a bunch of us to jump into sometime before lock. Thinking about rebranding the Last Minute NBA also, since it really just isn't at all last minute.
We talked about that. I think it might need a rebrand.
Yeah, I think I may just go hashtag Cough Classic.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's not, because it is a classic, and then when we do Last Minute NBA, we can still call
really
it Last Minute NBA.
Yeah.
As, that truly comes in the final moments, or at least within the hour, as opposed to like the night before or something wild like that.
And you'd have to go classic with a K, right?
I like that. Hadn't thought about it. I like it. Could do that.
Cough Classic with K.
Yeah.
You could.
Just can't go Cough Classic Contest.
No, that feels overdone.
That's overkill. Producer Drew, why? Why's that? 7-3, Miami. Final 30 seconds of the opening quarter. I do think the Wizards win tonight, though. It's no slight on Sabonis or Brogdon, etc. And obviously, we saw what they did in that first contest, just embarrassing those Hornets, who banged up in their own right. But I just think, Russ coming off the down game against Boston, I think Russ goes Russ. I think we see a triple-double tonight. I think he, just goes nuts. I think Beal's going to be very good.
Beal did look pretty healthy, which I think was my big concern for Washington, both in that game and moving forward, was if Beal is less than 100%, does Russ just take 100 shots and is that good for the team? He looked healthy enough to me. Again, not a lot of depth there, but
Bad Boys Bob says you should call it the Cough Up Your Money Classic. It's true. People do need to do it.
Mm-hmm. That does make it seem like it's a bigger entry fee, though. Like, you could do that if it was a bigger entry fee. It's only $1, usually. Although I know playoff time took it to the next level.
We ratcheted it up a bit. 2 bones. Final play of the quarter.
That will do it. Breida with the carry up the middle. He's got 35 yards on the ground. But the touchdown in this one, Devontae Parker. Saints offense, not so great in that first quarter.
No.
Breeze went 3 of 6 for 53 yards. Tua 4 of 5 for 39 yards. And the touchdown, Breida 36, he's actually credited with on the ground. Alvin Kamara, so far the fade has not burnt us on the ground, only 10 carries, but it has burnt us through the air. 3 catches, 53 yards to lead all pass catchers there. Albert Wilson does have 1 catch. Devontae Parker has 1 catch. His was just a touchdown. And even Jordan Howard, look at Jordan Howard jumping into the action there. If you took a punt play on the power back, Jordan Howard, he's got a catch for 8 yards, 7 of which came after the catch.
So with that, again, 7-3 Miami is in front right now. These stats, they are updated, folks. Thank you so much to Kyle. We, of course, have producer Drew here with us. T. Pike, undercover boss Tom, is our technical director. ConcoCab saying, Koff, how many players can enter for the showdown? 20? 50? It's a good question.
You haven't made the contest yet, so
haven't even thought about it yet.
Determined, right?
Yeah, it's TBD. The Guru Koff's contest is 95% sharks. As a shark myself, I tend to swim to where the fish are. So yes, Koff comp is a low odds win.
Okay, I think I followed that.
I don't totally get the last part there. Unless he's just saying.
I think he's just saying it's hard to win your contest because it's a lot of people who know what's going on.
Yeah, I got it. A lot of people who know what they're doing. Well, you know,
Exactly.
all you guys in the Sim fam, you're sharp. You're sharps, if you will.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, see, now we're just all throwing out wordplay. T Pike offering a challenge. Undercover boss Tom says, "You guys think we can get to 200 likes by the end of the sim? We're 35 away. Got almost
we can do it.
300 people watching. Come on, folks, smash that like button."
Let's
Bang
do
says,
it.
"Who's that on your shirt, bruh?" I'll show you at the at the half. It will fit nicely into our
Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only. I've never. So this is me being old and out of touch. I've never really gotten the wrong answers only meme. You know, that whole deal on Twitter when people do, you know, post a picture, whatever, wrong answers, and then you know, like we all know how it
Well,
works.
it's because it's funny.
Not for me.
All right.
I don't think the wrong answers only thing was marketed to me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think it depends on, you got to have the right image or the right meme with
Maybe
it,
that's
right?
what it is. I feel like it's forced a lot of the time.
Yeah, or they can't come up with something witty to say, so they're just going to let everybody else do it. It's used as a punt play. You make this funny because I'm too tired to.
Right. It's very true.
So did you talk about the Sim season coming up? Did you talk about that with the Sim fan?
We brought it up at the very end, but by all means, obviously, as you well know, it hasn't come up yet during this sim. So fill the people in. It's exciting.
Yeah,
I just heard about it today.
Same here. I was like, hey, what's this free pool? It's a simulated football pool. That sounds like something I'm interested in. And found out that we are doing a take on the upcoming NFL season starting next Monday. We are starting, the schedule will no longer be randomly generated or not so randomly generated. It will be following the NFL schedule. So starting Monday, the 12 o'clock sim will be the Bucks and the Cowboys, which is, of course, the opening night matchup.
Sure.
Rosters will stay exactly as they are right now, so there's no roster update, adjustment, or anything like that. It's the teams that you have come to know and love that will be embarking on the 2021 NFL schedule. And we will be keeping track of records and things like that. And we'll have a standings page over on the playbook. And there is a chance for you to win some free money over on the sportsbook. If you go over there to the pool, the free pool contests that you can find there at the top by clicking on pools. or if you're in the DraftKings app, there's a free pool tile there that you can click on. This is available in all states. It is not just for those that are able to play in paid pools, because it is a free pool. Anyone is eligible to join. You go over there, you scroll down. It's kind of towards the bottom now. It'll climb as these other ones go live. But it is a 5K simulated pro football season pool. And you are asked there to pick the winner of each division and answer 2 other questions, which we'll come back to. So you pick the winner of each division and these 2 other questions, those 10 questions and answers, and then you get a chance to win a share of $5,000, depending on how your picks do. It'll give you something to cheer for. We'll be able to keep track of the standings throughout the upcoming season. We'll be able to work our way through the schedule. It will exactly follow. The one thing it will do, teams might play a little bit closer together or a little bit farther apart than they have typically been doing. There might be some teams that play on back-to-back days, or when your team has a bye week, like if you're a huge Dolphins fan, when the Dolphins have a bye week, there might be, it might be a few more days between their games. But other than that, not a huge change. The contest will continue to run just like they currently do for fantasy purposes. The DFS classics and showdowns, all that stays the same. It will just be that you can jump in this free 5K pool, pick the division winners and those 2 other questions, and get a chunk of that free 5K. So I'll also have the link in my write-up for the next few days. So if you're over there, I'll tweet it out as well, and then you can also find it there in my article that's every day on playbook.draftkings.com.
So will we keep a online or independently, our production staff, combination of the 3, I guess? Will there be a separate standings grid so that we know how everybody's doing?
Yep, there will be a separate standings grid, and then it will also be a public page on Playbook that has the standings. It'll keep up with all that, and we're also going to start a new, fresh tab for Krusty Koff Player of the Game, because by doing that, we can award Krusty Koff MVP.
Ooh, I like that. Is that going to be on the Playbook too?
We can add that in, maybe. I don't know. Let me check on that. You mean actually like listing out the player for each game, or maybe just keeping players that have won multiple listed?
Sure,
or something
maybe.
Like yeah, maybe we can keep like a leaderboard under there. I like that idea. Let me run that idea past some people, see if they're cool with it. And it's a good idea.
Have you guys heard
I like
about the Krusty Koff Award?
Everybody's heard about the Krusty Koff Award. But yeah, we'll definitely keep track of that on a separate tab, so we'll know, like, of the 16 game or 17 games now in the season, 16 times Patrick Mahomes was the Krusty Koff Player of the Game. So he wins MVP. So we will see how that all plays out. But it'll be fun to kind of get that started, give a little bit more purpose and direction to the season, to the Sims, because they are now part of a larger season. There is already 26,000 entries in that free pool. So I think the Sim fam has found it, but make sure to get your entry in there. It is, again, 100% free to play, and you can win a piece of 5K. So
which
jump
means
on in there.
You know, we've talked about this. You don't just need to be in sportsbook states, because it's free to play. You can enter wherever you are in the globe listening.
Correct. And so all you do is you pick the division winners. So it's kind of interesting, actually, if you think about it. There might be some division contenders that aren't really contenders. For example, the Saints are going to be a lot better in the Sims that we're going to be doing here than probably in real life, because they still have Drew Brees.
Right.
So make sure that you keep in mind that it is based on these rosters. It is not based on rosters going into the current season or the new rosters. That'll be different. That's coming later, but this will be a season that just has these teams that we've already seen so many times. So it actually, you can review it and kind of look at what they've done and get a good idea for who's going to be very good. The 2 other questions, real quick, I thought they were pretty interesting questions. One is, how many teams will be undefeated through the first 8 games of the season? And the over-under on that is 1.5. Which I think is perfect.
Well, it is perfect.
And I think I would take
I like the under.
I think I would take the under.
Yeah.
Because we just have so much randomness that happens in these sims. And I mean, even the really good teams like the Chiefs lose.
Well, I just can't think of a time. I mean, have we seen a team reel off 17 straight wins in all these sims?
Oh, no, but it's through week 8.
Oh, through week 8.
So it would be.
I'd still take the under.
How many teams? The question. Let me read it exactly. How many teams will be undefeated through the first 8 games of the season?
Yeah, I'm still taking the under.
I think I would take the under as well. But it's a good number.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you could get 2. I could see it being 2. Chiefs, I could see on a run. Packers are another team that can get on nice runs. But Seahawks also, as T-Pike mentions, they've been on a nice little run. Recently, won a little tournament with their nice run that we had, the bracket tournament. The other question is, which of these teams will have the best record at the end of the regular season? And they did not. They picked 4 teams, and they picked bad teams.
Interesting. Okay.
So the 4 teams, and then I'd be interested in your take. Jets, Jaguars, Bengals, Broncos.
Man, I have no idea what their standings are in like what we've kept track of to this point. That'd be interesting to even just to know that. I'd be really curious to know who the division leaders are through where we are right now in Madden 21 or whatever we've kept track of to this point. Of that group, man, I really want to say Denver.
Okay. I would go with the Bengals and Joe Burrow. But I think you're not wrong. The Broncos would be potential too. The Jets aren't awful in this either.
No.
So I can tell you that in 2021,
the Jags have cousin Chris. You can't bank against them.
It's true. It's true. So in 2021, since we moved to the new year, since the end of the tournament, I think this is.
Which tournament?
The holiday tournament, it looks like. I mean, this is 48 sims, basically, on this standing sheet that I'm currently looking at.
So who's the worst team?
The worst team is... Sorry, Reed. I don't think he's watching anyway.
No, he's
busy.
Doing PGA.
Yeah, it's the Raiders.
What's the
record?
record?
The Broncos are close, though. Raiders are 13-34. Broncos are 14-33. Jets are 18-29, so they're pretty bad. Cincinnati's 20-28, so getting a little bit better. But according to this standing sheet, the right answer to this question would actually be Jacksonville. They are 26-22. They are above 500.
Seattle's the best.
Winningest team again on the sheet. 36-13. Yes, Seattle.
So who are the division leaders?
New England by a very comfortable margin.
What's that?
Kansas
record?
City. New England's 31-16.
Oh wow.
That defense is very solid.
Yeah, no opt-outs in sim lane.
That's right. So New England is on top of the AFC East. Kansas City is on top of the AFC West, but barely over the Chargers. Baltimore has a very slim lead over Cleveland and Pittsburgh. They're both pretty close. All 3 of those teams are actually very close at the top of the AFC North. AFC South is a very slim margin. The Titans over the Jaguars. NFC East, it's the Cowboys. NFC West, it's the Seahawks. NFC North, it's the Packers. And NFC South is the Saints. And in the NFC, it's all, 9, 10, 9, 5 game margins. So more margin of those division leaders in the NFC. But I will say that even, that's at a 48, 50, almost 50 game span. But if you look even back at the seasons we've done in the past with the same ratings, they do yield different results. So the fact that those teams are at the top right now really doesn't mean they will be, because it's a smaller sample size than what we're looking at here, just 17 games. And there'll be more division play. Obviously, they'll all play the schedule they're going to play in real life. So,
Brendan Glasheen in the chat.
What's up,
Energy in the
Glash?
sim could be better. What do you think this is? A WNBA game? It's a Madden sim.
yes, it is. I can't confirm that. Computer on computer. 10-3 Dolphins lead. So it would actually be quite the upset. 'cause the
Using
Saints are much better
using some
record.
very basic math, so I might be wrong. I did it quickly. So this whole tournament or season, this Madden 21 season, should only take about 2 weeks, right?
I think it'll take longer than that. Sorry, I think you did. I think it's a few months.
Months? Wait a minute. Hang on. Let me see where my math screwed up. I'm not an accountant.
I think producer Drew, you've done the math, right? You can. I'm not going to do it on air because when I do, I get it wrong.
How many teams are in the NFL? 32?
That is correct.
Okay.
So it's 32 times 17.
That's 544
divided by
games.
2. Divided by 2.
Why am I dividing by 2?
Because two teams play in every game.
Okay, 2 teams, right? 272.
I'm so glad people get to watch this live.
As we're on camera, you're watching the hamster on the wheel. 272. Okay. Then what?
Divide by what? 6, and that's how many days?
45 days. Okay.
So that's a month and a half, 6 weeks. Not
right.
2.
I don't know what math I did, where I landed on about a 2-week tourney. Are we
24 hours a day? Were you going 24-hour a day, Sims? Is that what you were trying to do?
No,
every hour. We're just going back to back, people. We're gonna get through this thing.
You know what I did? I got to the 544. You know, I did the number of games in a season times the number of teams, and then I divided by 6, the 6 sims a day. But then I divided by 7 days in a week.
Oh, gotcha. And you didn't divide by 2 because
I
you
didn't
were counting
divide by 2.
Gotcha.
And that took me down to about 2 weeks.
Yep. But it was,
I'm glad that everyone has enjoyed this math.
Math class.
Math class is we're leaving this. Yeah, Brian says Coffonomics. Oh, who's on the shirt says Destiny? This is Brad Stevens.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
There he is.
It's the Great Hope. For all those people that want him fired.
Yep. You're not one of those people, right?
Nope.
All right, good. I didn't think so.
Destiny. You told us you tell us who's on the shirt at the half. Come on. Who's on that damn shirt?
I've been looking at that hairline, trying to figure
who's it. Wouldn't it be great if it was me? It'd be like
it says Hope on the bottom, but it's your face.
It's how hard would you laugh though if it were a picture of Glash on my shirt and it said Hope under it? Like if I just casually stood up and that was actually, Glash's hairline.
I may have had to sit out the third quarter.
Now I
may have
want
laughed that hard.
Can we have
know,
those
right?
printed? What would it have to say on the bottom? It wouldn't be Hope, but maybe it could be. But if it was a picture, Glash, you still in the chat? What would the shirt say?
I don't know. Would he have eyebrows on the picture?
Nope. And he'd be wearing a blouse.
Of course. These are the givens. The question is, what would it say?
What would the word be? Yeah.
The chat will come up with it. I trust their creativity.
Destiny says, I thought it was a white Obama on your shirt. Honestly, the first time that I saw this shirt, I kind of did too. and then I looked closer at it.
There you go.
Brad,
all right.
No more years, says Derwin V. Well, he's got 6 left on his contract. So.
Not going anywhere.
Oh,
he dropped it.
Sim. Talk about the sim.
Well,
yeah, Freak of Nature says if it was Glash, it would just say, that's life. That's true. That's a good one. It's not one word, but it's good.
Phonics, but spelled wrong.
Yeah, with an X.
Right.
Shirt would say Chip. Lots of Pops' last shirt would say brow down. Congo Cab, Nets might demolish the Celtics and sweep them. Sorry about that, Cough. I've been thinking about it, Congo Cab.
They might.
And as we said on my podcast that we recorded earlier today to be released this afternoon, I'm going gentleman sweep. I think
5?
I think the Celtics take one game.
All right.
Gentleman sweep.
I could see it. I think and according to you, this is worst case scenario. I think the Celtics could push it to 6.
Yeah, I don't want any
because
part of that.
Because I think Tatum could go off for two of the games, like go off like he did in the playing game.
Pranov says, "Hey Zach, can I get a hi?"
Hey, what's up? Hi.
I was asked this question, pardon me, that I
Thanks
thought
for
was
joining.
interesting. Kyle and Ops. Wizards would have swept. Well, best of luck against the Sixers. You just have to get there first. I was asked this question earlier on that note. So if the Celtics take a game, they lose in 5, which one do they take? I think there are, in all likelihood, it's one of 2 answers.
It's 3 or 4.
So I went 3
I
when
think
I was
3.
asked that question.
I think 3.
3 was the one that I went with, but
Because
then
the Nets win both games at home. Celtics come home. They get the boost of being home, and the Nets maybe don't go quite as hard because they're up to it. So that's why I would say 3.
I missed this comment. I just scrolling back. Clem, you guys should make a shirt like that with Kenny's face on it at the bottom. It just says, nope.
That's good.
Oh, where do I buy one? I swear to God. That's unbelievable. Instead of hope, it says nope.
Nope.
Oh, tears. Clem, so good. So I said 3 also, although the person that I talked to I thought made a compelling case for game number 1.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, Celtics, playing well, played well last game, obviously. Ride the momentum of that a little bit. That's as engaged for 48 minutes as they've looked all year. Tatum was obviously, out of his mind. And so, but on top of that, the lack of continuity with the Nets. The fact that Harden, Durant, and Irving have only played a combined 8 games together this season. If there's any time to catch them potentially sleeping, it would be game 1.
I think the fact that it's game 1, though, they'll be more up for that. Like their first playoff game, they want to go out there and show that they can throw this imaginary switch and just out-talent everyone. And maybe they can, but I think that's why I would kind of think game 1 is probably one of their better games. I could see them stealing game 2 maybe, but game 3 would be the most likely, I think. Can you imagine if they took 2 and 3?
No, I cannot.
I
cannot even imagine that universe.
Okay.
All right.
That answers that then.
I mean, can you really see that happening? Remember, Jaylen Brown is not out there. Like if the Celtics had both their All-Stars, we could maybe talk ourselves, and I'm not even saying it would happen, obviously, but at least we could, as fans, talk ourselves into, like, well, what if I can't even go there right now with the way this roster is constructed? And I mean, Kemba would have to play great. Fournier would have to play great. Tatum would have to, not 50 points, but more or less be as dominant as he was against the Wizards. And, as aggressive, get in the line, all of that, for that scenario to even have some merit.
Yeah, I think I can see it. Yep.
That'd be fun. I do like that. For anyone's
I mean,
unaware of this, obviously,
for the record, I'm not saying that I think that's going to happen, but I could definitely imagine that happening. Yeah, I can see that happening. I don't think
I do
it
like
will.
that they're back to full capacity for game 4. And, it's maybe, as I saw somebody joke on Twitter, maybe the governor can
Can we get it for game 3?
Maneuver
Hey,
the mandate
touchdown.
by a few hours and get it for game 3 as well.
I know, right?
Saquon Smith touchdown.
100% in this one block radius, starting at center court. We can go to 100% in a day early. Yeah.
Well, but like truly, what's the difference between like whatever the time is, 8 p.m. versus midnight?
4 hours later.
Yeah,
I
like,
know,
really.
right?
Let's just fill up the garden. What are we doing?
Can we tip off at 12:01? I mean, would it really
Right.
be that different than a West Coast start time?
Right. It'd be a late night, sure, on the East.
All right.
But, that's okay.
You think you'd sell those tickets?
Oh my God, yeah.
Right.
Playoff game. Kyrie
At 12:01.
First time playing against his old team. In front of fans.
Let's do that. That would be. I mean, that would be.
He's going to get booed mercilessly.
He might get mooed too.
He might get mooed too. He will get.
We might get some
milked
Kyrie
like a cow.
mood.
He will get booed mercilessly in game 4 with that full crowd.
Yes, that is for sure.
T Pike has crept into the top 10 because of course he has. He's
Yeah,
number
of course.
7. I'm
Shocker.
145. 10-10 game. A few minutes to go, third quarter. Did you see his comments? Speaking of Kyrie Irving, that
Oh, I thought we were talking about T Pike. No, I didn't see what did T Pike say.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see what Kyrie said. Which ones? The ones where he doesn't care about basketball?
He did his media session yesterday, I think it was, and obviously talked about a lot of stuff. But he was asked one of the questions, and in typical Kyrie fashion, went it on this long roundabout 2-minute answer where you got to really dig deep to find what he's attempting to talk about, because he doesn't just ever get to any sort of point. He just talks around everything, which I can totally relate to, by the way. And he was
I'm sorry,
asked
what was your
about-
point there?
Exactly. He was asked about Durant and him teaming up, and now, a couple years later, finally having the opportunity for this potential to be realized. And so he starts out by saying, well, it could be 10 years, 20 years before we really get the credit that for the vision that we put in place coming together as we did. And of course, I hear that and I'm thinking, like, because Kyrie Irving invented the super team, in case nobody out there knew that. It's going to be a decade or two.
Your boy.
Yeah, that's not going to count. Devontae Parker touchdown, maybe. We'll see. So it's gonna be a decade.
Pass interference.
Well, I hope. That'd be nice. It'd be good for my lineup. See what the officials say.
Called it. Pass interference.
Boom.
See,
Oh, Chauncey, be better.
well, it doesn't hurt anybody. It helps you. Devontae
that.
Parker, second touchdown of the
Touchdown.
game.
So he was asked about,
Yes.
or talking about being a visionary and all. I don't know what credit he's thinking he's going to get in 10 or 20 years, but then just talks about how they were both, they came together because they were both in situations that just, weren't working. They couldn't be themselves. They weren't having
The Warriors? What?
They were, clashing with teammates, friction. It was just, so they had to be happy. So they've come together to be happy. It's like, dude, I mean, this is all kinds of sad. It's all kinds of sad that I honestly, I feel badly. I feel bad that he just seems like someone who's never happy.
Yeah.
Period.
It does seem that way, for sure.
T Pike, you've fallen out of the top 10, buddy. I think. Have you? Let me see you.
Are you concerned at all that, I mean, concern is not the right word, but do you think there's a chance that Kyrie doesn't, that Kyrie's, no, like his focus affects their playoff run at all?
100%. I mean, it sure as heck did in Boston, watching that firsthand. I mean,
Right.
And seemingly, based on the reports that you read out of Cleveland as well when he was there, that last year before he demanded his way out, when he was, he didn't go AWOL in the way that he has in Brooklyn, but he there was some article, I remember reading it just before he came to Boston, about how that entire playoff run, he didn't talk to any of his teammates. He just he just totally phased everybody out. He's just a complete loner. It got weird. It got uncomfortable, and it wasn't as though he quit on the team in the same way that I think, quite frankly, he did on Boston during that Milwaukee series when he just wildly shot them out of the series.
Right.
But I absolutely, if anything, I've been saying it all year, if anything is going to stop these Nets from making a real run, getting to the NBA Finals, or at least having a really competitive conference finals, like that being their floor, if anybody is going to get in the way of that, it's not the talent on Brooklyn, it's their temperament, it's ego, it's internal drama, it's combustibility, and you have got 3 guys that all have shown a propensity for doing that in various places that are now a unit. And I don't know, I'm wildly entertained. I don't know how that's going to play out, but that would be my concern if I'm a Nets fan. But Nets fans you see it all over social media. They're blinded by, and I can relate to it as a Celtics fan when Kyrie was here. They're just blinded by that. Oh, but look at all the talent. We're going to be fine. This is great. You'll see. You'll see.
Yeah, we will. We will see, I guess. We will. Yeah, that's why I think I could see them struggling a little bit more, right? Because, and the other thing, I mean, I know you didn't mention it, but I know it's kind of understood, right? The other thing that could really quickly derail them is injury, right? If one of those guys gets hurt, or if Harden's not as healthy as we think he is, like those kinds of things, that could derail them very quickly.
No
but
question.
If everybody's healthy, then yeah, I do think there's still questions, right? Like when the 3 of them came together, there were a lot of questions about how are the 3 of them going to exist together with one basketball, right? Like how do they share the ball and how does that work? I still don't think we really have answers to that. We've seen them play together 8 times.
Right.
And never really at full health, full strength for all of them, right? It's always been somebody's just coming back. So I'm not saying it won't happen, but I do think because there's been some time that's passed, we've kind of forgotten, right? Like we've kind of forgotten that there's still questions there. So I don't know that I'm ready to hand them anything yet. Not even this series against the Celtics, who I think do, if they're playing at their best, do defensively have a pretty high ceiling. And I'm being careful because I don't want to overstate what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Celtics are going to win. I'm not ready to pick them or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think I think we're giving the Nets too much without them proving it. And saying, well, we've seen the Celtics, we know how bad they are, but we don't really know how good they can be either.
Right.
Now that they've got Fournier and working him back in, I think they've got a little bit. I think we're underrating the Celtics because we've seen them so much and overrating the Nets because we haven't seen them as much.
I think that's
at least I think there's that possibility, which is why I can't imagine a scenario where the Celtics make this more of a series than we expect. And that's, I mean, obviously as a Celtics fan, that's what I'm hoping for. So, figure that into how much you believe me on that. But I could see it.
No, I think that's a totally fair take. 17-10 through 3 quarters. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, undercover boss Tom, T. Pike, Kyle, who is in charge, getting the job done on ops. Remember, after this sim, there is a reason that Glash is lurking in the chat. It's not just because he misses us. He and Jeff Ulrich.
Well, it might be just because.
Well, it could be that too. That's true. He could do other things and come back in like 20 minutes, but he's hanging out with us. You will have Phonics and Moose with Reed T. Fowler on the road, handling his PGA duties. The slate coming up,
which is
next.
Pretty cool. Let's be honest. That's pretty cool.
Really, it's true. It's awesome. I still don't have a full handle on what he's doing now. I know
Me neither, but it's cool.
I know he's all over the Bleacher Report channels, and he's doing some videos, and he's talking to players. He's tweeting out a lot of pictures and videos. I saw him sending tweets about the wind. in the elements.
Touchdown! Tie game!
Here we go. Play on, say the Saints. Traquan Smith, second of the day. Oh, it's going to help T-Pike. T-Pike is going to climb again.
But it
looks like Reed's having a blast.
Do you have Parker and Smith? Because they've got all the touchdowns in this game.
He says,
"Yeah, no, you've got Smith. Yeah, if you got Parker and Smith, that was the way to go."
Yeah,
I have neither, which is why I am not.
Yeah, I have Parker, which is, and I'm still in 125.
Let's see where I have
Michael Thomas.
How am I ahead of you? I am 123.
Michael Thomas is well on his way to the babysitter Billy right now.
Yeah, because he's got 0.
Bagel.
He hasn't even.
As Vital Ways says, I'm glad I faded Thomas.
Yep.
T-Pike is up to 25. A strong 100 in front of me out of 148. So the slate, all-encompassing, I was going to say NFL, but I don't even know how much NFL they'll talk. There'll be plenty of, I suspect, NBA, PGA, and the like coming up. You want to make sure you tune into that. That will take you up into the 6 o'clock sim, of which our guy Glash will hang out and guide you through that with Christian DeAndrea. That will be the Giants and Vikings, the happy hour sim that comes your way in shade over an hour. So I gave my thoughts on that Wizards-Pacers game tonight, but what about yours?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's Wizards. It's the popular take, and I think it's the right one in this case. I think Westbrook just is too much for the Pacers' diminished backcourt to handle. I think LeVert being out makes all the difference in this one. I think if LeVert was there, I'd take the Pacers. But it's really hard to take the Pacers without LeVert. And probably, have they ruled Brogdon out yet? They haven't, right? He's still questionable.
Not that I've seen so far.
So, I mean, if Brogdon plays, it's closer, but I still – the two guards in Washington against – I mean, TJ McConnell is a great – I like TJ McConnell. I use him all the time in fantasy, but I'll take the Wizards. Even though I like Sabonis. I like Sabonis a lot. I think he's a huge improvement. Another guy I use all the time in my fantasy lineups, but – without LeVert, I don't see them winning that game.
I'm just rooting for another week and a half, 2 weeks of happiness for our guy Kyle. I'd hate to see everything come crashing down so quickly.
Yeah, right. Like to lose to the Bruins and then lose to the Pacers, that'd be a tough few days for
Kyle. I mean, you don't need that.
Don't wish that.
How many more overtimes are the Bruins and Capitals going to play in this series? Another like 60.
How many more games are there? Yeah, there's going to be every game pretty much. Look at this. You ready for safety?
Oh, it's been so long. I miss it. 1st and 10 from the 1. It's a handoff.
Oh, they tried.
Yeah. Stack the deck. Kamara got out to the 6. 5-yard pickup. El Bongo says it's 100-yard Michael Thomas touchdown time, or 80-yard.
That'd be cool.
100-yard would be fun too. A little out of the question now. 80's still possible.
Now you got to lose some yards first.
Yep.
Breeze was in the right spot.
The safety, basically.
Yep.
Breeze, though, all the way out to the 27.
Third catch of the day for Manny, now a member of the Buffalo Bills.
Crackle, yeah, no safety dance. It's a shame. Hey, hit the like. We're almost at 200. Smash that like before you get to the slate.
Let's get there, people.
What do you got coming up for the rest of your day here before that game? Because I know you'll check that out later. Interception on the part of Miami. Big turnover right there for the Saints. There's the ball 35, still tied.
Yeah, huge tie game and a critical turnover. critical turnover. Already almost in field goal range. We'll get some Breida time, which is great for my lineup since he's my captain. What do I have lined up? I got to make some breakfast because it's Thursday.
Yeah.
So breakfast for dinner day.
Like that.
And then again, we'll just probably hang out. It's the first day we don't have to be at the Little League field this week. So day off. We'll be back in action tomorrow. And then Saturday, and then Sunday and Monday, and
that's
so on
all
and so
Little
forth.
League. All those days.
Yes.
All the same team or a variety of teams?
So we have two children playing right now, and that makes a huge difference. Huge difference.
So they each have it twice a week.
No, they have it. My older son, who's playing, has it 3 to 4 times a week, and then my younger son has it twice.
What is this, a job?
Do you not do Little League, man? Yes, this is normal.
How old is your older son?
11.
Okay, because my 8-year-old has it twice a week, and my 6-year-old has it twice a week. And that's
do they line up?
They line
Is
up
it like the same nights?
No, they line up in that they're different nights so that we can actually get them there, which is nice.
Gotcha.
Although the games are Saturdays, and those often overlap.
Gotcha. So my younger son, who is 8, has it twice a week, and his is Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Okay.
So that sounds, and then my older son is just a little bit more because he's on the majors team. So he's in the oldest division, so I think it's just a little more intense when you get
dominant.
There. Yeah, right. It means we're there at the field more often.
Like that.
But I will say, so my not these two sons, but my older 2 sons were on the same team one year. Like we got them to get on the same team. Oh man, that made the scheduling so much easier because they're about 2 years apart. But my younger son played up a division, so they were on the same team. I highly recommend that strategy.
Fun fact, Zach has 17 children.
It's not true at all.
Many activities.
That is true. Many activities.
So much baseball. So many sons. 3rd and goal.
Touchdown! But that, my
not
friends,
Breida, though.
Is not my captain. That is a vulture. Power back for these Miami Dolphins, and he's into the end zone for the potential game-winning score. We will see.
Howard in about 2% of lineups in the larger contest.
Yeah, and I told you I did multiple builds before, and I did have Jordan Howard in at least 2 or 3 of them.
Wow.
But I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that. No, that's too crazy.
I just like that you go through multiple builds. I am very much with these Madden skins because, they're free rolls. I'm very much a set it and forget it.
Yep. I will say there are definitely some days where that is me, right? Like, set it, and then I get to the sim, and I'm like, I don't remember who's in my line.
Right.
This one was not that, right? Like, this one, I put it together, and I was like, nah, let me start over. No, let me try this guy. I probably had 5 different captains. I never had Howard as a captain, but I did have Howard in my lineup.
Wow.
But, I mean, it's only 2 teams. When you build the lineup 4 or 5 times, you've got pretty much everybody in your lineup at some point.
Blue
sets yourself up for lots of pain.
Blue here, Blue Monster Squad is very excited. Has Jordan Howard.
You should be. If you've got Jordan Howard, get excited.
All sorts of excited. Tell you, Jordan Howard is not in the leading lineup, but currently Bone Dog has Adam Shaheen in there.
Shaheen?
About 10%
so if
lineups.
If
1
he
for
had
8, but that's enough right now.
Yeah. So if he had Howard instead of Shaheen, that lineup would be
cruising.
Smashing. That lineup would just be crazy because he's got Parker and Smith who have the other touchdowns, multiple touchdowns for each of those receivers. See what Drew Brees can do here. He can extend this. He's going back to Traquan. Look at Traquan's day. 779 and the 2 touches.
Man.
Very nice day for Traquan. I had kind of already started engraving Devontae Parker's name on the Krusty Kaufman trophy, but Traquan making some noise late.
Yeah. No, I
May
support it.
actually.
As long as
I mean,
we
the
know
ownership
Mike
is
Thomas
pretty
the
much the
babysitter
same.
Billy, and that doesn't seem to be changing.
No, that does not seem to be changing. I mean, if he catches a 50-yard touchdown from here, I will take it. I will not give it to him. I'll give him a pass. He will redeem his day with a 52-yard touchdown right here. I don't think that's going to happen, but it'd be kind of cool.
Now, because as the Saints, and
he fumbled too.
Lou, you got to be better. Because I come from the sports talk radio world, and
Yes.
really enjoy the concept of the crossover. Brendan Glasheen is in our Zoom window right now. He
Glash in the house.
Jeff Ulrich, they will be taking you on the sweat in just a matter of minutes. Glash, do tell us, pal, as Drew Brees sacked again, just awful. What a play!
What we have coming up, is that your question?
Yes, yeah, I mean, very much so. That is as cliche as it gets in the crossover world. What do you got coming up on the slate?
Well, you'll have to tune in to find out.
Nope, you want the people to stick around, don't you?
Don't you know how this works?
Yeah, hey guys, guess what? The slate's on the way. You'll find out what's going on when you get there.
We'll talk golf, NHL. Jeff has thoughts. I'm reading Jeff's article on the DK playbook right now, so I feel educated.
That's nice.
He likes Pittsburgh tonight, I see. We'll discuss the fantasy implications. He also likes Pittsburgh players that you should stack. So I don't want to give away everything, but
how about you can just stop there, Glash. You don't need to placate Mr. Kaufman and his sports talk radio, professional PhD degree that he's got. Okay.
Listen, I'm not saying he needs to run down all of your takes. I just want
to need to run down anything. People know that Glasheen and I are coming up. That's all they need. That's all they don't need anything else.
This is good.
Guys, it was 4th and 33, and they just converted. Sorry. It was 4th and 33, and
First
they got
and
pass
10,
interference.
44. Can we get overtime?
This is what you get. Yeah.
Don't pretend to care about the sim now. You're talking to
Oh,
Jeff.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. If they score and we go into overtime, are we doing four-man booth?
Four-man
What's
booth for
going
overtime.
on?
Traquan Smith, a couple yards away from the bonus. One timeout left for the Saints. 24-yard line, 24 ticks to go, and the Saints down by 7.
This is the most they've ever let me in.
Now we want to talk about the sim. Look, it was like Zach said, it was 4th and 33. That we were running out the clock as much as the were. All right, Drew, from just beyond the 30, he's got time, he's got space. Off to the left, completes a pass, and Alvin Kamara with a short reception, final timeout. So now gonna have to get a little desperate.
Michael Thomas could actually get involved.
5 for 69. I just saw Jeff eat something off a knife.
Yeah.
What's going on over there, Rambo?
Talk about the sim.
Snack, buddy.
Jeff is definitely
Canada.
that guy that
normal.
shaves his head with a knife in the mirror. He's Pedro Serrano in Major League. Breeze, right side.
Why are we
down
checking
Kamara
it down?
again. That's gonna end it. So we'll give our awards in a second. So guys, you got PGA, you got NHL. I assume maybe you'll mix in a little NBA with the playing game tonight.
Well, the show's supposed to start now because the clock hits 000. So I'm putting the stopwatch on and wrap it up.
Okay, good. Give us a solid 75 seconds. That'd be great. Who are your awards, my friend?
Player of the game is Traquan Smith. 8 catches, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns, just short of 30 fantasy points and just ever so short of that 100-yard bonus. But a big day for him. He does get Krusty Koff Player of the Game. The Not My Kid award couldn't be more obvious. It's the wide receiver 1 on the Saints, Michael Thomas, who we're still not sure got off the bus. No catches for the man. And he has a 99 overall rating.
I can tell you Fox Likes Football is our projected winner of this early bird special, and evidently Fox likes winning. About a 3-point victory with Traquan in the captain spot. Monster effort, almost 45 points there. Breeze, Tua Tagovailoa, Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki, and Emmanuel Sanders as well. The rest of your Dream Stream day, you will have not just now for the slate, but for 2 sims after. Brendan Glasheen, first with Christian DeAndrea, then Matt LaMarca, 6
1 minute in.
Respectively. Thank you. The Giants and Vikings, Rams and Bears. You're going to give me a 15 countdown. That'd be helpful. Jeff Ulrich and LaMarca will have you for the Niners
10,
and Raiders for
9,
Madden After Dark.
8,
Zach will be back with you in a matter of days. I will have you for the 8 10 tomorrow. It's going to be great. Thanks to Drew, to Tom, to Kyle.
Let's go.
Here's the slate. You're supposed to go. You counted me down. I hit it on the bullseye.
I just wasn't sure you were going to stop talking.
You give a DJ a countdown. You got to hit the music, and I hit it on the head, and you didn't start talking. This is unbelievable.
Hi, welcome to the slate. It's great to have you with us. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich, Moose Glash. It's great to see all of you. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and you all have enjoyed the early slate of Madden Sims. Jeff, where do you want to start? Golf or hockey? Let's just dive right into this sucker.
Let's go into golf, man. That's what's at the top of the list here. Koepka tied for the top of the leaderboard at the PGA Championship. That's my bread and butter. We'll definitely get to the other stuff. I'm definitely interested to talk about this NBA play-in tournament. I want your thoughts on it. You're our NBA guy. You're the dude. I mean, you're the basketball aficionado. You've got your WNBA stuff. So I want to hear about that. And I finally took a look at the format. But let's go to PGA, man, and let's discuss what's going on there, because this tournament is going to be all kind of wacky, crazy, man. Guys, shooting 6 over already. The leader's only at 3 under. His dude's out on the course still, but I don't see anything going low today at all. This is going to be a grind fest all week.
All right. We have been given word from, is it T-Pike now, Tom, you're going by? T-Pike? Here we go. PGA Championship winners, tournament lines. Hovland, Koepka, Morikawa, and Connors, your current favorites at the moment. What stands out to you here looking at the odds?
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the odds right now, obviously, Brooks Koepka, big surprise that he's up there. I mean, I think most people obviously was going off at like a really big price pre-event, but I don't think most people were starting. We're expecting much out of him this week, even though he was probably tempting. He's now plus 900, the second favorite on the board. I'll be dead honest, like I'm not confident that this is going to last for 4 rounds. I know Brooks Koepka at the PGA Championship has been like the guy, he's just dominated this event over the last 3 or 4 years, even when he hasn't won. But this is, physically he's played once, basically, well, twice actually, since coming back from the knee surgery he had. And it's a big ask. I think the other names up there, in terms of the favorites, like, Hovland, a guy who's been playing a ton lately, Morikawa won last year. I'd be more inclined to side with those guys, but it's pretty interesting the way he started. So good start for him. He's got to go out in the afternoon tomorrow. It's going to be windier. We'll see. We'll definitely know how good Brooks Koepka is actually playing by the end of tomorrow's round, because it's going to be really windy in the afternoon tomorrow. And, if he holds up through there, well, all bets are off. But, right now I'd probably side with Hovland if you were going to the top of the board.
All right. Yeah. Plus 800 at the moment. We can look at some live golf betting here as well on the DK Sportsbook. Hope you guys can jump in if your state is eligible, or if you have access to a state that does have legal sports gambling. That would of course be helpful. Where do you want to go here? Matchups, tournament props. Is there something on your mind you want to discuss, dive into?
Well, let's discuss like a little bit down the board first, because I mean, I think obviously, people might be interested in thinking about, where can I find some value potentially like down the outright board? Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's definitely, places, there's always opportunities in the live betting arena. One thing to think about before we move on is, the guys who are out in the afternoon right now, and it's tough conditions right now, they're going to be playing in the morning. So if you are thinking about live betting golf, target guys who maybe get in the clubhouse and they don't need to be in the lead, but are close. They had a solid round today, because tomorrow morning they might be able to make up ground. That afternoon wave tomorrow afternoon could get windier. It could be worse conditions. You could see the lead go down. So, guys getting in at even par this afternoon, they're going to be going out early in the morning. I'm looking right here. You got Patrick Reed, Cam Smith, Tommy Fleetwood, 3 guys who are good win players, good grinders. You look at their odds. I mean, I just saw Cam Smith was about 33-1. I'm going to assume Patrick Reed around the same. Actually, Patrick Reed might even be bigger than that. So Fleetwood as well, another guy you could look at. But those are names right now. Yeah, Patrick Reed at plus 5,000, looking like potentially an interesting play. So those are names right now I'd be interested in. If they can get in the house around even or even -1, really big opportunity for them tomorrow.
Okay, we've got our friend Reed T. Fowler on the scene in South Carolina. He's been excellent. I saw you guys trading off a little bit on Tuesday before he got down there. Have you checked out any of Reed's coverage?
A little bit. I mean, obviously, like a little bit of a busy morning for me. I've just been trying to catch the main coverage, but definitely. I mean, I was catching it yesterday. Pre-event was doing good stuff, and now he's throwing out bets. Looks like he's having an awesome time. So, I mean, very jealous here. But yeah, no, definitely. Make sure you check out Reed's Twitter feed the whole week. Reed T. Fowler. Yeah, looks great. I mean, giving out good info already. He was already on Abraham Answer over Sam Burns. Sam Burns obviously withdrew today, in case you didn't know. So won that bet, looking good. But make sure you give Reed a follow, yeah.
All right, if you guys have questions, thoughts, concerns, complaints, we will take all of them. We are not shy of that. So please come at us however you'd like. Tom Cruise, it's good to see you in here. Also, brother Phil hanging out as well. There's a lot going on. It's a great time of year, busy time of year.
Yeah, it's super busy. We were talking about that the other day. I mean, it's hard to concentrate on the Madden Sims when you're announcing these days because you've got NBA play-in games, the first round of the NHL, which is always exciting, and then it's major week as well. So just like a ton of stuff going on. If you guys have questions about any sports, we can tackle it, whatever. Hey, we could even get into like a Brady Rogers debate if we felt like it. So we don't really need to do that. We certainly could.
I'm good with that as well. Look, there are 4 NHL playoff games tonight starting at 6:30. We can certainly dive in there because you have an article up right now on DK Nation, which you folks should check out. Let's go to that now. Let me finagle here on my screen and check it. We got the 8K 4-check contest, 20 entry max. You are really liking, based on what I've read, Sportsbook and DFS, you're really liking Pittsburgh tonight against the Islanders.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I just think you're getting a fair price on the Penguins. Like the last time I checked, they were about plus 106. I'm not sure what they are exactly right now in DraftKings, but I assume it hasn't moved too much. Oh, they've actually it has moved a little bit. They're minus 105 right now. So potentially, then I wonder if Genny Malkin is back, has been announced in the lineup. I haven't checked that news yet.
Okay.
Yeah, likely to return for game 3. So you're seeing the line move a little bit there. The Penguins were around plus 105, might even been up to like plus 110 this morning. Looks like they're plus 100, sorry, on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now. I still like that price. Malkin probably not 100%, but just getting him back in the lineup. Like Pittsburgh it's the superior offensive team. They have the best line. Crosby's line, it was one of the most productive in the league. They have the far better power play. Their goaltending has taken a step up. Tristan Jarry has been good through the first 2 games. Varlamov, not actually sure how healthy he is. I mean, the Islanders goalies are superb, but all things considered, like Pittsburgh is the better team here. I'm not saying they're going to win the series, but when you can get plus money on them, I think they're going to make for a good bet, especially with Malkin back. So I think it's a close series, but I do side with the Penguins here. I think they're not really getting enough respect there. So
I am right now sending a message into the Periscope. Actually, it's not Periscope anymore. It's like Twitter video or whatever, Twitter video something, whatever the URL is on DK Nation. So you can find us there, turn those alerts on. It's a busy time of year. So if you have to make that last minute change and you're dabbling in many sports, it is good to have those notifications on if you are partaking in many sports. Right now it's looking like you get any other value here that stands out besides that game. Of course, Vegas and the Wild wrap up the night. Right now, seeing on the puck line, you get Golden Knights at plus 225. That's the biggest underdog at the moment on the puck line.
Yeah, if I was going to target that game, I would probably lean the Wild. That was a game I almost wrote up instead of the Penguins one. I like the value you're getting with Minnesota there. Cam Talbot's played really good, pitched a shutout in the first game. Max Pacioretty's still not back for the Vegas Golden Knights. Like Vegas is a really solid defensive team. They've got a great back end. Peter Angelo plays big minutes. Shea Theodore, Alec Martinez. It's a great defense, but you still need to score. I mean, like Minnesota is a good defensive team too. And if Talbot's playing well, like the loss of Pacioretty is big. So Alex Tuck, a guy I'll talk about in a sec too, is a possible betting target, has kind of took over in game 2. He's a good offensive player, drives the puck really well, drives the play, creates scoring opportunities, but he's not Max Pacioretty. So I see a little bit of value there with the Minnesota Wild. I think they should be like favorites. It's basically a pick 'em right now in the DraftKings Sportsbook. I like the Wild tonight. They're just kind of a little bit of an underrated team. I will say this, like if you want a player prop, Alex Tuck at over 2.5 shots on net. This guy's averaged 3.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games, and he's playing more minutes now with Pacioretty out. That is a prop I would absolutely attack, over 2.5 shots on goal. Love that. But it should be a tight game. I mean, I think the series is destined for 7 games. And if you want another futures bet, I think just betting that Vegas and Minnesota go to 7 games is actually a really good bet, because there's just not much between these two teams, especially with Pacioretty out. So I kind of like that futures bet.
Okay, very good. Looking at that right now. It's up on the screen if you guys are curious what Moose is talking about. Charlie's in the chat, always a good friend of the program. Reed was giving me crap the other day for using the word program as if I was back in the 1960s. People say that all the time, Reed. Sorry we're not all fancy like you and get on Instagram and go live with BR betting.
Reed's very just like, he's like a millennial, one of those coddled millennials into all the new fads. I mean, come on, man. Like, give me a break.
He does a lot of things like an old man would do too. Anyways, Charlie says, yikes, I need a lot of luck to hit first in this tourney so far. Is Koepka looking really good, or is it just a lucky round?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a lucky round. Like Brooks Koepka is a terrific player. I'm just not sure if he's going to be able to sustain it for 4 rounds because he just hasn't played that much. A couple guys alluding to Daniel Berger, one of my pre-event favorites. Just an awful front 9 for Berger. He started 5 over par in his first 4 holes. Absolute nightmare start. He's actually had about 6 pars since then, so he's getting it together. But I don't even know what to say. He played so good last week. It's just one of those nightmare starts. Hopefully he turns it around and makes the weekend. I really liked him for this event, so it hurts to see, but he's striping it a little bit better now. Hopefully we get a little bit of a back 9 turnaround here, guys, and he maybe can get in a +3 and give himself a shot for tomorrow. But it's really tight. That's the one thing I'll say. Even the guys at +2 have a chance right now, so don't count them out. But yeah, we need something we need him to get going here. We need to light the fire under Daniel Berger. So hopefully we'll update that at the end of before we get out of here, but it's not looking good right now.
Charlie says, Charlie is talking to Mike Bizzle in the chat, which is great. You guys interacting besides just listening to us. If you are, I stacked a bunch of Berger lineups too. Needed turnaround tomorrow for him. And right now, Berger here. Let me find him on the list.
He's way down there, bro.
There he is. Wow. 17,500. Yikes. Choker says JT, Rory, English, awful starts.
Yeah, lots of bad starts. It wasn't just my guy. Like, this is a tough course. Rory and JT, I don't think they're quite out of it. Like I said, the lead's only at +3. Like, they're 6 shots back, but those obviously a tough start to overcome. This is just going to be a grind it out affair to the end. So, of those two, I think Rory might have a shot at getting it together. Like one little birdie run here, and all of a sudden he gets back to under par. But it's going to be a tough one to overcome for those guys. Like I said, if you really want to target someone in the live odds, it's the players out right now. If they can get in at even or 1 under, we love that, because then they're going out early tomorrow and they got the better conditions. So.
All right, if you guys have any thoughts on what's cooking here the next couple days, we can talk hoops as well, NBA, even talk anything in regards to the NFL that you folks are interested in. I know a lot of news today in the NFL has revolved around the Tim Tebow contract actually being finalized, and he is taking part in workouts. And I've learned my lesson. Just because Tim Tebow is in the league, you have to understand that is life. That is life, Brendan Glasheen, that even though you might not think it's fair to other youngsters who are working hard and busting their tail to get a spot on a roster, it's life. So we'll see.
So let's talk about that for a sec. So you're of the opinion then that Tim Tebow is legitimately, he's stealing a job from someone, you think?
Potentially. I mean, you can't rule it out.
Okay, but isn't that his right, to participate in the NFL? I mean, I guess you think he's only getting a job because He's like of his name value, or
Yes, they're selling jerseys, merchandise. Which, I mean, I get it, I suppose, but how about hey, Urban Meyer, hey, why don't you take the kid you drafted first overall? How about we just win some games? How about we just win ball games? You were in the AFC Championship just a couple years ago without Tim Tebow.
Let's go over the tight end depth for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've got the man crush, Chris Manhertz. Don't ask me about this dude. Luke Farrell, which sounds like a made up name. Tyler Davis, James O'Shaughnessy, and Ben Ellefson. Now, if you have hot takes about any of these guys, I'm willing to hear it because I got nothing except O'Shaughnessy, who's been around the league a little bit, is like a decent pass catcher, but really isn't going to bring you much. This is easily the worst tight end group of the bunch. So here's my comeback to you. Why not roll the dice on a guy like Tim Tebow? We know he's athletic. The dude went and played baseball, and like people were like, well, this guy actually might be good. He's an athlete. Why not? Why not see what you got? What's the worst that can happen? You sell a few more tickets, you cut them like after a game or something. I mean, Jacksonville's I don't even know what they're doing at tight end. Like apparently they're just going to have blockers there. So I personally, if it's going to sell a few more tickets, why not see what you got?
So Mrs. Big Cheese says maybe he's there. I'm assuming talking Tebow, maybe there for development, or do we know yet? No, we don't. I mean, development of revenue, perhaps. Charlie says, I've been asking, no takers, 400 to 1 odds. Tebow and Lawrence hook up for a touchdown this year. Speaking of odds, they're up right now. NFL 2021 comeback player of the year, Tim Tebow, plus 5,000.
I'll take a shot on that.
I mean, it is. Why is Richard Sherman on there?
I don't know why. Did he not play last year?
I mean,
I guess he didn't. Did he sit out? I can't remember.
I can't remember either. I'm like, well, why is he there?
I think he was injured. I think he was legitimately injured.
It's actually, I mean, hey, look at just to talk about players that are relevant. Dak Prescott at plus 200 is not a bad call.
Yeah, Dak definitely going to be the favorite for that award. I mean, if Dak plays a full season, he'll probably win it. Why can't I find my football odds here? There we go.
Even Joe Burrow at plus 700. I don't think it's really fair that he's on there because he played a decent amount of games. Well, maybe he didn't play that many games. I already forget how many games Joe Burrow played last year. Let me check it out. Joe Burrow, games played. So if you guys have thoughts on Tebow, please give them to us.
So
it's fine.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Here we go. Okay. Tim Tebow specials. Players total receiving touchdowns over 0.5 plus 300, under 0.5 minus 435. So you're getting plus 300 that Tim Tebow scores a receiving touchdown. It's got to be receiving in the regular season.
Season specials. Okay.
I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. Again, you tell me who's just dominant in that tight end group, that Tim Tebow that I just mentioned.
You
tell me Urban Meyer isn't going to like develop a kind of like a couple niche plays for Tim Tebow? I'll take that. Absolutely, man. That's under the player totals there for the NFL if you want to bring it up, Brendan. But
my bad. Player totals and then where?
Receiving touchdowns.
I'm seeing passing touchdowns, not receiving. Maybe
I've got like it. Maybe I don't. It doesn't matter. It's player futures. There it is.
Player futures. Most.
We might have different. I don't know. Anyway, see, there's something up there with Tim Tebow. There's going to be more. And even if you can't find it where you are on the DraftKings Sportsbook, there's going to be more Tim Tebow props as we come along. So.
Maybe it is a Canada thing.
It could be a regional thing. Yeah, it could be a regional thing. So
okay. Well, yeah, plus 5,000 comeback player of the year is what I'm seeing at the moment.
Yeah.
Looking at team futures. Speaking of were you on the sweat this morning? Did you guys talk team futures today?
we had a.
Oh Jets. Yeah, I caught the end of that with the Jets. You guys did another Jets win total segment.
You know what they did? You know what we did this morning on the sweat? They brought Gary and I to just be amazed by Kenny Ducey. Literally, like Gary and I were just sitting there in awe of Kenny Ducey and his amazing, chain of logic. Ducey suggested that here's what Ducey laid out in the sweat this morning. He said that the Jets are going to win at least 8 games, but then he also said that Zach Wilson isn't going to start every game for them, and Zach Wilson is going to throw for less than 3,800 yards. So he's got the Jets to have a winning season, basically, but Zach Wilson somehow isn't going to be a part of all the games. So I don't like his logic is like the Jets are going to be good without Zach Wilson. I think he thinks the Jets defense is going to be like the Tampa Bay defense from last year.
Yeah.
Which is complete nonsense because they have the worst corners in the league.
The CJ Mosley effect.
Oh yeah. Oh, for CJ Mosley. I keep forgetting. Yeah. Look out for CJ Mosley.
New York Jets, if you take the over on 6 wins, plus odds, plus 105 right now on the DK Sportsbook.
You can join. You can join on the Ducey bandwagon, I guess.
I mean, when we went through the schedule game by game, I was the first to do it with him, and he had him going 10-7. Unreal. Jets to make the playoffs plus 550.
Yeah, it's not nearly big enough.
It is. It just doesn't work, though, right? The logic doesn't work in terms of Wilson not having that kind of breakout season and thinking
exactly
right. It just doesn't work. If he's got them over 6 wins, I mean, you'd think the quarterback's got something to do with it. But I heard Gary and what he had to say. He thinks they're going to be trailing quite a bit in second halves. They'll open up the playbook.
And I mean, like 3,800. Like Gary did the math. I mean, I think he needs to average like 225 yards per game. Like it's 17 games now. It's not that big a number. So anyways, Ducey just bringing all the crazy this morning, but we love it. It was fun. What other, let's see if there's any.
Mike Bizzle says went 6 for 6 in the NBA free pool last night. Lakers Warriors extra $9.26. I'll gladly take. Thanks, DK. Nice. There you go. There are free-to-play pools. I know Koff and ZT were just talking about this. There is a Madden season free-to-play pool coming soon, starting next Monday. That was just brought to our attention. NBA play-in, free-to-play pools, the World Surf League. So bother Reed. Hit up Reed. I hope his DMs are open. So bother him in South Carolina. He can take some questions. I'm kidding. He might not, but maybe he will. Friends Reunion. There's a Friends Reunion free-to-play pool. All right. And the Indy 500 also available right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
If you go under off-season specials, can you get to the week 1 starting quarterbacks where you are?
Sure.
Because that's an
season specials.
An interesting little topic.
Season specials? Is that where it is? There's so much here to gamble on. It's crazy. Let's see.
Player futures.
Player futures, starting quarterback. There we go. Yes. Boom.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
I like this. You got the Bears up there on yours? Yes.
I do. Yep. Plus 150. Yes. Justin Fields to take the Chicago Bears first snap in the 2021 regular season.
Yeah, I love that one. I think Justin Fields. Again, Justin Fields, like he's not Trey Lance. He's not a guy. Trey Lance played 1 college game last year. Justin Fields has 4 full years of college. He had the highest whatever quarterback score in terms of adaptability and just being able to read the playbook that people have seen in a long time. He's only got Andy Dalton to go over. And the other thing about this Andy Dalton thing, Andy Dalton's new to the Bears too. Just like he's got no advantage. It's not like he's the incumbent quarterback, right? So
right.
I love that bet. Justin Fields plus 150. Absolutely love it. I think some of the other ones there. I think Drew Lock probably you get getting a bit of value there. I think that Drew Lock would have to have a pretty bad preseason to get overtaken, but I feel much more confident about Justin Fields. I love that one. That one just stuck out to me as I was kind of banding around. So, the Trey Lance one is interesting, but I would far rather take a shot on the Justin Field odds there.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing too, is that there are actual, to your point on Andy Dalton not being a slam dunk, there are actual expectations from Matt Nagy in that front office. They've got to start producing here in terms of winning not necessarily championships, but making an actual playoff run besides just 8-8 or barely 500. So they might go all in with the kid. Then again, you could look at it in the reverse way, the devil's advocate answer. Well, if we sit the kid and don't play him until the end of the season and he plays well, they can say, well, if we have Justin Fields for a full season, we'll be a contender. So maybe that buys them time. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't know. I mean, Matt Nagy's been saying all the right things. He says, we're going to do what's best for Justin Fields, and I'm also going to do what's best for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I mean, look, you hit it off the top. These guys don't have a time to wait. Like, sorry, Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, they ain't got a year. They don't have 2 games. Like, they were almost fired at the end of last season. So, no, this kid is starting. Like, he would have to be an abject disaster, in my opinion. If the Bears coaches think Justin Fields gives them even just the slightest edge to win, you're getting Justin Fields. I love the plus money you're getting there. I think Justin Fields should be the favorite there. So, yeah, I think you're getting really good. That's a really good future.
Yeah, really. All of these here you'll find for these starting quarterback player future specials, all at plus money with the exception of Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's at minus 450 for yes, plus 350 for no. And unless Heineke is just unreal, I doubt they go out and make that move and they don't go to Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Honestly, I know it's big odds, like minus 450. It's a lot of, you're not getting like big return there, but like Ryan Fitzpatrick should probably be like minus 1,000. Like,
yeah,
like you said, it would take, we know what Taylor Heineke is. The Washington Football Club knows who Taylor Heineke is. He's athletic. He can move the ball a bit, but he's not like a high-end passer. And at this point, they brought in Fitzpatrick to be the veteran guy to just give them some stability back there. Be absolutely shocked if Heineke just sort of beat him out. So.
Question in the chat coming from Charlie. I just did a quick Google search, and I guess things are going well for the potential of Florida. But that's really all we can address on that matter. Rodney, he's talking sportsbook, not just DraftKings itself. Choker's got a question in regards to the NHL. If you guys get to it, Choker, we're here to take questions. As you can see, we're waiting for him. So please ask away. We'll do whatever. How about some NHL showdown strategy? Should we be rostering a goalie every time, balanced rosters between teams, or heavy stack on one team? Asking for NHL Showdown 101, Jeff.
I think with the playoffs, you're going to lean more towards the goalies for sure. You get more shutouts, you get more close games. You also get more overtime games. The potential for like 50 saves is on the table. So absolutely, yeah. The goalie should be like kind of your first thought. If you are going to go with a captain or try and do something different, for like a big GPP contest, targeting a more of like it doesn't even have to be a superstar, but it's kind of like a winger with good upside, a guy who could potentially get you like 2 or 3 goals on a night. So, I'm looking at like the Florida Tampa Bay. I just have that one up as an example, like a guy like Stamkos at 12.9. Perfectly capable of landing, a few goals. Sam Bennett, another player, because that way you're going to get the benefit of that player is really cheap, and then it'll let you slide in the other superstars. But for the most part, yeah, the goalies are going to be, where it's kind of at. Vasilevsky. If you want to take a shot on Dredger, I don't hate that tonight. I do like Tampa Bay to win that game, but if Florida's going to win, Dredger's probably going to sound in his head. So. You just got to kind of take it on a game-by-game basis. There's, NHL Showdown, especially in the playoffs, you can definitely parse it down a bit. The superstars, the goalies, and maybe, like I said, 1 or 2 value plays you can consider. But your player pool for the captain spot should be really small, in my opinion, at least. Like, you don't want to go too crazy or anything. So,
all right, we got that up right now. If
We're back, baby.
A technical issue. So annoying, but here we are. Do you want to just close up on that point you were making a choker? Maybe you can deliver it in words.
Sure.
We can feel your tone.
That's a good idea. No, I mean, yeah, he asked me, about should you just be using goalies and captain spots, and like the playoffs. You should be considering the goalies way more. Again, you get the overtime. Like I said, like you get those triple overtime games. You get the winning goalie. I mean, you can just get loads of points because you'll get like 3 periods without a goalie, right? Like in the Bruins games. So goalies you should be thinking about every showdown slate. But my rule is generally if it's a showdown slate with like a game with like a 6 or 6.5 over under,
Good to see CJ71 hanging out on Twitch, talking the Big Birdie Play Day, currently in 2,411th place. 5 of my 6 players teeing off before 8:35. That's a point you brought up early on when we dove into the PGA Championship, that there's we were talking sportsbook on this topic specifically, but if you have a player rostered or if you're targeting someone, the good news is a lot of these golfers are still you might be more interested in taking someone that does have one of those earlier tee times.
Oh, for showdown tomorrow?
Yeah.
Just don't even literally don't even consider the afternoon guys. Coming off the ocean, you're at sea level, like even 5 miles per hour of wind is like drastic. So, in the afternoon when it gets up, even just a couple more miles per hour, you see today, like nobody is going low this afternoon. Definitely any chance of there's going to be a higher chance that your player makes more birdies in the morning. So for showdown purposes, stack all the morning guys, 100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us here on the slate. We do have a Madden Sim coming up at 6 o'clock. I will be there with Christian DeAndrea. Tonight we'll have Vikings and Giants. So happy to dive into anything else you guys have. What is the latest? And I'm not doing this. What is the latest on Aaron Rodgers? Has there been any update on Aaron Rodgers?
I don't think so. Actually, it's kind of funny. I was going to last night I started to think about that. I'm like, hey, did I miss something? But really, there's just been nothing. There's just nothing. I mean, there's just kind of some people going off but surprisingly little news about it lately. So maybe it's just that time of the year, and maybe there's some things going on behind the scenes, or Rodgers just playing it. But there's really just been not much movement at all, as far as I know. So, something to keep an eye on. Maybe I'm sure it'll be just one of those things where we almost forgot about it, and then it'll be like, oh, Aaron Rodgers, finally talks, he's coming back, or Aaron Rodgers has been traded to the Denver Broncos. So it feels like we're basically at that situation now. There's no more conjecture. All this stuff is out, and it's just okay, we just have to wait for the conclusion now. So.
Yeah, the word I keep hearing, and I got to be careful when I say hearing, because it makes it sound like I have insight, and I don't. I mean, when I listen to things or watch clips, read things, I keep processing that the Packers think this is fixable.
Yeah.
And the odds reflect that. Aaron Rodgers under Player Futures next team on the DraftKings Sportsbook, Packers at -145, Denver +200, Raiders +550, the New Orleans Saints at +800.
Yeah.
Fourth favorite to get Aaron Rodgers is the New Orleans Saints. But yeah, it feels like it's going to be Denver or the Raiders if something does.
I think so. I guess the Raiders. If Aaron Rodgers agreed to a trade to the Raiders, he legitimately was so unhappy in Green Bay that because the Raiders, even with Aaron Rodgers, like they don't have a good enough defense to challenge this year. So I don't really know what the appeal is there. He just wants out. So I think that it's going to be Packers or Broncos. Like I really do feel like, and I think the Broncos are definitely like intrigued. So I don't know. I don't have any new takes or anything like that. I know I said, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Packer next year. I just know that Aaron Rodgers is very set in his ways. He's stubborn. And quite frankly, when he thinks he's right, he thinks he's right. He's a deep thought guy. And he's clearly thought about this a bit. So I still side on that. I will say this, the longer we go, the less likely it is there's a trade. So
right.
It's just harder to do. It's harder to do later in the year. The Broncos probably going to lose interest if it goes too long, things like that. So I recognize that, but I'll stick with my original opinion that he's not a Packer next year. I think that's, and look, those odds aren't that favored in terms of the Packers, like -145, that's what are we talking, like 40%? I mean, or 60%, 65%,
Yeah, I wish I remember, or I wish I knew where that started. Like right when the rumor came out, or when this was available to folks, where that number started. Is the package still the same? What would we say? Bridgewater, Judy, and a couple first-round picks?
Yeah, one of the QBs. What did we say? One of the QBs, Judy, and 2 first-round picks. I think that's what we said, right?
Yeah, I think something like that. I know Judy and the picks. I wasn't sure which quarterback you were going with.
Yeah. Well, one of them, whichever. And they might even have to get like another player in there or something. I'm sure the thing about the Packers is they just would not be in a good position to barter much. So it would kind of be like they've just thrown up their hands and be like, we got to get this guy out of here and get some value and move on. So, which honestly would be smart. But I'm of the opinion too. Like if you're an NFL franchise, like and you get a player like this,
you
should move on quick. What's the benefit of you just dragging it out?
To answer your question, you're right, but here's where the Packers look really stupid is if Jordan Love can't play. And they have reservations about whether or not he can play. Maybe that's why they're holding on to Aaron Rodgers. Because don't you think if they felt Love could step right in and play, they should have been more aggressive to make the move.
Yeah.
I don't know. Easy for us to say. They've been in the NFC Championship game the last 2 years. So that's a hard call.
Now, I will say this. As much as Aaron Rodgers maybe didn't win the Super Bowl last year, he absolutely stuck it to Green Bay by winning the MVP. He absolutely put the dagger in their back because there's not even if Aaron Rodgers had another mediocre season like he did in 2019, the Packers would have just got rid of him. It wouldn't even be a controversy. But now Aaron Rodgers is the MVP. The fan base will absolutely have a heart attack there if they just trade Aaron Rodgers, and he knows that. And he's just as much as he didn't accomplish his goal and finish it off, he still really did accomplish a lot last year. And it's very like Machiavellian, like Shakespeare in the Park stuff, this whole saga, because the guy goes away, he's left for dead, comes back, and it's like, voila, it's me, Aaron Rodgers. Good luck now, Packers management, who wanted to get rid of me last year. So I love this stuff. I mean, I think it's hilarious, but good for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, what was I going to say? Oh, it was year 2 with LaFleur. So it set up well for him going into the year. And you're right. I mean, winning the MVP definitely helps. Mike Bizzle wants a basketball thought.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe we should touch on basketball for a few minutes.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say to Mike, I'm like, which game? And I'm like, oh yeah, there's one game tonight, and it's Indiana and Washington. Indiana +4 right now is the spread, the total at 238.5. Pacers +140 on the money line. Okay. So I'm starting to wonder, the Wizards, are the Wizards, I don't think the Wizards are smart enough that they wanted to lose the game to the Celtics on purpose on the other day to get maybe Philadelphia in the next round. I I don't know. Russ did not have one of his better games. If you want to just go off of the Russell Westbrook factor, I think I think Washington's the play here tonight. If I had to pick, Bizzle wants to talk over under 238.5, leaning under. Okay. I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah. That's a big total.
Even on both sides, by the way, minus 110. So it is a big total.
I love Russell Westbrook. I do. I love guys like Russell Westbrook who just do things his own way. He gets so much. Like, I don't know why people get on Russell Westbrook. Who cares? Like, he's not. Yeah, maybe he's not like the best defensive player or whatever, or he doesn't pass the ball enough. I don't know, but like, he's electric. He's unique. I love him, man. I want Russell Westbrook to go so deep in these playoffs. I want him to play Philly. So I'm definitely leaning Washington here. I think they get it done. They ran into just a monster performance in that first play-in game. I mean, I'm not people know in the chat, like, I'm not a basketball guy, but like, go down on Indy here. And I don't think I'm wrong. Like, this is not a team that's going to outscore anyone, right?
And they've got a lot of turmoil going on. Like, players are getting in arguments with coaches. It's not good. And Miles Turner's out. Just checking the injury report here.
Yeah, I just saw that too. Like, they have injuries. This seems like a really good line to take -4 on Washington, to be honest.
Yeah. I think Washington's going to get it done. And from a over-under standpoint, you probably hope it's Washington in a blowout. And Indiana just says, all right, had enough. But then again, Indiana looked outstanding the other day. I think I saw Matt LaMarca, to give proper credit. LaMarca had this. LaMarca almost thinks it's better for Indiana. And if I got this wrong, I'll say sorry to him. I'm working with him at 8 o'clock. He feels actually better about the Pacers with more of their primary guys out. If you get like the C- version of the Pacers, because it's guys fighting for roster spots or fighting for jobs next year, as opposed to more ready-made names. So LeVert's out, Miles Turner is out, and Brogdon is questionable. It's still questionable. No word on whether or not it's a probable or not. So yeah, I think the Wizards are the play. I really do. Westbrook, looking real quick at Westbrook's fantasy production from the other day, 6 of 18 from the floor against the Celtics, 54 and a half DraftKings fantasy points. That's his lowest fantasy output in 10 days or 10 games. So just looking at his fantasy output, relating it to the sports book, I'd like to think Russell Westbrook does not have a game where he's under 60 in a situation again. So, okay, that's all the time we have. Jeff, good time. Enjoyed it. Good to catch up. Good to talk to you for a long stretch here as we get set for another Madden Sim.
Yeah, man. Happy hanging out. Hope everyone has a good rest of the day. I'll be back for Madden After Dark, but sorry for the little interlude there. Technology, always part of our lives in good and bad ways. But have a good rest of the day. DK Sim fam, we'll see you tonight, Madden After Dark.
Yeah, and also real quick, I thought you did a great job when Koff was wrapping up. You came right in. You told him, "Hey, it's fine. This is how it goes." You really set the tone, the energy for the slate today. So thanks a lot. Thanks to producer Drew, Tom as well. I'll be here in just a couple minutes with Christian DeAndrea. We'll get the late slate started with Vikings Giants in Madden Simland. Thanks a lot. All right, hello, welcome. This is the DraftKings Dream Stream. We have Madden coming your way. The Giants taking on the Minnesota Vikings. Can't help but thinking about.
You had to throw some Lizzo in there. I mean, how
Lizzo.
could you not?
I'm just about to forget her name.
Yeah.
Glash and Christian with you here. You were here earlier today, right?
Yeah, I popped in for a nooner with Emerson. There was one touchdown scored for the entirety of the game. It was not great. What did we talk about instead? I forget what we talked about. We talked about Kenny Ducey, of course, and I talked about
JETS.
No, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be right.
All right, let's turn our attention to what we have in mind for this contest. I don't think I played a quarterback. I did play the Vikings defense. What's your lineup looking like?
Yeah, no, I didn't like either quarterback in this one. I originally had Danny Dimes in there. Then I was like, wow, why would I do that? And I wanted to make sure I was covered with Vikings guys because originally I leaned heavy on the Giants and their wideouts. You never want to do that. I paid down to the captain spot. Justin Jefferson has been trending upward lately, a guy who didn't see the field early on in these sims until the roster adjustments were made. 22 in his last sim, 5.7 before that, boo, but before that, 13-8, 13-8. If he has a sim along those lines, we're going to be doing pretty well in the captain spot. Saved me enough to throw Dalvin Cook and Saquon in there. My remaining three guys, Sterling Shepard, Platinum Tate, and Kyle Rudolph. Would have been Slayton, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to have that much riding on a Daniel Jones kind of day. So let's make sure we have as little exposure to Danny Dimes as possible. Glash, what about you? What does that roster look like on your end?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fixing my camera here. I'm a little hazy. I think I figured it out. But, yeah, you know what? So I thought I played a defense. I did not. Put Dalvin Cook in the captain spot. He just paid up. I was like, let's go. This guy's just a freaking beast.
Worth it.
Barkley, Ingram, Rudolph, Jefferson, got him in there. Jefferson highly owned in our contest, 50.8%. And then Graham Gano, the kicker.
Ooh. Dude, that was my original idea. I was like, I'm going to put a kicker in there. Then I was like, oh, I don't want to leave $2,500 in like lost salary behind. I'm not putting my own Pittsburgh Pirate style salary cap on my own spending. I'm going to take advantage of it. So I went Rudolph over Gano. Who knows? Who knows if that'll pay off? Who knows if that's the right idea? We'll see.
Yeah, but you got some savings putting Jefferson in the captain spot. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we get some points. Start of the late classic as well. We have producer Michael here with us. Daniel on the ones and twos. Oh, we have a JJ duo of ops members, Jared and Jim. Hey, Jim. Hey, Jared. Here we go. Strapped in, Jim. Looking forward to this one. We never do NFC games, Jim. This will be fun. Yeah. Things will never, ever get old.
What's up? We see you over there in Twitch. Viewership rising slightly. Brendan Glasheen, LFG, CJ, hello. Fiadele, it's your boy Greg. Miami Misfits, free Piercy one. We all know Piercy has been freed. He's taking a little time off, getting his head right. Piercy, we look forward to your return. And then over on YouTube as well, Pranav, Rock Forever, Destiny, Bad Boys of Pop, Brian C, Scotty 2 Hottie. We are so happy you guys are all here with us for a sim that, let's be honest, Glash, not two very exciting teams here in Simland, at least in terms of passing games go. Two great running backs. I think we can both agree there, but no one is super hyped to get Kirk Cousins on their roster.
No, I have the free public contest open. Cousins is only 35% owned. Daniel Jones, 34%. So fading the quarterbacks feels like an angle a lot of folks decided to take. So,
I mean, again, if we go back to that nooner, which I feel like maybe some people were here for, it was a day where you wanted to stack defenses and kickers and like Keenan Allen. So. Look at these beautiful throwbacks. I love throwbacks for Thursday, Glash. It's so much better than Wild Weather. That's some straight up purple people eater uni. Oh God, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Simple, stellar. The piping, the stripes. I want to see Harold Jordan in this. Harold Jordan, who's the Steve Jordan, tight end from Brown University. Gosh, a Rhode Island football legend, not unlike Will Blackman or Kwity Paye.
Yeah, James Devlin also played at Brown too, right?
Did indeed.
Destiny says he said my name right, unlike Rossi with his big head. I guess Rossi calls Destiny Dynasty. Which, I mean,
how?
Dynasty is, at least it's not insulting. I mean, Dynasty is kind of a cool thing in that sense. But, I mean, heck, you want your name to be said right. I get it.
Unless you're saying it like die nasty and putting on the wrong syllable, then it would be a bit insulting.
I love this bit Brian C's got going on. Glash and CDA, where the bleep do I sign? Love it. Yeah, we're almost at 200 likes. There's good energy in the sim. Only a minute 20 into this one. I've got a real good feeling.
Yeah, a good feeling to go with the good energy?
Yeah, or, Kirk Cousins, I was hoping I would speak into existence a deep ball to Thielen or something down the sideline, or Justin Jefferson, but
we
quite the opposite.
We need Double J to show up and strut his way into the end zone. Maybe chopper his way across the goal line. Guy who would have been the offensive rookie of the year if not for Justin Herbert absolutely lighting the league on fire. And he could have been a Philadelphia Eagle had they not galaxy-brained their way into Jalen Reagor. Reagor, still a good player. I think he's got some potential, as that was going for Tajay Sharp. Instead, it's going to be a punt situation. The good news is the Vikings will be able to flip the field. The bad news is their first drive, last 2 minutes, only picks up 1 first down. As we see over there in Twitch, I am with you. I'm waiting in line in the Top Shot queue. For the first time, I'm going to get a non-guaranteed pack. I'm very excited. Can't wait to go pick up my Lou Dort and JJ Redick packs that are worth nothing. I'm out here just bringing down the overall value of other people's Top Shot moments by being a casual, getting into it.
Wait, what? So you have to go pick it up? It's not delivered to you?
So you gotta wait in line, and since there's a limited number of packs, only so many people can get one. So you wait in line, they tell you when you can go buy one. You have to wait for the privilege to give them money for these moments that anyone can just watch on YouTube at any given time. Mm-hmm. It is a bizarre situation. I don't know why I am as invested in it as I am. I'd like to think that I won't lose money on this deal, but let's be honest. If guys like me are getting in on the trend, it is already dead. It's no longer cool. This is some straight up, my dad watches MTV energy getting thrown into the Top Shot universe, and you have no one but me to blame.
Daniel Jones, 1 for 1, looking at ownership. Saquon Barkley, 76% owned, 18.5% the captain. Dalvin Cook is 84% owned, 33.7 in the captain spot. Destiny has a lot of faith in this Giants team to win the sim. Little side action going on for Destiny in terms of who wins this matchup. Well, good luck to you.
Very interesting. Well, we had the one poor undercover boss Tom came in so optimistic this morning, Lash. He looked at that showdown. He saw the Chargers. He saw the Bengals. And he's like, you know what? We're getting more than 40 points today. I'm setting it. I'm telling you right now. Emerson, if we get over 40 points, I'm going to Venmo. He and Emerson had a $5 Venmo bet, and then the game ended 13-6. He didn't even get halfway there. Poor undercover boss Tom had his hopes and dreams and optimism smashed to pieces.
Money-headed.
This Giants offense is smashing the optimism for Destiny Flores to pieces. Oh, Kirk.
Yeah, Tom had a little internet issue in the slate, during the slate, the 1 hour program we air every Thursday between the early slate and the late slate. So he was a little frustrated. So felt bad for him, but he's gonna have a good rest of his day. He's always in good spirits. He's always
he's indefatigable. And it's a delightful breath of fresh air working with him. Not to say that any of the other producers aren't also equally delightful, but Tom goes out of his way to throw gifs in the chat, and it's very much like it's like being around the peppy coworker in the office, the guy who brings in cookies, brownies. Maybe he's talking a little bit too much about his cats, but it's okay because those brownies got the walnuts in them.
Yeah. Someone brings in cookies to the office. They pretty much set themselves up to do whatever they want the rest of the day. Really, the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Hey, that was Thielen. Nice catch. I was actually, the way Thielen caught that, I thought it was a player in the secondary for the Giants.
Yeah.
Intercepting the ball. So at the 41, there was a 2nd and 24 a few moments ago for Minnesota.
Not a problem. It's just a disastrous start for the Giants. They force the punt on the first drive and then have the field flipped on them, and now Vikings well within striking range. If they don't gain another yard from here, Glass, should be a 47-yarder for Dan Bailey. In the real world, that might concern us. Bailey still a free agent after not being very good with Minnesota. Really left Dallas, went to Minnesota, and just suffered through the Vikings kicker curse. But hey, that's how it happens. Dalvin, woo!
Wow. Might want to cover him.
15, easy there. 26 rushing yards already for the Pro Bowl tailback, former Florida State star. Cam Akers going to try to follow his lead and become a true RB1 in the NFL next season for the Rams. And I am kind of into it. I'm very excited to see what he does for LA. I'm also excited to see what Matthew Stafford does with a competent running back rotation, which is something he never really had in Detroit. He had a bunch of guys who looked good on paper but never came through, including poor Kerryon Johnson, who I thought was going to be the future and just never came to pass, got released and got snapped up. Someone claimed him off waivers. Maybe it was the Jets?
Kerryon?
Yeah.
No, he got signed, though. Philadelphia,
Eagles,
right?
Yes, yeah. And the Eagles, yeah, that's a weird spot for them because they already have a ton of running backs, but fine. That's whatever. Oof, it's Dalvin. It looked like he had a hole there, got swallowed up just in the nick of time. 2nd and goal from the 1. Could be more Cook time, or if we are truly lucky, it might be Vulture o'clock. Maybe a little CJ Ham action.
Noah Moon, and try not to look at me sideways. Mike Drumma needs Sharp. They both need Sharp. Top of the screen. Thielen's in the slot. Kirk Cousins right into his fullback, but he ends it off to Cook and does the job. Touchdown.
Were they trying to distract us from Dalvin Cook by having their own Keystone Cops routine in the backfield? That was incredible.
I wasn't crazy, right? I've never seen that.
No, that was exactly it. I thought it was a handoff to the fullback because Ham and Cousins.
Watch this replay. He runs right into him.
Ham and Cousins ended up hugging on that play, and yet somehow the ball still goes to Dalvin Cook. The Giants get a hat on him, but can't stop him at the goal line, and we have ourselves what's soon to be a 7-0 ball game. Vikings in front of that home crowd at the lovely U.S. Bank Stadium, taking an early lead on a Giants team that really needs to get its crowd together.
That was awesome. Brian C., that's the old Statue of Liberty play.
Yeah. Ooh, Flash. CEH, we know Pacers diehard because he is an Indianapolis guy. Pacers going to win tonight? I think they will. I think I saw what the spread was. I saw that they weren't favored. And I'm like, you know what? I get it. Westbrook's the hot hand. Beal's going to go out there and put up 35. And I think the Pacers just a little bit too complete. I think Indiana's got this one. Any thoughts on that, Glash?
It's funny you bring that up. We just talked about it on the slate right before we went to break, before we started this sim. And Jeff Ulrich and I actually we're thinking Wizards. I think 4 is the number right now. But if you want to just go off of Russell Westbrook's fantasy production, he had an off night against the Celtics.
Yeah.
I don't see how he does it for a second straight night. And maybe it's because Russ has kind of hit a wall of some sort, but Turner's out, LeVert's out, Brogdon's questionable. I know Sabonis has been a beast as well, but I don't know. I think the Wizards, I mean, there were talks here in New England that maybe the Wizards purposely lost that game to the Celtics so they can draw the Sixers in the first round and not the Nets. I just don't think the Wizards are good enough to do that. But Yeah, I like the Wiz. Sorry, CEH. I like Westbrook and the Wizards tonight. I do.
Fair. I feel like if Westbrook can't get him through the play-in games, it's just gonna be insufferable. The discourse about Russ's
wide open!
No way.
Saquon Barkley.
What? Saquon Barkley, 50 yards down. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
How?
He was so open.
All right, well, the good news is we're not even out of the first quarter. We already have more touchdowns in this game than we had in the entire noon sim. As Saquon goes up and gets it, and he could have moonwalked into the end zone. They just forgot to cover him out of the backfield, which sure, yeah, I kind of get it. Why, if Saquon Barkley's wheel route goes beyond, 20 yards past the line of scrimmage, what are the odds the ball's going to get to him? Slim to none, but Slim hits occasionally, just like me occasionally getting in on these top shot packs, which is going to happen. It's going to happen.
I mean, what a route he just ran. That was like if you watch the replay back, he goes off screen and then he reappears. That was crazy. Juice says, let's go. Juice also thinks Sabonis is going to get a triple-double. Yeah, the point total is...
He's going to stop that dude. That's the thing right now. It's one of the... I'm looking at it's a free pool up on DraftKings and the sports books. I believe anyone can enter. It's a $5,000 pool. And it's got a bunch of questions. One of them, who will have more points, rebounds, and assists, Sabonis or Westbrook? And obviously, the popular pick's going to be Westbrook, but Sabonis, let's not count him out. He can feast against that Washington front court. Who's going to say? Davis Bertans is going to get in there and mess him up? I don't know about that.
Yeah, check that out, guys. Free 5K DraftKings Pool Playoff Edition. Almost 17,000 entries. I'm guessing Koff brought this up today, that we have a Madden season starting on Monday?
Yeah, we do. It's not only a Madden season, it's going to be a facsimile of the 2021 NFL season. So every team's going to get their 17 games in order. We're going to go week 1, week 2, all that good stuff. And there's going to be a free-to-play pool where you can put your predictions in on that and win some DK money. It's a big deal. It's a $5,000 free pool. Why not enter it if you think you know what's going on? You've been watching these sims as long as we've been commentating on them. Go find them. Go into the DK Sportsbook. Drop in your predictions and see if you can't win a little bit of cash that you can exponentially drive up by winning money here in Simland. And I think it was M. Roach who's saying he put in $3 today and he's counting his $85 right now. M. Roach, congrats. Good for you. We love hearing about your wins. You got anything cool, anything big coming up? I know someone said they came in first in an NBA contest last night. Let us know. That's awesome. That is awesome. We're always real happy for you when a member of the DK Sim fam takes a little cash.
Yeah, and right now, looking at the total for that simulated pro football season pool, it is free to enter, 26,424 entries. I'm just going to squash this bug now. David, Alex, Rob, no, the rosters will not be new. At least as far as I'm told, the roster update will not be intact for this. But the good news is there's a big prize pool of $5,000, and yes, being told no roster updates.
No roster updates, but
I'm not going to tease you and be like, maybe there, no, there isn't.
And if anything, if you're here week in, week out, you're going to know that better than anything. You don't want the roster updates. You don't want things getting wacky. You want to go in there knowing that on any given sim day, in fact, oh, no way. Is Kirk Cousins going to do the thing? What? What is this game? Well, there's our guy right there, my captain, Justin Jefferson, going deep. We got it, ball in the red zone now. Vikings down to the Giants 12 on a Kirk Cousins 50-yarder. Amazing, outstanding. What is going on? I nothing but good things to say about the sim so far, which is wild because we spent the bulk of the pregame glass talking about how neither one of us trusts either of these sim quarterbacks.
That's true. I did say, though,
we're in the real world. Because let's face it, Kirk Cousins, credit where it's due. Kirk Cousins made the plays the Vikings needed him to make in the 2019 playoffs to beat the Saints in New Orleans. He didn't have to do much, but he had 2 massive completions, including the game winner, and they were big boy throws. So it was like, okay, Kirk Cousins, you are worth your $27 million that year. Last year, incorrect. No, not at all. Dude, he can disappear into the scenery. And last season, even though he threw 516 passes, barely 260 passing yards per game, just wasn't super efficient, wasn't super exciting. And he had one of the best receiving tandems in the league. Like, you never know what you're getting with Kirk Cousins, but you also know he's probably not going to lead you back from the brink of defeat. Only 1 fourth quarter comeback last year. And then on the other side of the ball, you have Daniel Jones, who year after year, the one thing you know he's going to give you is a shot at the lead league in fumbles. Cook, he had a little lane there. If you could just put on the accelerator a little bit more, could have maybe at least gotten the first down. Instead, he steps out. It wasn't Cook. That was Madison.
Yeah, I didn't see the X under his feet, so I was like, wait a minute, that's not Dalvin Cook.
We rarely see Alex Madison. 1.6 fantasy points per game. He has not been seen in like the last 20 sims out there getting the screen pass and unfortunately not getting anything done. That means that was a 2 tailback backfield. That's pretty cool. So the pro formation, the Y formation, gained a few yards in the very least. Dan Bailey kicks the chip shot there. Vikings up 10-7, but clearly anything can happen in the sim, so I look forward to the next 70-yard Evan Ingram deep ball.
Yeah, and to give Cousins credit too in this sim, he connected on a 2nd and 24, which kept a drive alive after he took an awful sack, but you got those passing yards back. And the other thing that you said there a second ago about the roster updates, it's a very good point. If you've been here, team always here, you've been here for a couple of months, even for just a couple of weeks, you have this down in terms of a rhythm. So that is something going your way. If we change the rosters for that, that could be potentially problematic. But I get the overall question that you want updates, but nothing to report at this time. So let's see. You know what? And I see too, I know we just brought up this subject about the Wizards and Pacers. Yeah, it's fair. Who's going to stop Sabonis?
Yeah.
Juice brought that up. Even CEH brought it up in the Twitch chat. Daniel Jones.
What?
Oh boy!
Come on.
In the Vikings territory.
We are like entering a world where both quarterbacks are like looking like they're gonna hit the bonus. Sterling Shepard there for 20 plus. The Giants looking just crisp. It was a terrible start for them, right? They go 3-0 in their own territory. They give up the touchdown, and yet now battling back. And but from here, we have a 65-yard Graham Gano field goal. And you know what? I'm going to say yes. Yes, he makes that 10 times out of 10. Graham Gano indoors. Almost didn't come to that because Daniel Jones' first incompletion was horrible. Very nearly picked.
Evans, that's something I thought about. Maybe Sabonis gets in foul trouble. That's what's going to stop Sabonis. That's really, I guess, the only chance the Wizards have to stop him. Hachimura did not have a great game the other night, so maybe he'll be better. Wizards do have a rotational situation going on at center. Lopez, Gafford, and what's his name? Alex Len. So maybe those guys will just try to make Sabonis foul because the Wizards have more bigs that can get into foul trouble they can afford. So that's fair. Exactly, Evans. That's my thought process too. It's Sabonis against 5 other guys, and unless some of these younger Pacers, unproven guys are motivated, of course, being in a winner-go-home situation. Stephen Boss thinks Brogdon's going to have a good game. It should be made. Hopefully it's a competitive game. We have a flag, but let's see if they take this back. Saquon to the 20. Holding.
Yeah, cheating. That is a bummer there. Andrew Thomas, the underwhelming rookie. First offensive lineman drafted last year, and yet left in the shadow of guys like Tristan Wirfs and Mekhi Becton. And Danny Dimes heard all the nice things we were saying about him and was like, you know what? No longer can I prop this team up. I need to be awful at football again, although that one not really his fault. That blitz just absolutely ruined him. And the 4 of this Vikings team getting a very nice reload this offseason, bringing in Dalvin Tomlinson. Now, the Vikings of the past decade or so, their good teams have the defensive pace has been set up front by guys like Shamar Stephen and Linval Joseph. A guy like Dalvin Tomlinson can bring that kind of pressure, can crumple the kind of pockets up front, stop the run. So I think that might be one of the more effective offseason moves that we're not talking about. Dude can absolutely get it done. He fits into the Vikings' plans. He is exactly what they want to be. And the fact that he was able to stand out in a bad situation in New York suggests to me that this could be a breakthrough season for Dalvin Tomlinson, a guy who was already pretty damn good.
The question from Juice, who do we think is going to have a better fantasy season? Or just a better season, excuse me. I threw the fantasy part in there. Jamar Chase or Jalen Waddle?
Ooh. I like Jalen Waddle. I feel like he got a little bit underrated, because he got shown up by his own wideout when Devontae Smith won the Heisman. We kind of forgot about Jalen Waddle, and I think some people were a little surprised he went 6th overall. I think Waddle, they're both those guys are going into kind of stacked receiving roles, right? I mean, Waddle's got to play behind Devontae Parker. He's got Mike Gesicki there. And the Bengals have Tyler Boyd and a whole bunch of other T. Higgins, a whole bunch of guys who can make a difference. I think it's going to be Jamar Chase just because he already has that familiarity with Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
He is the better overall prospect. He just is more of a more complete player. And I think Burrow is going to be better in 2021 than Tua is. And I don't think Tua is going to be bad. But you also have to consider that Burrow's team around him is a lot worse. And therefore, the Bengals are going to be throwing the ball a lot more. They're going to be trying to come from behind, whereas the Dolphins are good enough to win games. They can take the foot off the gas in the fourth quarter, run the ball a little more, try to grind the clock. The Bengals are going to be throw. And we saw last season, they aren't concerned with Burrow having to throw 50, 60 times in the game. They will throw him till his arm falls off. It means, keeping pace with the Browns. So more opportunities for Chase. I think he's the better prospect overall. I would take Chase over Waddle. Even if I think Waddle's going to be a decent pro, have a nice little rookie year. Chase, you can probably make the case for being like a second, third round season-long fantasy pick if you're getting bold with it. I wouldn't take Waddle before like the 5th.
Yeah, all good points. And the other one, too, is just the other day, Joe Burrow was confirmed by Adam Schefter that Burrow will be ready.
Right.
We all kind of figured that'd be the case, but it's good that there's confirmation. He's going to be good to go for week 1. So to me, that means, because you could get it the other way around, right? Because if we didn't hear anything and you get into training camp and then it's like, well, Joe Burrow should be ready. No, they're telling you he's going to be ready. They're going to probably ramp it up. That probably tells you he could play in a preseason game, but they're just not going to risk it.
Yeah.
And he'll be good to go, that's good that Schefter's reporting that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about like how far we've come medically. Like you remember.
True.
This was just 20 years ago. Like a rookie quarterback blows out his knee. It would be 50-50 if it'd ever be the same guy. But
yeah.
I feel like none of us are even really worried about Joe Burrow. It used to be a torn ACL meant that you were done. You couldn't cut. Your straight line speed would stay the same, but you'd lose a lot of that mobility and that ability and the explosiveness. Now it's no longer the case. And beyond that, you got guys coming back from ACL tears in like 7 months. Courtland Sutton is one of those guys who's come back. He's been on the practice field already. This is a guy who tore his ACL back in early October, and just 7-8 months later is running full speed again. He's not doing a lot of cuts right now, but another guy I would go with Courtland Sutton over a guy like Jamar Chase right now. Because you know me, I'm a Courtland Sutton fanboy. Big screen pass there. Picks up a first down on 2nd and 9. Vikings fixing to get some points before halftime here. But I probably overestimated where you should draft Chase and Waddle. They're probably going to be like round 6, round 7 type guys. A guy like Sutton is a guy who could fall just because people are forgetting about him, what he's capable of. But he's going to be ready for training camp, and if he's back to his 2019 form, he's going to be a top 20 wideout. Maybe make sure you got him listed on on your cheat sheet when it comes to these drafts because he could be a very dynamic player. First in goal from the 1, third catch from Kyle Rudolph. Couldn't break the plane there, but usually when you see a guy get you that close, they do get another chance to cap off the drive. Let's see if it's Rudolph again. Maybe it'll be Dalvin Cook again. Maybe we'll get that CJ Ham experience that we've been promised, but not this down.
Come on, Dalvin.
Field.
Pound it in, Dalvin.
Oh, yeah. Touchdown, yeah. Dalvin Cook, 2 touchdowns in this first half. And poor Kirk Cousins on pace for the bonus through the air, but no passing touchdowns to speak of so far.
All right, there we go. I think there's a group of us in the SimFam contest that have the same exact lineup. Yep, that's the case, with Dalvin captained. So we're in a tie for 9th, 130 entries in the contest.
Nice, that's a good showing.
Juice says Sutton is underrated. Yeah, we don't do this exclusive 100-person thing. You know, make the contest before you go to bed. I won't name names. Kyle, what's up, Kyle? How are you? Thanks for watching. Kyle's mom says hi. Hi, Kyle's mom.
Yogi Dad with me on that one. Heartbroken that Kyle Rudolph didn't break the play in there.
Yeah, I have him too.
Would have been nicer. Would have been less chalky. Sad thing.
Marcus says Chase is going to be good, but he's not going to run over DBs and safeties like in college. Waddle is Tyreek 2.0. So I guess the devil's advocate argument to your point, if you had to pick one over the other, and look, your first reaction was like, it's a tough call. Let's see how Miami uses him, right? Let's see how Miami uses Jalen Waddle. We'll also find out how comfortable Tua is, but the fact that those two also have a rapport, Chase and Burrow have a rapport. Yeah, I think a lot of this has to deal with how Brian Flores and how Miami puts Waddle in situations to really thrive, and also don't make it too challenging for Tua. Make the throws where Waddle can work his magic after the catch.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to do, build him up slowly through that, because the Tua that we saw in Miami last year was not the Tua of the healthy days in Alabama. He wasn't slinging darts downfield to win national titles. He was a lot more reserved. His passes didn't travel that far. His average depth of target was only like 7 yards, and you expected to be up around that 8-9 yard area, and especially with the list of targets he has there. So Brian Flores, saw the issue there as we get an Evan Ingram catch and maybe one last play here. 7 seconds, one timeout. Ball at the 42. It's not quite Hail Mary range yet, but they can snap off another play, take a timeout, then maybe either go for a field goal or launch one in the end zone. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. The situation is a lot more optimistic for Chase in Cincinnati because of his quarterback, because of their prior connection, because he's going to have to play on a team that throws the ball a hell of a lot more. Ooh, the quick out. We are going to get that Hail Mary attempt, and it only have to go about 55 yards in the air to land in the end zone, so not a bad situation for Danny Dimes and the Giants right now, trying to cut into this 10-point lead before halftime.
Congo Cap needs Slayton. DFS Queenie, since he has not got any O-line in free agency, apparently they haven't learned a lesson. It's possible. Here we go.
They probably should have gone with Sewell in the draft. Catch! But it doesn't count for anything more than some garbage points as Ingram hauls in a 40-plus yarder in traffic. So great news for him, great news for Daniel Jones. Bad news for the Giants, no timeouts left. Jones couldn't throw that one an extra 8 yards and have him catch in the end zone. Whatever, it's fine. It happened. And here we are at halftime. Vikings 17, Giants 7. It's been a pretty good game. A lot of deep balls like that. A lot of ball passes getting caught. A lot of offense. Not as much scoring as maybe we would have liked to see. But both quarterbacks, Glash, trending towards the bonus. Cousins 198. Danny Dimes 157. And he has yet to fumble the ball, which it seems like an accomplishment for Daniel Jones.
Yeah, only 8 pass attempts, and it looks really good. We'll do the stats quick. Cook, 41 yards, 2 scores. He is the captain in the winning lineup right now. Big tie in the free showdown. Barkley, 28 rushing yards, has a 55-yard reception for a touchdown. Cook has 6 catches, 50 yards. Thielen, 4 for 41. Rudolph, 3 for 44. Engram, 3 for 63. Justin Jefferson, 2 for 53. Shepard, 2 for 34, and there is the Barkley catch. Golden Tate has 1 grab. Has Slayton had anything yet? Slayton's got nothing, right?
Nothing yet for Slayton. He's getting outscored by Alexander Madison right now. So, no, not ideal. Passing rules the roost, except for Dalvin Cook, who, of course, has 2 touchdowns.
All right, before we start the second half, earlier today on The Sweat, Kenny Ducey, no, we are not going to a Jet segment. We're going to basketball. Speaking of Pacers and Wizards, Ducey tells us who the best player is to captain in the showdown between the Wiz and the Pacers. Block your ears or take a listen.
Our NBA panel is here for one final go-around. That'd be DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Let's talk about your favorite picks for tonight's showdown contest between the Wizards and Pacers. So let's talk about your captain spot. Jules, if you go with Westbrook, it's going to do a real number on your budget, $20,100 if you want him. Because he's so expensive, are you looking at like Sabonis or Beal, just looking somewhere else?
We can figure the rest out later. I think that the only 2 options here are captaining Westbrook or Sabonis. We talked to the betting segment first. I kind of lean to the Wizards. Kenny has a more strong take on the Pacers. Maybe if you're a Pacers person in this game, you want to captain Sabonis. I think that's fine. I think he arguably has the better matchup. I'll lean to Westbrook just like I leaned to the Wizards. We talked about Sabonis's game log in this matchup on the earlier segment. We didn't mention Westbrook's 3 matchups, 88 DraftKings points per game against the Pacers, 27.3 points, 20 assists, 18 rebounds. Those are his 3-game averages. So it's very tough not to justify going with Russ, but Sabonis was right there with 70 DraftKings points per game too. This is up to you, whatever fits better in your lineup, but I will find a way to roster both of these guys, and one will be my captain.
All right, Kenny, Westbrook, 20,100 in the captain spot. Sabonis, 16,800. Do you like those savings?
I do like the savings on Sabonis here. I am either going to go with Sabonis at 16.K in my captain spot or O'Shea Brissett at 11.1K, which is like cheaper than Sabonis and Westbrook if you just have them in the flex. But I do like Sabonis quite a bit here in this game. You look at the last time these 2 teams hooked up. He played 43 minutes. He had 30 points, 13 rebounds, and 13 assists. And the game before that, he played another 43 minutes, 32, 19, and 9. He has been a monster the last 2 times that these teams have played, and that's no coincidence because the front court here for Washington really not very strong. They are 19th in rebounding rate for the season. They have been shredded on the glass and down low by some talented bigs and Sabonis. Yet another one here. I think he steps up in a big game just like he did against Charlotte and just posts a monster stat line. I think that the Pacers here should be scoring a lot of points and arguably right now have the hotter offense of the 2. So, yeah, I think that in a game where you're going to see a lot of points, you want to pay up here and get the guy who might, lead the way in points and rebounds. He didn't lead the way in points against Charlotte, and he might not here, but I think he'll lead the way in fantasy points at least for both sides. I think that he could be the top performer. So I do like getting him in my captain spot at a price that's not too difficult to pay.
All right. You should join and watch The Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 1 hour before the first Madden Sim of the day. Monday through Friday, Jesse Cofield back in the friendly confines of the DraftKings studio in Boston. So that's good to see Jesse getting back in.
Jesse Cofield?
The Jesse Cofield, yes.
Wow. Honoring us. Amazing.
Yeah, back in the studio. So that's good.
I gotta get this. I gotta get back to New England this summer, and I feel like when it happens, well, I'll have to A, get into the studio, and B, absolutely raid the swag closet because again, we've talked about it. The swag faucet has been turned off. The tap is dry. I used to get delightful DraftKings goodies mailed out to me when I was an NFL writer at SB Nation. Scarves, for whatever reason. Scarves were a big thing. Knit hats. battery packs for like you can just plug your phone charger into. Beautiful, beautiful. Lately,
M. Roach 1128. Who watches the sweat? LOL. Look, we're just trying to give you another option here. I think you'd enjoy it. You can come in here, chirp all you want. We'll read your comments. They will read your comments. And please, check it out. DFS Queenie says I do.
Yeah.
Cool.
Plus,
Appreciate it.
Plus, I mean, once we get football back, I'm gonna be on that thing like every day.
Yeah.
What? It's a challenge. You gotta think. You gotta create your lineups. You gotta a whole list of great topics to go through. And it's like one of those things where like, oh man, it's not like Simland where I can just come in cold and halfway through we're talking about whether or not Cincinnati chili is awful or great. No. I gotta learn and go through my research and figure things out, and informs the rest of my week, informed all my fantasy decisions, for better or for worse.
Yeah, as Daniel says, make the sweat part of your routine. M. Roach, I enjoy nothing with Ducey, but, M. Roach, you do enjoy hating Ducey.
Mm-hmm.
So if Ducey is there for you to hate, that's worth showing up for.
Yeah. I had a wild weather Wednesday, eye-opener, sim nooner, between two awful teams. No touchdowns were scored, or maybe one. It was awful. It was a shutout game. The Titans were off. And yet it was delightful because Kenny, I think for the first time ever, I've been on stream with him in a great mood. Dude was just like, didn't raise his voice once, didn't even think about the New York Jets. Like, dude was just like having a great time. I'm like, oh my God, who is this man? This guy is nice. I'm enjoying our time together, Kenny Ducey.
Oh, M. Roach, I mean, yes, the takes. If you hate his takes. Yeah. That's what I meant by hating him. I hope you don't hate him as the person, but you can. You're entitled to do so. 17-7 is our score. Pretty good first half. A lot of deep balls. Daniel Jones. Maybe we'll get a deep ball here. Daniel.
Caught? What?
Oh, it's a catch. I was like, wait a second. I held back for a second. Shepard just catches it, drops it, and stares down the corner.
Yeah. Power move right there. All right. Well then.
See this again. Get out of my face. Wow. He just spun it down. That was awesome. Hey, you went and I think you had to go use the restroom, but did you see the Patriots signed Tyler Gaffney? Someone in the chat said this. I thought they were joking, but it's actually a thing.
No, what? Why?
Ian Rappaport's on it. Mike Reese is on it. Rappaport had it first. Patriots signed running back Tyler Gaffney, who most recently spent time with the Niners, Jaguars, and the Pittsburgh Pirates farm system. Gaffney back in the NFL. I thought it was a joke, but I looked it up. I fell for it.
Yeah, he has 2 Super Bowl rings by being on the Patriots IR. Mm-hmm. That's wild. I mean, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Good for you, dude. I mean, you had a pro football and a pro baseball career. You won multiple Super Bowl rings. Like you're gonna have like that room in your house that's just old jerseys, and it's gonna be awesome.
All right, Engram with the catch from the 11. I mean, I don't have much to add on the Gaffney news.
Speaking of pro baseball, Flash, I'm in Texas. I am not far from Arlington, and last night I was trying to talking to my brother-in-law. I was like, oh, maybe we'll go to the Rangers game tomorrow night. His team's the Yankees. And I'm like, oh, maybe we'll go do that. And like last minute, I was like, you know what? I'm a little bit tired, and the Rangers kind of suck. Like, I'm gonna hold off right now.
Ooh.
And of course, what do I miss? A Corey Kluber no-hitter. And what do I miss while I'm telling this story? A Golden Tate touchdown. Danny Dimes getting it done through the air. Tate's second catch of the day goes for 6. And the Giants very much in this one as Daniel Jones trending upward. Got himself a couple passing touchdowns. Got himself in line for a potential bonus as neither secondary looking or feeling good in this one.
Yeah, Tate had just one catch for 5 yards. So that's a good way to bounce back, especially if you played him. Tampa Bay Bucks 2020 champions. LaShawn McCoy won 2 Super Bowls. Jimmy G has a couple of Super Bowls. I'm not sure what the point is.
Yeah, like McCoy, those guys were on active rosters. I think Tyler Gaffney. I mean, let's PFR his numbers because I can't. How many games has Gaffney played? Tyler Gaffney has. He's never appeared. Apparently, he's appeared in 1 NFL game in his career, or none. Like I'm looking at his stats right now, and he has only 1 active year in the pros. Is 2014. Games 0, average approximate value 0, and yet. Because he was on the IR, and yeah, dude got his rings. So good for you, man. And this is a guy who did light up the Pac-12 as a senior, 1,700 rushing yards and 21 touchdowns. So maybe there's something there. I can't imagine being 30 and being able to add much, but hey, he could be a core special teamer. We know how much Bill Belichick loves those guys. And if you want to know more about guys who have gotten paid the most for doing the least, I have a great post route for you. In honor of Brian Hoyer signing another deal with the Patriots. He's going to earn more than $30 million in his NFL career, and yet he's not one of the top 10 most rewarded backup quarterbacks in the NFL. I broke down the 10 guys who have made the most money doing the least at quarterback. I'm talking money per start, cash earned per pass thrown, and yes, the king is the god himself, Chase Daniel. Josh, I'm gonna just assuming you didn't read the tweet I put out earlier. How much money do you think Chase Daniel has made for every NFL pass he's ever thrown? Like how much? Take his career earnings divided by passes thrown. How much money does he make every time he's throwing the ball in the NFL?
All right, can don't tell me. I think it's going to be. I'm going to guess it's 6 digits.
It is in fact 6 digits.
500,000.
Less than that, but still $145,000 per pass.
I mean, it's still a lot.
Yeah.
How many passes?
He's made $38 million, so I'd have to pull up the spreadsheet to get that. Like I had a whole working thing on this. I was going through this because it was like one of those things that I thought was interesting only to me. But I was like, I'm going to turn this into a newsletter and annoy everyone else with it. But yeah, Chase Daniel, $7.5 million per start, 5 starts in 11 seasons, $38 million. AJ McCarron. $3.6 million per start, $82,000 per pass. Drew Stanton, $1.9 million. Scott Tolzien, Charlie, it's a fine walk down memory lane for a bunch of, I remember those guy quarterbacks, and you can read all about it at the post route, postroute.substack.com. I had the temporary billboard here ready to go. I wrote it on the back of a napkin, but I think one of my in-laws mistook it for trash, which it clearly is, and threw it out in between snaps.
261 pass attempts in the career of Chase Daniel.
Yeah. Wow. God.
I don't even remember him playing. Like, okay, maybe I remember Detroit, but even in, that's a nice pitch. Is that BC Johnson? Yeah. But the 2 years in Chicago, I knew the contract. What was it, $321, $7 million a season? I don't remember him playing at all. But he did. Actually, that makes sense though with Trubisky.
Yeah, for a minute there, he got someone signed him to be like the guy, and it was like 2 years, $10 million. It was like, Chase Daniel's going to get a shot, and then they immediately went. It's like Mike Glennon. He signed that 3-year, $45 million deal with the Bears, and then like a month later they traded up and drafted Mitch Trubisky. So yeah, Glennon, of course on the list as well. No one else has finessed NFL GMs quite like that Goosebumps character brought to life, Mike Glennon. So Vikings answering here, ball into the red zone. Could be Cook for a 3rd touchdown. It will be. The 3 tutties for Captain Cook, and a long run there might be trending towards the bonus on the ground. On a day his quarterback gets the bonus through the air, Vikings back up by 2 possessions in the lovely city of Minneapolis. Dalvin Cook doing all the work. He has got every single one of those touchdowns. Or Kirk Cousins having himself a day, but not quite fantasy relevant because Cook has been the guy. I'm at 88 points, and I'm not even top 70 in the free roll. That's how much scoring has been going on today.
Dalvin Cook, you go back to Sims against Washington on the road in Cincinnati. He had back-to-back 3-touchdown Sims. Actually, you look at the game log here, and he's only had 2 touchdowns, which came in one game. 4 of his last 5, Cook did not score a touchdown. So he's at 71 rushing. The group I'm tied with right now in the SimFam Friends League, 21st place. So I'm giving M. Roach credit for math, and I didn't find it easy. I looked it up, but that's good math. Good job. Destiny, not going well for you, Destiny. You picked the Giants to win. They're down 10 with a minute left of the third.
They're making things work right.
Still plenty of time.
121 combined yards, 71 on the ground, 50 through the air. Just the kind of monster day we would expect from him. 36 points in the flex flash. He's giving you 50 plus in your captain spot right now. Paying up has been worth it. And if you faded him, I am sorry about that.
How about DFS Queenie being very kind? She shares the Wizards lineup for tonight. Westbrook, Nato, Beal, Hachimura, and Len. Starting lineup. Bad Boys of Pop convinced to play NBA tonight.
Nice.
The only time I've played an NBA showdown is when Koff sends it to me and it's Celtics related. Koff will do showdowns when the Celtics play, which I think that makes total sense to me. It's a team he covers, team he watches closely. His opinion, and you can tell him I said this, it's really not that hot of a take, but he's right. Like, showdowns are really a dart throw. I mean, there are obvious angles you can take. Go with a Sabonis. Go with a Westbrook. Whoa, Saquon. Nice play. That's how the third quarter.
Giants are back in business on the right side of the field. And, we are at the quarter break. Vikings up 10, but how long is that going to last? They're already in Graham Gano field goal range in a dome. And this game has been great. It's been a very exciting game. And despite the fact the Vikings and the Giants are involved, this game's been awesome.
You are all Madden fans, so if you enjoy these Sims, you've clearly enjoyed getting to know each other in the chat, which is great. That's just an obvious takeaway from reading the chat as the sim goes along. Tell your friends about these Madden Sims. Refer them to play free in Madden contests. If you simply scan the QR code on the screen, visit dkng.co/friend, send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play free. So we're talking about getting free entries into the paid Madden contests on DraftKings, so please get involved. Also, another chance to remind you, there is a free-to-play pool because we are starting a Madden season on Monday. We're gonna run the whole 2021 NFL schedule. So that's how we're going to do it. That's how the schedule will break down. We're going to run the entire season. We're going to simulate the whole thing. There is a $5,000 free-to-play pool. You can find it on DraftKings.com in the promotion section, or if you have the DK Sportsbook, you can go to DraftKings Sportsbook, sportsbook.draftkings.com, and you can get access to it there as well. So, and that goes for, since it's a free-to-play pool, you can play even if you're in a state where it's not eligible.
Yep. So jump on in, try to get some of that free. I've been doing work on the pool game. I mean, Glash, UFC.
That was fun. We did the bracket. Yeah.
I mean, that's where, I mean, clearly all things sim related, I've been just hot garbage. I mean, even today when I got things kind of right, I'm still not even top half of our free roll. I'm on the coldest of cold streaks, Clash, which is why we aren't giving my lineup advice before the lock. I don't want everyone fading me and getting rich instantly. That's not any kind of DK policy. It's just because I'm a spiteful human being and I want everyone to fail.
Whoa, Daniel Jones to the end zone!
Oh!
1 foot in.
come on. He had the perfect passer rating. He was a 158.3 before that. That might have dropped him down. But I love the fact that he's going for it. Jones right now has just been absolute fire. He's looking like the Danny Dimes of his rookie year, where he was still real glitchy, but occasionally he'd somehow fire up and throw 4 passing touchdowns. That is the Danny Dimes we're getting right now. And that right there is the Danny Dimes of 2020, who throws a backwards pass to his running back with no chance of success. Saquon Barkley loses a yard, 3rd and long coming up. If they don't gain another yard, it'll be a 59-yarder for Graham Gano, which, hey, I think he can make.
Yeah, I mean, they're indoors. We'll see. First time we're asking tonight, smash that like button if you can for us on the Dream Stream. Saquon with the catch. Just shy of the first.
Probably going to be
kick it here, right? You kick this.
Yeah, I think you make it a 7-point game.
Eduardo Garcia on YouTube. Can someone send the link to the contest? Well, Eduardo, we can't put links on YouTube. If you go to Twitch, I'll throw the link to the free-to-play pools in the Twitch chat. If you go to twitch.tv/DraftKings, you can find it there.
There you go.
It's in
maybe an even better link, Eduardo. You just got to copy and paste it in. Which, of course, a link to postround.substack.com. Let's get no doubt on that one. An absolute beauty. We got our 7-point ball game. The Vikings, if they get some points here, we'll have this game well in hand. If they can't, the Giants can have a chance to make some noise on the road.
Meager 66 needs Toilolo.
Sure. Dude, we've seen a lot of marginal guys get some run here. BC Johnson, Alexander Madison. As Randy W. saying, apparently you can put links in.
I just tried it and it works. Holy crap, I never knew that. That's news to me. Wow.
You have moderator privileges?
No, I don't.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I have none of those privileges. That's what I was going to say to Randy. Well, only certain members, really, like Steve Buchanan is someone, Shirag is someone. Daniel, yeah, did you see that? Yeah, the link worked. That's amazing. Normally I never try because it usually never works. Wow. There's a good energy in the sim. It's amazing.
I don't see. Did you put the link in the chat? I'm not even seeing it.
Oh, you can't see it.
I can't see it.
Oh, see? Told you.
I'm not seeing anything, but I also.
But it looks like it posted.
Yeah, Meager says we can't see your link, but you can only see your link yourself and post it. So I'm gonna put in the post round link right now.
Damn, I got all excited.
I'm assuming no one can see that.
Randy, no, we can't see your link. All right, forget it. Sorry.
We were very, very intrigued, and yet it didn't happen.
Well,
apparently,
the good news is Eduardo went to Twitch and got the link.
And you know what, Eduardo? I'm going to drop in that post-round link as well. Subscribe and like for free. It's pretty good. It's pretty good news. It's pretty good.
So if what Randy is saying is true, Randy, I'll take you. I'll take your news. I'll take your sourcing. This is something we need to get access to. Because I didn't even know that even a moderator could put a link in. That would help us increase folks to get involved in the DK SimFam Friends League, these free-to-play pools. I mean, this is important.
Ooh.
I'm gonna mark that down. I'm gonna write it on my I'm gonna take note. I want that wrench.
I feel like they're not going to trust us with that kind of power. It's too much responsibility. I feel like there's going to be one day where poor Noah Moon gets banned to oblivion. Oh man, we have some SimFam All-Stars around the top here. Herb, I see you. You are in fact tied for first with Mantellini. And our guy CJ in third right now, only a 10th of a point behind. So you guys doing some work right now, kind of sort of cleaning up. We are rooting for you. We hope y'all stay up in the money and not only take down our free roll, but hopefully, potentially make a little bit of DK cash as well. Dalvin Cook. Is it going to be a 4-touchdown day for Dalvin Cook? Is he about to Bundy himself? He's already into the bonus after that massive run there.
Ralphie says, make me a mod real quick. I'll show you. Then you can unmod me. Yeah. Be right back. Just give you access to everything.
You just give me your social security number, and I will tell you if any of those numbers are lucky.
Midway through this fourth quarter, Cousins, clean pocket for now.
What? All right. Guess it could have gone worse.
Worse? How could they be any worse? Take a look around you, Alan. Sorry, couldn't help myself. All right. Randy says you guys should take the everyday regular trusted viewers and give them wrenches.
Ethan Walk, www.stopspamfromdkcineannouncers.com. Fair point. But without shameless self-promotion, I would have no promotion at all. As Giants going to hold tight here, but the field goal will be enough to pretty much put this one out of reach. And it's going to make us all sad that Dalvin Cook is not going to get his Bundy. Oh, they're going to go for it. This is a bold call from Mike Zimmer. I do not know what he's thinking here. I like it, but...
Oh, they go to Ham! The Ham! Eat it!
We have Beastie Johnson, CJ Ham, and Alexander Madison all in one sim. What is this, a crossover episode?
Wow. Madison, Ham, this is just... What's next?
Cook's X Factor still lit. They're not going to get this play up for the 2-minute warning, and the Giants are going to start burning timeouts.
In a sim, if I told you we'd get a touch from Madison and Ham, and I said, Dalvin Cook's going to also score 3 touchdowns, I go, no way, because one of those two is going to vulture one from him. First and goal from the 4. Madison's out there, but it's Cook.
Ooh. Get stopped short, but that's good news for the Vikings. Forces the Giants to burn a timeout. And I think we're going to see Cook and Cook again. God willing, maybe a Madison carry, maybe a CJ Ham. Maybe Dalvin's back's getting tired from carrying this team so long. 6 up front, I formation, Ham and Cook in the backfield. It's going to be Cook, and it's going to be... Oh! He stretched the ball out, but still came up just shy. So 3rd and inches at the goal line. Not really a big play coming up this game. Assuming the Vikings don't galaxy brain their way into going for it again, which, let's be honest, is possible. But New York can get a stop. Hey, might as well stop. Yeah, that's not the kid. Yeah, Bundy for Dalvin Cook. Don't think I need to clarify. That man right there is going to be your crusty cough player of the game. Responsible for 24 of the Vikings' 31 points today. The remaining 7 all go to Dan Bailey. Poor Kirk Cousins had a great day passing and has 0 touchdowns to show for it. If you don't have Dalvin Cook in your lineup, you better get out. 52.1 in the flex, over 75 points in the captain's.
Wow. I mean, looking at all his game logs, I haven't seen a 4-touchdown game. Is that a new personal best? Could be. I mean, I wouldn't shock me if he's done it before.
One game.
Juice put him in the captain spot. A lot of you did, so a lot of you are happy. If you played Dalvin Cook today, smash that like button for us, please, on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch.
Apparently, Retees Did You Know says he had a 5-touchdown game a week ago.
Oh.
That sounds awesome.
Now, 5, like 4 rushing, 1 receiving, 3 rushing, 2 receiving. Were they all rushing touchdowns?
I'm not seeing the 5 here. I'm looking back. 2 couple Sims back.
Oh, not Cook, some other running back. Retees, did you know?
Oh, okay.
Your facts need to be more specific. Love you, me.
DFS Queenie. Cook is my only play in this from this game in the Classic. That is a pretty sharp move. Seems to be working out for you. Giants going to try to add some garbage points, so make you feel a little better for having maybe Golden Tate or Sterling Shepard. Or there's Darius Slayton, I believe his second catch of the game. 262 now for Jones. He's got a decent chance at the bonus, but he's going to have to get his team on its bicycle here. Minute 30 to play. One timeout for the Giants. They're going to be throwing the ball. My mistake. That was the third Darius Slayton catch.
So Cook had 4 against the Bengals, and the player they're talking about is Derrick Henry, who had a 5-touchdown season.
That makes sense. That makes some sense. What is Saquon? Saquon, despite having a relatively low-key game, still up over 20 points there. Not a lot of super obvious babysitter Billy candidates. Even Adam Thielen's going to have double digits. But, okay. Tajay Sharp, occasionally a fantasy boss here in Simland, only 2 catches for 20 yards. Barring a big change here at the end, he's going to be your babysitter Billy, not my kid. I don't know her award winner today.
You guys just went to town on the like button. Much appreciated. Yeah, Mark and Poppy tied for first in the contest we created. CJ 71 in third. Jones airs it out. Complete.
You know, that's pretty true to form for Evan Ingram, doing something completely baffling and stupid. So I'm not too upset about that one.
I'll be here at 8 o'clock with Matt LaMarca. I already forget who's playing next. It's been a long afternoon. Oh, there we go.
Barkley
Saquon again.
Yeah, so Barkley is going to finish with over like 23 points now. 4 catches, 83 yards now. There go the Giants last time out. So 1, maybe 2 shots to the end zone from here at the 21. We're probably going to see instead is like a check down pass that gets stopped in bounds, and this game will be over. But hey, still a shot, I believe, for Daniel Jones to get that passing bonus. I think he's at 280 something right now, 21 yards to the end zone. Danny Dimes. Yes, there it is, 296. So even if he throws a bad check down pass, he could get to the bonus. So maybe if you are counting on Danny Dimes, maybe you want him just to do that check down, just to hit the 300 number. You don't care if the Giants score or not. It's fine. Let's see. This could be the last play of the game, or we could have 2 more. Jones in the pocket. Protection holds up. He runs, scrambles anyway. Got his guy. It is Ingram again. So that might be the bonus for Ingram as well. But Jones definitely hits a 312 for him. 105 bonus for Ingram.
Yep.
So bonus Daniel Jones. Bonus Evan Ingram. Bonus Dalvin Cook. And this game, despite it being a 14-point Vikings win over the Giants, Flash, that was pretty good game. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well. We had some questions in the first, I think, 90 seconds or so. I was like, you know what? Got a good feeling. Good energy in the sim today. Dalvin Cook, 4 touchdowns. Very, very good.
Great
and
game.
who was it not my kid?
Vikings not only played great, but looked great with the throwback helmets, the unis. This was a great sim all around.
The Not My Kid award winner was who?
Where you give it to Tajay Sharp, just because, I mean, wide receiver 2, didn't do much. Only 4 points for him. It's a hard luck babysitter Billy there, because everyone else was pretty solid. I mean, even Justin Jefferson had about 7 points, which you're not gonna sneeze on that. Kirk Cousins only had 247 passing yards. He only had 1 incompletion though, and the fact he didn't find the end zone wasn't really his fault. Just because he has Dalvin Cook in the line, and why would you give the ball to anyone else? Cook 25 for 142. Saquon Barkley averaged over 5 per carry, but only got the ball 9 times because his team was playing from behind. Throughout this game, still got his share of work done through the air to have like a 25-point game. Barkley, 4 for 83. Ingram, 6 for 105. Thielen, 6 for 54. So he was fine. Not a problem. Dalvin Cook, 6 for 50. But There are a few guys who didn't really show up here. Golden Tate 2 for 16, but he did have that touchdown. Justin Jefferson 2 for 3. It was a game where everyone really kind of came to play. So a solid performance all around. You know things are going well when you have to search down the roster rankings and give the babysitter ability to a guy like Tajay Sharp.
Gigantic tie in the Free Public Showdown, 38-way tie. Herb in the chat, Herb part of that tie, so nice job, Herb.
Yes, sir.
Representing the Sim fam. Okay, that's going to be it. Are you back here tomorrow?
I am back at noon with Emerson Lazia. We will be back here for what will probably be another underwhelming sim, because that's what we get at noon. But hey, you also get to listen to Emerson and I talk about food and the Connecticut Sun and all those good things.
Love to hear it. Okay, coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'll be here, by the way, next sim with Lamarca. Bears, Rams. The Unreasonable Odds podcast coming your way. DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan, Julian Edlow. They'll dive into the final NBA play-in game, so mostly Julian talking there. And they'll preview the first round of the playoffs starting this Saturday. Plus, the guys discuss the frequency and potential issues. There are issues here of no hitters being thrown in baseball. Here they are.
What's up, hooligans? It's another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. I'm Steve Buchanan, making my monthly appearance here on the show. The seasoned vet, the guy who's been carrying the show basically from all 2021. Probably won't stay that way, but at least he has been. Julian Edlow, my co-host, here to talk about some of the NBA that has been going on right now. We are in the midst of the playoff tournament. All the seedings are taking place right now. We'll get into that. Some of the bets that you can make over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. And maybe a quick thought about all the no-hitters going on in Major League Baseball, which, spoiler alert, needs to stop. Nobody cares anymore. It was cool for the I'll save that for, in a few minutes here. Let's get right into some of the action that's going on tonight. Julian, as we record this today, Thursday in the afternoon, we have Pacers and Wizards taking place tonight. I know you don't really have a particularly strong lean on this one, but the Wizards are 3.5-point favorites against the Pacers in this one with an over-under of 237. If the Wizards win this one, which they really desperately need to do, they get the number 8 seed and have the tough matchup against the Sixers if they do win in this one. Obviously, we've been seeing some issues with Bradley Beal, who's been playing hobbled. He's got that quad injury. Jeremy Lamb questionable for this one with a knee issue. And then Turner, Warren, and LeVert all are out for the Pacers. What are you thinking about this one?
Yeah, it's a tough game. You say the Wizards need to win. Well, the Pacers need to win. This is it. This is the play-in game where there is no play-in game after it. You either get the 8th seed or you go into the lottery. And I mean, I guess why the Wizards are maybe more desperate is they did just go on that, whatever they won, 17 out of 17 and 6, I think they went down the stretch in the season to get here. Whereas Indy was a team that was, trendy in the playoffs last season and kind of expected to be firmly in the field this year and wasn't. So it's going to be a tough game. What's interesting to me is the Pacers looked so good against, a young Hornets team in the last game. And the Wizards looked so bad in Boston in that play-in game. And, how much of this recency bias, what's going to carry into this game? I tend to feel like the Wizards are going to bounce back and get this game. But I'm not confident enough to bet on that. So if you do want to bet on this Thursday night game, I think it is a player prop kind of game.
Love those.
It's a really high total set at 237. One of the matchups that makes me concerned that I don't necessarily want to put my money on the Wizards is because they have a really hard time covering bigs. So Domantas Sabonis, 48.5 points, rebounds, assists. I will take the over there.
That's a big number. It's a big number.
Yeah, it's a really big number. But so let me just pull up his game log here against the Wizards. It's ridiculous. And recently, he had 21 rebounds in the play-in game against Charlotte. He's been coming up with a lot of triple doubles. He had a 20-20 game against Cleveland, a 30-13-13 game against Washington the last time. 3 matchups against the Wizards. He's averaging 70 DraftKings points this season, over 32 points per game, over 14 rebounds per game, and almost 10 assists per game. Almost a triple-double for the center in 3 games, decent sample size against the Wizards. So I would go over there. You can maybe look at an over on Westbrook, who, same thing. Every game against Indy this year was ridiculous. He averaged 88 DraftKings points in the 3 games, 27 points, 20 assists, 18 rebounds per game. He almost averaged 20 against Indy in the regular season. So I think Sabonis has the better matchup. I'll play his prop if you made me play something on this game. Another reason maybe to like the over on the Westbrook props is that Beal did appear to be hurt in that game in Boston. He appears to be playing through injury. So that's maybe a little more for Westbrook and maybe a little more for an under on 31.5 points on Bradley Beal. I never like to take the unders on stars and big games, but that's just kind of where my head's at here. But I will say, I didn't bet either of these, but I was asked to give analysis on player props Tuesday, Wednesday. On Tuesday, I said Tatum under 32.5 points. He's only gone 33 or more in 20% of his games this year. He averaged 23 against the Wizards, 50 burger. Wednesday night, Curry under 36.5 points. Huge number, great defensive team in the Lakers. That game went way under. Curry had like 6 points in the middle of the second quarter. He got over on free throws in the fourth quarter. Just the flurry of threes that he can hit to get you there. So these haven't been going well lately. I think that Tatum and Curry aren't hurt. Beal's hurt. I think that an under there makes sense. So I don't know if I'm going to play any of these, but that's where my head is at over taking a side in the Thursday night game. A lot of different props to look at.
Let's look at the Friday game. I feel like you're going to have more of a take on this one. This one has set up with the the Grizzlies at the Warriors. In this one, the winner will get the 8th seed over in the Western Conference there, and they would play the top seeded Utah Jazz. Obviously, the Warriors coming off really tough loss against the Lakers. Last night had that 13-point lead at the half. Only 2 points going into the fourth. And then, of course, LeBron James does his thing, hits the 3-point dagger to end this one. These 3 teams have been up 3 times already this season. Steph Curry did miss 2 of those games, which was on a back-to-back earlier this season. The Warriors are favored in this one, but the kind of wrench in this one is that the Grizzlies have been one of the best teams against the spread as underdogs this season, 21-13. That was the second best record in terms of covering percentage in the league, 61.8%, trailing only the Suns, who were only underdogs 12 times during the season. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, the last time the Grizzlies were underdogs was on Sunday in Golden State. Winner gets the 8 seed, loser gets the 9 seed. Here we are in Golden State on Friday night. Winner gets the 8 seed, loser gets the 9 seed. And I have this, call me square. I have the same exact take as I had on Sunday. Smashed the Warriors -3. They were up 17 going into the fourth quarter. They were then losing in the fourth quarter and still proceeded to win by double digits and easily cover. Same thing. The Warriors aren't losing this game. Look how good they looked against the Lakers in that game on Wednesday, in that tremendous game. I just don't think Memphis, the biggest advantage Memphis has on the floor is Valanciunas, I guess. But Draymond Green handled Anthony Davis pretty well. You're gonna have Looney getting some minutes there too. For me, this is a Warriors -3.5 spot. But the other thing you can do, and we'll roll from here and get into the other series. I had a lot of Lakers. I had some Lakers -4.5 on Wednesday that didn't hit. I also was fortunate enough to roll them that money line into a lot of different things and wound up okay on the game on that money line. I'm tempted to do the same thing here. I'm super confident that the Nets are going to beat the Celtics in that game 1 at home. So if you just take the Warriors money line on Friday night, then get yourself some action on Saturday night. I know, 2-day parlay, Steve.
Hate it.
+114. Friday night primetime game, Saturday night primetime game. I like that a lot.
So now we know we don't know who both these teams are going to play and which top seed is going to be playing both of these teams, but we do know a lot of the series that we're going to be heading into for this weekend. Saturday starts off with 4 games on that one. Heat at Bucks, Mavericks at Clippers, Celtics at Nets, which is also the biggest discrepancy against the spread there. The Nets are 7.5-point favorites. They moved down from 8 just a little while ago, but now it's moved to 7.5. They are the biggest favorites on that Saturday. For reference, by the way, Celtics are 14-12 as underdogs against the spread. So that's something you want to think about. And then Trailblazers at Nuggets in that one. That is almost a pick 'em, with the Nuggets just hardly favored in that one. Where are you looking at for this Saturday slate here? And specifically that Celtics Nets game, which has the biggest discrepancy.
Yeah, we can start with Celtics Nets because that was one, we had Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick on Monday, and this was one of the series that was not set yet. So we kind of gave takes about how strongly we lean to the Nets, but now we have it. We have the lines in front of us, and the Nets are just enormous favorites. So I like anything. I'm going Warriors Nets on that money line parlay, but if you need a parlay piece for the weekend or you need one for Saturday, the Nets money line is the piece for me. The series price is insane. It has come down from opening at -2,000 to -1,430 on the Nets series line.
It's on sale.
Yes. So there's only one way that I want to go here, and that would be the series spread. You can give yourself the cushion of the Celtics maybe stealing one of these games. Maybe Tatum goes for 50 or 60. But this is why the Nets are the obvious side of this series. Like if even if that happens, you can get 30-point games you can get 35 from Durant, 35 from Irving, and a 25, 15, and 15 from Harden. And that's more than Tatum can do. So I think the sweep is in play here, but we're going to give ourselves the cushion of one potential Celtics heroic win. Nets -2.5 games in the series. That means winning in 4 or 5. -150 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Some serious juice to lay 2.5 games in a series, but I just don't see a path for the Celtics winning more than a game. So that is one, that Drew and I kind of talked about on Monday. Now that we have the line, now that we have the spread, this is something that I definitely wanted to come on today and give out as a pretty sizable play for me.
And as we were speaking, it is now back up to 8 for the Nets. So most likely that line is going to fluctuate all throughout the up to the weekend when that does tip off at 8:10 on Saturday. So keep an eye on that one if you're looking for a particular line on that one. Would you prefer the 7.5 over the 8, or do you really not feel too strongly about that?
I think the Nets will cover. I might take this more of like a Nets first quarter, Nets first half type of bet. The Celtics can tend to start slow and work their way back. The Nets should be kind of, fired up it's been all year getting the guys on the floor, and, the whole season was to get to this point. Now their season starts. So I think we'll see them come out, kind of playing with their hair on fire and get off to a pretty good start. So I would back the Nets early. I think the Nets money line piece, obviously, I've made that clear. I think the Nets series line is one of my favorite plays of the postseason. And man, do I have anything else to even add to that? I feel like was there another question in there?
Well, I was going to say, too, that coming into this game, the Nets have covered 5 straight games, but those also include, those kind of jokes of the games against the Bulls and the Cavaliers, which were -11 and -13, but they are covering some of those big spreads.
Right. They had double-digit leads at halftime in both of those games, too. Those were Nets first half bets for me, and they went well. They were down 12 to the Bulls and covered -8.5 first half. That's the ability to make up ground that they can do, and that's why I'm not going to be betting against them at any point in time in this postseason. Man, I feel like I had one more thing to say about this series, but
well, if it comes to you, we can get to that.
Yeah.
I do want to ask about any of the other games that have taken place Saturday or even Sunday. I'm noticing on Sunday 2 really low totals compared to the rest of the playoff series with Lakers and Suns. Over under on that one is 213.5. Hawks at Knicks is only 215.5, which is fairly low because you look at some of these totals, like especially for tonight, Pacers and Wizards 238 for that one. So any leans on any of the other games that are taking place over the weekend?
Probably not from a total standpoint, but Lakers Suns will probably be a good under series just in terms of pace. Like you're going to have LeBron controlling the ball and slowing down possessions to get good looks. You're going to have Chris Paul on the other side handling the ball and slowing down possessions to make sure that the Suns get good looks. Those are going to be games with limited possessions and games for good unders. The Hawks and Knicks are weird because the Knicks are such an under team and slow paced team, but they went way over in all the games against the Hawks. Those wound up being played at a Hawks type of pace. So I'm going to kind of wait and see there. Just going down the board on Saturday, like I think the Clippers. Here's what I wanted to say. And it isn't specifically about Nets Celtics, but like something that has been working for me lately is these must-win games, scrapping the points and taking the money line. And this generally is not an NBA thing. You want to just lay the points. Kind of like how we're so big on those teasers in NFL and getting it when they're, in that 6 to 7 point range to get it as kind of a better value money line parlay. Like this is why I want the Warriors to win and not mess with the points. That's a must-win game or you go home. Same thing with the Warriors. I use them in money lines on Sunday. I used the Wizards in money lines on Sunday. They won against Charlotte, didn't cover to get the 8 seed in the East. There were a couple other teams just in spots that had to win that you can trust the money line. So now that we're in the playoffs, I think money line parlays are kind of going to be a bigger thing for me. Let's see. If you want, I think Clippers get game one at home. So if you did like a Clippers Nets money line parlay, that's minus 107. I would rather do that than lay the points with either team, I think. So that'll be something that's big for me. I think this postseason in the game by game approach. Clippers series, real quick, similar to there's not a 0% chance like the Nets are going to win that series. The Clippers, I think, should win pretty handily. You can get minus 165 laying the game and a half. So to finish it in 6 or fewer, that stands out to me. And then for the other two ones, I like betting Portland as the slight dog in game one. I like Portland for the series. Drew and I covered that, so I won't add more there. You can check out the Monday podcast. Same goes for Miami, Milwaukee. I like, I don't know why Miami is so overlooked after kind of dominating the Bucks in a 4-1 series in the bubble last year. It's not the bubble. The Bucks have Holiday, whatever. I think Miami is still underpriced for the series, still underpriced for game one. So that covers the Saturday games. Here's one thing that I'll say that I think you'll find interesting.
Probably not.
No, you probably will. Maybe. So the Lakers are minus 250 as the 7 seed to beat the Suns, the 2 seed in the series, which makes sense. They're there because of injuries, but minus 250. They're minus 250 for the series, and they are 3-point game one underdogs.
That's like just so obscure and ridiculous, but here we are. I mean, just the fact that the Lakers are that seed to begin with is ridiculous. But obviously, because of, like you said, injuries and everything that took place, that's why they are where they are. But that's just totally wild, and that's just the NBA in a nutshell. Want to remind everybody too.
There's 2 reasons. Sorry, let me give you the 2 reasons why really quick. The first is the grinding game that the Lakers just had to play on Wednesday night against Golden State. So Phoenix comes in more rested. And the second is the Lakers' approach to game ones last season and LeBron's general approach to game ones.
Right.
He kind of takes a back seat. He looks to defer, feel the series out, and they lost a lot of them and then came back to win the series. So that's something to look for again on the series line. Like if the Lakers lose and they're minus 120 for the series, I would bet the Lakers series. Game ones are generally LeBron assist games, LeBron over whatever it might be, 8.5 assists for game one as he looks to kind of get Anthony Davis going, get Andre Drummond going, whoever. So there's my takes there.
So I just want to remind everybody too that if you're over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, to take advantage of the Hammer the Over promo that is going on right now. The first one that's coming up is against Dallas and the Clippers. If you think the total is going to go over, which is currently set at 63 points, fingers crossed, I hope they can get there. And you'll basically double your money. So make sure to go over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Take advantage of that promo. It's free money. I mean, I don't know what you need, what more incentive you need to go take advantage of that, but be sure to do that. Every 1,500 bettors that takes advantage of this promo, the line goes down even more. So it's like truly like it's freer than free. It's easier than stealing candy from.
This is going to get to zero. 1,500 is not a lot in the game.
No,
it's still 2 days away from when we're recording this. This is going to be over 0 or over 1, wherever it's supposed to finish.
So make sure you go take advantage of that over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Any parting thoughts for NBA before I start talking about my MLB no-hitter nonsense?
Last one. Drew and I did talk about Knicks-Hawks series line, and this one's kind of moving. Sharp money coming in on the Hawks, sharp money fading the Knicks as it did all season. I think we're going to get the Knicks at like even odds or plus money by the time this series starts. And they swept the regular season series. They have the home court advantage. Madison Square Garden is going to have 13,000 fans on Sunday for game 1.
Oh,
Knicks are even money right now for the series on DraftKings Sportsbook. I would play that as a pretty big bet, and I think we might even be able to get plus 105, plus 110 on this one.
So if you may have seen or you may have heard, the MLB is going through this little bit of a problem. And that problem is that everybody and anybody can throw a no-hitter all of a sudden in this league. As we record this, May 20th, 2021, 1:01 p.m. in the afternoon on the Eastern Standard Time Zone, 6 pitchers have thrown a no-hitter so far this season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Correct. I had to check my math there real quick. What's even more concerning is that of those 6 pitchers that have thrown it, they've all been against 3 teams in particular.
One of them, not a good look for you.
Oh, that's fine. So the Rangers, the Indians, and then the future AL West champion Mariners. Now, I'm not concerned about the Mariners because they're just playing possum until the playoffs come and then they explode and everybody's like, where did this team come from? So no big deal. It's only May 20th. Still a lot of ground to make up. And by the way, there's still very much a contention in that division. So you climb you a pretty little head. Rangers going nowhere, so no big deal. Indians weren't going to be going anywhere anyways. But you look at this list of pitchers that have thrown no hitters. It's like, why are these guys even on the list? Joe Musgrove, Carlos Rodon, love him. John Means, lucky. Wade Miley, give me a break. Spencer Turnbull, please. That's his claim to fame now for the rest of his career. And Corey Kluber, who, barely is able to stay on the mound, but did it against the Rangers, his former team, the team they barely pitched for, like 13 innings before he was hurt. So, I mean, just really insult to injury on that one. But something has to be done here because the allure of no-hitters is gone. No-hitters are no longer exciting.
Perfect games are in.
Perfect games are in. Yeah, can we get a perfect game? Like all these guys couldn't do a perfect game. Like just throw strikes instead. Don't worry about the balls. But the allure of no-hitters is gone. And that kind of sucks, quite frankly, because that used to be an exciting part of baseball. That used to be something that, when it was happening, you kind of look forward to, and it was like must-see TV. You had to go in and turn it on. I mean, I remember getting notifications on my phone saying such and such is pitching a no-hitter. By the time it was with John Means, who was number 3 on this list, I was like, man, whatever. It's not even fun anymore. Now, there's been rumors going around, maybe they'll move the mound back and everything. No. We don't need to change the entire game here. But the disadvantage for hitters is becoming so apparent. You look at all these guys now that are just consistently coming out here throwing over 100 miles an hour. It's getting almost impossible for hitters to hit. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, obviously we want pitchers to go out there and do well, but it's not fun anymore. And if the last thing baseball needs is less fun, shout out Tony La Russa, the biggest fraud in baseball. Old man, go back to checking box scores in the newspaper and letting us know how teams did. Okay, we don't need you in baseball anymore. But it really sucks for a sport that needs something. And consistent no-hitters is just not it. Consistent no-hitters is not what we want. We like excitement in a fast-paced world. No-hitters does not do it for me or really anybody anymore. So I don't know what needs to be done. I don't know if it's because of the baseballs, how they doctored them and, made them weigh a little bit less. You can see my comments on ESPN.com. You knew that was coming.
Well, I don't know how trying to get to that before I could, because my whole response, this is obviously, a rant by you that it's all you. I have nothing really to say other than Steve Buchanan going on ESPN.com and saying that these balls are going to make no difference. And here we are with 5 no-hitters a day. Guys can't hit watermelons coming down the plate right now in MLB. And I assume you're just going to stand strong with your take and just say this entire thing is a giant fluke.
To be fair, I said we don't know what the results are going to be yet, but apparently it's all the no-hitters that everybody can get. So this will not stay like this. The pace of this cannot be sustained, but at least for now, baseball kind of stinks right now. And that really sucks for someone who likes it as much as I do. It has a good following, but we need more hitting. We need those pre-2000 days when McGuire and Sosa were going off trying to get the home run record. That's what we need in this world, not the no-hitters.
I mean, if we need more hitting, should also kind of just let guys swing at pitches like Tony La Russa is arguing against. But whatever, I'm done with baseball.
Biggest dork in baseball. That guy is the worst, the absolute worst. But I'll tell you what's not the worst. This edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast, which is wrapping up right now. So thanks for tuning in. As always, we'll be back. Are you doing a special one next week or? Oh, you're off next week.
You are.
Yeah, that's right. I'm doing a special edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Julian's actually going to take his show off. So I will be here instead with a mystery guest. And I say mystery because I still don't know who it's going to be. But we will work that out. You people don't have to worry about the logistics. I do, for a change. For Julian Edlow, I'm Steve Buchanan. No hitters suck, and we'll see you next week.
All right, welcome in. It's the 8 p.m. Madden Sim, Rams and Bears. Glash and Matt LaMarca with you on a Thursday night. This is the typical LaMarca weekday shift, right? It's that
That's
8
right.
o'clock Thursday night. That's when you're around.
8 and 10. That's my during the week block.
Nice. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, sneaky good sports day. You know, like had the PGA Championship on during the day, some day baseball. Now we got some night baseball, and of course, elimination game basketball. Who doesn't love elimination games, right? Best 2 words in sports, game 7. This is basically game 7.
What time does that tip? Now?
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Nice. Okay. Indiana, Washington.
Well, you know, 8 o'clock is the schedule. It'll be like 8:13 or whatever. But
real quick before we get into the Madden, who do you like? Who do you like tonight?
I'm leaning towards the Pacers, but they have been so Jekyll and Hyde all year. I don't think there's a team I've gotten wrong this year more than the Pacers. Like, when I expect them to play well, they bring their C game. When I expect them to lose, they bring their A game. Just like against Charlotte. I was on Charlotte, thought that they were going to win, and Indiana just blew their doors off. You know, talent-wise, Indiana does not deserve to be in the play-in tournament.
Right.
They deserve to be, or at least they didn't deserve to be the 10 seed. So if they play their best game, I think they win. But whether or not that happens is anybody's guess.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out, I saw your tweet this morning, and I'm with Christian. I'm like, what was I guess folks were asking about what they should do with their lineups tonight. And I was like, LaMarca said something about Pacers being a C, and I couldn't remember if that meant something to do with injuries because Turner's out and Levert's out. Brogdon's going to play, even though he's questionable because it's, you know, like you said, it's an elimination game. That's what it was.
Right. It was when I take them, C game. When I fade them, A game.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think I said something like that. Maybe not. But I said I will be with him at 8 o'clock, so I will confirm what I said. Anyway, Mike Bizzle, that's right. 2 best words in sports, dream stream. Yeah, we'll take that too.
All right, Mike Bizzle.
Good submission. We have the Rams. We have the Bears. Did you have a chance to make a lineup?
I did. I went with one Mitchell Trubisky at captain. I almost always captain the biscuit. So much rushing upside. I went with Jared Goff, so I have both quarterbacks. Cooper Kupp, Tariq Cohen, Ted Ginn Jr., and the Rams defense.
Okay.
You know, shout out to the PGA. I rostered Rams.
The John Rams.
Yes, the John Rams defense.
So I did not go Trubisky in the captain. I certainly considered it. I put Tariq Cohen there.
Okay.
It allowed me to put a lot of other good stuff in there. So Trubisky, Woods, Kupp, Reynolds, and Pinheiro. I'm so against Jared Goff that I just...
Pinheiro, let the rhythm take you over, Pinheiro.
I'm just... Jared Goff has scarred me, so I refuse to put him in my lineup. And, you know, with 3 receivers in there, it's probably going to punish me if it ends up going well. There's Darrell Henderson Jr. for a gain of nothing. That was very well done.
Logan, my official pick is the Pacers, but I have 0 confidence. That's where I landed.
You know just as good as anyone, if you want to just look at it from a Westbrook standpoint, I mean, Westbrook didn't have his best game against the Celtics.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about Westbrook. I mean, there's definitely something to the effect that, like, in some of these games, maybe he does try a bit too hard. You know, like, he's always so intense. So when you get into a playoff situation, maybe he gets too intense. But the bigger issue for me is just that Bradley Beal is clearly not 100%.
Okay. All right. That's why they play the games. We'll see what happens. It's a first down for the Rams. Ownership coming in from producer Michael. We have Daniel, our technical director. Jared and Jim from the Game Ops team. All right, Jim, another NFC game. We never get many of these. Jim was on Giants-Vikings at 6.
So Glash, what's it like to be big time now? You know, are you getting like, do they treat you nice, good pregame spread, or?
I don't really have great things to say about the pregame spread, so maybe you should ask a different question.
All right. How's it like working with a professional like Rebecca Lobo?
First of all, I am not big time, okay? It is a great gig. Lobo is not, we haven't worked with Lobo yet. Lobo will be on in August. It's just how the schedule worked out. They've got 5 or 6 analysts because they can't do all of them. Lobo can't do CBS games because of her ESPN contract.
Right, yes, that makes sense.
So the first 2, and there's no like, just like we say with the schedule here in Simland, there's no rhyme or reason to the schedule. There's no rhyme or reason which platform our game is on. We just kind of get the call from the league, and our first 2 turned out to be on CBS. So Lobo can't do those. And Lobo is doing national games. So if that conflicts with us, say we have a game the same day Lobo has a Seattle-Vegas game on ESPN2, she's got to do that one. So have not worked with Lobo yet.
All right, so I'm 0 for 2 on questions.
No, that second one was good. The spread's fine. It's Mohegan food. They put it on this plastic wrap. It's a.
All right.
Yeah, I'd actually rather be here at home and eat what I want to eat instead of the Mohegan spread.
Ain't that the truth? But you know, there are definitely those types of people that are like, I will take any free meal that you're gonna give me.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them. I'm a little bit. I don't want to say picky, but I like what I like. You know what I'm saying? And
I hear you.
You know, like, again, I hate that we always come back to this. Oh, we got a fumble.
Cup fumbles. Cup spills.
The cup runneth over. Like, there's nothing more unappealing to me than the 6-foot hero. If I go somewhere and they're like, oh, we're going to have a 6-foot hero, I'll always make sure to eat beforehand.
All right. Do you say that to people, or you letting me know that?
No,
you think
I just don't eat. You know, they're busy worrying about their own thing. They don't got time to monitor if I'm eating or not.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's a fumble by Cooper Kupp. It's not coming back. Bears D, 9% owned. Father says, how long can you until you can call her Lobes? I don't know. That hasn't crossed my mind.
Do you ever veer into some of your sim antics, or do you find it pretty easy to stay in just the character that is Brandon Glasheen?
Oh, very easy, because I am not tempted to look at a chat, which I don't read carefully enough before I actually utter it out of my mouth.
I see.
Now, I mean, that doesn't mean I don't like it. I enjoy it very much. Sometimes I enjoy it too much. On my iPad, I have the live stat portal from whatever it is. It's like courtside.nba.com or something. Yeah, so I don't know. My favorite, I mean, I think at one point I did say, there's a great energy here at Mohegan. And I'm like, well, I've said there's a good energy in the sim. So I catch myself. First couple games, first 2.
Yep, Mike Bizzle says energy was used a few times last night.
I can't help but
when you're calling a basketball game, you have to describe energy is like a must-use word.
Well, and people are in the seats now. They're getting people in the building, so it's like legit. It's not like I'm making it up, and there's no crowd. Now the energy on Sunday was much better than Wednesday. We had the midweek crowd clearly at Mohegan. So I love how the Sim fam is tuning in. James even said some nice things. You guys are the best. Lamarca, I made a contest for the 2-game slate yesterday in the WNBA, and it filled.
Awesome.
It was only 20 people. I said, all right, let me start with 20 and see if people get interested. Filled right up in like half a day. So I think I'm going to start doing that. Anytime I'm working that night, I'm going to fire up a contest. Helps get viewership. I'm helping all parties here.
There was a conspiracy theory that that's why you were hired. I won't say who started it because I know it was for your talent, but some people in the dark corners of the internet think that this was all just a ruse to bring in the DK Sim fam to the WNBA.
Oh. Can you give me a hint?
I don't remember who said it, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It was somebody in the comments. We'll see if
it was someone in the chat. Okay, I thought it was
not another broadcaster. Not another broadcaster. I would love to say that Kaufman said that, but he didn't.
No, he's not smart enough to do that. That's Cup. Way to hold on to the rock.
Must Be says, why didn't anybody tell me to fade John Daly? Absolutely no help. Sorry, Must Be.
All right,
Sean
here we
says
go.
You're awesome on the WNBA.
Thank you, Sean. The number of you that have reached out, it's really cool.
So you've seen, I know that the first game was against Phoenix, correct?
Yes, that was a treat.
And then have you seen the Liberty yet?
No, their first game would be a week from, a week from this Saturday? Is that right?
Okay.
No, 2 weeks from this Saturday. 2 weeks, June 5th.
June 5th, okay. Yeah, so that's like basically 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool. I mean, have you been like were you wowed by Diana Taurasi, seeing her in person?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. She got like the first 7 points for them. I'm like, oh wow, and this is cool. And it's like contested. It's Steph Curry like the way she shoots threes.
Yeah, no, I've heard that comp has been made before. So
hand in the face.
Curry, what a show last night, man. I know they didn't win, but like he is just so special to watch on a basketball court. He just does things that nobody else can do.
Yeah, it was actually. I'm not hating on Steph. I actually, it was a pretty cool moment to see LeBron hit that shot last night, and Steph have the look on his face that everyone else has when he makes that shot. Like that was cool. Like Steph, that was like, I think that was a moment for Steph. Like, that's what that feels like, huh?
Right, and especially the fact about LeBron's not being able to see, and he saw 3 rims, so he shot it at the middle one. Which I know the detractors, the LeBron haters, are just going to absolutely eat that up. Oh, he got his eye poked and cried about it for a whole quarter.
Yeah, but that wasn't a flagrant.
No, I agree. I thought they did a great. See, Daniel said it in Slack. Boy, LeBron milked that eye thing. Yeah, I agree. It was a good playoff foul. I think that the referees need to use some common sense on some of this stuff.
I think Draymond put his arm up, put his hand up, and then bad luck, the hand ends up hitting him in the eye.
My least favorite thing in the NBA is the review. I hate at the end of games when you get like a contested ball on the side and one guy has it in his hands and the other guy clearly hits it out of his hands.
Yep.
But then you look at the replay and it like rolls off the guy's fingertips after the initial guy hits it. And it's like, we all know why the ball went out of bounds. It was because the one guy hit it. Yet we're going to reward, like, it's stupid to me. It's the same thing in baseball when a guy slides into a base and he pops off for half a millisecond, but the guy keeps the tag on him. Like, obviously he was safe.
Yep.
But to me, it's all stupid.
Well, who knows? It might get worse now, LaMarca, now that we are in more meaningful games at this stage. Reviews will definitely be more of a
There are high
factor.
school basketball games that probably have more fans at games than the WNBA. WNBA ratings at an all-time high, Cecilia. Is it because of Brendan Glasheen? We can't say definitively. We can't say. All we know is that ratings are up.
Celia brought this up last time I was on. She referenced last year. There was a pandemic last year. They were
Everything
in a
was
bubble.
down last year. The NFL, the NBA, like everything is down. So, yeah.
Look, I said this on Friday. Look, if you have an opinion of it, fine. All I would say to you is this. Now that games are on TV and there's access, when the game is televised, it will give folks a reason to go to it. So, and that's been really the league's problem at the core of it, is not enough games on TV. Not whether or not they can dunk. There's a very, very high level, good brand of basketball being played. But if the game is accessible to you, I mean, 2 games on Tuesday on ESPN2, doubleheader. Yes, betting. Yes, daily fantasy. Those things help. No question.
Yep.
Putting the game on TV, you get some eyeballs. And I was actually really happy to see the chat Monday and Tuesday before last night's game that we had at Mohegan. Folks were into it. They enjoyed it. So I think it's great.
Sean, it's a great question. I don't know why some people hate on the WNBA. I don't know what they get out of it, but it's a good handful of people. There are a lot of people who disrespect the women's game, and I don't know if it's because they want more money and they find that to be annoying to them. I don't get it.
Commercial.
I don't get it at all. It's a good product. I agree with you, Sean.
Want to remind all of you that we are starting up a Madden season on Monday, May 24th. It is a free-to-play pool. You can find that on DraftKings.com in the promotion section or the pools section on the DK Sportsbook. We're going to run the entire 2021 NFL season. So every team's week 1 schedule, and then work our way through all the way through the regular season. So example, Cowboys-Bucks will be probably the first game we do, because that is the opener, and then we'll just go right in order. 1 o'clock games, 4 o'clock games, 8 o'clock Monday, and then go to week 2, and then so on and so forth. So it's a free-to-play pool. All of you can get involved, even if you live in a state that is not sportsbook eligible. We're going to sim the full 2021 schedule. Check it out. I'll put the link, as I did in the 6 o'clock, I will put the link to that in the Twitch chat right now. Bam. Done.
Bang.
Bang. Bang. Curry for 3.
Fat Cat is getting into the fur toupee business. I'm going to pass Rossi's Fat Cat, but it does sound like a great product.
Yes, in this matchup, as producer Michael points out, just the opposite in terms of home and away. Chicago will be at the Rams on Sunday Night Football to open the season. I forget where you're at on this. I did the slate today, this afternoon, with Jeff Ulrich. He thinks Justin Fields is the man week 1 for the Bears. Do you?
I always take the rookies in these. I think that the pressure is on the veteran to play well enough to hold the job during the training camp, but it would not shock me if they started with Andy Dalton. I think it's basically a coin flip. I like Fields, though, considering the prognostications of who will start. Same thing goes for Trey Lance in San Francisco, you know? I'll always back the rookie, because if they play well in preseason and training camp, they're going to start week 1. That's just how it goes.
Tyre Woods is pointing out that the league loses money each year. Pushing it on the public. Again, but television visibility matters. And it's just not... your point might be... You might believe that, you might be right, but until it's more fairly broadcast and put out there, I think that's the point that you got to acknowledge.
Must Be says Matt looks like the type of guy that runs from broccoli. Joke's on you, Must Be. I don't run from anything.
Sean Callahan, break out Skip Perkins for one play. Oh my goodness! I can't. Yep, every once in a while, Mike Bizzle, I'll drop a yes. Not quite the Mar voice, but... Yeah, the Guru 805, too, if they put games on television, which they did a lot last year because there were no sports. So there was a need for something live. All these networks want live content. Just like we're doing here with The Sims. Good question, Saunders. Rosters will not be updated for the pool. All right, don't come yelling at us, okay? I'm sorry. But Christian made a good point. He's like, look, if you've been involved with these Sims for weeks, months, even years at this stage, a year plus, you have so much familiarity that should actually help you more in a sense because you're so familiar with the current roster construction. But the answer is no. The rosters will not be updated for this pool, which starts on Monday. So I apologize if that bums you out. I wish I could tell you better. That's the deal. Death pause. Been away from Sims for a week. Is it illegal to score points now?
Might be. You never know.
Must be. How's our contest going here? The Lamarca's New York Liberty 3-0. One of three teams unbeaten in the W. Eddie Pond, DK, first place. Cecilia, you have to know that the ratings and attendance for the top three sports has been falling the past 3 years. It's just a fact. So in that case, then we should just give up on sports? You know what? We're just going to live in Simland forever. I give up on that real stuff. It's official. We're giving up on sports. I'm Cecilia Barber. I approve this message. 3rd and 3 for Jared Goff. I have zero faith this is executed. Wow. Well, if he's going to run the ball, it's fine.
Wow.
Wow, that's fine. Just about at 250 likes. Retease, did you know on Twitch, virtual sports is where it's at, Glass. Just look at fake horse racing. I am not clicking that link you just put in the chat. No chance.
You don't know Zed?
No.
It's another one of these NFT products that has popped up. NFTs being, like Top Shot, but basically you can own a digital horse.
Okay.
And you can enter it into races
Okay.
and, try to make money in the races. You can, breed the horse and do all sorts of different things. So it's, like everything, it's falling right now. I mean, don't even get me started on just everything. Like my whole portfolio is just on a nosedive. But it was the hot thing for a couple weeks.
Did you know? I thought for sure that was a link to get me in trouble, and I will not read. We can just. But wow.
Herb Dog says Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. Pulp Fiction.
Sean, yeah, expansion's been a big talking point. Hope they do it. Ryan says, stop running the damn ball. Must Be says, stop calling me Eddie. It's Eddie P on DK. Oh, because I call him Eddie. I see what he means. I call him Eddie Pond. It's Eddie P on DK. Yeah, that makes more sense. I call him Eddie Pond.
Eddie Pond.
You know what? Must Be because you make fun of my ears every day. No, you're Eddie Pond. Tough. Eddie Ponce de Leon. Ponce de Leon, thriving first place in the contest. That's life, exactly, Daniel.
That's life.
Oh,
What
Rock
else you
for-
been up to, bro? You been
Hold
watching
on, Rock-
anything good or?
Rock Forever says Cecilia is my wife's account. Some won't give up on sports, but many have. And we all know why. But Rock, you're watching a version of football right now. Come on. Let's all come together here.
Come together.
Right now.
Doom, 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 doom.
What else am I up to? I mean,
Yeah,
look,
any
this-
TV shows or anything like that?
No, I'm boring. I am. I mean, you know what I was watching a little bit?
Oh, we got the deflecto touchdown.
Yeah, fill that cup up, kid. He dropped the cup earlier, picks it back up. Touchdown. Woohoo! Cooper Cup!
Woohoo! Ding, 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 ding. Woohoo!
Commercial is that for? You know what? I've just realized you really remember commercials well.
I mean, that's a song. That's a common like stadium jam.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Woohoo!
Real quick, Cup 45% owned, 9.6% in the captain spot. Oh, what the heck's that show? Oh, you know what I like to watch? All American on Netflix.
Oh my God, no.
What?
I'll be honest. I watched the first season of that show. It is just like so cheesy, so like soap opera-y.
Yeah, I know. I kind of like that stuff.
I mean, listen, to each their own. I'll never make fun of what a man watches on television. I have watched some trash in my day. You know, I love getting down on the below deck. So everybody, you know, their own thing, but that show is just not good.
Big Sky on ABC. I stopped watching though. I gave up on it because I thought it just got out of control in terms of the stories. Too much going on.
Okay. I
Wait,
watched again. I watched like the first half of that. Like I caught up on Hulu and then I forgot about it for.
That's kind of what I did. Like it just, they started introducing too much in the second season. I'm like, all right, I've had enough of this. The Guru says smart people don't listen to athletes like they are gods. They are regular people who are good at something, like a lot of people. And there's some truth to that. Oh, Cecilia, I'm sorry to hear. Or if this is Rock on Cecilia's account, I apologize. Sorry to hear is the better way of saying it. Hunter needs Ginn to get it going.
The old man Ginn. I too could use some old man Teddy Ginn.
You do. You have Ted Ginn in your lineup. That's right. Eddie Pond has dropped out of first place. Hunter gave up on Big Sky. Okay, I feel more validated now. Yeah, Hunter, thank you. Wow, this is great. I love when someone, like, they just hit on exactly what I'm thinking. That doesn't happen a lot here. Because normally when I'm, you know, bantering about Tom Brady, they're like, enough of the Brady talk. This is like, wow, no wonder why people like Kaufman. He talks about movies and TV shows, and that's why everyone likes him. I gotta do this more often.
100%. 100%. There's a correlation between shenanigans that are talked about and the approval rating.
Wow. Anyways, I'll just continue to be me. But Hunter, yes, you're right. I already forget the guy's name. The stupid guy they keep trying to catch. Like, and then while that guy's still running around causing trouble, they introduce like 3 other angles to the show. I'm like, no, I mean, what are we doing here? Let's get the main guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I don't think I'm up to that part. I basically got to like the logical conclusion of where I thought the show was going to end. And then apparently it just keeps going.
Mm-hmm. Stupid.
I gotta be honest though, like I've been giving up on a bunch of TV shows recently. Like I started this show called like Money Heist or whatever, which was pretty good, and then I lost interest pretty quick. Now I'm starting I started the show called Startup, which is on Netflix.
Okay.
And I've watched 2 episodes, and it's pretty intriguing so far. So I'll stick that out, and we'll see how it goes.
All right. I know, and I'm talking to another sports guy here, but I'm so, if I'm getting like, so with this Connecticut Sun thing, I'm getting ready for games, and then I'm just watching games, man. I'm sitting in front of my computer, I got a game on. I'm not really watching the TV.
It's fair. It's a good time for that.
Touchdown, Allen Robinson. There you go. A-Rob to tie us up. Extra point away. Robinson, 46% owned, 7.5% in the captain spot. Mike says, we love Koff because he's Koff. Definitely continue being you. Damian likes startup.
If Glash hasn't changed yet, he's not changing. Don't worry about that.
Lawrence needs Graham. So look, Damian's on your side about startup. CJ71 is wishing us a good weekend. He won't be around until after the weekend, leaving town tomorrow. Thanks, CJ. You too. Be safe.
So, can I read you an interaction that I had with one Julian Edlow on Twitter today?
Please, yes, I like this.
So Julian goes, no plays for me tonight, taking the evening off. And on that note, a good time to mention I am off from all my content at DK until June 1st. No vacation or anything, just time to take care of some family stuff. We'll still post some NBA analysis and all bets for the playoffs here. So me being kind of a jerk that I can be a little dickish.
I pulled this up.
I can be a little dickish at times, but also I think pretty hysterical. I say, wow, guy has the audacity to take 10 days off and not call it a vacation. Laughing emoji. Julian says, go move stuff from 2 different states and 3 different locations into a house with no childcare for an 18-month-old and come back and tell me how your vacation was. I say, I think I could build a house in 10 days. LOL. Parentheses, I hope you know I'm just messing with you. He goes, I'm being serious. I expect pictures of the home with proof that it passed all tests on my desk by June 1st. And I ended it with, sadly, I'm too important to miss 10 consecutive days of work. Come on. Body bagged them.
And then Mr. Big Shot, John C. Phillips. Oh. Did I have this conversation with you? Who was it? Because I took, was it last week or the week before? I took like 4 days off in a row. 4! I went to a wedding, and then the next day I knew I was going to be useless.
Right.
Monday, now that the news is out there, Monday I had to go to a preseason game for the Connecticut Sun. I was not saying that publicly on the stream because I didn't have the job yet. So I had to go to a preseason game for the Sun, and then I got my COVID shot on Tuesday. So Kaufman comes on here and is like, oh, well, because Glass is on enjoy your vacation. Like, no, I just had to go do some things. So, kind of with Edlow on this. It's not a vacation.
I'm not, anytime you're missing that much time, 4 days versus 10 days is different.
10's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking a week and a half.
I think Julian's just giving himself a reason. If I'm not posting as frequently as I would like, this is why.
So, again, I just enjoy busting Julian's chops. I really don't care if he takes off for 10 days. It's really no skin off my back. But I just thought it was funny. Like, I say I'm on vacation when I get 12 hours to watch TV /sleep before I have to start working the next day. That's my vacation. So to say like, oh, I'm just off for 10 days, no vacation, but like it just was comical to me.
Maybe he meant because he's not going somewhere fun.
I get it. It's a working vacation.
Even when I'm on vacation, I still check my email. Like I went to the Dominican a couple summers ago. I got my phone up because I was still in a position where I'm fresh out of school. I'm like, you know the deal. You got to piece together gigs to make the financial aspect of this job work.
Yeah.
So you always kind of have to be working in that sense. See, folks that watch though, they're like, oh, they do this for a living, like this isn't hard. Well, you got to get yourself in a position to get the gig. You know, so.
Right. And if like I am going to take some time towards the end of the year and I will call it a vacation, but you know, in my line of work, and it's probably the same for you, if I don't work, I don't get paid.
Right.
So,
yeah.
You know, I don't have PTO. I have, okay, you're not going to show up. That's cool. We're just not going to pay you.
Right. And a lot of people have jobs like that. It's not just sports media.
Right. It's anybody who's, you know, hourly or a contractor or
Yep.
anything like that.
Yeah. Happens. Yeah, like I'll give a personal example. Like Tuesday, I only did one sim, right? Producer Drew, just that's how it came out on the schedule. I couldn't work yesterday because I don't really know if I can pull off working sims the day I have to do a game at Mohegan. It doesn't work because we start at noon. It's like a 2-hour drive for me. So I don't want to risk it. I want to just be locked in for the day for the basketball game. So, but I'm working 3 sims on Saturday to make up for my missed time Tuesday, Wednesday. So we all piece it together in some shape or form. So it's all good. Must be. I'm pretty sure Glash can hear somebody texting him. My cousins made fun of my ears when I was like 14. I thought I would never hear it again.
I never noticed you and said, wow, that guy's got big ears.
Oh, my cousins would give me so much crap. Dumbo.
I'll be honest, when I saw Must Be talking about big ears, I thought he was making fun of me.
No. Must Be ragging on my ears has been a thing for like probably 3 months, at least. But it kind of makes me happy because it's like, wow, you know, it's not only my cousins.
Well, I've been waiting for this day, Glash. Kyle is here, and he's letting me know that his Tampa Bay Rays swept my New York Mets. And to him, I tip my cap. You know, they were better than us that week. Mets are still in first place. I'm still happy with the team, the rapidly dwindling team that the Mets have put together. But I'm still, you know, optimistic about what this team is going to look like at the end of the year. And that's all that I really care.
Whoa, Trubisky.
Hold on to that ball, Biscuit. Oh, stays on his feet.
Jay Duncan, Glash, you're spreading your wings, leaving the nest. Fly, birdie, fly. Kyle just says, okay. Wow, love that.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, you don't get paid unless you go into that for the summer shed toupee business. Gotta get that side tuna. I love Rossi's Fat Cat. I don't know how he comes up with all this stuff and stays in character. I mean, what has he been doing this character for? 6 months?
It's a competition, no question, between Rossi's Fat Cat and Tater Hater. There's a...
No, Tater Hater's dead serious. I believe him. 100%. Tater's ruined his life. I believe that 100%, but I don't think I'm actually talking to Rossi's Fat Cat right
What
now.
if Rossi's Fat Cat is Tater Hater? 2 lives.
Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel.
Einhorn, Finkel. Yeah, Tater Hater. I remember first when Tater Hater came into the Sim Fam. Remember the video he sent? Were you part of that exchange where he sent a video from his basement?
No.
Oh my God. It's one of the scariest things I've ever watched. I'm going to find this thing.
Hunter says Rossi low-key gets salty when you talk about his cat. You're kind of right, Hunter. He kind of
Rossi hates his cat.
Like he definitely, I don't think he likes it when other people call his cat fat.
Okay, I got to figure out. Oh, I wish I could find this. Tater hater. All right, I'm going to find this. Sarah, when was that? Like October? When did the Tater hater send that creepy video? No. Okay, forget it. We'll work on that.
The Nut wants to know when is Jacob deGrom coming back? Word on the street is soon. I think he's making a rehab start in the very near future. So hopefully very shortly.
Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. And you still have a like to give. It's great to have you with us.
I haven't used my like for the day yet. I'll use it on us.
All right. Cool. Tater ain't got nothing on tuna. Thomas Haynes, casually calling Mohegan as an adjective is quite New England. You got to talk up the Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino like the old ESPN billiard special.
Hey, if you haven't been to the Mohegan Arena, it's a nice venue. I saw a concert there. For Christmas, me and my sisters got my mother and dad. It was a Christmas present for my mom, but we got tickets for everybody. We went and saw Dancing with the Stars live.
Huh.
Because they like Dancing with the Stars. So
nice gift.
We watched some Dancing with the Stars live. I would be lying if I said that the fact that it was at the Mohegan Sun Casino played a slight role in that decision, but she had a good time. We all had a good time. It was nice.
That's good. When was this?
Oh boy. Obviously pre-COVID, but not too much. I'm gonna say like 2.5 years ago, maybe.
Oh, okay. So a little while ago. 2008, Filament, first place in our contest. Oh, never mind. Kirkland Dodger now in first. Allen Robinson in the captain spot. Got a minute 40 left in the third. This has been a snooze fest of a sim. Jared Goff from the 23. Jared. First down. Mike Bizzle. Sun is singular. Even though there are a lot of teams in the WNBA that have a singular.
Yes.
Liberty, Mercury, Fever, Lynx,
Storm,
Dream. The majority of the league is 12 teams. But often people say R. The Sun R. So I've tried to stay consistent with the singular thing. But it's a good point. Must be. Where's that girl that makes the wooden bobbleheads? That would be Terrellyn Asak. And I think... Is Terrellyn back tomorrow? She might be. Let me check it out.
Terrellyn makes bobbleheads?
Terrellyn, I tried to warn her. I said, listen, it's going to happen. You're going to... And not because she's stupid. It's... We all say stupid stuff on these. When the amount of...
Almost exclusively in my account.
Darrell Henderson touchdown. I said, look, you're going to end up saying something that they're never going to forget. So Terrellyn, someone mentioned something to Terrellyn about making bobbleheads, and she said, I don't want to go into carpentry. Like, well, wait a second, you're making bobbleheads out of wood? So I said, well, they're not going to forget this now.
Gotcha. All right.
This will haunt you. Terrellyn not here tomorrow. Back on Friday. with me and Ducey.
Friday is tomorrow, you meatball.
Oh, crap. Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Sorry. Did you call me a meatball?
Yeah, meatball.
A different one.
I like to call people meatballs. It's not offensive, you know. It's a loving term, but it just shows that I'm making fun of you in a lighthearted way.
Yes. Tara Lynn is here tomorrow with me and Ducey for Bucks Patriots at 4.
I want to know when I get to call a game with Tara Lynn.
I mean,
she's ducking me clearly.
You gotta make sure she's available on Thursdays, kid.
I'm not gonna change my schedule around. It's on her.
Bruiser B says, Jimmy, these guys haven't left their basement since March 2020.
Because
Jimmy says, either of you recognized in public as DK contributors?
I have not been recognized in public. I will say that I was out yesterday, and a friend told me that he was reading a random article on the internet, scrolled to the bottom, and saw my face. And he said, "Oh my God, Matt LaMarca wrote this article." That's the closest I've got.
No. Has not happened. It has not happened in public. Never got a, hey, you're that guy who shaved your eyebrows. Nope, has not.
You would definitely, if you got recognized, it would be as the eyebrow guy. Although maybe now as the voice of the Connecticut side.
Maybe. Ways to go. Hugh Banks, LaMarca pretty much called you silly and goofy, which I own. I am totally fine with that. I think it's fun. Must be. She was serious. She bought a wood chipper on Amazon. Cannot confirm, but
I don't know if that would be the right tool for that job.
I don't know. Just, you know, one of those avenues we went down and caused havoc. All right,
I'm with TL though. Bobbleheads are dumb. I make fun of Koff for his bobblehead collection all the time.
About a year ago now, we were calling the bobbleheads. At least I was calling them dolls. Kaufman's doll collection on the DVD wall. Robinson 6 for 71, touchdown. Cooper Kupp 5 for 61 and a touchdown. Those are the high man receivers. Woods 4 for 42. Higbee 3 for 33. Cohen's got 3 for 6. Henderson 2 for 9. Reynolds 1 for 9. Kupp has fumbled in this one. Brown has 43 yards rushing. Trubisky 41. Henderson 18 yards. Cohen just 15 yards. Jared Goff 16 of 17, 161 and a score. Mitchell Trubisky 13 of 14, 112 and a score. You guys are all Madden fans because you're here. You enjoy the Sims. You make lineups. Well, tell your friends about this too. Refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. Simply scan the QR code on screen or visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play for free.
Free.
That's the wind-up and the pitch. Scores are updated through 3 quarters, by the way, by Jared and Jim.
Gets me every time.
Why? Are you used to it by now?
No, I mean, clearly not. Clearly not. Some things I'll just always laugh at. I play cards at this place from time to time, and there's this one guy who, like once a night, he'll just randomly make a chicken noise. Just out of nowhere, he'll go, and gets me every freaking time.
There's a good energy in the sim. 14-7. You call that a sit-up? Chine says, we don't have any friends. That's why we're all here. I mean, fair enough. but I don't believe that. Kyle, yeah, just home games for the Sun. Home games. So we're not back till next Friday. They go west. They are on a West Coast trip. At Phoenix, at Vegas, at Seattle.
That would be a fun trip for me.
I know. The old announcer used to travel, but now that they can save so much money on the travel because they have all these home announcers.
One of the many things about the world that has changed.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Nick says, Glash, can you teach us how to say cough backwards? We need to learn. Well, I think you can handle that on your own.
There you go, buddy.
Thank you. Oh no! I started that. Like, I'm proud of that. I've always just spell cough backwards. Out loud or to yourself. The people.
Jay Duncan, I have no idea if that's true or not. It probably is, but he makes a chicken noise once a night.
That was a pretty good chicken you did.
Oh, his is 100 times better.
Oh, Trubisky misses Graham. Lisa Robinson says, Matt LaMarca for president.
Well, that would be a scary thought.
PGZ, man, we get you back for a week or so. I'm not going anywhere here. Like, I'm going to do Sims, and just when there's games, I'm going to probably not work that day. That's all. And maybe the night before a game, I won't work at night. I'll try to work in the daytime. Daniel, having any luck looking at tickets? Because LaMarca's interested, too.
It's true. But I also am trying to go for free.
No, I know, but I know that, but I'm curious if you're actually seeing things online, because that would mean to me that there's a chance we can make it happen.
Right. Good point.
It would also be great. I've never met you in person, I just realized.
Yeah, I know.
That'd be cool.
I've never met anybody who works for DraftKings in person.
Really?
Yeah. I've never been up there, and why would anybody come to my house?
Touchdown. Is Ted Ginn? Who's 19? Ted Ginn, right?
Yeah.
Ted Ginn, touchdown.
Hey. Carl, good to see you. All right.
Jordan Lindenbaum has a question. Who scored the second touchdown for LA? Henderson.
Running back.
Darrell Henderson Jr. Henderson and Kupp have the touchdowns for the Rams. And for Chicago, Ted Ginn and Allen Robinson.
And in first place right now, we have Lord Silverman, king of the Cobblepot.
I was just going to say, I was going to try to work in a Cobblepot. You haven't met anyone, huh? You haven't even met, I guess the closest one to you would be Ducey.
Yeah. No, I haven't met Kenneth. I would love to come up. You know, we're just, we got to work it out at some point. Not necessarily me and you have to work it out. Me and the company have to work it out.
Right.
You know, because I'd like to see the office. Not that I'm even technically like an employee. I'm a contractor, so maybe I can't see the office. Maybe there's secret stuff going on that I am
You can
not
see
privy
the
to.
office. Of course you can.
Who knows?
I'll let you in. I'll sneak you in. 14-14. Here's Jared Goff. Complete to the cup. A cup of water at the store down the street. 10 cents. Like his number. Okay. Skip is dead again. Can't be doing that with the Connecticut Sun. I can get my skip fix here on the Dream Stream. Oh, nice. You and Jared are connecting. This is good.
Central NJ.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
CJ71. Sarah and Glash getting married. It will be during a sim. I mean,
I'm telling you, it's what the Kardashian wedding is to the E Network. The Brendan and Sarah wedding will be to the Dream Stream.
You know, we started this sim talking about ratings. I'm curious how many people would show up if we actually streamed a wedding on here. If we streamed a DK member's wedding on the stream.
You would have to be able to, we would have to run some sort of promotional contest.
That'd be pretty freaking funny. That'd be actually hysterical. A free-to-play pool. Ducey to officiate Glass Jean's wedding. You kidding me? That ceremony wouldn't end. Blah, 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 blah. We can't do it during football season. Sarah says, I would say I don't.
Oh, boo.
Come on, we'd have a live chat. People might watch and be able to find us and then drive to the wedding. Oh, I spotted them. Let's go. Hey, Woods with the first down at the 21-yard line. Yeah, LaMarca, I will, it's been my first couple days with the team, so I haven't got that far yet. I was kind of worried about me doing a good job, and then it's like, all right, this guy's a nice guy.
Please don't worry about that.
I'm not worried, but it's in the back of my mind. It's part of one of the perks. I mean, Emerson's already up my back about this,
Wow. I mean, not a surprise.
Hey, man, you can hold me. Take me to the sun. Touchdown, Reynolds.
Bob Woods.
Reynolds.
Bob Reynolds.
Eubank says Ducey would be the ring bearer and the flower girl.
Wow, both jobs?
It's too much responsibility. BGC, man, would be the over-under for Ducey asking Sarah if she's sure you're the one. Ducey would present the case. Here are the reasons why you shouldn't. Did you hear the latest Ducey tirade today on the Sweat?
I did not.
Who was he with? Garion and Jeff. Jeff and I talked about this a little bit. And see, this is why you might hate Ducey's takes. This is why Ducey is a great fit here. And those of you that don't see that, I'm sorry. So Ducey said they did the segment was called Kenny and the Jets. Which is great. And Kenny reiterated he's got the Jets winning over 6.5 games. And then the subject of Zach Wilson's yardage total, his passing yards, was like 38 something, and he took the under on the passing yard total. And Garion lost his mind. He's like, wait a second, you get them winning 7 something games? Whatever? 7+
10.
games?
I thought it was 10 and 7.
Well, yes, 10 and 7. Yes, that is the yes, 10 and 7. But wait a minute, the quarterback's not going to hit 4,000 yards? And then that's when Ducey went back to the defense. And, it's going to be a defensive football team, and they're going to win games on defense.
I mean, 4,000 yards in 17 games in this economy is nothing. Nothing.
He was pretty confident that was not going to happen. We've actually got some scoring here in the second half. Jared Goff
picked up a smidge.
Oh, it was Trubisky, but my bad. It's Bears ball. So now it's 3rd and 15.
DeMac Lyon has moved into first place.
Hey, the DeMac Lyon.
Hey, he's got a similar lineup build to you here, I would imagine. Ted Ginn Jr. at the captain to go with the Biscuit, A-Rob, Cooper Kupp, Reynolds, and Henderson.
Ish. I'm in 65th.
Oh, all right. So, I mean, he went similar with Ginn at the captain spot, but the rest is obviously different.
Kyle is asking about the schedule for tomorrow. I am on at 4 and 6. 4 o'clock with Kenny and Tara Lynn. And then I'm on at 6 o'clock Eastern with Jeff Ulrich, Moose for Browns Lions. Kaufman has the 8 and the 10 tomorrow night with Jeff and Rossi. Emerson starts the day with Christian at noon. Rossi is on at 2 o'clock with Brandon Christone. So, LaMarca, you are back on Saturday and Sunday night.
Well, I may be on tomorrow for some in between the streams programming. We've got the NBA follow along, which is something we've been doing here, Mr. Glasheen. So we're going to be talking about the playoffs. We're going to talk obviously the game that is happening tomorrow, which is the Warriors and the Grizzlies. We'll go into a lot of different stuff just about the NBA playoffs in general. It'll be me and Kaufman. I'm 95% sure that it's going to be me. If it's not me, Kaufman will still be there with somebody else, but I'm basically locked in for that, I think. And it'll be a good time. So whatever you guys want to, if you have questions about the playoffs, this would be a great place to come and ask them. You've got me, who likes to pretend at least that he knows a little something about basketball. And you've got Kaufman, who can ask me questions.
Well, and he's also not shy that he knows.
I think that was a joke. I was joking about his lack of basketball knowledge, but clearly Kaufman, as anybody who's played him heads up in NBA DFS knows, clearly the guy has some idea of what's going on out there.
Oh yeah, yep, he sure does. That's good. I'm glad that you guys are still doing that. Bad Boys of Pop says, "How do you feel about LaMarca's new show between two streams?" Big fan. Juice says Westbrook nearly has a triple-double. What is the score of that game?
Juice, that was a good one. Westbrook and Wizards are up 14 at the half. 66-52.
All right, nice. Felt good.
Like
about
I
that.
said, once you think you have the Pacers figured out, they're gonna break your heart. So I will say, Kenny, I put on Twitter that I wasn't sure what I was going to do with this game, and Kenny told me big time on the Pacers. So I didn't listen to advice, but I also didn't fade his advice either. For whatever that's worth.
Did Trubisky gain 2 yards there?
Biscuit?
He needs 2 for the bonus. Did he gain yards? No, he lost a yard.
Yep, lost it.
Damn.
Well, they're gonna have to go for this here. So
all right,
there's
you
still
need
a chance.
The people need him to run, or keep the drive going. Oh, he's gonna score a touchdown! Wow, Anthony Miller.
It's Miller time.
It's Miller time. Wow, Ted Ginn, Robinson, and Miller. All 3 touchdowns for the Bears passing from Mitchell Trubisky.
The Troubadour. Love that guy. And that will put Lord Silverman back in first place indeed.
Read this comment from Mike Bizzle.
Who remembers LaMarca calling Koff a fish about a year ago? Great exchange showing how Adam has a strategy of playing clueless. I don't think it was even a strategy. I just made a bad assumption. I thought he was just there for his radio voice and his boyish good looks. I did not realize that my man had some stuff going on in between his ears as well.
I mean, he does cover the league.
Obviously, I didn't at the time.
You didn't know that?
No.
How could you possibly not know that? He tweets about the Celtics like every half a second.
I just thought he was a typical Boston guy.
Oh, okay.
I mean, every
still
Boston
is.
guy complains about the Celtics.
Still is. You know what? You're right. That's fair. But he won't like he won't go on social and like promote NBA picks or like suggestions, which I think he should do more of. Maybe not.
My least favorite part of the industry, to be honest.
I
hate trying to sell stuff. You know, if it's free content and I think it can help people, I'm much more willing to put it out there. But I've worked for some other.
He doesn't want to help anybody. He wants your
I've
money.
worked for some other companies that's like subscription-based type stuff, and I feel weird asking people to pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. But I think something in there that you said, if I can help people, I don't think he wants to help people. I think he wants to take people's money. Which, you know, that's totally fine. All the power to him. But why would he, knowing that we're all in the same, like, SimFam Friends League, why would he put any information out there? I can't, I don't blame him. Yes, that is true. The Mitchell Trubisky rushing bonus is still alive, but it is Rams ball to begin overtime. Yeah, exactly. DFS Queenie. Kaufman would never give up his picks. Scotty Tuhati, yeah, he covers the league. He covers the Celtics, but you cover the Celtics, he has a good understanding of the league. He likes the league. He enjoys the league. Which a lot of us do, to the Marcus point. Typical Boston guy. Am I a typical Boston guy?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay. I'm sensing that's being said with a positive tone.
You know, take it however you want. Mike Bizzle knows what's up. Free football. LaMarca only works one overtime in the contract, though. So, if we go to Deuce, Glash, you're on your own.
Is this news or is this a known thing?
Been like that forever.
Oh. Hope it works out for us. I know Jared Goff's not going to score here. I just have no confidence.
Oh, but what about this?
Whoa, Malcolm Brown. 63 yards. When has he had a total like that before? Malcolm Brown. Get out of here with that. Lord Silverman. Lord Silverman, first place. I gotta say it like you do.
Obviously.
First place in our contest.
Yes, Lord Silverman. You have to try and say it through your nose.
I'm just trying to think how to speak through my nose.
Yeah. Fidelis wants the 49ers in the black or the golden tops. If anybody out there's listening and we can make that happen, why not? Let's make them happy. I like those black tops myself. The black with like the red numbers or the red outline on the numbers.
Lord Silverman. That's not as good as yours. Rossi's Fat Cat. LaMarca leaves Glash by himself. First ice cream truck that passes by the game. 11 sound.
PGZ Man wants to know if I'm French. Not French. I'm a lot of different things, but French is not one of them.
Hey, look, they're punting. Told you Jared Goff wouldn't do it.
Oh, it's a
fake! Wow! Oh, Sean McVay, too cute.
Well, that worked well. That was like the old swinging gate play that the Colts tried that one time. And here comes the biscuit, 2 yards away from the rushing bonus.
X score wins. Come on, get that bonus. Go, Mitchell.
Oh, breaks the
Go
tackle.
straight. Go straight. The bonus. Yeah. Woo. 110.
Jay Duncan says talking through your nose is like breathing through your eyelids. Ask Nuke Lelouch. Classic reference. Like the famed Galapagos lizard or something of that nature.
Fidelis, you're right. It's Munt with an ND. Oh, there's more rushing from Mitchell.
And Jared Warnke says, over in our production team, he went to Jared. He says, "Can you speak like Alan Rickman?" Yes. Talking through the nose is definitely a specialty of Alan Rickman.
You kind of sound like Nigel Thornberry.
Nigel Thornberry?
He does a little talking through his nose, too.
Bruiser says, Matt, you sound French. Have you taken a DNA test?
He already
No.
said he's not French.
I would never do that.
Why?
If you get your DNA tested, they have it on file. And I'm not like a huge conspiracy theory guy, but I don't know what anybody in my family did before me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to find out that I'm related to somebody who did some inappropriate things at one point or another. That's how they caught this Golden Gate killer out in California through one of these match, 24 whatever websites. So I will never get my DNA tested, but I did take French in high school and 1 year in college. So je parle français un peu, un peu.
Hey, you say in French when you say blue, it's bleu,
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 bleu.
bleu.
Right, and peu is a little, a bit, and peu.
I think we got Sarah dying laughing in the other room. What? What's so funny? Yeah, exactly. Bleu. Hey, what color shirt are you wearing? It's bleu.
It was blue with blue stripes.
Jimmy! Or like the rain. We used to. I went to a French, like Catholic school growing up, and the rain song. We'd walk in, and the nun would be like, "Il pleut, il pleut, il pleut, il pleut, il pleut," like with a little wiggle in of the fingers.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Il pleut means it's raining. Il pleut, il pleut.
Bruiser says, Matt, are you thinking about committing a crime? No. It's more that I don't know. Maybe one of my family members has. I don't want to, I don't want them to go down for me getting my DNA tested. I have no idea.
The Bears are wearing navy blue.
I don't think
There's
anybody
a
can say
touchdown.
with any percent of confidence that they know 100% of what everybody else has done in their family.
How about a Bundy out of Mitchell Trubisky and the rushing bonus?
What a game
DFS
for
Queenie,
Biscuit.
rejoice. It's Jimmy Graham with the touchdown. 4 different receivers and the tight end. Wow. Bleh. That was a bleh sim. That was actually a good sim. It's not blue.
Like right now. Have you ever watched Friends?
Yeah.
There's the one episode where Joey puts on his resume that he can speak French.
Yep.
So he gets an audition for a role that he has to speak French. And Phoebe tries to teach it to him. So she'll be like, say, okay, je m'appelle Claude. And he'll go, bleh, bleh, bleh.
Speaking of Friends, there is a Friends reunion pool available on DraftKings on the sportsbook.
There's a Friends reunion in general?
I don't know, but producer Drew told me earlier today that it's available.
Oh, on HBO Max.
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go, man. Oh, no, I just closed out all of my tabs. Damn. Sorry, Twitch. Let's look at the stats quick. Jared Goff, 237, 2 touchdowns. Not good enough. Young Mitchell, 198 passing. Who really cares? He threw 4 touchdowns, and he hit the rushing bonus. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Any other notable runners? Malcolm Brown, 63 yards.
Right, he and Henderson both had touchdowns, I think, right?
Yes.
Or maybe just Henderson?
Just Henderson. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Bless you.
Sacre bleu.
Ferme the bush. All right. Losing train of thought here. Keep your eyes on the game center. I lost my tabs. We have a 2-way tie for first in the free public showdown. I'll quickly check our league, and then we got to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, I'm looking for a babysitter Billy, because I think it's pretty clear that Trubisky's the player of the game.
Yeah.
Right? He gets the wooden nickel.
Mhm.
But I can't see anybody that like really busted out. Like all the high-owned guys for the most part came through.
You're right.
No, well, okay, Robert Woods. No, because he had a
12.1 is not awful.
No, but that's it. I mean, that's the best I could do. Bob Woods.
Yeah, I mean, look at Jimmy Graham only had 9 points, but he had the touchdown. So
way cheaper,
way less owned. Okay, that works. All right. Oh, and Lord Silverman.
Yeah.
You want to do your version?
Lord Silverman.
Okay. Lord Silverman wins the free contest. Are you here at 10?
Yes, me and Jeff Ulrich.
Great. See you all tomorrow at 4 and 6. LaMarca's back at 10. In the meantime, here on the Dream Stream, Cleveland Browns general manager Andrew Berry joins the Dream Stream. He's with Ross Tucker to talk about the 2021 Cleveland Browns, the draft. Yeah, going to Harvard. And more coming up now.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings, and we've got the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, Andrew Berry, set to join us in a couple minutes. So fired up. Look, I've said it a couple times on Twitter and here on the show this offseason. I think it's time to start talking about Super Bowl and the Cleveland Browns. I think they have a Super Bowl caliber roster. I will ask Andrew if he agrees momentarily. Please check out the show on social media. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. In fact, anybody that engages with the show in any way on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I don't care. Like, retweet, quote tweet. I see it all, and you're eligible to win a signed picture or press pass from this past season. I've got the AFC Championship game one still as well. All you have to do is engage on social media or at Ross Tucker Pod, which is the social media handle for all of the different shows. We've been on fire, by the way. All of our shows are the best 30 minutes of on-demand content you can find, either audio, wherever it is that you listen to your podcasts, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you want to watch the show, or if you just want to see the highlight clips of some of the other shows. Steve Fezzik was amazing going through the schedule yesterday on the Even Money podcast. We had Warren Sharp, who is he works for like half the teams now, going through the schedule and equities on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Last week, we had Michael North from the NFL, who does the scheduling, and Matt Nagy from the Bears. And before that, Micah Parsons, the first-round pick for the Cowboys. At any rate, just make sure you subscribe. It's 30 minutes, 3 times a week in the offseason, 5 times a week during the season. We get you the 30 minutes of football knowledge you need every single day. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Well, as promised, we are joined now by the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, coming off an excellent first campaign there in Cleveland, Andrew Berry. Andrew, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Ross, thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
So obviously there's a lot of positivity going around in Cleveland right now, and rightfully so. After you guys got to the divisional round, you won a playoff game. Unfortunately, though, I have to start today's show, or at least the interview with you, with two really poor decisions on your part. Okay, Andrew. So first of all, why Harvard over Princeton? Just so people know, okay? Andrew and his twin brother both got recruited by all the Ivy Leagues. Adam and his twin brother Adam went to Princeton, my alma mater. Andrew went to Harvard. Why would you ever choose to go to the second best school in the country when you could have gone to the number one ranked school in the world for the last 10 years in U.S. News and World Report?
You know what, Ross? I'm already regretting coming on the show. I was going to give you a second chance. Like, I think you can always tell about people based on their life decisions. I was like, no, I'll give them a chance. I mean, it's one mistake going to Princeton, and I'm already regretting that decision as we sit here this morning. But in all honesty, my brother went to Princeton. It was a great university. For us, we just kind of had different interests. Football, school coming out, and Harvard was the right fit for me. It was an incredible blessing in my life. Met my wife there, and then playing football there, and the opportunities it afforded me after graduation were fantastic. And quite honestly, I wouldn't have thought about going to an Ivy League school if it weren't for football. It's one of the biggest blessings of my life today.
So, in all sincerity, though, that had to be an interesting decision for you and your twin to not go to the same school. I guess I'm just curious about that sort of life dynamic. And did you think you were going to go to the same place? Was it tough to go different places, or did you always kind of want to branch out and do your own thing? I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, we actually always wanted to go to separate schools. Now, if it worked out that it was the best fit for both of us to be at the same college, we wouldn't have pushed back against it. But for us, growing up as twins, you're always thought of as a pair. And for Adam and I, we really wanted just kind of like our own independence. Like, we really did make decisions independently growing up. And I think that's also just a credit to my mom and my dad, because even though we were always thought of a unit, they didn't necessarily raise us as unit. They didn't dress us alike, or things along those nature, or along those lines, excuse me. And so for us, going separate ways really wasn't an issue. Probably the funny thing is, a lot of the schools, we did have a fair amount of overlap in terms of the schools that recruited us. And I think, many of the staffs thought that was a little bit lip service. They thought if they got one, they would get the other. But we really were comfortable just kind of, making our own decisions the best fit for us. I know we were both ultimately happy with our college choices.
Yeah, well, obviously you went on to have an awesome career then, and you've been a part of the NFL for a long time since then. The Colts, the Eagles, among the teams you've worked for. The other thing, though, that I just saw a couple weeks ago that is a huge red flag for me. Is it true that you had a baby the day of the draft?
That is true, and I think you're right to question decision making on that one. I tell you what, it was a very memorable draft weekend. Certainly poor planning on our part, but we welcomed our first daughter into the world. Her name's Eden Ruth. She's a huge blessing. Her brothers are slowly but surely getting acclimated to having a newborn in the house. I would say our oldest is doing a really nice job, and our now new middle child is a little bit of a work in progress. But we're incredibly blessed and thankful that she's happy, healthy, and now in our lives.
All right, so you've been in the NFL for a long time now. You know when the draft is. You become a GM. I mean, to me, where is the planning? Where is the thought? Like, that's a red flag. I mean, if you were evaluating a GM candidate, you'd be like, this guy has a baby the day of the first round of the draft.
Definitely questionable decision making, Ross. I would say that as planned as I try to be in my professional life, probably not quite to the same standard all the time in the personal life, but it ended up being a really nice story and working out really nicely. And we're super thankful to have Eden with us.
Well, congratulations, man. I think and all the listeners and viewers know, I'm obviously just kidding. It's tremendous. It's amazing. And I can tell you, our planning for our second daughter was not exactly what we had in the game plan in terms of having our daughters be 17 months apart. That was interesting when I'm holding the 8-month-old and find out we're having another one pretty soon. So
Ross, I'm gonna have to share this because you brought that up. So I'll tell you this: our oldest, was born literally the Sunday of the 2017 season opener. So we have a history of this type of decision making. Our second, they're 18 months apart, so we were similar to you, and then obviously our third was on the first night of the draft. So, our decision making certainly is questionable in that regard.
So, congratulations, by the way, man. That's amazing. I saw the picture. So cool. And I have obviously some Browns questions. But before I get to the Browns question, I did want to ask you one thing. I think I read somewhere, maybe shortly after you got the Browns GM job, did you say that you believe Howie Roseman is the best GM in the NFL? And if you said that, why? Why do you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. And I feel fortunate to have worked for Howie for a year in Philadelphia. I just think Howie's skill set, the breadth, like I think anyone who's been in a general manager's position or been close to a general manager's position has probably an appreciation for just the breadth of responsibilities that are on a general manager's plate. I think oftentimes the role is just viewed as like, hey, go pick players in the draft. And really the responsibilities are just a lot broader. I think with Howie, very smart, good with people, highly strategic, and he's a guy who knows, college scouting, pro scouting, contract management, research and strategy, day-to-day operations. And I think it's hard to acquire all those skills, and it's hard to find individuals that are highly competent across all those football operations domains. And I think also just like his track record of decision making, throughout his time in the job, does speak for itself. Look, no general manager is going to be, especially for over a long course of time, going to be, have a banner year every season. But I think, you look at Howie's track record and his skills, he's a guy that I certainly hold in very high regard.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, I do the Eagles preseason games and stuff, and he's a guy that is kind of, getting a lot of criticism right now. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you, because I think it's sometimes people need to be reminded that that other people like you hold him in such high regard. Well, I certainly hold you in high regard based on what you've done so far in Cleveland. And I guess the first question I have there would be, I've said this looking at your roster the last couple months. I've said it Cleveland radio here on my show. I really believe that you guys have a Super Bowl caliber roster, and that it's time to talk about the Cleveland Browns and the Super Bowl in the same sentence and to not be afraid of that. Would you agree?
I think number one, all 32 teams, their goal is to win the Super Bowl and build a team capable of doing that. For us internally, we don't necessarily think of it in that light, Ross. Our perspectives, we're excited about the guys that we've added to the team and the guys that we're going to enter the offseason program and summer training camp with. But at the same time, our mindset has largely been, all right, let's control what we can control on a daily basis. Work hard, get up to speed in our offense and defensive systems, show improvement. And if we take care of the little things when we look up in December, January, February, we'll be pleased where we've ended up. But we really try and keep a much narrower focus, because at the end of the day, I think everybody's very optimistic at this point in the year. And, each season really is unique. Each season's unique. We're certainly excited about the talent that we have on the team, but it takes preparation, hard work, and then a little bit of luck along the way, ultimately to reach the top prize.
It's funny because I think some listeners will hear you say that and say, okay, that's kind of a cliche, whatever. I would just say in all sincerity, as a guy in the media, I can look at your roster and say, man, I don't see a lot of holes. I think they got a really good roster. I think they're a Super Bowl caliber roster. but I can also speak to it when you're actually in it. You really don't look at it that way.
No.
I mean, like you really do look at, like, today you're looking at guys that you could sign, as tryout guys. You're looking at other areas in the roster. It doesn't benefit you to look at it or talk about it in that way.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right, Ross. And I think the other piece is, rosters, teams will change a lot over the next, May, over the next 7 or 8 months. I always tell people, like, you always plan something out a certain way in the spring, but to me, it rarely ever plays out, 100% of the way that you would design it. You really get surprises in both directions. And so I think part of it is just, I think a lot of people in the NFL who have, been through enough seasons and been through enough cycles just realize how humbling of a sport and humbling of a profession that we work in. So really, there's nothing that you can take for granted, and that's why ultimately we focus on what we can control.
Are there areas still that you feel like you need or could upgrade on the roster going into training camp?
Absolutely, and without necessarily going into the specifics here. And in fairness, it's probably a mindset that we really hold year round, because roster building, personnel work really is 365 days a year, and we'll always look to add competition, add depth. Because the reality is, like, the needs that you may or may not have today, they could change as quickly as tomorrow. With an injury or some other unfortunate circumstance, or even quite honestly, with improvement from a player that you wouldn't typically expect. So we're constantly on the search for talent to add to the 90-man roster, and we want to go into August with as deep of a team as we could possibly have.
One of the big things going on, obviously, in Cleveland is, Baker Mayfield. The year he had, I was not surprised knowing Kevin Stefanski. I kind of thought Baker would end up having a good year. I'm sure you get asked about it a lot. I know you guys were one of the first teams. You might have been the first team to pick up the 5th-year option on guys. I think you guys were the first team. Was there anything? Was there a statement made by being the first team to pick up the 5th-year option, or did it just work out that way?
I'd like to say that it was a proactive statement, but it really just worked out that way. We obviously felt comfortable with Baker, have felt comfortable with Baker for a long period of time, as well as Denzel Ward, who we also picked up, on the same day. Baker over the past year has shown an enormous amount of growth. I think that's both on the field and then quite honestly off the field as well. So we are excited. He's, going into his first offseason where coaching staff, the offensive system is exactly the same, not to mention that there's been very little turnover on the offensive side of the ball. And we're excited about him continuing to make strides under Kevin's tutelage, in this offense, because we think he's a very talented player, think he's very skilled, and, he really embodies, the characteristics that we want within our program. So we're excited about, his potential this upcoming year, and he's been hard at work this entire offseason.
You referenced earlier, I asked you about Howie Roseman, and you talked about the high esteem you have for him and holding him in high regard. One of the things that he's done a lot over the years is when they have a young player, they try to extend them early, really as early as any team in the league. Is that something that you are taking with you to Cleveland, and is that something you try to get done with Baker this summer before the season starts?
No, it's a fair question, Ross. And without, I do have, a typical policy that I won't speak on specific contracts in the media in this setting. But I think it is fair to say that is an approach that we believe in terms of, identifying, pillar guys and trying to retain them as soon as we can. Now, that being said, each situation truly is unique. But we do want to get into a habit of rewarding our own and identifying those guys early. No different than we did with Myles Garrett last year. We did that with Kareem Hunt last year. So I think that that's something that you'll see more often than not within our organization. But that being said, it's not a one size fits all approach. We will deal with it on an individual basis.
I guess however you answer this, people are going to extrapolate it to what you just said about Baker. But is there a cautionary tale with the trades of Wentz and Goff this offseason and the contracts that they signed after their third year? I mean, on some level, right, those have to be data points. You take into account that these teams did these contracts early and then it didn't really work out the way they thought it would.
I think it's maybe a bit too strong to call them cautionary tales, because I truly do believe each individual and then each individual's situation based on the circumstances that are going on in their environment or their organization are different. Obviously it's something that we're aware of, and obviously I'm particularly aware of it just, with Carson. But I would be hesitant to maybe extrapolate perhaps what happened with those two individuals, for maybe broader implications, moving forward. So I guess maybe the short way to say it is certainly something we're aware of, but we'll make the decisions that we think are appropriate, with our guys, based on the data that we have on hand.
Andrew, last question. I'm just curious, did you play against Stefanski? Like, did you have any relationship with him before you guys started to work together? Because it's funny, he came up to me before a game I was calling one time and introduced himself, and so we made the Ivy League connection there, kind of similar how you and I did it at Eagles training camp a couple years ago. Had you guys, I'm sure you've been enough places, had you guys made that connection years ago, or was it kind of your first time being together?
So we didn't play against one another. Kevin, I think we might have missed each other by maybe a year or two. He's a little bit older than I am. In terms of a previous relation, we really got to know each other after the 2019 coaching search here in Cleveland, where he was one of the finalists. Got to know him during the interview process, and then we really stayed in touch from that point forward, and really just kind of developed a good friendship. So that was really actually helpful, when we were both going through the interview process here in 2020, and it did create a level of familiarity before we got into these roles and started working together. And quite honestly, Ross, it's been a lot of fun. I think Kevin's a great guy. He's super smart, very genuine, and he has a great sense of humor. And you spend so much time together, GM head coach relationship. You spend so much time together on a daily basis. That it's great when you have someone that you genuinely enjoy being around and you have a lot of fun at work with. Because look, these are hard, stressful jobs, and when you feel like you have a true partner, in the building, it certainly makes it a lot better.
Andrew, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for having me, Ross. I appreciate you.
Really enjoyed talking with Andrew Berry. I knew I would. And it's funny, he's good. He really is good. Like, he can't come out and say, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I think he's very impressive in the sense that I thought they were notable answers without necessarily saying things that would make headlines. But, the Baker contract stuff, I thought the funniest stuff was when I questioned his decision-making about the baby at the start. Speaking, by the way, and I was obviously joking. I think most of you know that. Speaking of questionable decision-making, how are some of you still going to airports or hotels without using a VPN like ExpressVPN? Brian, my producer, is in a hotel right now using ExpressVPN right now, because using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door, which, by the way, when I was like in 7th and 8th grade, my high school took all the doors off the stalls. I remember distinctly sitting on the toilet doing my business in 7th grade, and in came the 6'4", 225-pound senior captain tight end. He looked over at me and just laughed and kept walking. That was bad. That was a bad feeling. That's what it's like to not have ExpressVPN. Don't be like little Rossi sitting on the John getting made fun of by the senior captain. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/Tucker today. That's expressvpn.com/Tucker. You can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Tucker. That's a true story. My mom actually went to the principal and said, what is going, why don't we have doors on the stalls? And I guess people were going in there and graffiti or smoking or whatever. So I had to poop in public. Anyway, you should probably move on now. expressvpn.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross, biggest move since Monday morning belonged to the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed veteran pass rusher Ryan Kerrigan, 1 year, $3.5 million. They also traded a 2023 sixth-round pick for cornerback Josiah Scott from Jacksonville.
Brian, you're not going to comment on the 7th grade poop story?
Oh, everybody's got one of those.
Really?
Everybody, yeah.
Did your high school not have doors?
I mean,
on the
my
stalls?
fraternity house in college didn't have doors. And I don't know if it was for that reason or if there was somebody just decided it would be funny to take them off. But I think everywhere that somebody has gone, they have been in that situation.
You know what's funny now is now that you say that, I remember being at my buddy's fraternity at Penn State, and they didn't have doors on the stalls. And I think there were multiple reasons why they didn't want doors on the stalls in a fraternity house in college. But I remember it was like, what was actually weird then, Bri, is how normal it was. Right. Like you would just talk to the guy while he was taking a dump. Like he's just sitting there and you just like have a conversation, and it was totally normal. Let's talk Eagles. There's no real good transition there. The Eagles are trying to make sure they're not doo-doo this year. I said this on Twitter. I'll say it again here at Ross Tucker NFL. I thought that was a statement signing by the Eagles. And there are people, Brian, that are like, oh, yeah, statement what? Like that they're going to be washed up like Kerrigan's washed up? First of all, I said this on Monday. Hard to explain in words how much respect I have for Ryan Kerrigan. 156 out of 160 possible starts over the last 10 years. Are you kidding me? I mean, he's played through broken hands, all kinds of things for what has been usually a terrible team, or at least not good and dysfunctional in Washington. So much respect for that guy. But here's why I think it's a statement move. The Eagles have been pretty open about the fact that this is a transition year. New head coach, new quarterback. They take a lot of salary cap pain this year. They have a lot of draft choices for 2022. But this signing is proof they are conceding nothing. Nothing. They still believe they can be competitive and win that division this year. I don't blame them. They're top 10 O-line, D-line in the NFL all day. Maybe top 5 O-line and D-line in the NFL if you combine them. You have those two things. As long as your quarterback doesn't play horrible, you got a legitimate chance. And they did some other signings like Anthony Harris at safety or Eric Wilson at linebacker, but those were holes. They didn't have a hole at the end. They just think Kerrigan can help them win. They do have a hole at corner, which is why they traded for Josiah Scott. It was a 4th-round pick last year by the Jag. That's kind of a unique trade. And already trading in 2023, that's as far out as they'll let you go.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of the Jags, they cut running back Raquel Armstead, who missed all of last year with complications from COVID.
Right, and he got picked up, by the Giants off waivers. So Raquel will get another opportunity. This is the part where I remind everybody, as a guy that got cut 4 times, traded once, IR once, PUP once. I think that's like hitting for the NFL journeyman cycle or transaction cycle. It's a tough, unsentimental business. I mean, the guy gets COVID, has issues with it, and then as soon as the Jags can cut him, bye-bye. See ya. I hope he's healthy now. I hope he goes to New York and gets a spot, because as far as I know, he's like the only NFL player that really, really struggled with COVID.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other moves includes the Patriots signing quarterback Brian Hoyer again. Giants signing former wide receiver Kelvin Benjamin to play tight end. Bengals signing slot wide receiver and punt returner Taywan Taylor. And the Washington football team giving Morgan Moses permission to seek a trade.
It's interesting that the Patriots signed Hoyer. I mean, you would think that they're just going to move on from Jarrett Stidham, that would mean, and that they want to have 3 quarterbacks. It's almost like if Cam gets hurt and Mac Jones isn't ready, they want a guy in Hoyer. Or if Cam gets hurt and Mac Jones is the starter, they want a viable backup in Hoyer. But they have signed him. I'm sure one of the Patriots beat writers put it out, but they've signed him like 5 times. It's unbelievable how many times they've signed Brian Hoyer. Kelvin Benjamin certainly has the size. I mean, he is a big dude. Now, people say, well, who's he going to block? I got news for you. They're not going to ask him to block. And a lot of these tight ends hardly ever block. He's just going to be able to line up, attach the line of scrimmage, or split out. And he's big enough he can get people's way. But they want him to run routes against safeties and use his size. We'll see if that works out. The Bengals evidently needed a slot guy and really a punt returner. And Morgan Moses, yeah, Bri, that's interesting to me because he started like every game the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, he has been a stalwart for them up front. So for them to give him permission to seek a trade, they clearly want to move on after some of the other moves that they've made, including, they go out and they draft Cosme, they sign Charles Leno. So I just don't think they want to pay Moses what he's due to make. I'm not sure somebody else will either. Seems to me like sort of like the Bears tackles or some of these other guys that Moses probably will end up getting cut. Speaking of getting cut, do not miss out on this chance to download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ross when you sign up to hammer the over. For every 1,500 people that bet the over in the featured professional basketball game, the line will decrease by 1 point. If you're paying attention, Google it, go on the DraftKings Sportsbook app, see how low the total is now. Like, it's free money if you hammer the over now. Free money. That's promo code Ross, limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Speaking of DraftKings, they're launching, Bri, their best ball platform really soon. I think this week or next week, you can start to play best ball on the DraftKings app. So Joe Dolan and I are going to give you some advice on especially the rookies, but some of these unique quarterback situations as well on today's Fantasy Feast podcast. Please, please, please subscribe if you haven't already, however you listen to podcasts, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I always like to give some of our listeners that have businesses shout outs because they are patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Let's start that over. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the Madden stream. Madden After Dark coming at you. One more sim to close out your Thursday night action. We've got the San Francisco 49ers versus the Oakland Los Angeles. No, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. Still, you call them a Bay team. They're not really a Bay team anymore, but they're in the area of San Francisco. So nice little West Coast action. Joining me, refreshed from his Sunday afternoon nap or whenever that was, Matt LaMarca here. Is this your second one of the day, Matt, or you just popped
Second in a row, back to back. Yeah, they're pushing me hard this week,
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
They're pushing
Ride
me
that
hard,
horse.
but it is what it is. And also, Jeff, don't feel bad about your intro. I've done way worse. One time, I didn't even realize that I was supposed to be doing the intro. So I just sat here and looked at the camera for a good 20 seconds before Tommy Freeze Pops finally said something.
Tom must just breed bad intros, because the first sim I ever did with Tom, I did the wrong game, and I talked about the wrong game for about 30 seconds till he finally was just like, don't think those are the teams, Jeff. So it's Tom's fault. It's basically
At least he was polite about it.
Yeah, he was. He was very polite. I mean, it was the first time. He probably thought it was I can't believe I got to work with this idiot, but very polite about it. It's Tom's fault though. Both of those, definitely blaming Tom.
Clearly.
He's not here. He won't even see this. He's off for a few days. So we do have the Raiders and the 49ers though. Did you get a lineup in?
I did put a lineup in the regular free roll, since me and Jeff are too lazy to make one for the DK Sim fam. I went with Debo at captain. Debo, get the table. Mostert, Henry Ruggs, George Kittle, Darren Waller, and the 49ers defense.
Mike Bizzle, Moose, glad you gave the disclaimer. I'm not an NBA expert. I faded your over-under. Looking good so far. Mike Bizzle, that is the smartest thing anyone ever put in this chat. Yes. Although the Wizards, how much did the Wizards win by tonight?
It's still going, but they're up about 30.
Okay, so I did say take the Wizards money line. So I'm going to come back with that, Mike Bizzle. But yeah, you're probably right to fade the total action. We'll get to the golf talk for sure. You got your two fun uncles here, Moose and LaMarca. Maybe we don't create free rolls, but if you come to the table, we'll give you, we're the ones that give you a little sip of wine under the table or something. So.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I already told my sister, who just had her first child. She's about 7-8 months old. I already told her that I will definitely be that uncle.
Just
I think
say
she
yes to everything.
hated it, but hey, it is what it is.
I have one of my wife's brothers is basically that guy. He just gets our kids riled up. They ask him for something. Yeah, sure. You want some chocolate? Here you go. It's thanks, dude.
Well, that's the best part about being an uncle. We don't have to deal with repercussions.
Then he gets in his sports car and drives away. Anyways, you gotta have at least one uncle like that. We'll talk about the golf though. Definitely going on. LaMarca can give you actual basketball takes instead of me just going off and be like, hey, this looks good. I was with Glash earlier on today. Although I'm glad that the Wizards are winning. I want to see Westbrook take down the 76ers. I was about to call them the 49ers. All right.
They'll have a chance. I don't see it happening, but the most optimistic sign, if you're a Wizards fan, and I'm sure there are some out there somewhere, was Bradley Beal looked much better tonight.
Okay.
You kind of know what you're going to get from Westbrook on a nightly basis. Sometimes the efficiency might not be great, but he's going to get his points. He's going to get his rebounds. He's going to get his assists. Beal is sort of the key guy. If he can give them, 30-plus points in addition to what Westbrook gives them on a nightly basis, then they'll have a puncher's chance at the upside. But that's kind of the formula that they need.
Yeah, it kind of feels like one of those spots where, Westbrook will probably push it, maybe win a game on his own. Maybe they steal another game if Beal's playing good. So I could see 6, 7, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's just not a good matchup because the Wizards have no one who can handle Embiid.
Yeah.
Embiid is just going to feast on them.
Yeah.
But that's why they're the 1 seed. He's done a lot of people.
Exactly. Right. So, yeah, I want to see Russell Westbrook win a ring so bad. He's like the one basketball player I really like kind of stand for. I love rooting for.
He was like vastly overrated, and now he's become underrated again.
Yep.
And I've come around on him because, like, yes, he's not a perfect ball player, right? Like, you don't want a guard who's shooting less than 30% from 3-point range and shooting less than 70% from the free throw line. But in this day and age, that guy shows up and brings it every single night. And that's different. You know, we don't really have a ton of guys like that in the league anymore. So
totally,
it's hard to root against him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's always been like his own unique player, just, you know, capable of just insane things from a stat perspective, from a scoring perspective. But like you said, he's by no means perfect. I just like to see him get in that one situation where he can make a run, you know. I don't think it's obviously probably not going to do this here.
Clem wants us to switch accents for the day. Or for a quarter. I don't know if I can. I have a Canadian relative. I don't know if different parts of Canada have different dialects. I would imagine that they would. But I like to, you know, for them it's always the for sure. Oh, for sure, eh?
Yeah.
I don't even think Jeff really has like a thick accent outside of when he says stuff like Falcons.
Yeah. People, that's actually, I've had that a couple times. People say I sound more like almost like Irish or English, like the slip than like Canadian, which is probably because there's a touchdown, by the way, as we're chatting. Mall start, first touchdown. It's mainly kind of like a regional thing, though. You know, like Canada, I mean, you know, the people out east definitely have their own way of speaking, and but as you get out west, it's a little less of the, I don't know. It's maybe a little less of the traditional Canadian accent and a little bit more mixed. But
yeah, I mean, because also you've got the French thing. With With the that's the eastern part of the country, I believe.
It is. Quebec, right beside Ontario.
Look at me and my Canadian geography.
It was I was giving Tommy a geography lesson last week or yesterday too. He was asking about where are the French speakers?
Right. Well, I know that's like Montreal, and I know that Montreal is, you know, kind of like above New York almost. Maybe a little bit to the west of New York.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very close to it being right up above it, though.
Yeah.
A little bit north of Toronto. Quebec's a big place. Lots of French speakers in Canada. They're just kind of all congregated in like one section of the province. I mean, there's French-speaking people everywhere, but just like the majority of them. Like I was telling Tommy, the city I live in Alberta, was founded by like French settlers. So.
Our good buddy Must Be says, Jeff, why did you tell me to play John Daly today?
Must Be always with the John Daly jokes. Emerson wanted to bet on John Daly.
What was he like? He had to be 1,000 to 1.
He was 1,000 to 1. That's why Emerson wanted to bet him. He's like, bro, $10. I'm like, he will be out of it by hole 2, and he was.
That's like Kevin Malone's theory, right? If somebody gives you 10,000 to 1 on anything, you take it. If John Cougar Mellencamp ever wins an Oscar, he's going to be a very rich man.
That is pretty much Emerson's approach to betting, I think. Which I kind of like, but this was not the spot. Of course, playing really tough today. Yeah, after the first round, I know someone was asking me. Definitely like the spot for the dudes who got in under par today. I think the guys who are going out early tomorrow should have a pretty significant advantage again. Although Connor shot like 500. I think he was in the afternoon wave. So, you know, Connor's in a decent spot. He could even put a little daylight between people if he shot like 200 tomorrow. Be interested to see what Koepka goes tomorrow. He's, you know, hasn't played much, but going out in the afternoon. I like the guys at 1 under if you're looking for value. Louis played good, my boy. Will Zalatoris had a good round too. Looked good again with the irons. I believe he's going out early, so that's another guy I would really look at. And Cam Smith at even par also played well.
Where'd my guy Morikawa finish up?
Oh yeah, he's right in it. -2. He goes out in the afternoon tomorrow, but the way he hits the irons, it might not matter. He's hitting a pier.
I just like his game.
He's so good.
And I saw a lot of people were on Hovland, so obviously he got off to a pretty good start, but he's also an afternoon golfer.
Yep. Hovland definitely good start for him. One of the chalk in the DFS realm. My week is going to be waylaid by Daniel Berger in that realm.
Yeah, the Burgermeister Berger.
Pretty much every lineup. It's like mine +7 today. Just a horrible start. He's +5 after 4 holes. Like, thanks for showing up. Anyways, at least like save your blow up till the back 9, you know? Anyways. It happens, man. Golf, tough course. Gonna be fun to watch on the weekend, though. Should be really exciting. Double bogeys everywhere.
Good.
Last hole.
I love that.
Possible. Yeah. Reed's out there on the course. Reed T.
Saw that too. He tweeted some range balls and said, be honest, who's taking a couple? And I would have.
Yeah. Yeah, big news today. Tim Tebow getting signed. Wow.
Jaguars signed 2 tight ends today.
Oh, who's
they
the
also
other?
signed their 5th round draft pick, Luke Farrell.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were going through the tight end depth chart for the Jags today on the slate with Glash. And the reason we're doing it is, like, I kind of feel like the Tebow props are worth taking right now.
Taking the unders?
No, taking the overs.
Oh, God.
Dude, their starter is a guy I don't even know who he is, like Chris Manhertz. James Farrell is their second. He's a tight end too. If you have a heartbeat, you can start.
That Tebow's not on the opening day roster, then he hits the overs on his props. The guy's 33, learning a brand new position.
The props are like he's got to catch like 1 pass.
Fine.
I'm in on Tebow. I don't care what you guys say.
Were you a Tebow believer back in the day?
No, I was not a Tebow believer.
All right.
I thought maybe, if a team like came around and just was like, yeah, we're going to run the ball like 90 times a game or something, it could work. But I wasn't like, oh yeah, this dude's going to revolutionize the NFL. I still don't know how Tebow even had success, if we're being honest. Like, he wasn't even that fast a rushing quarterback. Like, I guess he was more like a fullback. I guess he was a pretty good rusher, but.
Let's see. Let's check Tebow's 40 time. I bet it was pretty good. I'm going to say he was in the high 4.5s.
I think he was more 4.6, but you could be right about that. And if I was, I'll take the L there because the chat's probably 10 minutes ahead of us. Smash that like, guys, if you could.
I'm way off.
He was like 4.7, wasn't he?
4.71.
Yeah, I knew it.
And he's only 6'3", 255.
Well,
so he's
that's big.
So he's a small, slow tight end who hasn't played professional football in half a decade and has never played tight end in his whole life.
Daniel Carlson slipping through the 52 yada. I wasn't sure I was going to have leg, but it did. Slip right through it. Yeah, he's never played tight end. I know. But he's a football player, Matt. He's just good at the football. The pigskin.
He is.
That's my argument. I also feel like Urban Meyer just wants him on the team. Like I don't think he signs him without actually wanting him on the team. Like he's not giving Tebow a tryout for no reason.
I mean, probably true. Must be says what's his winning record or winning percentage. He's 8-6 as a starting quarterback in the league, which is fine. I would say he outproduced what I would have expected him to have done.
Chef Duke says Tebow equals Taysom Hill. I would argue Taysom Hill is probably 10 times better a passer than Team Tebow ever was. And I'm not saying Taysom Hill is an elite passer by any means, but I think he's actually better, quite a bit better than Tim Tebow was.
The Hillbilly says Tebow scores 9 touchdowns if he makes the roster. Slide in the DMs, Hillbilly.
Yeah.
We can work something out.
Oh, man. Guys, before I forget, there is a new promo going up. It's a free-to-play 5K pool, and it's going to be based on the Madden Sim. So it's on the DraftKings Sportsbook, obviously the Sportsbook pools. What we're going to be doing, basically, is going through the entire 2021 schedule on the Madden Sims. It's going to start soon. So you can go and check that out on the DraftKings pool. You're going to see the graphic coming up right now. It's up there. So it's a free-to-play pool. It's free. Just go play in it, and you can follow along as we go through the Madden schedule for the 2021 season. You get to see the games unfold. You get to play a little free money in the pools. Starts on Monday, says my producer, Michael, which makes a lot of sense, starting things on a Monday. So that starts in a few days. Check that out, guys. Like I said, it's free. Lots of free stuff on DraftKings, and that's one of them.
Must be says 8-6 with that awful Denver team. I don't understand what his winning percentage as a quarterback has to do with how he's going to play at tight end.
He's just good at football. That's what he does. He's just good.
I don't know. It always rubbed me the wrong way. And I mean, if it's not clear by now, I'm just not a Tim Tebow guy. But he could have made this transition 5 years ago, and he thought he was too good to play tight end. You know, he's the ultimate team guy, the ultimate win, team before me. So why didn't he do it 5 years ago? Why go play baseball and be a 200 hitter in Double-A and then decide you're going to make the switch? If he had made the change when he was 28 years old, I could have convinced myself that he would have had a role as a H-back tight end type player in the NFL. Name me like some good 33-year-old tight ends, guys who've been playing the position for a long time. Like, I would bet Jared Cook is like 34 years old, and he is toast.
Yeah.
And was a goon with elite athleticism. So anyway, that's just my take. I could be wrong. You know, Tebow has proved a lot of people wrong throughout his career.
Yeah.
I would be just the next one.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong in saying that he's not going to do much. I'm just saying I think he's going to make the team because I think Urban Meyer wants him on the team, and the Jags legitimately have no tight end depth. So, we're talking like he's got to catch like 2 passes to hit the over props. I actually think he'll get some playing time. So that's just my take, but I don't disagree with you.
I mean, if he does make the roster, 2 catches is nothing.
Yeah. Sean and Twitch, I see you, buddy. If you got an issue, let us know. Obviously, you know, if it's a contest related thing, you're gonna have to contact support. You know, you can do that on Twitter or just email them. But I'm keeping an eye. I got everything open. Very good at multitasking now. I've done this hosting thing a couple times. So.
Trevor isn't durable. Tebow will handle red zone / short yardage. God, I hope that's not true.
Yeah, that would really suck for fantasy purposes.
And Trevor gets him down inside the 5, and here comes Tebow.
Oh my God!
It would be pretty much what Taysom did to Drew Brees for years.
It would be terrible. Yeah. You know, and it's actually something you need to like actually watch and just think about before you overdraft Trevor Lawrence. Like, personally, I mean, I'd much rather go after Justin Fields anyways, but you know, that's kind of just like another reason right now, maybe to just take Justin Fields if you're in like some kind of dynasty draft over Trevor Lawrence. So, Waller on the end around.
Nathan Hammond says, we're bringing the Tebow back? I hope not on that, too.
I mean, he signed today. It's official.
The Tebow celebration. My dad has a theory that Tim Tebow is what ruined Mark Sanchez's career. When the Jets signed him and, you know, like anytime Sanchez made a mistake, which was frequent, then he had to be looking over his shoulder at Timmy Teebs.
Right. Did he ever start a game there or anything? I can't remember.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah. I thought the whole baseball thing was going to work out for Tebow. Like I thought he was going to like get his way in the league. That would have been a cool story.
It would have been one of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
Seemed like it had a little traction there for a bit.
Yeah, I still think he moved up more because of promotional reasons than his actual performance on the field. Not to mention he was a 30-year-old man playing against 18-year-old kids, but but yeah, you know, like when you talk about an athlete like that, there are people that say that if Jordan had given baseball another couple of years, he would have made the majors.
Yep. I mean, it's impressive what he was, quite frankly, just able to like hit the ball like semi-consistently in the minors. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like you're playing at the highest level, basically, second highest. You know, a notch below. It's ridiculous.
The Hillbilly says Mark Sanchez ruined Mark Sanchez's career. Very fair. My guy Jordan in the building. He says, first sim I get to see today. Glad it's you two. Wish I could have seen the Bears game with Glash and LaMarca. I have to say, it was a really fun sim. Things got a little out of hand for a while. As things tend to happen with me and Glash in the same building. Virtual building.
Well, what'd you guys get up to? Were you doing like...
I don't even... Is it bad that I don't even remember?
Bear calls? Oh, no. I don't even remember any of the sims I've done with Glash. Except that they usually end, you know, me laughing hysterically at something. But no, that's... I'm glad it was a good sim.
We were doing some accents as usual. There was a lame inside joke that came up a few weeks ago about Oswald Cobblepot. So one of the people that was winning the free roll was named like Lord Kensington or something to that manner. So I broke that accent out again, which then turned into some Alan Rickman stuff, and it got weird, but it was fun.
I feel like Glash, like in another life, was like a Shakespeare player, you know, like like just part of like a traveling like band of actors or something.
Probably, I could totally see that.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh man. Okay, what do we got here? 4th and 11. We get a field goal. There goes Carlson. Oh, put me in, coach. GP. Another field goal. Oh boy. So what are the matchups then? So Washington officially plays Philly.
Yes.
Who else is playing in the East?
Boston plays Brooklyn. So we've got the Kyrie Irving revenge narrative, which every Boston fan that I know was rooting for the team to lose yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
They didn't have to worry about losing to Kyrie in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Lakers will play the Suns. So congratulations, Suns. You had a great season. You're the number 2 seed in the West. Now you get to play the Lakers in the first round.
What a brutal draw, hey?
Yeah, just so tough. But, I mean, such is life in the West, right?
Yeah.
And then the 8th seed will go to whoever wins tomorrow between the Warriors and the Grizzlies.
Right. And they play... Who's the 1 seed?
They will play Utah.
Utah, right. I thought it was Utah. I just want to make sure. I say enough wrong things on this show, on this stream that...
Hey, let it fly. Let it fly. It's easier to apologize than ask for forgiveness. I will say one positive sign for Utah is that Donovan Mitchell says he's going to play. He's been out of the lineup since the middle of April, so that would be a nice get for them.
Yep.
They will definitely be favored against whoever wins the 8th seed, but I think clearly we all want to see Steph Curry. Everybody that's not a Utah fan wants Steph in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be wild. I'm sure he'll go nuts. NBA is one of those things I just don't pay much attention to in the regular season, but I definitely watch playoffs. Love NBA playoffs. Even though sometimes the first round can be a little bit unexciting, but I think this year, especially in the West, it's gonna be great from the get go, and even in the East, man. Like I'll tune in to see the Nets destroy the Celtics, and I can just tweet at Kaufman or something,
Yeah, I mean the ratings for last night were excellent.
Yeah,
excellent ratings, but I don't think that's a huge surprise when you put LeBron James versus Steph Curry in a winner advances game.
Yeah.
So I think the play-in tournament, even though we've had a lot of stinkers, just for that one game it gave us last night, has to be considered a W for the league.
Yeah, I think it's staying. I know LeBron hates it, but I don't mind it. Why not? Spice things up a bit. It's not like you're giving the last team in the league or something a shot. I mean, generally it's pretty close in the standings, like the last, the bottom kind of 6 teams, whatever.
Right, and I really like the way that they did it. If you're the 7 or the 8 seed, you just have to win one of 2 games.
Yeah.
To get it.
Yeah, and quite frankly, if you can't win one of 2 games, did you really have a good shot of winning the first round series anyways? No. So,
easy.
Yeah, I agree. I thought the setup made a ton, the most sense possible, because there was other ways they could have done it, but that for me, yeah.
And I do think the NBA will continue to experiment with different stuff. I think we all agree that the regular season is just too long at this point. Even though they shortened it by 9 games for this year, it was still just so much resting and tanking and all this lineup chicanery on a nightly basis. I think they'll mess around and maybe even shorten the season again, but add in a tournament in the middle of the year, something like that. I don't know what they're going to do, but they are. The one thing that you can say about the NFL or the NBA is that they're pretty progressive, and they're going to continue to experiment until they find something they really like.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see them start later too, start around December,
Well, they did that this year. They started on the 22nd.
Yep.
Which was basically everybody agrees that the season should start around Christmas, but the NBA wanted to have 2 separate nights for opening night and for the Christmas games, because those are 2 of the highest rated slates of the year.
Yeah, I think that
so
makes
putting them both on the same day is not
Take
good
it away.
for them. So I think that they will continue to do that, but there's no reason that they can't play less games, work in more rest, and hopefully that avoids all the injuries and all the other stuff that we dealt with this year. Basically every team dealt with at least one of their best players missing extended periods.
Yeah, almost becoming like football in the injury situation when that happens. Was injuries always that big in the NBA? I feel like it wasn't.
I mean, you get a lot of ankles and stuff like that here and there, but I would say that there were more long-term injuries this year than I can remember.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because they were playing a lot of games in a pretty short period of time.
Yeah, there wasn't a big rest between the bubble and then them restarting either, was there?
Correct. Right. Yeah. And, they had some postponements and stuff during the first half of the season. So there were certain teams during the second half of the year who were playing 4 games in 5 nights on a routine basis. Which, again, some of these old school guys are like, oh, who cares? Bill Russell used to play 4 and 5 nights, and he flew coach to every game.
Yeah.
And my answer to that is, yeah, you're right, but times have changed.
Yeah. The guys, the elite athletes now are just so explosive, I feel like, the game is so quick. It's just, it's just more prone to severe injuries, like Matt said. So what is this? A 61-yard field goal. Okay. Well,
Wow.
Carlson's got some leg, but no.
That
was
made
like
it about halfway up the E.
If you saw Glash's attempts when he did the kicking contest with Emerson, I think it was around Christmas. That's pretty much what it looked like. Yeah, right around the good bounce. Almost hit it on the bounce. What are you thinking, Gruden? Give your head a shake, pal. Oh, 1 second left too. Great. Let's get on. No, I guess
that's why they're going.
Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy G. He's gonna get there. Knockdown. Or something happened. Not caught though.
Knockdown.
All right, give us a little excitement. That's cool. 10-6, San Francisco. Mostar with the touchdown. Bunch of field goals. Hope you stack the kickers today. I don't even know who I put in my lineup. What did I put in there? Kittle. Oh, great choice. Great choice, Jeff. He's got a few points, but still. Anyways, that brings us to halftime, folks. 10-6 Raiders. What do we got here? Jimmy G, 109 yards. Derek Carr, 99 yards. Not much going on. Not much going on. We don't need to run through too many stats. So let's give you the quick lowdown, folks. We still got a promo going on. It's Refer the Friend. You know it. The graphic's going to be up on the screen soon. And what you do is you go, or you get the QR code on the screen. You refer your friends to DraftKings. They play in the free Madden contest, and when they make a deposit, you both play for free. So, you get the QR code, you visit the website, dkng.co/friend. And again, you can use it on your socials. You can just send it to people who are interested in playing. If you got a buddy, he's like, hey, how does this DraftKings thing work? Send him the link. Sign up. When he deposits, you both win. It's easy. It's fun. It's part of the Madden. More free stuff. You got to keep an eye on this stuff. It's free money.
Pamphlets. Just trolling the waters. See if I can reel in some friends.
Some friends. Yeah, that's what social media is for, man. Throwing it up. Back in the day, I used to get some referrals every now and then. I think I got like 5 once. That's about it. Anyways, do that. There you go. QR codes and stuff. Love it. Mike Bizzle, any new bugs up there? Oh, no. Yeah, the bug night with when I was chasing a bug around my office. No, man, it snowed here like 2 days ago. Legit snowed. Fun. It's all gone now.
Weather's wacky, man.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone, though. It's starting to warm up already, so. CH, like my infomercial. I'd be like the worst infomercial guy ever. Lose my train of thought halfway through all the time. Just start rambling. Oh, boy. All right, second half. Let's get some action here. We got 16 points, but that was honestly a pretty boring half. We toughed
Only
through it.
one
We didn't miss it.
touchdown, and it went to the mighty most.
Yeah, the mighty most. Did you know that San Francisco legitimately has 6 running backs right now? They drafted 2 running backs.
I've been saying that.
Yeah. Mostert's getting cut. I mean, it's just he's got to be.
Yeah, because they drafted 2. They signed somebody.
Yeah, they signed Gallman.
Right, they signed Wayne Gallman.
And then they have Jeff Wilson Jr. and they have JaMychal Hasty. And then Mostert on top of that. That's 6.
Right.
What the heck is going on?
Yeah, I still think Sermon's the one that I would invest in, right? But I'm going to throw out my least favorite expression in the fantasy football industry right now. I prefer him in a best ball. I will say I had some rookie drafts that were wrapping up, and these are leagues where there's no free agent activity. Once the season starts.
Yeah.
If you're not on a roster, you're not on a roster.
Oh, wow.
So the free agent pool was a little bit more robust in terms of veterans than in your typical rookie draft. So I used some 4th and 5th round picks on guys like Wayne Gallman.
Yeah.
Because this is not a good rookie class once you get outside that first 20 picks or so.
Yeah, no, true. There's, I'm sure there'll be some surprises, but there's also a lot of guys just going to bad spots, or you just don't think they're probably going to do much. So, but yeah, I actually was doing some research for basically a bunch of Renfro action for a little thing I'm working on, and I knew the 49ers drafted one RB. I didn't realize they had two, and then I looked and I'm like, oh yeah, and they signed Gallman, and they still have Wilson and Hasty there. I'm like, this is not a good numbers game for Raheem Mostert. So Mostert is still interesting though. I mean, the dude's like easily their best back. So I don't really know what happens to him or where he goes at this point, but he's got to go somewhere. Like Mostert's not just gonna. No one's not gonna sign him. He's gonna get signed. So weird spot.
So Abby Rizzle says, Saxy, are you watching your Top Shots values drop in real time? I'm watching the value on everything that I own drop in real time. Everything. My stock portfolio, not that I'm like super into the coins, but the little Bitcoin and stuff that I do own, that's plummeting. My Top Shot value, even like the physical sports card market, like if you look at some of those numbers, that's plummeting. I don't know why. I guess it has. My guess would be that it has something to do with the world just opening back up and people having more time on their hands, but who knows? I'm still long Top Shot. It's easy for me to say that because I'm in a position where I didn't invest all that much money. Like I got in early. I cashed out some moments while the boom was going on.
Yeah, right.
And so I'm basically like even. I'm probably even still up a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to ride it out and see what happens. But that's the type of person that I am,
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, like, Top Shot is one of those things. It's because, like, I haven't invested much in it either, but it's one of those things, like, I just, when I had started, I'm like, well, it's going to take me like 2 months to withdraw anything either. So basically anything I put into it, like, I just look at it as like, it's on that site. And like 2 years from now, I'll check back, and see where this thing is at. But
this is the first time I've checked it in, honestly, like a month, I would say.
Unless I'm active on the site trying to do like looking at a challenge or like maybe just trying to search for a specific moment, I don't really care what they're at right now. I'm sure I know they're plummeting, but I just don't really care. So, because like I said, and it's weird. I usually don't take that approach with many things I do, but like maybe it was just that it was new and I just wanted to kind of get a piece of it. And I knew that like the cash out procedures were weird, that I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to dump a little bit of money into this and we'll see in a couple of years. So it's kind of freeing though to have that, like, to be honest, because like I don't take that approach with many things, but it is very freeing. Like I just look at it, I'm like, cool, this has gone up or this has gone down. Don't care either way. So
it's just one of those things too, like anytime something's going down, you get into panic mode, right? Like,
oh, completely.
Like Bitcoin, right? If you ask people about Bitcoin a month ago, they would have talked to you and said, this thing is never going down again. Sky high to the moon, 100K by the end of the year. It's no problem. And now it's dropped 33% over the past month, something like that. It went from over 60 to hovering right around 40.
No.
And so it's just, everything is cyclical. I'm not saying the Top Shot and crypto are exactly the same, but there are ebbs and flows in everything. I think there will be chances to sell again at some point if you missed your window. Just like clearly there are still opportunities to buy if you missed your window there.
It's all cyclical. I think just trying to get the best assets you can. Like that's the way I look at Top Shot. Like I'm not really caring about the day-to-day price. I just want to make sure I'm invested in the right kind of moments if I'm going to be invested in it, Like I want like the high-end players. I don't want like 200, 35,000s of like I don't even know. Some
right.
bad players.
I still think you want your season one Top Shots.
Season one, yeah.
Season one moments, they're always going to be the first.
Yeah.
whatever happens in the future, those moments are always going to be the first moments. So those are really like what I have in my portfolio right now. The one mistake that I would say that I've made in the market is I thought I was timing Karl Anthony Towns. I bought a season 1 rare of Towns.
Right.
Like I thought I was buying low on that, and it has proceeded to lose about 75% of what I invested in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but what I bought that with was what I sold a Kemba Walker season 1 rare for.
Yeah.
But like in my mind, I was like, okay, I'm just transferring from Kemba into Karl Anthony Towns, who I'm higher on as a player.
Yeah. I mean, if pretty much if I had just sold every Top Shot I got, and like I have a couple decent ones of decent players, like I would have been like profitable, but you know, because they've all gone down since then. But at the same time, these are good players, and like you know, they're pretty good moments and stuff. So I don't. And again, I wasn't even. I don't know. It's a weird thing, but I think it's the first. It's the first sporting NFT site collection thing, like the first real one with the moments. And I think at some point, like that's going to get recognized. Like, you know, okay, it's almost like where the crypto punks are now. Like those things have been. Oh, there goes Mostert, by the way. Let's just watch this one out to the 50. You know, the crypto punks were around for a while, right? Like, then they became a thing again. Like, it's probably going to be the same with Top Shot. You're probably not going to hear that much about it. You know, the pricing. No one's probably going to make money on it for a couple of years. And be like, oh, I got this Top Shot, and
that's a great call. You know, there will be some other NFT that comes up that everybody wants to get into, but they can't, and that will then put steam back on Top Shot.
Yeah, you are literally at the start of like the sporting NFT world. Just remember that. I mean, you know, at one point, you know, we were at the start of, you know, sporting cards and stuff like that. So, anyways, my one suggestion is, you know, try and diversify stuff. You know, alternative assets are all weird and go up and down crazily, but
I will say I did just pick up a new sports card, one that I'm very excited to add to my personal collection. Jacob deGrom, Topps rookie card, serial number to 99.
Oh, nice.
It's in like mint condition, in my opinion. I mean, I haven't had it graded yet. I probably will at some point, but I've decided that I just want to collect the stuff that I like, and I like Jacob deGrom. I want as much of Jacob deGrom as I can get. So that's what I bought. And speaking of deGrom, he started a little rehab assignment in AAA today. 3 innings, 0 hits, 8 strikeouts. Congratulations to the one batter that actually put a ball in play against him at the single A level. That guy's got a bright future.
Yeah, no doubt. It's on the resume right now. Speaking of the resume, Raheem Mostert is beast mode in this entire drive. Up to 70 yards rushing on 5 rushes. You know what? That's a great segue though to say, you know, you should collect when you're going after this stuff. I mean, obviously you can be businesslike about it and take a business approach, and a lot of guys do, but just collect what you like. Like,
yep.
You're not really going to be disappointed if you do that, you know? Like,
right. I know that 9 out of the 10 times that I buy a box, and I've stopped doing that for the most part. I know that 9 out of the 10 times I buy a box, I'm losing money on that purchase.
Yeah.
But I get enjoyment out of opening the packs.
Yeah.
And I have some gamble in me, clearly. So, you know, the allure matters to me. If I was just looking to make money, I would approach the card market a lot different. That's why I say that it's a hobby for me and not, you know, like a side hustle or something. Yeah. This is my side hustle, calling video computer games for people on YouTube, and hopefully that they enjoys it.
This is my main hustle. This is just my life. Sim life. What's up, dudes? Hope everyone's having a good night. Mark and I just chatting about life in general. A little fullback action. Use check. 4th and 2.
The juice is loose.
Yeah, the juice was loose there, but not very loose. Only 4th and 2 now.
Abby, I promise I'll try to look happier during the next on-camera segment. It's not that I'm unhappy. I'm just typically reading stuff or my attention is elsewhere. So I will do my best to bring joy to
They
everyone.
went for it, and they got it.
Pettis?
Oh, Pettis. Dante Pettis. Remember when he was like the hot guy? Oh, yeah, I got to get Pettis in the 3rd round. That worked out well.
That hurts a lot.
I was one of those guys talking like that, by the way. Saying,
That hurts a lot. I
Yeah.
had some Pettis shares for sure 2 years ago.
That was me. I was imitating. I was making fun of myself. But there he is scoring there. That's a touchdown from Jimmy G. Dude, I mean, the dude's got some talent, but like, wow, could he not catch the ball? I don't even know if he's on a team right now. Anyways.
No, he ended up on like the Giants last year, I want to say.
Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like every like bad wide receiver goes to the Giants. To be, like, Corey Coleman went there. John Ross is there now. Pettis was probably there.
He's still there. He's still on the Giants. I'd be a bit surprised if he made the roster.
Yeah, nah. With the way that roster's shaping up, yeah, wide receiver. And they drafted Kadarius Toney. Obi-Wan makes a good point. Top Shot's technically still in beta, so.
Joe Johnston says if Lamarca just wanted to make money, he would be a male model. I would be a
that goes for everyone on the DK Sim fam.
Hand model like Costanza, if anything.
That's a good one. How does that episode end? Doesn't he burn his hands or something?
Yes. It's the I want to say it's the puffy shirt episode. And he ends up in the locker room, or not the locker room. He ends up in like the green screen room with Jerry while he's going to have to go on and wear this puffy shirt, and he ends up getting his hands burnt on an iron.
That's right. They're like ironing a shirt or something.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a pirate.
Oh, man. 17-9. 49ers. Still one score game. Carr, 180 yards. Jimmy G, 131. Green Room with the Today Show says, yeah, that's right. That is what happened. That was an old episode, too. That was one of the early ones.
God, I love Costanza, man.
Oh, God.
All time great character.
Absolute top 5 character of all time. Like, just from a TV standpoint, there's really no other better comedic. It's just ridiculous how funny that dude is, in context of that show. I mean, it's so funny, and just his evolution too. Like he's actually, I think George actually like saves the later seasons of Seinfeld. I mean, not that the show was terrible or anything, but like I think his character just developed into like he was almost like the focal point of the show. So good.
I think that's like a transitional moment in life when you're growing up, when you realize that Kramer isn't the funniest character on the show. It's Costanza.
It's Costanza.
It's Costanza.
And sometimes Elaine too. Like
she has some moments too, for sure.
Yeah, like later in the series and stuff like that. Just with the stuff she gets in, like
little kicks.
Yeah. The dancing, just her stuff with her boss and stuff. Like when she's when she eats like the 300-year-old cake because she just can't.
Yeah. It was appraised at $599. $599. That's pretty good. No, $599. It's an entertainment.
Yeah. Then she replaces it with the.
Michael says his favorite episode is the Marine Biologist. Absolutely legendary episode.
Yeah.
Just a wonderful show.
Jeff in the chat. Costanza's big wallet that breaks. Just gets the receipt, stuffs it in. Oh my god. Yeah, that I used to like it when the real babysitter Billy was on. That used to sub in for the Sims every now and then because he apparently watches Seinfeld like just on like rerun basically like every day. Like he's probably watched every episode like 6 or 7 times. He says so. We just get into that. Usually by the end of the
I still find an episode from time to time that I've never seen. Normally like the earlier ones.
I've definitely seen them all. 100%. Like I've seen that whole thing. At least I've seen every episode at least twice. It's been a while though, I admit. Like, but yeah, back in the day, you used to like, unless you bought the entire set or something, the way you'd watch Seinfeld is you would just whichever would be on, like whatever it was, like it was a TBS or something, or whatever channel had the Seinfeld reruns, and then whatever was on, you'd watch. So sometimes you'd see the same episode like 4 times over 2 months, but then like you wouldn't see one episode for like a year, and then that episode would come on, and you'd be like, oh.
We're getting some classic episode shout out in here, including I was in the pool and Master of My Domain. Classic episode. So this is a question for you, Jeff. Kyle wants to know, can the Lightning win the Stanley Cup?
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, for sure. They got Kucherov back. Kucherov was basically just playing like, rope-a-dope. The Lightning basically circumvented the salary cap this year by holding Kucherov out. I think he probably could have come back like a month ago. He's played like 22 minutes in the first 3 games. Looks absolutely fine. Basically have their whole team back. Yeah, they can win it. I mean, they weren't my pick pregame, but they're probably going to have a showdown with the Carolina Hurricanes, which should be interesting. But if they get by the Canes, I mean, I kind of feel like the Canes are maybe one of the deeper teams in the league right now anyways. So, yeah, they could absolutely take it back-to-back.
It's the city of chance right now.
They did lose tonight. I thought Florida would give them a bit more of a push, but we'll see if maybe Florida can grab the next game. Florida's a good team. That's why I say I do think Tampa can win, because they're up 2-1. Florida's a good team. If they dust Florida, it's not a good sign for the rest of the league.
I mean, the thing about hockey is if you're still in the playoffs, it seems like you have a chance to win.
So it's true. Your goalie
gets hot.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Capitals fans like their chances of coming out of the East. I'm sure Islander fans like their chances.
Basically, if you just look back at like the Stanley Cup finals from like the last 10 years, you'll find that like a goalie got insanely hot on at least one of those teams. Like ridiculous, just like mind-blowingly hot. And that's, you can do all the analysis you want, but that's basically what it comes down to.
That's another classic. Dolores! I had no idea. I mean, I'm just going to leave it there. As a young man, that was a confusing episode.
It was, wasn't it? You really you had to wait until the end of the episode, and then like, okay, that makes sense. Oh, it's a touchdown to Tyrell Williams. Excuse me. Tyrell Williams makes sense. Tyreek would not. Yeah, we're gonna have a chance to get a tied game here. 2-point conversion. Mova. Mova. That's what it comes up with.
All right, let's switch topics here real quick. Mike Bizzle, quick response. Any sweeps round 1 NBA? I think the best chance to see a sweep is the Nets. We usually do get at least one sweep. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no sweeps this year. How about that?
Tyler Williams with the 2-point conversion. So you don't think the Nets are going to sweep the Celtics? What's another potential sweep in your opinion?
I like Boston a lot. I know that they haven't played up to their level this year, but I mean, when Tatum is good, as we saw, he put up a 50-burger in the playing game. Like he can do that. He led this team to the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
Good point.
I think that